Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 3480 to Chapter 3568. Lin Feng was extremely excited. He had managed to steal time stones from so many strong cultivators, that wasn't an easy thing to do. Of course, Lin Feng and the others were not safe yet, because they needed to find a way to get rid of the three emperors who were chasing after them. As for the other cultivators, Lin Feng did not care. So what if they were peak emperor sect cultivators? They could not do anything to Lin Feng. Only great emperors could pose a threat to Lin Feng. The speed of the three emperors was also extremely fast. In addition, Lin Feng was carrying Xianxia. Therefore, their speed was reduced. The three emperors caught up one after another and saw Lin Feng and Xianxia. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. "Are you ready to die?" The leader of the demonic bandits asked coldly. This existence's hands were stained with the blood of countless living beings. He was definitely a terrifying existence. Now that the old hatred between him and Lin Feng was added together, he could not wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "Boy, when I catch you later, I will cut off your flesh piece by piece, then pull out your soul and throw it into the boundless purgatory. You will never be reincarnated." Supreme Emperor Myriad Star's voice was filled with endless killing intent. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was no less than the leader of the demonic bandits. "Boy. You're courting death by provoking me. No one in the world can save you." Supreme Emperor Tai Qian's voice was as cold as ice. The three emperors. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Lin Feng glanced at the three and could not help but sneer. Although the three emperors were gradually closing in on him, Lin Feng was not worried because he had not yet reached his maximum speed. "You want to catch up to me with just the likes of you? What a fool's dream." Lin Feng could not help but sneer, his face full of sarcasm. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the three Emperor Realm Masters were almost angered to death by Lin Feng. Their expressions were incomparably gloomy. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. How laughable. I hope you'll still be so arrogant when we catch you." The three great emperors spoke at the same time. Lin Feng, on the other hand, no longer paid any attention to the three Emperor Realm Masters. He sped up and rushed into the distance. After Lin Feng used the 8 small worlds to the extreme, 8 illusory small worlds appeared under Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng stepped on the 8 illusory small worlds as if he was stepping on 8 real small worlds. Lin Feng's speed had reached an incredible level, leaving the three Emperor Realm Masters in the dust. Damn it! Seeing Lin Feng getting farther and farther away, the three Emperor Realm Masters could not help but roar angrily, their eyes filled with killing intent. Although they really wanted to kill Lin Feng, Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. They could not catch up to Lin Feng at all. In the end, Lin Feng used the 8 small worlds' divine ability to shake off the three Emperor Realm Masters. Next, he planned to find a place to study the Stone of Time before looking for the ruler's armor. Lin Feng found a hidden cave and entered it with Xianxia. Then, Lin Feng sealed the cave with a seal. Then, he took out the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time had become much more obedient. It was motionless. Xianxia looked at the Stone of Time in surprise and said, "Is this the Stone of Time? A stone that can change the flow of time?" It was Xianxia's first time seeing the Stone of Time, so she was very curious about this treasure. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. This treasure can change the flow of time, but it probably requires some special methods to do so. Let me comprehend the mysteries of the Stone of Time. Hopefully, I can figure out how to use it." "Okay." Xianxia quickly nodded, not daring to disturb Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He began to comprehend the Stone of Time. Time is the medium that dominates everything. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt the world spinning. He found himself in an illusory world. This illusory world was a blurry and chaotic world. This was the world after the destruction of an era. Until the Big Bang. After the Big Bang, a new era began to be born. In the process of the birth of an era, countless living beings and races were formed. In the history of an era, great eras appeared one after another. Some of the great eras were dazzling and incomparably brilliant. However, some of the great eras were dim and lightless, and cultivation declined. Regardless of whether it was a flourishing great era or a declining one, under the passage of time, everything was moving. Flourishing great eras would come to an end one day. Declining great eras would also come to an end one day. Time was the medium that everything moved. Even the birth, aging, illness, and death of a person was also carried by time. It was just like the saying in the secular world that people were rare in the 70s. In other words, when a person reached the age of 70, their lifespan was almost at its end. Why was there such a saying passed down? Because in countless eras, the time from birth to death for countless ordinary people was about 70 years. Thus, the people of the later generations came up with this saying. The movement of everything in the world was carried by time. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. In the boundless starry sky world, a long river appeared. That river was boundlessly long. The river was surrounded by boundless holy light. The river of time. That long river was actually the river of time. The river of time that covered the history of an era. Lin Feng walked forward in the river of time. He caught a rune in the river of time. That rune recorded the life of a cultivator. That cultivator was called Hou. Lin Feng was shocked. Hou, the great sorcerer of the sorcerer tribe, had once shot down 9 suns. He was a legendary figure. Hou shot down the suns, Nuwa flew in the sky, and other legends were related to this existence. Even the fuse of the great sorcerer tribe war was related to Hou. In the past, when the demon tribe was at its peak, they occupied the heaven realm and ruled the heavenly court. However, because Hou shot down the suns, he killed the 9 golden crows. Demon Emperor Dijun was furious and killed Hou. The sorcerer tribe naturally wouldn't let Hou die so tragically. In addition, the sorcerer tribe was increasingly dissatisfied with Demon Emperor Dijun's cruel rule. Therefore, the sorcerer tribe began to resist the rule of the demon tribe. Demon Emperor Dijun sent an army to suppress them, and the great sorcerer tribe war broke out. The war between the witches and demons had led to the extinction of the witches. The decline of the demon race. These were all secrets of the past. Note, of course, the witches might have only suffered a great loss because there were no historical records of their extinction. However, there were no more witches in the universe. Hou shot down the 9 suns in the past for the sake of the world. However, the development of the matter far exceeded Hou's expectations. Lin Feng watched Hou's life. There's no Xianxia. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. In the myths, Hou's wife was Xianxia. However, in the memories that Lin Feng read, there were no memories of Xianxia. Why was that? Could it be because the myths were fake, or was it because after Xianxia left Hou wanted to forget Xianxia, so he erased the memories of Hou in his soul? All of this was unknown. It was difficult to find out what happened back then. Unless Lin Feng could find other people from the same era as Hou, he might be able to obtain information about what happened back then from other people's memories. Lin Feng also saw the sun-shooting divine bow and sun-shooting divine arrow in Hou's memories. It was a supreme treasure that Hou had spent countless efforts to create. This was a heaven-defying supreme treasure that could even shoot down the sun in the sky. From this, one could see how terrifying the sun-shooting divine bow and sun-shooting divine arrow were. Speaking of the sun-slaying divine bow, many people might not know much about it, but if it was the Hou bow, many people would have heard of it. The sun-shooting divine bow was actually the Hou bow that was passed down in the future. However, this supreme treasure had long been missing. Countless cultivators had searched for this supreme treasure, but there was no news. If the Hou bow were to appear in the world, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. This was because this supreme treasure was not only a supreme treasure created by Hou, but it might also be related to the secrets of the sorcerer tribe and the legacy of the sorcerer tribe. The witches were an extremely glorious race back then. Each of the 12 witches was equivalent to Pangu, Nuwa, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. From this, one could see how terrifying the witches' inheritance was. If one could find the witch's inheritance, it would be an unimaginable gain. At this time a rune flashed violently. Lin Feng was startled and quickly flew towards the rune. He grabbed the rune in his hand and began to carefully comprehend it. Lin Feng heard the sound of a baby crying. "Master, Madam has given birth to a boy." A female cultivator walked out of the room and said excitedly. There were a dozen or so cultivators standing in the courtyard. Among them, a handsome human cultivator was pacing back and forth, appearing extremely anxious. When he heard the female cultivator's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Congratulations, master." Everyone congratulated the young cultivator. "Congratulations, young master." There were also some people who didn't address the young man as master, but as young master. Clearly, his status was different from the others. The young man nodded with a smile. Without stopping, he quickly entered the room. "Longer, thank you for your hard work." The young man came into the room and saw the woman with a pale face but a beautiful smile. He sat by the bed and gently stroked the woman's hair. "Brother Tian. Let's give our child a name," said the woman. "Look at the red maple leaves outside, it's as beautiful as a paradise. Our child was born on the day the maple leaves fell. How about we call him Lin Feng from now on?" said the young man. "Lin Feng. Lin Feng." The beautiful woman murmured the name. She nodded and said, "All right, we'll call him Lin Feng from now on. My child will be called Lin Feng." "Yeah." Little Lin Feng, who had just been born not long ago, smiled when he heard that he had a name. He even mumbled a few inaudible syllables. This child, Lin Beidian, looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng had just been born, but he had already displayed extraordinary abilities. Even though Lin Beidian was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Our child is destined to be extraordinary," said the woman. "Perhaps he's even more extraordinary than we imagined," said Lin Beidian. He stretched out his right hand and tapped Lin Feng's forehead. A rune flew out of his hand and imprinted itself on Lin Feng's forehead. "Brother Feng. Don't try to divine the child's fate." "His fate? It shouldn't be controlled by us," said the woman. Said Lin Beidian. "I know. This child's future is destined to be extraordinary, but I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I didn't divine his future just now. I only planted a fate rune on his forehead. I sealed his fate bloodline." The woman sighed. "Our child is born with the undying bloodline, the sovereign bloodline, and the fate bloodline. Any one of these bloodlines is heaven-defying, but with all three of them in his body, won't it cause a backlash in the future?" Speaking up to this point, the woman became worried and sick at heart. Bloodline backlash wasn't rare. If there was only one bloodline in the body, it was also possible for bloodline backlash to occur. If there were two bloodlines in the body and the balance between yin and yang was reached, the chances of bloodline backlash would be greatly reduced. If there were more than two bloodlines in the body, the chances of bloodline backlash would be greatly increased. Lin Feng was born with three bloodlines, which was why Lin Feng's mother was so worried about Lin Feng. No way. Apart from the fate bloodline, there seems to be a strange power hibernating in his body. I wanted to check it out earlier, but I discovered that the strange power instantly concealed itself," said Lin Beidian with a frown. However, he soon felt relieved because he didn't think it was a bad thing. In the future, if Lin Feng opened the seal on the fate bloodline, the fourth bloodline would be the fourth bloodline. The fourth type of strength in Lin Feng's body might also awaken on its own. At that time, he would be able to form the cycle of the four divisions. The cycle of yin and yang was the cycle of two bloodlines. The cycle of four divisions was the cycle of four bloodlines. It was like the change of seasons. The cycle of four divisions would make a cultivator's bloodline even more powerful. There's actually a fourth power? Could it be bloodline power as well? Is it an innately awakened innate talent like Brother Tian? If that's the case, I'll have to thank the heavens. Further down the line. This was the birth of a tragedy. Di Wudao, the son of the heavenly emperor, had joined Lin Beidian because he wanted to improve his cultivation base and defeat Lin Beidian one day. However, he realized that Lin Beidian's cultivation base had improved too quickly. Although his cultivation base had improved quickly as he followed Lin Beidian, there was still a huge gap between him and Lin Beidian. Therefore, Di Wudao's jealousy of Lin Beidian grew. Jealousy. It was the most terrifying emotion. This was because once a person developed feelings of jealousy, it was very likely that they would do anything. Di Wudao was too jealous of Lin Beidian and could not surpass him. Therefore, he wanted to destroy Lin Beidian. However, killing Lin Baidian wasn't an easy task. Lin Baitian's followers were extremely powerful and a few of them were as strong as Di Wudao. Therefore, he had to use some special methods to deal with Lin Baidian. Lin Baidian was a rising star of the human race. Although he was young, his reputation had already spread far and wide. Di Wudao thought of the Black Mist tribe, which had a blood feud with the sovereign emperor tribe. Therefore, Di Wudao sought out the Black Mist tribe and joined forces with them to deal with Lin Baidian. Di Wudao had been looking for an opportunity to strike but did not dare to do so in the end. Lin Baidian was too much of a threat to him. Di Wudao would never forget how Lin Baidian had killed the nine-headed Yuan sage Great Celestial in one move. Even his father would not dare to say that he could kill a nine-headed Yuan sage Great Celestial in one move. It's not impossible to deal with Lin Baidian. You can start with his wife and son. I'll teach you the Dao severing art. You can attack Lin Baitian's son and sever his great Dao and destroy his Dantian. Lin Baidian will be distracted and that will be our chance. A powerhouse from the Black Mist tribe said sinisterly. The Black Mist tribe will deal with Ji Longer and Lin Baitian's son. I'll sneak attack Lin Baidian at the critical moment. Di Wudao said. The powerhouse from the Black Mist tribe thought for a while and nodded. Alright, no problem. We'll strike in 3 days. 3 days later. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Soon, it started to rain heavily. According to the plan, Di Wudao went to find Lin Baidian and sent him away. The Black Fog tribe's experts arrived at Lin Baitian's residence. These people from the Black Fog tribe sealed the courtyard. Then he broke in. Black Fog race. Ji Longer's face abruptly changed. That's right. It's us. Ji Longer, your time of death has come. More than a dozen Black Fog tribe experts sneered and joined forces to attack Ji Longer. A great battle broke out between the two sides. Ji Longer had just given birth to Lin Feng not long ago, so her body was still relatively weak and could not withstand the attacks of more than 10 Black Fog tribe cultivators. Ji Longer was injured. The cultivators of the Black Fog tribe took away the infant Lin Feng. Return the child to me. Ji Longer quickly chased after him. Lin Baidian and the others were discussing how to enter a dangerous place to find a treasure that would greatly benefit their cultivation. Lin Baidian and the others rushed out after hearing the commotion. What happened? Lin Baidian asked anxiously. Black Fog tribe. They took away our child. Ji Longer said with a pale face. Take good care of my wife. Lin Baidian said, then rushed into the sky and quickly chased after them. After Lin Baidian chased after them, Di Wudao also chased after them. Lin Baitian's speed was extremely fast and caught up with the Black Fog tribe cultivators. Lin Baidian, you're too late. Your son has been injured 3 times by us before he could even cultivate. His Dantian was also destroyed by us. From now on, he will be a cripple. A Black Fog tribe cultivator laughed loudly. You all deserve to die. Lin Baitian's voice was cold. He took a step forward and the entire world froze. The experts of the Black Fog clan were instantly frozen in the void, unable to move. Lin Baidian took another step forward. Bang bang bang. Next. The sound of bodies exploding could be heard. More than a dozen Black Fog tribe cultivators' bodies all exploded. They did not know what kind of powerful technique Lin Baidian used to be so terrifying. Such battle prowess was truly shocking. Lin Baidian hugged the infant Lin Feng. Looking at his son's weak breathing, Lin Baitian's killing intent was monstrous. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Baidian quickly healed Lin Feng's injuries. At this time, Lin Feng had just been injured and still had time to recover. Under the cover of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Lin Feng's body quickly recovered. At this moment, Di Wudao was the first to chase after them. 9 stone swords appeared and slashed at Lin Baidian. Di Wudao's 9 stone swords were about to pierce through Lin Baitian's body. Suddenly, the space around Lin Baitian's body distorted, and Di Wudao's 9 stone swords could not move an inch forward. Di Wudao. You dare to trick me? Lin Baitian's eyes turned cold. Di Wudao was shocked. He had been by Lin Baitian's side for many years, but he did not expect Lin Baidian to be so powerful. One had to know that Lin Beidian was mostly focused on Lin Feng, healing Lin Feng's injuries. However, Lin Beidian easily blocked his attack. Then, how strong was Lin Beidian at his peak? It was hard to imagine. Die. Lin Beidian was also a decisive person. He had already guessed the whole story. It was Di Wudao who colluded with the Black Mist tribe and almost killed his son. Lin Beidian slapped at Di Wudao. No, no, no. Give me one more chance. Spare me, spare me. Di Wudao cried out in fear. Originally, Di Wudao didn't think that he was a person who was afraid of death. Only now did he realize that even in the face of death, he would still be afraid. Di Wudao could not block Lin Baitian's attack. Just as Lin Beidian was about to kill Di Wudao, a figure silently appeared between Lin Beidian and Di Wudao. Father! Di Wudao was overjoyed. It was his father, Heaven Emperor. Bang! Lin Beidian and Heaven Emperor collided. Both sides took 3 steps back. Lin Baitian's face darkened. He tore open the void and left quickly. Wah! After Lin Beidian left, Heaven Emperor spat out mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to the ground. Father, how are you? Di Wudao could not believe his eyes. His father, the powerful Heaven Emperor who controlled the undying world, was injured so badly by Lin Beidian. Moreover, Lin Beidian had probably only used 30% of his strength just now. Lin Beidian reversed fate and saved Lin Feng. But because he was poisoned, his combat strength dropped tremendously. After many factions heard the news about Lin Beidian, they all attacked. They wanted to kill Lin Beidian. Lin Baitian's followers were extremely loyal to him, even though they knew that they might die if they continued to follow Lin Beidian. But still, no one left. In the battles, many people were killed. Finally, in that place in the Chaos Star Field, Lin Beidian and the others were surrounded. At that time, the poison in Lin Baitian's body relapsed. Lin Beidian suppressed the poison in his body with all his might. Therefore, he couldn't divert his attention to deal with those pursuers. Lin Feng's mother, Ji Long personally led people to fight against the pursuers. In this battle, except for Ji Long who was captured by the Black Fog race, the rest died in battle. The battle was extremely tragic. Later, the powerhouses of the various factions surrounded Lin Beidian and the others again. And in this battle, Lin Feng's uncle died in the outer space world in order to escort Lin Beidian and Lin Feng away. After landing in the 9 states, Lin Beidian narrowly escaped death several times. Finally, he managed to neutralize the poison. Scenes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng originally had a certain understanding of what happened in the past. For example, Lin Beidian was ambushed by Di Wudao. Originally, Lin Feng knew that his father was ambushed by Di Wudao. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Lin Beidian was actually ambushed by the Celestial Emperor. In fact, with Lin Baitian's strength, even if he fought against the Celestial Emperor, he shouldn't have been ambushed. But at that time, Lin Baitian's attention was all on Lin Feng. That was why he was ambushed. Di Wudao, the Celestial Emperor, the Black Fog race, and other forces were now on Lin Feng's must-kill list. These forces had completely angered Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng's killing intent soar. There was a lot of content behind, including many things that Lin Feng had experienced. They were all displayed one by one. Lin Feng looked at the images. Everything he had experienced was displayed in front of him like a continuous image. This further strengthened Lin Feng's Tao heart. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. All the blood debts. Lin Feng kept it in mind. He would never let go of those who owed him a blood debt. The last scene of this memory was when Lin Feng snatched away the time stone. Lin Feng watched his own life. There were some things that even he didn't know about. But now, Lin Feng already knew these things. What had happened in the past would not affect Lin Feng. On the contrary, it would strengthen Lin Feng's heart of cultivation. If I can control the power of time, there will be countless possibilities in my life, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Following that, mysterious runes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Those runes were incomparably mysterious and seemed to be related to the time stone. Lin Feng began to comprehend those mysterious runes. However, after comprehending for a long time, he actually couldn't comprehend anything useful. It seemed that those runes, they weren't so easy to comprehend. If he wanted to comprehend those runes, he needed time. Or perhaps, he needed an opportunity. Lin Feng withdrew his mind. Time was short, now was not the time to comprehend those runes. But Lin Feng guessed, if he could successfully comprehend those runes, perhaps he would be able to control the time stone. When the time came, he would be able to use the time stone to create a space that could change the flow of time. This was one of the things that Lin Feng wanted to do the most at the current stage. Lin Feng put away the time stone. Then he looked at Yu Simon beside him. He said, "There's no time to lose, let's continue looking for the ruler's armor." Yu Simon nodded and took out a jade talisman. Lin Feng looked at the jade talisman. Then, he asked, "What's the origin of this jade talisman?" Yu Simon nodded and said, "Of course there's a origin. This jade talisman is related to the ruler's armor. Father said that this jade talisman can sense the location of the ruler's armor. Moreover, with this jade talisman, even if we can't obtain the approval of the ruler's armor, we won't be attacked by it." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly happy. The ruler's armor was so powerful. Lin Feng was indeed worried that if he wasn't recognized by the ruler's armor, he would be attacked by it. Now that he had this jade talisman, he didn't have to worry about this kind of thing happening. Lin Feng and Yu Simon continued to rush towards the depths. On the way, Lin Feng and Yu Simon saw many cultivators looking for them. The cultivators of the major powers believed that Lin Feng and Yu Simon were still on the Balefulline star. So, the other party didn't just seal off the starry sky. They also sent a large number of powerful cultivators. Their purpose was to find Lin Feng and Yu Simon. It wouldn't be easy to leave this place without a hitch. However, Lin Feng wasn't worried. With his methods, even if he couldn't obtain the approval of the ruler's armor, if he wanted to leave, very few people would be able to trap him. If he obtained the approval of the ruler's armor, even if he met the three emperors, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. When Lin Feng and Yu Simon arrived at the depths of the Balefulline star, the two of them used the earth escape technique to hide underground. The core of the Balefulline star was extremely large. It wasn't difficult for a supreme treasure like the ruler's armor to hide. Fortunately, Yu Simon had the jade talisman left behind by her father. Not long after Lin Feng and Yu Simon entered the depths of the earth's core, this jade talisman began to move. The jade talisman floated in midair. It shook and emitted waves of violent fluctuations. Lin Feng and Yu Simon both revealed looks of joy. Yu Simon said, "It seems that the jade talisman has already sensed the ruler's armor." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's follow the jade talisman and see where it will go." The two of them followed the jade talisman and flew towards the depths. The depths of the earth's core weren't calm. This place was filled with destructive power. And the flames were burning fiercely. This kind of flame that was born in the depths of the earth's core was an extremely terrifying flame. Ordinary cultivators, they couldn't resist this kind of flame at all. They would be burned to ashes. Lin Feng controlled 5 types of heavenly fire. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of this kind of flame. He used the heavenly fire to protect Yu Simon. Therefore, Yu Simon was also not harmed by the flames. There were even some terrifying flame creatures active in the depths of the earth's core. However, after those flame creatures sensed the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, they didn't attack Lin Feng and Yu Simon. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Yu Simon followed the jade talisman to an underground magma world. In the underground magma world, there was an armor floating. The Dominator's armor was shrouded in mystery, exuding a shocking and powerful force. As expected of a supreme treasure left behind by a Dominator, this supreme treasure was absolutely extraordinary. If one could refine it, it would have a heaven-defying effect on any cultivator. Take the jade talisman and see if you can refine the Dominator's armor. Yu Simon handed the jade talisman to Lin Feng. Now, Yu Simon's entire mind was on Lin Feng. Therefore, even if she wanted to refine the Dominator's armor, she would let Lin Feng try first. If Lin Feng could refine the Dominator's armor, perhaps she would be even happier than if she did it herself. If Lin Feng couldn't refine the Dominator's armor, then she would try to refine the Dominator's armor. Lin Feng nodded and took the Jade Talisman. Then, he took the Jade Talisman and flew toward the Dominator's armor. Lin Feng arrived above the Dominator's armor. Then, he struck out with a strand of magic power. Lin Feng's strand of magic power tried to merge into the Dominator's armor. However, Lin Feng realized, his magic power was actually repelled by the Dominator's armor. The Dominator's armor was very strange. It could repel a cultivator's magic power. Lin Feng's magic power couldn't merge into the Dominator's armor, let alone refine it. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that he wasn't fated to have the Dominator's armor? Lin Feng dreamed of refining such a powerful magic treasure. But if he wasn't fated, he was destined to miss this magic treasure. Lin Feng looked at the Jade Talisman in his hand. Could this Jade Talisman play a key role? Thinking of this, Lin Feng injected magic power into the Jade Talisman. After absorbing Lin Feng's magic power, something astonishing immediately happened. Dance runes appeared on the Jade Talisman. The runes intertwined and twisted together, forming an incomparably powerful vibration force. The vibration force fiercely shook the void. Every wave of vibrating force seemed to be able to collapse the void. The runes on the Jade Talisman finally shot out a beam of light. The beam of light fused into the Sovereign's armor. Buzz. However, at this moment, the hegemon armor gently shook the void. A wave of tyrannical power surged out. That terrifying strength made the talisman fly away. Lin Feng was also blown away along with the talisman. However, just as Yu Simon had said before, even if he couldn't refine the ruler's armor, as long as he had the Jade Talisman, the ruler's armor wouldn't harm him. This was the case with Lin Feng. Although he had failed to refine the ruler's armor, because of the Jade Talisman, Lin Feng hadn't been harmed by the ruler's armor. Such a powerful treasure, yet I can't refine it. I really can't accept this. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He absolutely wasn't willing to give up on refining the ruler's armor just like that. Lin Feng absolutely wasn't willing. He grabbed the Jade Talisman and sat down cross-legged. Then, Lin Feng began to circulate the true word of Lin. Lin Feng hoped to use the true word of Lin to comprehend the secrets of the ruler's armor. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this wasn't an easy task. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Lin Feng wouldn't give up. Lin Feng began to circulate the true word of Lin. With the help of the true word of Lin. Very quickly, Lin Feng entered a mysterious state of mind. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with a great existence. It was just that the connection wasn't particularly obvious. As time passed, Lin Feng discovered that he seemed to have seen a vast and majestic world. That world was ancient, mysterious, immortal, and powerful. In that world, there stood a mountain-like existence proudly. Looking carefully, that existence was actually a huge armor. And that armor was the ruler's armor. The surface of the ruler's armor was covered with countless runes, and each rune contained a destructive power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Each rune contained unimaginably terrifying power. The runes were like immortal talismans. Listening carefully, it was as if one could hear the sound of heaven and earth from those runes. The ruler's armor was indeed powerful. Now, it gave Lin Feng the feeling that it was like an unparalleled ruler that couldn't be resisted. Although it was just an armor, it gave people the feeling of looking down at the heavens. Ruler's armor. Follow me. Only by following me can you complete the transformation. In the future, you will become even more powerful. Lin Feng looked at the ruler's armor and said. Humph. An ant-like existence dares to say such words to this seat. You're simply overestimating yourself. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the ruler's armor. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. Was this the voice of the ruler's armor's weapon spirit? Lin Feng felt that it was very likely so. After all, the ruler's armor was so powerful. It wouldn't make sense if it didn't have a weapon spirit. Humph. You're too arrogant. Even existences surpassing the great emperor realm wouldn't dare to say such words in front of this seat. You're just a cultivator who hasn't become a great emperor, yet you dare to say such words. Do you know that you're a joke in front of the seat? I only need a divine thought to kill you. The weapon spirit of the ruler's armor said coldly. Lin Feng smiled and said, You're right. I know that you won't attack me. Why? Could it be because of the token? There's no rule that says that I can't attack cultivators who have the token. The weapon spirit of the ruler's armor said coldly. Although this weapon spirit didn't appear, Lin Feng had a strong feeling. This terrifying weapon spirit. Now, its eyes were fixed on him. Every move he made. Everything was under the control of this weapon spirit. Lin Feng said. The token is only one of the reasons. Oh? What other reason is there? I'd like to hear it. The weapon spirit of the ruler's armor said coldly. Lin Feng said, First, if you wanted to attack me, you wouldn't have said so much to me. Second, in fact, you've already discovered that I'm extraordinary. You're just hesitating in your heart about how to make a choice. Third, you're worried about your choice. If you make the wrong choice, you'll be delayed for many years. However, time is extremely precious to you now. Due to the appearance of the 5 signs of decay, you don't have much time to continue defying the heavens and changing your fate. When the era is destroyed, your fate will be destroyed as well. Therefore, at this time, you need to find someone who can truly help you. However, you can't be sure if I'm that person. I don't know if these 3 points are correct. That's right. The 3 points you mentioned are exactly what I'm worried about. The artifact spirit couldn't help but say. The artifact spirit didn't know how to hide his thoughts. He was an open and aboveboard existence. The artifact spirit faintly said, the undying bloodline, the sovereign clan, and the sealed fate bloodline. In addition, there seems to be an even more mysterious power inside your body. You are destined to be extraordinary, but you are also destined to experience many trials and tribulations. If you can summon a dragon and this seat follows you, I will naturally be able to obtain endless benefits. However, this seat already knew that you will encounter many difficulties and obstacles. Thus, the probability of overcoming them is not high. Falling before you can mature is more likely. Thus, I need to carefully consider whether I should follow you or not. As expected, the ruler's armor spirit was extremely strong. It even knew about the 4th mysterious strength, which was sealed in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was astonished. Of course, Lin Feng was also someone who had seen many storms and waves. Therefore, even though he was astonished, Lin Feng remained calm and collected. Lin Feng said, I have always been an optimist. I believe that I can overcome any difficulties. Moreover, the Tao I cultivate is the Tao of supremacy. A supremacy is an existence who has stepped on the bones of Kai to reach the peak. If I don't encounter any difficulties along the way, how can I reach the peak? You are not being optimistic. You are being blindly confident. In other words, you are being arrogant. The artifact spirit couldn't help but sneer as if he was deliberately mocking Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. Arrogant? I don't think so. Since I have the ability, I have the confidence to do so. I have cultivated 2,400 types of the 3,000 Grand Daos. In addition, I have also cultivated the legacies of Fuxi, Qiyu, the 2 Devil Lords, Nuwa, and many other peerless experts. In the history of this epoch, how many cultivators who have yet to become emperors have cultivated the 3,000 Grand Daos and had more top divine abilities than me? I'm sure there are only a handful of them, right? Apart from these powerful divine abilities, I have also obtained 3 stone swords, the Hell King Bell, the Heavenly Drum, the Vampiric Dagger, the Heaven-Devouring Jar, the Black Dragon Sword, and many other supreme treasures. How many people in history have obtained so many supreme treasures like me? Those who think I'm arrogant don't know my strength or my methods, so they assume I'm arrogant. Don't you find it laughable? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the artifact spirit of the ruler's armor couldn't help but frown. The achievements that Lin Feng had mentioned were indeed astonishing. Follow me. Soar to the heavens. Lin Feng said firmly. At that moment, the artifact spirit sensed an indescribable aura from Lin Feng. That kind of temperament. It was like the aura emanating from the Renhuang. That kind of aura made people have an impulse to believe him. Good. I can agree to your request, but we need to agree to 3 conditions. The artifact spirit of the ruler's armor said. Lin Feng was overjoyed when the artifact spirit of the ruler's armor agreed to submit to him. He asked calmly, "What conditions do you want? Tell me, first. Before the great calamity arrives, I won't take the initiative to help you because I need to save my strength for when the great calamity arrives." The artifact spirit of the ruler's armor stated its first condition. Lin Feng nodded. No problem. I promise you. Secondly, you have to figure out how to use the sovereign's armor on your own. I won't take the initiative to teach you, because even if I know how to use it, I've figured it out on my own. Perhaps it's not the most correct method. Teaching it to you will only lead you astray. The artifact spirit of the sovereign's armor continued. Lin Feng said, "No problem. I like to work hard to find what I want. I don't want to rely on others to give me what I want." The artifact spirit continued, "Third, if your cultivation doesn't surpass the Emperor realm within 1,000 years, all ties between us will be severed." I don't need 1,000 years. I can surpass the Emperor realm. Lin Feng said with his hands clasped behind his back. How difficult was it to surpass the Emperor realm? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Lin Feng said it so confidently. Lin Feng's confidence seemed to originate from his bloodline, from his bones, and from his soul. In fact, Lin Feng's cultivation had improved so quickly over the years because of his hard work and other factors. It was also closely related to his strong self-confidence. Alright, since you've agreed, let's sign the contract now. The artifact spirit of the ruler's armor said. Then, a ray of holy light surged out from the ruler's armor. The holy light intertwined in midair, and one could vaguely see that the holy light had transformed into a page condensed from energy. On the page were the requirements of the ruler's armor. Look carefully at the contents. If there are no problems, we'll sign the soul contract. The artifact spirit of the ruler's armor said. Lin Feng looked at it once, then nodded and said, "No problem. We can sign the contract now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's soul power surged into the contract book. And a soul power also surged out from the ruler's armor. That soul power also surged into the contract book. When Lin Feng's soul power and the artifact spirit of the ruler's armor surged into the contract book at the same time, suddenly, Lin Feng felt it. He had a mysterious connection with the ruler's armor. Swish. The next moment, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng found that he had returned to reality from that illusory world. He was still sitting cross-legged, holding the jade talisman in his hand. Everything that had just happened was like a dream. However, this was not a dream, because after Lin Feng woke up, he found that he had indeed formed a mysterious connection with the ruler's armor. How is it? Did you get anything? Seeing Lin Feng open his eyes, Yu Simon asked with concern. She naturally hoped that Lin Feng would succeed. Because Lin Feng was her man. The stronger Lin Feng was. Yu Simon was even happier. Lin Feng smiled, then reached out and pointed at the ruler's armor. A ray of magic power surged into the ruler's armor. Buzz. The ruler's armor vibrated with a powerful aura, then the ruler's armor soared into the sky from the magma world. Then, it turned into a rune and flew into Lin Feng's dantian. The ruler's armor fused into his dantian. Lin Feng only needed to use his divine will to communicate with the sovereign's armor. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to leave. He planned to study the ruler's armor. When Yu Simon saw that Lin Feng had successfully refined the ruler's armor, she was incomparably happy. She asked excitedly, "Now that I've refined the ruler's armor, does that mean I can use it?" Lin Feng replied, "I'm afraid that I still can't activate the ruler's armor. If I want to activate this treasure, I'll need to comprehend some of the activation techniques recorded in this treasure." When she heard Lin Feng, Yu Simon said, "Then let's enter into closed-door cultivation here for a period of time, and it wouldn't be too late to leave once we're able to utilize the Overlord armor." Yu Simon was mainly worried that she would be surrounded by 3 Emperor Realm Masters if she left at this moment. Last time, he had managed to escape from the pursuit of 3 Emperor Realm Masters by sheer luck. However, if he were to encounter 3 Emperor Realm Masters again this time, these 3 Emperor Realm Masters would most likely be prepared, so it wouldn't be easy to escape from their hands again. Thus, Yu Simon wanted to wait until Lin Feng could control the ruler's armor before leaving. If he were to encounter 3 Emperor Realm Masters at this time, with Lin Feng's own strength and the extraordinary ruler's armor, it wasn't impossible for him to contend against 3 great emperors. Even if he couldn't defeat the 3 emperors, it shouldn't be difficult for him to leave this place. Yu Simon's thoughts coincided with Lin Feng's. In the following month, Lin Feng remained in seclusion. He was trying to figure out how to use the sovereign's armor. During this month, Lin Feng had gained some enlightenment. Although he couldn't completely control the ruler's armor, he was still able to control it. However, he was already able to control the ruler's armor. Lin Feng's hands were moving in a flurry of hand seals. All of the incantations entered the sovereign armor. After fusing with the incantations, the ruler's armor was activated. Swish! With a flash of light, the ruler's armor turned into a silver armor, completely enveloping Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an eternal immortal king. His aura was so powerful that it was suffocating. Furthermore, Lin Feng could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within the ruler's armor. He was able to borrow the terrifying energy contained within the sovereign's armor. Of course, this borrowing was not without a price. He wanted to borrow that powerful force. It would consume one's own magic power. And this kind of consumption was extremely serious. The more you gain in one aspect, the more you lose in the other. This was the law of conservation. It applies to this moment. Although the ruler's armor consumed a lot of magic power, Lin Feng was still very satisfied with it. This was because the ruler's armor was powerful enough. It could increase Lin Feng's combat strength in a short period of time. Swish! With a flash of light, Lin Feng put the ruler's armor into his body. Then, he looked at Yu Simon and said, "Let's go. Let's go rescue father-in-law." Yu Simon quickly nodded. These days, Yu Simon had been worried about her father. However, Yu Simon knew that she had to be strong enough to rescue her father. Or else, she would be courting death if she went. When the time came, not only would she not be able to save her father, but she and Lin Feng would also be sacrificed. Yu Simon naturally did not want to see such a thing happen. Now, Lin Feng could finally control the ruler's armor. Yu Simon saw the hope of rescuing her father. Yu Simon followed Lin Feng and flew outside. On the way, Yu Simon said, "Do you want to visit some of my father's other friends? I hope they can help. This way, we won't be alone." Lin Feng nodded. He naturally agreed with Yu Simon's suggestion. Although he had preliminary control of the ruler's armor, Lin Feng did not know how many experts the other party had. Therefore, if he could find some allies to rescue Supreme Venerable Myriad Star, the probability of success would also be much higher. The two of them quickly flew towards the starry sky world. However, the starry sky world was sealed. Lin Feng and Yu Simon were intercepted by someone. The ones who intercepted the two of them were cultivators from the Starry Sky Demon Snake Clan, the Star Refining Demon Swallowing Clan, and more than a dozen other forces. "Kid, we've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. If you want to live, hand over the Stone of Time. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to kill you," an expert said in an indifferent voice. "Let's do it." Lin Feng could not help but sneer. "Kill this kid." Hundreds of experts' voices were cold. Then, they attacked together and attacked Lin Feng. These people were already prepared. They had set up a killing array and even used hundreds of powerful magic treasures and an Emperor-level magic treasure to guard the array core. The killing array released a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. If it were any other cultivator facing the killing array set up by so many experts, they would probably feel despair. However, the killing array set up by these cultivators was not a problem for Lin Feng. In this world, there were probably not many cultivators who could be more powerful than Lin Feng in terms of array formation attainments. Therefore, in the face of the killing array's attack, Lin Feng easily found the flaws of the array. Lin Feng grabbed Yu Simon's hand and moved through the deployment spell. They dodged the attacks one after another, and then they successfully came out of the deployment spell. Slash. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand and a dense sword chi swept out. It slashed towards those cultivators. How can you rush out of the array so easily? Many cultivators cried out in disbelief. They could not believe their eyes. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to escape from the deadly deployment spell so easily. It was simply unbelievable. However, these cultivators quickly came back to their senses because Lin Feng's attack was already coming. They had no choice but to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. The dazzling sword chi instantly tore apart the divine abilities of the cultivators. Puchi! 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 Then, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard one after another. One cultivator's body was directly cut into two by Lin Feng's sword chi. In the end, they died tragically under Lin Feng's attack. Run! When the rest of the cultivators saw how terrifying Lin Feng was, how could they still have the courage to fight? They all fled in all directions. Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. As soon as his voice fell, he executed a sword blade storm. Endless sword chi formed a storm and swept towards the fleeing cultivators. The power of the sword blade storm was too tyrannical. It was simply shocking and moving. The escaping cultivators were all sucked into the sword blade storm. I don't want to die. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything. The cultivators who were sucked into the sword blade storm begged loudly. However, Lin Feng didn't care about these people's pleas at all. Lin Feng was very clear about that. Showing mercy to your enemies was the same as showing mercy to yourself. Therefore, he wouldn't pity these people. Puchi! 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 The sound of tearing continued. The cultivators who were sucked into the sword blade storm were directly killed. Their bodies were torn to pieces by the dense sword chi, and they all died tragically. After killing these cultivators, Lin Feng took their storage rings and magic treasures, and then quickly left. Some cultivators who were watching the show in the distance had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they saw Lin Feng easily kill hundreds of experts by himself. It was really too shocking. Anyone who saw this scene would probably not dare to believe it was real. I've only heard that this kid is extraordinary. He even snatched the stone of time from the hands of the three emperors. But at that time, I always thought that this kid was able to do this because he had some powerful treasures. At that time, he must have used those powerful treasures to snatch the stone of time. But now it seems that he didn't rely solely on those treasures. That kid's cultivation is really terrifying. At this time, a cultivator said. Yes. That guy's combat strength is terrifying. This can't be underestimated. However, it's said that the three emperors are now guarding the outer realm. It won't be easy to escape. We have to pray that we don't meet the three emperors. Otherwise, we'll still die. Then, another cultivator said. Many people began to talk about this matter. At this moment, Lin Feng and Yu Simon had already flown into the distance. However, it was not easy to escape. The news of Lin Feng's appearance quickly spread. After a short time, a Zundi cultivator caught up with Lin Feng. The Emperor Realm Master who had caught up with Lin Feng was none other than the Emperor Realm Master of 10,000 Kingdoms. You little bastard. Are you ready to die? The myriad countries' emperor stared coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with killing intent. Myriad kingdom emperors hated Lin Feng to the bone and wished that they could kill Lin Feng right now. Said Lin Feng indifferently. You think you can do it alone? You're overestimating yourself. Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the 10,000 Kingdoms Emperor's face was filled with killing intent. That was because Lin Feng was simply too arrogant. Although Lin Feng's battle prowess was frightening enough, Lin Feng was simply too arrogant. However, in front of an Emperor Realm Master, there was still a huge gap. Even if the Emperor of 10,000 countries was only a First Heaven Emperor Realm low-level Emperor. But that was still a venerable emperor. The supreme dignity of a venerable emperor could not be violated in any way. Brat, go to hell. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms Emperor's eyes were cold as he threw a palm at Lin Feng. In the void, a huge energy palm was formed. The energy palm gently shook the void. It was as if it could shatter 100,000 starry skies. The power of an Emperor Realm Master was terrifying. Step back. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng sent you Simon far away by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng communicated with the ruler's armor. Swish, a silver light flashed slightly. Then, Lin Feng's body was completely wrapped in silver light. At the same time, an unimaginably powerful and majestic mana surged into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's battle prowess. Rising steadily. In an instant, Lin Feng's battle prowess increased to a level that made ghosts and gods pale in comparison. Facing the attack of the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He threw a punch, and a fist light condensed and collided with the attack of the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. The attacks of both sides were annihilated. And Lin Feng and the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms both took 3 steps back. What kind of magic treasure is that? The eyes of the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms were fixed on the ruler's armor on Lin Feng's body. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that the reason why Lin Feng was able to display such terrifying battle prowess was greatly related to the ruler's armor. You want to know? Go to hell and ask the King of Hell. Lin Feng sneered, then jumped out and quickly flew towards the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. The ruler's armor provided Lin Feng with a terrifying power boost, and Lin Feng's battle prowess increased crazily. Just now, he was on par with the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. Now, Lin Feng decided to go all out. He wanted to see what level his battle prowess could reach after increasing it to the limit. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's mana began to circulate, and he directly used his trump card. This was the supreme Tao that Lin Feng created himself. A peerless great Tao. 10,000 Worlds Extermination. At this moment, the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms also used his trump card. This 10,000 Worlds Extermination was also an extremely terrifying divine ability. After this divine ability was used, it immediately evolved into an endless world. The power of Nirvana surged. Endless worlds were destroyed. This was the 10,000 Worlds Extermination. A divine ability that was so heaven-defying that it made people turn pale with shock. And the first collision between the two sides caused a huge commotion, attracting the surrounding cultivators. At this time, a cultivator said, "The cultivator wrapped in the silver armor is the kid who stole the Stone of Time. I just saw that this guy actually didn't die after colliding with the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. It's unbelievable. That silver armor is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. No matter how heaven-defying the treasure is, what's the use? How many times can you withstand an attack from an Empyrean realm powerhouse?" Then another cultivator said, "Although magic treasures are also a part of one's strength, the Emperor-level expert is too powerful. That kid can't be a match for the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms with just magic treasures. I guess that within 3 moves, that kid will be destroyed by the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms and then killed by the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms." The third cultivator continued. Many of the surrounding cultivators nodded. Obviously, those cultivators also felt that Lin Feng and the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms would meet. Only death awaited them. While everyone was discussing, Lin Feng and the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's attacks collided again. Under Lin Feng's control, the Supreme Reincarnation Fist exploded with its strongest power. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor's Nirvana world was also incomparably powerful. Both sides' divine abilities were extremely powerful. Bang! At this moment, the two of them collided. This was a peak confrontation, accompanied by a violent collision that shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if 2 rapidly rotating planets in the starry sky had collided. The sky and earth were spinning, and the earth was collapsing. It was shocking and horrifying. The starry sky collapsed and the stars shattered. It was as if doomsday had arrived, destroying everything. It was truly a peerless horror. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked and quickly dodged. The pressure from the collision between the two. It had already made the surrounding cultivators feel what despair was. Many people felt as if their lives no longer belonged to them. Fortunately, this was only a kind of spiritual pressure. However, they were not involved in this great battle. This was the only thing worth rejoicing about. If they were involved in this battle, many people felt that they would definitely die. There was no chance of survival at all. Pfft. Lin Feng and the Myriad Kingdom Emperor were in a stalemate for a very short time. Then, the Myriad Kingdom Emperor was sent flying by Lin Feng. In midair, the Myriad Kingdom Emperor could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. How is this possible? The Myriad Kingdom Emperor was actually injured. Oh my god, am I seeing things? An Emperor-level expert was actually injured. Isn't this too unbelievable? What we saw must be an illusion, right? Many cultivators who were watching the battle could not help but exclaim. They could not believe what they were seeing. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor. He was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. It was truly unbelievable. Many people even rubbed their eyes hard, trying to see if it was real. However, they realized that everything that happened in front of them was real. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor. He was really beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng, who was wearing the silver armor. It's that silver armor. Otherwise, that kid wouldn't have such strength. What kind of supreme treasure is that? He's actually so powerful? Many cultivators exclaimed as they stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng's sovereign armor. Endless greed burst out from many people's eyes. The silver armor was simply too tempting. In the eyes of many, Lin Feng could become so powerful after wearing the silver armor. In that case, if these people were to wear the silver armor, wouldn't they also become very powerful? Lin Feng already knew that many people would covet the ruler's armor after seeing it. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What a bunch of greedy and ignorant people. In this world, there weren't many people who could make the ruler's armor recognize them as its master. Lin Feng described his future to the Dominator's armor. The Dominator's armor was touched. Just now, it took the initiative to recognize him as its master. Who do these people think they are? Even many cultivators who had surpassed the Emperor realm were nothing in the ruler's armor's eyes, let alone others. He really overestimated himself. Lin Feng was like a peerless immortal king. He walked forward in the void, his eyes flashing with endless coldness. He walked step by step toward the Myriad Kingdom Emperor, his killing intent like the sea. Myriad Kingdom Emperor. Your cultivation is only SOSO. If you don't have any other means, today's starry sky world will be your burial ground. Lin Feng looked at the Myriad Kingdom Emperor indifferently. His eyes flashed with endless killing intent. Kid. Do you think you can kill me just by relying on a piece of armor to increase your combat strength in a short period of time? What a joke. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor's face couldn't help but contort. As an Emperor realm expert, he had just been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. It was simply a great humiliation. For the Myriad Kingdom Emperor, it was something he couldn't tolerate. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor had lived a glorious life. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Therefore, for Lin Feng, the Myriad Kingdom Emperor only had a deep killing intent. An expert of this level must have mastered a lot of methods. At this moment, the void around the Myriad Kingdom Emperor began to distort. Then, mysterious countries appeared one after another. Those were mysterious countries. In each country, there was an ancient god sitting cross-legged. 10,000 countries, 10,000 gods. Could it be, among the spectating cultivators, someone seemed to recognize the divine ability that the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had used? They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and their expressions became extremely serious. What is it? Many people asked curiously. They didn't know what kind of divine ability the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had used. However, from the shocked expression of the cultivator, they could tell that the divine ability the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had used must be very heaven-defying. The cultivator said, "Myriad Kingdom God, this is the legendary supreme technique passed down from a supreme existence in the era of titled gods. It's called a thought to create a country, Myriad God descends. Once this divine ability is used, it will definitely cause a terrifying power that can destroy the world. Just wait and see, this divine ability will definitely erupt with a terrifying destructive power that can shock one's heart." Is this divine ability really that powerful? A cultivator couldn't help but ask. Of course. This divine ability is so heaven-defying. The cultivator nodded and said. He was extremely confident in the divine ability that the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had used. Myriad kingdoms floated in the air. Myriad gods were born. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor stood in the center of the Myriad Kingdom God. He was like the creator of the world, powerful and immortal. High and mighty. Lowly ant, I'll let you have a taste of my supreme divine ability. To be able to die under the attack of my divine ability, even if you die, it won't be a loss. As soon as the Myriad Kingdom Emperor finished speaking, the Myriad Kingdom God rushed towards Lin Feng at the same time. That kid is dead for sure. Many of the spectating cultivators couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that Lin Feng would definitely die. It was impossible to resist such a terrifying attack from the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. My Dao is the Dao of supremacy. In this world, I am the supremacy, and my divine ability is invincible. Lin Feng looked at the 10,000 countries' great emperor indifferently. Then, he stepped forward and circulated his magic power. The divine ability formation formed by thousands of divine abilities in his body was also activated. Together, they supported Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist. In the face of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's attack, Lin Feng still used the supreme reincarnation fist, an unparalleled divine ability. However, Lin Feng's second move was even more powerful than the first. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision, the two sides collided again. Everyone saw that the Myriad Kingdom God formed by the Myriad Kingdom Emperor was destroyed by Lin Feng's punch. Then, Lin Feng's terrifying punch landed on the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's chest. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor was sent flying. Crack, crack. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms was heavily injured by Lin Feng's attack. The outcome of the battle had been decided. Many people were shocked. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms' powerful divine ability was actually broken by Lin Feng's divine ability. Now, everyone understood one thing. Even though the silver armor had increased Lin Feng's battle strength by a lot, it was still too weak. However, the silver armor's enhancement to Lin Feng was only part of the reason why Lin Feng's battle strength was so strong. The most fundamental reason was that Lin Feng's cultivation was strong enough. If Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't high enough, even with the silver armor, his battle strength would still be far from the terrifying battle strength that Lin Feng had displayed. No, 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 this is impossible. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms, who had been defeated by Lin Feng, could not help but roar loudly. He had even used his trump card. He could not even defeat a young cultivator like Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. Lin Feng looked at the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms with an indifferent expression. As he rushed towards the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms, he sneered and said, "Nothing is impossible. Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms, are you ready to die?" The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms' expression was extremely gloomy. As much as he did not want to admit it, but the truth was indisputable. Lin Feng was indeed too strong. It was not something he could contend against. When the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms saw Lin Feng rushing towards him, he said coldly, "Kid, don't be too happy. Our grudge will not end so easily. Just you wait, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms turned around and flew into the distance. He wanted to escape. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You think you can escape just because you want to? No one can save you today." Lin Feng quickly chased after him. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and he quickly caught up to the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. Lin Feng unleashed a devil ancestor holy fist at Myriad Kingdom Emperors. An ancient devil ancestor appeared behind Lin Feng. The ancient evil ancestor couldn't help but roar. Then, he charged toward Myriad Kingdom Emperor. The face of the Myriad Kingdom Emperors turned extremely ugly. Because Lin Feng's attack was too terrifying. He had no choice but to stop and defend against Lin Feng's attacks. Violent energy fluctuations surged out of Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body. Next, Myriad Kingdom Emperor used a divine ability called Blood Sea Waves. This mystique condensed a terrifying destructive power. It was a sea of blood. Then, it condensed and formed. That blood-red sea could shatter the void with just a slight tremor. The attacks from both sides were extremely powerful. But the 10,000 countries' great emperor's attacks were much weaker than Lin Feng's. The divine ability of the emperor of 10,000 kingdoms. It was directly broken by Lin Feng. Then, a destructive force blasted the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body. Myriad Kingdom Emperor was sent flying again. Wah! Myriad Kingdom Emperor vomited blood. His injuries became more and more serious. Is the Myriad Kingdom Emperor going to be killed? Many cultivators who were watching the battle said in shock. Emperor-level experts were different from cultivators of other realms. Existences of this level. Very few people died. If an Emperor Realm Master were to fall, then, at that time, it would definitely be earth-shattering news. And now, the result of the battle between Lin Feng and the Myriad Kingdom Emperor seemed to be irreversible. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. Now was the best time to kill the Myriad Kingdom Emperor in one go. If he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to kill the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. With a thought, flowers bloom, the sovereign descends to the world. Lin Feng used the supreme technique passed down by the mysterious Devil Lord. After this powerful divine ability was used, it exploded with a terrifying power that shook people's hearts. The demonic might was vast. It enveloped all directions. That terrifying aura. This caused countless people to be aghast. Many people felt that Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an immortal Devil Lord. Everyone's face. They were all deeply shocked. Who is he? Many people looked at Lin Feng, and they couldn't help but feel puzzled. So young. So powerful. Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng's background. Everyone was puzzled. But no one knew Lin Feng's specific background. Myriad Kingdom Emperor naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He quickly took out a powerful defensive magic treasure. This powerful magic treasure was a bronze shield. Its defense was extremely strong. Myriad Kingdom Emperor wanted to use the bronze shield to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! A violent collision sound was heard. Lin Feng's divine ability bombarded Myriad Kingdom Emperor's shield. Myriad Kingdom Emperor's shield was sent flying by Lin Feng's divine ability. Then Lin Feng's divine ability continued to bombard Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body. This time, Myriad Kingdom Emperor's injuries were even more serious. Half of his body was blasted apart. Myriad Kingdom Emperor, no one in the world can save you. Lin Feng's expression was cold, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He continued to attack Myriad Kingdom Emperor. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist was directly swung out. He punched out at the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. After feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, Myriad Kingdom Emperor's face couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. Myriad Kingdom Emperor was unwilling to die in Lin Feng's hands like this. Therefore, Myriad Kingdom Emperor hurriedly used his divine ability to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the two weapons collided. Lin Feng and Myriad Kingdom Emperor collided once again. After Myriad Kingdom Emperor's divine ability was broken by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's punch landed on Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body. This time, Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body directly exploded. It turned into a bloody mist. A mass of grayish-brown energy quickly flew into the distance. That mass of grayish-brown energy was the soul of Myriad Kingdom Emperor. Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul wanted to escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand. He charged towards Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to give you endless treasures. Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul begged. If his soul was destroyed, the Emperor of 10,000 kingdoms had completely vanished into thin air. Myriad Kingdom Emperor didn't want to die. So when faced with life and death, Myriad Kingdom Emperor threw away his dignity. But Lin Feng was indifferent. He had no intention of sparing Myriad Kingdom Emperor at all. Lin Feng directly suppressed Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul, and then began to search Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul. But at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the depths of Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul. That aura was truly terrifying to the extreme. It made Lin Feng feel a sense of shock. You actually killed Myriad Kingdom Emperor. Despicable ant, have you ever thought about how you will die? Then, an illusory shadow condensed. This illusory shadow was the existence that spoke to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He originally thought that the rise of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor was entirely due to his own means. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. There were also hidden experts behind the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. It was just that Lin Feng didn't know about it before. Perhaps many people had been deceived by the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. Not only did Lin Feng not know, many people didn't know. After this terrifying existence appeared, it directly locked onto Lin Feng's divine sense. Swish, the next moment. This terrifying existence appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Destroy your soul. I'll shatter your soul into nothingness. Only in this way can I vent the hatred in my heart. The terrifying existence said in an indifferent voice. He had transformed into the appearance of a cultivator. However, the cultivator that this existence had transformed into was surrounded by a layer of holy light. It was impossible to see what he looked like. Who are you? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice, wanting to find out the identity of the existence behind the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. This terrifying existence sneered and said, "How can a lowly ant be qualified to know this lord's identity? Go to hell now." As his voice faded, this terrifying existence began to attack Lin Feng. Boom! A powerful attack that could destroy heaven and earth instantly erupted. Those powerful attacks were all aimed at Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul entered the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Then, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp gently shook the void. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp swept out the light of Primal Chaos and blasted towards the attack of this terrifying creature. Bang, the two sides collided. Lin Feng's attack from the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and this terrifying existence's attack were both annihilated. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This terrifying existence was just a divine sense imprint. To be able to block the attack of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, it was truly peerless and terrifying. However, Lin Feng's attacks were not limited to the ancient Primal Chaos Lamp. The 5 great heavenly flames were also extremely damaging to the cultivator's souls. Lin Feng brought out the 5 great heavenly flames. He used the 5 great heavenly flames to form the 5 elemental heavenly fire great array and launched a fierce attack on the terrifying existence. Together with the help of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, that terrifying existence was suppressed by Lin Feng. Perhaps the one who will be destroyed today will be you. Not me. Now that I've destroyed your divine sense imprint, sooner or later, I'll kill your true self. Lin Feng stared coldly at the terrifying existence. His attacks became even more ferocious. Although that terrifying existence was incomparably powerful, it was only a divine sense brand after all. Facing so many powerful attacks from Lin Feng, he was suppressed to the point that he didn't have much power to fight back. After more than 10 consecutive waves of attacks, the body of this terrifying existence finally couldn't take it anymore. The sound of cracking could be heard. The terrifying existence's body began to crack apart. Damn it! The terrifying existence's expression was gloomy to the extreme. He originally thought that it would be quite easy to destroy Lin Feng's soul. But who would have thought that it would be so difficult to destroy Lin Feng's soul? Lin Feng's soul was really too powerful. Moreover, he also had a powerful life source magic treasure. Plus the 5 great heavenly flames. They had never seen such a monstrous cultivator. Lin Feng's cultivation level was so high that he could defy the laws of the universe. Lin Feng made him feel a little wary. But more than that, there was a dense killing intent. Boy! I'll remember you. Quietly wait for the arrival of death. When this lord's true self appears, you will know that in front of this lord, you are simply an ant and a dog. You don't even have the qualifications to make this lord attack. This lord can destroy you millions of times with just a glance. This terrifying existence said coldly, glancing sideways at Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. As far as he was concerned, killing Lin Feng was a piece of cake. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're about to die and yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. What a joke." The attacks of the chaotic ancient lamp and the 5 great heavenly flames became more and more violent. This terrifying existence was suppressed to the extreme. At this time, Lin Feng's soul turned into Luya's star-observing map and flew out. In an instant, he flew to the front of this terrifying existence. He swept across the void gently. Poochie. A tearing sound suddenly came out. The body of that terrifying existence was instantly torn into two halves by Luya's star-observing map transformed by Lin Feng. Then, Luya's star-observing map transformed by Lin Feng suddenly shook. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The body of that terrifying existence directly exploded. After destroying that terrifying existence, Lin Feng let out a long breath. At this time, Lin Feng came back to his senses and found that the soul of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had been destroyed. The idea of exploring the secret of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor was completely ruined. He put away the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's origin and storage ring, and then quickly left with Simon. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor is dead. That kid actually killed the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. That's too terrifying. Even with the help of that armor, it's absolutely impossible to increase his combat strength like that. It seems that the kid's combat strength is unimaginable. Ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators can't provoke that kid. Otherwise, only death awaits. As for us, let's just watch the show. Yeah. If you have any ideas about that kid, you'll definitely end up the same as the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. After Lin Feng left, many cultivators who were watching the battle from afar began to discuss, and everyone's faces were filled with deep shock. Lin Feng's strength had completely shocked these cultivators. Now, these cultivators were emboldened. These cultivators did not dare to attack Lin Feng. By the time Emperor Taigon and the leader of the demonic bandits arrived, Lin Feng and Simon had been gone for a long time. The two emperors learned what happened from the cultivators who were watching the battle. Their expressions couldn't help but become solemn. But soon, their killing intent became awe-inspiring, and their eyes were filled with endless greed. The silver armor Lin Feng was wearing was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng's battle prowess had increased by so much when he had put on that silver armor. Then, what if they wore it? How much would their combat strength increase? Just thinking about it made the two emperors extremely excited. The two emperors quickly left, and then they each issued a new Starry Sky wanted order, ordering Lin Feng to be wanted in the entire Starry Sky world. The news that Lin Feng had killed the Myriad Kingdom Emperor quickly spread, and this matter was spread within the surrounding dozens of star fields. This matter immediately caused a huge uproar. Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. They were all guessing Lin Feng's identity. In the Starry Sky world, the news of the Myriad country's supreme emperor being killed was still spreading among the major star fields and the major forces. After all, a supreme emperor was killed in the end. Moreover, he was killed by a young human cultivator. It was impossible for this matter not to attract attention. Soon, the news began to spread among the surrounding dozens of star fields. This news was about Lin Feng's background. This kid is called Lin Feng. He's a cultivator from the human clan of the 9 regions. After this news spread, it caused even greater waves. The 9 regions. It was a great world where countless forces had long declined. It was not until the myriad races and other forces invaded the 9 regions that everyone had a new understanding of the strength of the 9 regions. However, the decline of the human clan of the 9 regions was an indisputable fact. Although there were few old immortals in the human clan of the 9 regions. However, among the younger generation, there was almost a gap, and it was difficult to produce a top master. Lin Feng's reputation had spread among the 5 or 6 star fields outside the 9 regions' great world. However, in the vast Starry Sky world, there were too few people who had heard of Lin Feng. At first, I thought this kid came from some major force, so I had always been afraid of him and didn't dare to attack him. But now, it seems that there's no need to worry. This kid came from the 9 regions. Although there are top masters in the 9 regions, it seems that those top masters can't leave the 9 regions at will. We don't need to be afraid at all. If we kill Lin Feng, we'll really be rich. This kid has too many good things on him. It's time to kill him. Otherwise, when he completely grows up, it won't be easy to kill him. Some of the top masters looked indifferent and wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was powerful. However, he was still too young. In addition, Lin Feng's combat strength was partly enhanced by the ruler's armor, so he was not taken seriously by the high-level Emperor Realm cultivators or even cultivators beyond the Emperor Realm. The things Lin Feng had were enough for countless people to covet. The major forces were still looking for Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not shrink back. The path of supremacy. It was to step on the bones of countless enemies and become an invincible expert. Lin Feng was besieged several times in the starry sky world. Every time, hundreds of people attacked together. But Lin Feng was very calm. Furthermore, he attacked mercilessly, using his own combat prowess and the great desolate demon refining bugs. Several waves of cultivators besieging him were completely annihilated. After the news spread, many people were shocked. Some of the top forces discovered that wanting to kill Lin Feng really wasn't an easy matter. Lin Feng's methods were too shocking. If the various forces wanted to kill Lin Feng, they would probably have to pay an extremely heavy price. Many of the forces there grew much quieter. They no longer sent out a large number of cultivators to besiege Lin Feng. However, the other side had sent out 6 Emperor Realm Masters. The top forces that had attacked Lin Feng wanted to use these top experts to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He fought with the 6 Emperor Realm Masters. He sent Yu Simon into the mountain and river ring. This way, there would be no worries during the battle. Lin Feng wore the ruler's armor and fought a bloody battle. Fortunately, the ruler's armor's defensive power was amazing. Even if the 6 Emperor Realm Masters joined forces, they could not break Lin Feng's ruler's armor. Therefore, this supreme treasure played an extremely crucial role. This battle was very difficult. Lin Feng tore an opening and finally left successfully. Lin Feng's every move attracted the attention of countless cultivators. The news of him fighting 6 Emperor Realm Masters by himself quickly spread and shocked many star fields. Ancestor Wu Fan. I will destroy your sect. Lin Feng said coldly. Ancestor Wu Fan came from the Common Witch Star Field and was the field master of the Common Witch Star Field. 5th heaven of the Emperor Realm. Very powerful. This person was one of the 6 Emperor Realm Masters who besieged Lin Feng. Moreover, his original body was a golden crow. Lin Feng did not like Qinwu people, so he decided that the first person he would deal with was Ancestor Wu Fan. Lin Feng came to the Common Witch Star. This was the place where Ancestor Wu Fan's family resided, Common Witch Star. Looking Dragon City. People came and went and it was very lively. Lin Feng arrived wearing the ruler's armor. Look, the cultivator in the silver armor is here. Is that the cultivator who was besieged by the 6 Emperor Realm Masters? Someone saw Lin Feng and could not help but exclaim. The 6 Emperor Realm Masters besieged Lin Feng, but Lin Feng successfully escaped. For the 6 Emperor Realm Masters, this was a great humiliation. However, for others, this matter was too shocking. It was like a legend. Now, Lin Feng actually came to the place where Ancestor Wu Fan's family resided. This surprised many people. What did Lin Feng want to do here? The ancestor is not here, but Lin Feng came to Looking Dragon Star. Quickly activate the array. Ancestor Wu Fan's family was in chaos. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng fought against so many great forces alone and killed countless cultivators who besieged him. He was like a devil incarnate. Now that Lin Feng came, he must be targeting Ancestor Wu Fan's family. Wang. In the depths of Looking Dragon City, Ancestor Wu Fan's huge family mansion was completely enveloped by a defensive barrier. Lin Feng is too scary. He can intimidate a family that rules a region. Many people could not help but take a deep breath and say. Ancestor Wu Fan's surname was Murong, which was a compound surname. Therefore, Ancestor Wu Fan's family was called the Murong family. Many people also liked to call Ancestor Wu Fan's family Murong family. Originally, it was very lively outside the Murong family mansion. Many people would come to visit every day. Now, it was deserted. Around. A large number of cultivators had gathered, ready to watch the battle. Lin Feng wore the ruler's armor and walked towards the Murong family mansion step by step. Lin Feng. You'd better retreat. Otherwise, we don't mind activating the array to kill you. A cold voice came from the Murong family mansion. The Morong family had an extremely powerful ancient array, but it was very difficult to activate. However, once it was activated, its power was boundless. The other party wanted to use this to intimidate Lin Feng and make Lin Feng leave. Lin Feng, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but I'm not someone who's afraid of trouble. If you want to kill me and snatch my treasure, you have to be prepared to pay a heavy price. Today, I will definitely destroy the Morong family. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't stop and continued to walk towards the Morong family. Many people were shocked and felt that Lin Feng was extremely domineering. A powerful force that ruled a region, in front of Lin Feng, seemed to be able to be destroyed by Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng dared to say such a thing. Lin Feng's arrogance seemed to come from his bones. However, now, no one thought that Lin Feng was arrogant. Many people felt that what Lin Feng said was a matter of course. Countless cultivators thought so because Lin Feng's combat strength was too strong. Waves of experts besieging Lin Feng, including many great emperor-level experts, fell one after another when they besieged Lin Feng. In addition, 6 great emperor-level experts besieged Lin Feng, but Lin Feng successfully escaped. Many things showed how terrifying Lin Feng was at this moment. With Lin Feng's combat strength, it was not impossible for him to destroy the Morong clan if he went all out. Since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. Seeing Lin Feng constantly approaching, the experts of the Morong clan could not help but shout coldly. They were completely filled with killing intent. Buzz. Then, violent fluctuations swept through heaven and earth. Lines of emperor-level inscriptions intertwined in the void. A powerful formation, one that contained emperor runes, was in the midst of brewing. I heard that the Morong clan's ancestor was an emperor-level expert in the past. These great formations should be left behind by that emperor-level expert. A cultivator said, talking about some things that happened in the Morong clan in the past and the experts that appeared. Emperor-level experts were naturally terrifying. They were only one step away from surpassing the emperor realm. Now that cultivation had declined, experts of this level were very rare. In fact, even in the golden age of cultivation, emperor-level experts were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. The great formations set up by experts of this level were naturally extremely terrifying. Many of the great killing formations contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The most terrifying ones were the emperor-level inscriptions set up by emperor-level experts. Those distorted emperor-level inscriptions contained unimaginable power. Once the emperor-level inscriptions were activated, they could often play the role of reversing the battle. Now, the Morong clan activated the ultimate killing formation passed down by the sovereign master. The densely packed emperor runes intertwined and shot towards Lin Feng. A sovereign lord-level formation is unleashing its power. I wonder if Lin Feng can withstand such a powerful attack. A cultivator couldn't help but ask. He wasn't sure if Lin Feng could withstand such a terrifying attack. Countless cultivators stared at Lin Feng. They were waiting for Lin Feng to make his next move. Boom! When the densely packed emperor runes were about to bombard Lin Feng, everyone saw a terrifying aura surge out of Lin Feng's body. Then, Lin Feng leaped out. In the void. With a light slash. Puff, a tearing sound rang out. The emperor rune left behind by an emperor lord was actually torn apart by Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had only torn a few emperor runes, it was enough for him to escape. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared in the Morong clan's mansion. Heavens, the formation is broken. Isn't this too simple? How did Lin Feng break such a terrifying formation? Countless cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Although the Morong clan's emperor lord level formation was no longer as powerful as before due to the passage of time, it was still an emperor lord level formation. However, an emperor lord level formation was still an emperor lord level formation. Even though its power had decreased significantly, it was still extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Lin Feng was, facing such a terrifying formation, there should be an intense battle, right? After this battle, whether or not the formation would be separated would be a matter for the future. However, the reality was completely different from what everyone had imagined. Lin Feng had easily broken the Morong clan's formation. It was truly inconceivable. Seeing Lin Feng hovering above the mansion, the Morong clan's cultivators had extremely ugly expressions. Let's start by destroying the Morong clan. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and slammed it toward the Morong clan. In the void, a huge palm that could cover the sky condensed and enveloped the entire Morong clan. That huge energy palm emitted a terrifying pressure that made people suffocate. When many people saw the huge energy palm, their souls couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Feng. Do you really want to kill us all? Why don't we each take a step back and let the world be clear? An expert from the Morong clan said. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Even at that moment, the people of the Morong clan still had the impression that they were arrogant. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. The Morong clan's people were too arrogant. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let the Morong clan's people go. Right now, he needed to establish his might. The best way to establish his might in the universe was to destroy the other party's forces. Only then would he be able to intimidate the other forces. At the same time, he would establish his own supreme might. Destroy. Lin Feng spat out a word coldly. Then, the energy palm that he condensed directly descended from the sky and slammed toward the Morong clan's mansion. Kill. Fight it out with him. Many experts from the Morong clan soared into the sky. There were even great Emperor realm experts who attacked. These people wanted to join forces to fight against Lin Feng, but they couldn't do it at all. Lin Feng's attack was too terrifying. The powerful energy palm slammed down. Immediately, one by one, the cultivators were directly killed in the void. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then, the energy palm that Lin Feng condensed directly destroyed the Morong clan. Countless people from the Morong clan were killed. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't look at the Morong clan that had already turned into ruins. It was difficult for cultivators to survive. If they wanted to survive, they had to be decisive. Otherwise, everyone would think that they were easy to bully. When the time came, there would be countless troubles. The path of a supreme being was definitely filled with thorns and dangers. This path was also destined to be filled with countless corpses. Lin Feng couldn't retreat. Otherwise, only death would await him. Soon, Lin Feng left. The news of the Morong clan's annihilation quickly spread. Ancestor Wu Fan was still outside searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. When he heard that his clan was actually annihilated by Lin Feng, he was immediately enraged and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng. You vicious and merciless little bastard. I will definitely cut you into pieces. Ancestor Wu Fan said with killing intent. Lin Feng replied coldly, this is just the beginning. I will first annihilate your clan. Soon, you will follow in their footsteps. After Lin Feng's words spread, it could be said that it caused a huge wave. Lin Feng was simply too arrogant, too arrogant. The 6 emperors besieging Lin Feng were Ancestor Wu Fan, the leader of the evil demon bandit group, Emperor Taigon, Emperor Yuan Feng, Emperor Thousand Transformations, and Lady Bai Ling. Evil Demon Star. The evil demon bandit group's headquarters. This was where the evil demon bandit group was entrenched. The evil demon bandit group was not a terrifying existence that any force dared to provoke. This force was too powerful, with countless experts. Of course, the most important thing was that this force had an Emperor realm expert overseeing it. Therefore, the evil demon bandit group was a terrifying existence that not many people dared to provoke in the starry sky world. Lin Feng crossed 24 star fields and arrived at the evil demon bandit group's headquarters. Since he had already made his move, Lin Feng wanted to kill to his heart's content. The evil demon star was enveloped by a powerful restriction. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed out. Puff, the sound of something tearing suddenly rang out. The evil demon star's restriction was destroyed by Lin Feng's black dragon sword, and then Lin Feng entered the evil demon star. The silver armor had almost become Lin Feng's symbol. When they saw the cultivator wearing the silver armor arrive, the expressions of the evil demon bandit group's cultivators changed drastically. They had naturally heard of Lin Feng's name long ago. They had even heard of the Morong family, where ancestor Wu Fan was from, being destroyed by Lin Feng. But, the evil demon bandit group still did not view Lin Feng as a threat. Because, the evil demon bandit group's evil demon star was too far away from the star field where ancestor Wu Fan was. No one thought that Lin Feng would cross the star field to come here. But, no one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually cross the star field to come here. Lin Feng stood in the void, one bomb after another bombarding the evil demon bandit group's cultivators in the ancient city below. The evil demon bandit group had built a huge ancient city, where the elites of the evil demon bandit group were gathered. A large number of cultivators soared into the sky. But it was useless. No one was a match for Lin Feng. Just as the experts of the evil devil bandits rushed into the air, their flesh exploded, and they died on the spot. Many great emperors also rushed out. There were even 2 imperial emperors among them. However, these great emperors were no match for Lin Feng. God emperors and immortal emperors were easily killed by Lin Feng. He had converted 2 imperial emperor-level experts and made them his slaves. The 2 sovereign emperors that Lin Feng had converted helped Lin Feng deal with the cultivators from the fiend bandit group. It was a bloody massacre. The evil devil star was destroyed. The evil demon bandits were destroyed. Su Tian. Su Sen. Bring me to the treasury. Lin Feng looked at Su Tian and Su Senator. These 2 were originally the vice-captains of the evil demon bandits. Moreover, the 2 of them were biological brothers. But now, he had become Lin Feng's servant. One of them was at the 5th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. The other was at the 7th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. His combat strength was extremely tyrannical, but he was no match for Lin Feng at all. Of course. A portion of the elite experts of the evil demon bandits had followed the captain of the evil demon bandits out and were not on the evil devil star. Therefore, there were still some remaining forces of the evil demon bandits. Lin Feng planned to find an opportunity to destroy those people in the future. Master, please follow us. The Su brothers hurriedly said. Lin Feng nodded and followed behind the Su brothers towards the treasury built by the evil demon bandits. The treasury of the evil demon bandits. It was incomparably huge. The laws of space were used here, and there were endless treasures piled up. Su Tian said, no one knows how many things are piled up in this place. Most of them were looted, and some of them were found by chance in some cave mansions and obtained from those cave mansions. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the various treasures piled up together. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Over the years, Lin Feng had collected countless treasures, but compared to the treasures collected by the evil demon bandits, they paled in comparison. There are so many treasures, but you don't even look at them. Why do you keep robbing and killing cultivators and merchant ships? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He didn't understand what these bandits were thinking. With so many treasures, wouldn't it be better to exchange them for cultivation resources and find a place to cultivate? However, this was not the case for the evil demon bandits. With so many treasures piled up, the upper echelons of the evil demon bandits rarely looked through the treasures. It was unknown how many treasures they had obtained. Then, they continued to burn, kill, and rob. Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with these people's heads. Susan said, Master, when we first formed the bandit group, we were very excited when we robbed all kinds of treasures. However, as time went by, we saw too many treasures. Unless it was a treasure that defied the natural order, very few treasures could excite us. We continued to rob these treasures, not because we liked them, but because we had formed a morbid habit. We wanted to practice hard, but we couldn't. We just wanted to rob and kill. If we didn't do these things, we would feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't help but think of many people who drank too much. Those people. Because they were addicted to alcohol. If they were forced to stop drinking, it would be worse than killing them. These bandits used the same principle to kill and rob. They had formed a kind of psychological and physical dependence. If they didn't do these things, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Feng looked at the pile of treasures. Perhaps there were some amazing things here, but these treasures had been piled up for too long. It was not an easy task to find the real treasures. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the dragon rabbit to help him. Lin Feng summoned the dragon rabbit. "Little guy, find the most precious treasure here for me." Lin Feng gave the order to the dragon rabbit. Squeak squeak squeak, the dragon rabbit waved its little claws and called out to Lin Feng. The little guy looked very excited. It had been a while since Lin Feng summoned it. This made the dragon rabbit very disappointed. It felt that Lin Feng didn't need it anymore. Now that it could help Lin Feng do things, the dragon rabbit was very happy and motivated. The little guy quickly plunged into the endless treasures. Not long after, the little guy rushed out with a white jade box in its mouth. Then, the little guy handed the white jade box to Lin Feng. "What's this?" Lin Feng was shocked. He opened the white jade box and saw a 7-colored divine flower lying in it. Lin Feng didn't know the origin of this 7-colored divine flower. Rainbow holy flower. What's the use of this thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The demon lord was very knowledgeable. What kind of treasure had he not seen before? However, this treasure seemed to have surprised the demon lord. From this, it could be seen that this treasure was definitely extraordinary. The demon lord said, "This is a treasure that was born in the Essence Soul Great World." This treasure was very rare in the Essence Soul Great World. Later on, the Essence Soul Great World was destroyed. From then on, the Rainbow Holy Flower lost its habitat. Therefore, it's basically impossible to see this thing now. The Rainbow Holy Flower's use is also extremely shocking. It can allow a cultivator to form a new primordial spirit. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, Lin Feng had a main primordial spirit. 3 main primordial spirits. He could do 4 things at once. If he could cultivate another primordial spirit, he would be able to do 5 things at once. Now that he knew the use of the Rainbow Holy Flower, Lin Feng was ecstatic. Of course, now was not the time to refine the Rainbow Holy Flower. Lin Feng kept the Rainbow Holy Flower in his mountain river ring. He continued to wait for the dragon rabbit to find a powerful treasure for him. Whoosh! Not long after, the dragon rabbit rushed out again. This time, the dragon rabbit was holding something in its mouth. This time, the dragon rabbit took out a yellow Tao scripture. The dragon rabbit handed the Tao scripture to Lin Feng. Then, it continued to rush into the treasure mountain to find other treasures. Lin Feng opened the Tao scripture and started to read it. This Tao scripture was written in divine text. However, the divine text was severely missing. The Tao scripture was too old. Therefore, many of the words were extremely blurry. Lin Feng carefully read the parts of the Tao scripture that he could still recognize. Lin Feng was shocked to find that this Tao scripture was actually related to the orthodoxy of an earthly emperor. The human race started from the first earthly emperor. There were 9 earthly emperors. 9 earthly emperors. They were all extremely terrifying. The 9 earthly emperors created the Emperor Brush. The 9th earthly emperor had forged the Earth Emperor's book. The Earth Emperor's book was an extremely terrifying treasure. The Emperor Brush represented the orthodox Tao of the human race. In that case, the Earth Emperor's book represented virtue. It represented the great Tao of earth. Heaven and earth. Since there was the great Tao of heaven, naturally, there was also the great Tao of earth. However, regardless of whether it was the great Tao of heaven or the great Tao of earth, they all represented the orthodoxy of heaven and earth, the supreme great Tao. Mysterious and unfathomable. The Tao scriptures are related to the Emperor of Earth, but the Tao scriptures are incomplete and the most important parts are missing. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He vaguely felt that this Taoist scripture was hiding some other secrets. However, if he wanted to know the secrets hidden in the sutra, he would have to know. He needed to comprehend it. Lin Feng put away the Taoist scripture related to the earthly sovereign. I'll study it when I have time in the future. Perhaps he might be able to discover something profound about it. If he could find the orthodoxy of the earthly sovereign. Or perhaps he could find the Earth Emperor's book. For Lin Feng, this was definitely a huge help. Of course, Lin Feng was also very clear. This kind of thing could only be encountered by chance. At this time, the dragon rabbit flew out again, just like the previous 2 times. This time, the dragon rabbit also took out something from its mouth. This time, what the dragon rabbit brought out was actually a jade tube. Lin Feng took the jade tube that the dragon rabbit handed to him. Then, the dragon rabbit squeaked. And it kept waving its little claws and gesturing something to Lin Feng. This was the dragon rabbit's body language. Ordinary people might not understand it. But Lin Feng had been with the dragon rabbit for many years. Therefore, it was easy for him to recognize what the dragon rabbit's body language was trying to express. You're saying that there are many cultivation divine powers imprinted in this? Lin Feng looked at the dragon rabbit and asked curiously. The dragon rabbit immediately nodded. Lin Feng could not help but feel shocked. This jade tube actually recorded the cultivation method of divine powers. It was just that he did not know what kind of divine powers were recorded in the jade tube. The various divine powers naturally had different values. And at the current stage, what Lin Feng wanted the most was the 3,000 Great Tao. Because the 3,000 Great Tao were too important to Lin Feng. Before becoming an emperor, Lin Feng wanted to collect all the 3,000 Great Tao as much as possible. Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded the jade tube. Instantly, Lin Feng felt as if he had arrived in a boundless world. In this boundless world, there were stars floating in midair. Those stars were of different sizes, and the power that lingered around them was also different. Divine power stars. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The cultivator who forged the jade tube was definitely extremely extraordinary. Or else, it was impossible to evolve the divine powers into the appearance of stars. One had to know. Even the current Lin Feng was far from being able to do this. Lin Feng began to explore the stars one by one. His divine sense probed the first star. He discovered that the divine powers recorded in this star was a divine powers called Destructive Demon Fist. Lin Feng began to explore the stars one by one. He immediately discovered the divine powers recorded in these stars were very diverse. However, many of the divine powers were extremely powerful. There were even a few immortal techniques recorded. Other than that, there were also many records of the 3,000 Great Tao. However, Lin Feng had already cultivated a lot of the 3,000 Great Tao. So, Lin Feng had already cultivated many of the 3,000 Great Tao recorded in the jade tube. Of course, there were also 3,000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had never cultivated. There were a total of 50 of these 3,000 Great Tao. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. Any of the 3,000 Great Tao was precious. Not to mention that he had obtained a total of 53,000 Great Tao this time. At this moment, the dragon rabbit flew out again. Then, the dragon rabbit bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It looked rather anxious as it said something. The dragon rabbit seemed to have seen something unbelievable. So it asked Lin Feng to go over and take a look. Lin Feng couldn't help but be very shocked. He didn't know what it was that made this little guy not dare to bring that thing over. There was even a terrified expression in the little fellow's eyes. This made Lin Feng even more curious. Lin Feng let the dragon rabbit lead the way. Then, he followed behind the dragon rabbit and flew into the treasure vault. The Su brothers followed closely behind. Because the treasure vault contained the spatial laws. Therefore, the area was extremely huge. They flew for more than 10 miles. They arrived at that place just now. The place where Lin Feng and the others arrived at had a large number of immortal stones piled up. Those immortal stones were piled up into a mountain peak. Now, the mountain peak that was piled up with immortal stones cracked. A black hole appeared. The dragon rabbit was the first to enter the black hole. Then, Lin Feng and the Su brothers also followed the dragon rabbit inside. There was a cave at the bottom of the immortal stone mountain peak. Inside the cave, there was a huge immortal stone. The immortal stone was translucent. Inside the immortal stone. What's that thing? Lin Feng looked at the immortal stone in surprise. That immortal stone was extraordinary. A mysterious power was emitted from the immortal stone. The thing sealed inside the immortal stone was very mysterious. He didn't know what it was. Lin Feng wanted to take a closer look at that thing. However, that thing was very blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. However, the fact that the dragon rabbit brought Lin Feng here was enough to show that that thing was extraordinary. Only extremely shocking things could attract the attention of the dragon rabbit. Ordinary treasures couldn't attract the dragon rabbit's attention at all. However, Lin Feng didn't know what that treasure was. He came to the side of the immortal stone and studied it carefully. He found that the immortal stone was covered with mysterious runes. Each of the runes emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. Under the contrast of those runes, the entire immortal stone looked like a coffin. However, Lin Feng had never seen a coffin made of immortal stone. However, Lin Feng soon discovered something new. He vaguely felt a trace of life aura from the immortal stone. Although that feeling was very weak, he felt it after all. Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. He suddenly had a different idea. Could it be that the immortal stone was nurturing a terrifying creature? Strictly speaking, immortal stones were also a type of stone. Therefore, it was possible for immortal stones to nurture some terrifying creatures. As for a high-grade stone like an immortal stone, if some terrifying existences were to be born, it would be an extremely shocking matter. Maybe I can break open the immortal stone and see if it's a living creature that's nurtured inside. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He tried to break open the immortal stone. However, after several attempts, he failed. Lin Feng frowned. The immortal stone was indeed extraordinary. It really wasn't an easy task to break open the immortal stone. However, Lin Feng didn't want to give up because he felt that after opening this immortal stone, there should be a shocking discovery. What was sealed inside the immortal stone? It would definitely be earth-shattering and shocking. Since he couldn't break the immortal stone for the time being, Lin Feng planned to collect the immortal stones. He would find a chance to break open the immortal stone in the future. After leaving the cave, the dragon rabbit continued to search for other treasures. However, there were not many treasures that could catch the dragon rabbit's eye. In the end, the dragon rabbit did not find any other treasures. Lin Feng allowed the dragon rabbit to return to the mountain river ring. Following which, he began to move the various treasures from the treasury into his own mountain river ring. A large number of treasures entered Lin Feng's mountain river ring. After emptying the evil demon bandit's treasury, Lin Feng quickly left. The news of the destruction of the demonic bandit group's headquarters quickly spread out, causing an even greater shock. This was because the evil demon bandits were a much more powerful force than the Murong family. Now, they had been destroyed. The news has been confirmed. The evil demon bandits were destroyed by Lin Feng. Soon, the news spread that the evil demon bandits were also destroyed by Lin Feng. This news caused a huge shock. Lin Feng had first killed 10,000 emperors, then destroyed the Murong family and the evil demon bandits. This was the most direct way for Lin Feng to respond to the 6 emperors. News of Lin Feng's decisiveness quickly spread through the dozens of star fields. Countless people were very wary of him. At this time, the 6 emperors were divided. The Murong family and the evil demon bandits were destroyed by Lin Feng one after another. Therefore, old ancestor Wu Fan, the leader of the evil demon bandits, and Lin Feng's relationship was completely irreconcilable. There was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. However, the other 4 emperors did not have such a deep grudge with Lin Feng. Now, they saw how terrifying Lin Feng's methods were. Therefore, they could not help but be very worried that the forces behind them would be destroyed by Lin Feng. We withdraw. We will no longer participate in this matter. The other 4 emperors spoke one after another. They did not want to continue to participate in the encirclement of Lin Feng. Even Emperor Taigon also spoke out. Previously, Lin Feng had stolen the time stone. Emperor Taigon hated Lin Feng to the bone and wanted to kill Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. Emperor Taigon was also afraid. Therefore, he wanted to take the initiative to ask for peace. The 4 emperors took the initiative to ask for peace. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar in the starry sky world. After all, emperors were lofty existences. They were incomparably powerful and looked down on all living beings. Any emperor realm master was a lofty existence. But now, 4 emperors were compromising with a young human cultivator at the same time. It was really unbelievable. Normally, if people heard about this matter, they would not believe it at all. However, now that it had happened in front of their eyes, they could not help but believe it. Don't you think it's too late to compromise now? However, this young master will give you a chance. If each of you contribute at least 100 types of the 3,000 great Daos that I have never cultivated, I will let bygones be bygones. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He directly threatened the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors were almost angered to death by Lin Feng. Countless cultivators in the starry sky world were shocked. Lin Feng dared to threaten the 4 emperors. Did he want to fight to the death with the 4 emperors? However, these cultivators in the outside world did not know that although the 4 emperors were angered to death by Lin Feng, they did not reject Lin Feng's proposal. Of course, the 4 emperors chose another way to ease the relationship between the two sides with Lin Feng. This way was negotiation. Lin Feng also knew that it was simply impossible to collect 100 types of the 3,000 great Daos that he had never cultivated from the 4 emperors. After all, now, Lin Feng had cultivated a total of 2,400 types of the 3,000 great Daos. And he still had 51 types of the 3,000 great Daos that he had not cultivated. Even though the 4 emperors had mastered many of the 3,000 great Daos, many of them should have overlapped with the 3,000 great Daos that Lin Feng had cultivated. In the end, the 4 emperors had collected 59 types of the 3,000 great Daos. Lin Feng had never cultivated these 59 types of the 3,000 great Daos. Including the 51 types of the 3,000 great Daos that he had not cultivated before, plus the 2,400 types of the 3,000 great Daos that he had successfully cultivated. Lin Feng had obtained a total of 2,510 types of the 3,000 great Daos. The grudge between Lin Feng and the 4 emperors had come to an end, and the leader of the demonic bandits and ancestor Wu Fan did not make any moves. No one knew what they were thinking. Rescuing Yu Simon's father was an urgent matter. Now, Lin Feng was also worried that his father-in-law would be killed by those people. This time, Lin Feng and Yu Simon were going to a place called the Lone Wolf Star Zone. The Lone Wolf Star Zone's domain master was said to be a star demon wolf, known as the Lone Wolf Emperor. He was very powerful. In the past, Yu Simon's father went out to train when he was young and met this terrifying existence. For many years after that, Yu Simon's father and the Lone Wolf Emperor maintained a very close relationship. Of course, the Lone Wolf Sovereign wasn't the one who had the best relationship with Yu Simon's father. But there was nothing they could do. The other powerhouses were not willing to get involved in this muddy water at all. As for the Myriad Kingdom Emperor, he chased after Lin Feng and Yu Simon all the way. People's hearts were unpredictable. The friends made when they were noble often had not experienced any trials. Therefore, once something happened, they would often stand by and watch, or even cut off all ties. And the best relationships were often those made when they went through life and death together or when they were in the early stages of cultivation. Yu Simon did not know if the Lone Wolf Emperor would coldly and heartlessly reject her like the previous Emperor-level powerhouses. But now, Yu Simon had no other choice. On the way, Lin Feng was comprehending the 3,000 great Daos he had obtained. These 3,000 great Daos might be very difficult for others to cultivate, but for Lin Feng, it was extremely simple. Of course, with so many 3,000 great Daos, it would take some time to cultivate them all. When Lin Feng and Yu Simon arrived at the Lone Wolf Star Zone, Lin Feng had only just cultivated a dozen or so of the 3,000 great Daos. Of course, it took more than a month to cultivate so many of the 3,000 great Daos. It was already extremely difficult. Lin Feng and Yu Simon landed on the Lone Wolf Star together. The Lone Wolf Star was also very lively, with people coming and going. After arriving at the Lone Wolf Star, Lin Feng and Yu Simon went straight to the core ancient city of the Lone Wolf Star. This core ancient city was called Lone Wolf City. The Lone Wolf Emperor cultivated in Lone Wolf City. Lone Wolf City was bustling with activity. Many cultivators were talking about the mysterious starry sky ancient city that had appeared some time ago. It was said that many cultivators had entered the ancient starry sky city. Moreover, he had obtained many extraordinary items in the ancient city. Some cultivators kept the treasures they obtained for their own use. A portion of the cultivators took out their treasures, intending to exchange them for supreme treasures. There were rumors that many cultivators had entrusted the auction house to deal with their treasures. The auction house was planning to hold a small trade fair. At that time, the trade fair would be bartering. After the matter was completed, the cultivators who entrusted the auction house with their help would pay a considerable commission. At present, many cultivators were discussing the trade fair. Many of them were guessing what kind of powerful treasures would appear during the trade fair. Because of this trade fair. Therefore, during this period of time, Lone Wolf City had attracted many experts. Many of them had come for this trade fair. After arriving at Lone Wolf City, Lin Feng and Yu Simon headed towards the city lord's mansion where the Lone Wolf Supreme Venerable resided. From time to time, powerful exotic beasts would pass through the sky. There were often some young cultivators sitting on top of those exotic beasts. Those cultivators were all young elites from various large factions. This time, they had also been attracted by the trade fair in Lone Wolf City. A direct descendant of the Lone Wolf Supreme Venerable held a gathering and invited these young elites to the city lord's mansion. Many people wanted to go to the city lord's mansion to inquire about what kind of good items would appear at the trade fair. That ancient starry sky city was very extraordinary. Lin Feng heard many things about that ancient starry sky city along the way. There were even rumors that someone had obtained a stone sword in the ancient starry sky city and intended to trade it. This matter caused a huge uproar, shocking and moving countless people. Because many cultivators had heard of the stone sword's reputation, they knew how terrifying this treasure was. If they could obtain the stone sword, it would be absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked when he heard about the stone sword. Was the stone sword that was widely rumored in Lone Wolf City one of the 36 stone swords? Because he had not seen the stone sword, Lin Feng could not be sure if it was one of the 36 stone swords. Lin Feng was quite interested in this trade fair, but it would only be held 3 days later. Now, Lin Feng's main task was to accompany Yu Simon to visit the Lone Wolf Supreme Venerable. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. In the distance, 3 huge flood dragons pulled a divine chariot over. The divine chariot was surrounded by endless divine light and was densely covered with runes. At a glance, it was obvious that it was an extremely extraordinary divine chariot. The owner of the divine chariot was probably going to the city lord's mansion to participate in the gathering. In a short period of time, many young elites had already rushed in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, the divine chariot stopped in the void. The 3 huge flood dragons looked around with a cold expression. After feeling the aura of the 3 huge flood dragons, many cultivators on the street could not help but tremble slightly. "You Simon! I never thought that we would meet here." At this moment, a voice came from the divine chariot. It was a man, and from the voice, it seemed to be a rather young man. And that man obviously knew Yu Simon. Zhang Yufeng. After hearing the voice, Yu Simon could not help but frown. "That's right. It's me." After the voice fell, a cultivator stepped out of the divine chariot. That was a handsome man, incomparably handsome. Moreover, this man's cultivation should be very strong because the void around him was slightly distorted. From this, one could see how tyrannical this man's cultivation was. "Who is this person?" Lin Feng looked at Yu Simon and could not help but ask. Yu Simon said, "Someone from the infinite world, the grandson of a sage emperor powerhouse. His cultivation is extremely tyrannical." A sage emperor was an existence that surpassed the emperor realm. This level of powerhouse was extremely rare. Any sage emperor powerhouse in the starry sky world was at the level of a giant. When a sage emperor powerhouse saw a sage emperor, they would have to bow. This cultivator called Zhang Yufeng was actually the direct grandson of a sage emperor. His identity was really extraordinary. Zhang Yufeng saw Lin Feng, who was beside Yu Simon, and raised his eyebrows. In his eyes, there was a flash of coldness. Yu Simon was a meticulous person. She knew that Lin Feng could see through many things very clearly. Her relationship with Zhang Yufeng should be suspicious of Lin Feng. Yu Simon said in a low voice, "I met this person when I went out to train in the past. At that time, we experienced many things together. This Zhang Yufeng once pursued me, but I rejected him." Lin Feng nodded. It was similar to what he had guessed. A peerless beauty like Yu Simon was indeed too charming. She could make many people fall head over heels for her. Therefore, Yu Simon naturally had no lack of suitors. At this time, Zhang Yufeng's frown deepened. He realized that the relationship between Lin Feng and Yu Simon seemed to be quite close. Just as Yu Simon said before, Zhang Yufeng had pursued her before, but was rejected by Yu Simon. Even now, Zhang Yufeng had not given up. When he saw Yu Simon again, he naturally wanted to win her back. However, Yu Simon seemed to be taken. This made Zhang Yufeng very jealous. In Zhang Yufeng's view, Lin Feng was just a human cultivator. Cultivation, bloodline, family background, and so on, how could he be compared to him? He had pursued Yu Simon before, but he was rejected by her. Lin Feng, who could not compare to him in any way, how could he win Yu Simon's favor? It had to be said that jealousy was the source of all evil. When jealousy arose in the heart, no matter what race a cultivator was from, jealousy would completely change everything. Zhang Yufeng said with a fake smile, "Sister Seaman, you still haven't introduced the origin of this brother beside you." Zhang Yufeng's address made Yu Simon frown slightly. Yu Simon said indifferently, "Young Master Zhang, don't call me that. I don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings." The corner of Zhang Yufeng's eyes twitched violently. His expression was extremely gloomy. Then, Yu Simon and Lin Feng left together. Yu Simon did not introduce Lin Feng to Zhang Yufeng. The two sides didn't have much interaction, so there was no need to know so clearly. Moreover, was Lin Feng's identity something that just anyone could know? If Lin Feng's identity were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Moreover, Yu Simon didn't have a good impression of Zhang Yufeng. It could even be described as extremely bad. This was because Yu Simon felt a deep hostility towards Lin Feng from Zhang Yufeng. Yu Simon naturally knew where this hostility came from. Therefore, Yu Simon didn't want to get entangled with Zhang Yufeng. As for Lin Feng, from the beginning to the end, he did not put Zhang Yufeng in his eyes. This Zhang Yufeng's cultivation was indeed not bad. But that was all. Lin Feng didn't even look at him. Damn it. This bitch actually dares to ignore this young master. Zhang Yufeng's expression was extremely gloomy. A cultivator beside Zhang Yufeng said, "I heard that Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was suppressed by a few people from a terrifying force. The Yu family is completely finished. Yu Simon, who has lost her backing, no longer has the right to be arrogant." Zhang Yufeng nodded. That's right. She no longer has the right to be arrogant. This young master can get any woman he fancies. Then, Zhang Yufeng and his other companion entered the divine chariot. 3 WYRMS pulled the divine chariot and quickly left. Lin Feng and Yu Simon arrived at the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Many top-notch geniuses had arrived. You can only enter if you show your invitation card. Lin Feng and Yu Simon were stopped by the guards. Yu Simon took out a jade pendant and handed it to the guard. She said, "Please give this jade pendant to Uncle Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf." Uncle Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf? The guards were instantly shocked. The leader of the guards felt that the person who took out the jade pendant was very likely to have an extraordinary identity. He nodded and said, "Please wait in the living room." He arranged for his subordinates to bring Lin Feng and Yu Simon to the living room to rest. Then, he took the jade pendant and quickly left. When they arrived at the living room, a servant quickly served tea. Lin Feng and Yu Simon waited patiently. Not long after, a young cultivator walked in. "Ha ha ha ha, so it's Sister Seaman. Sorry for not coming out to meet you." The cultivator who had arrived at the living room was quite young and thin. However, he was in high spirits. His eyes, in particular, were emitting a faint green light. Those eyes were very intimidating. This person was much stronger than Zhang Yufeng, whom Lin Feng had met before. He was definitely a powerful figure. Yu Simon smiled and said, "So it's brother Tuahai. Long time no see. How are you doing, brother?" "Thanks to you, sister, everything is fine. I already know about Uncle Supreme Venerable Myriad Star, but you still need to wait for a few days. My father has been in seclusion for more than 100 years. However, I estimate that he will come out soon. When the time comes, I will bring Sister Seaman to meet him, but I can't guarantee anything." Dongfang Tuahai said. His attitude was quite kind, which made Yu Simon, who had been rejected many times, feel a little better. Thank you, brother. Yu Simon bowed to Dongfang Tuahai. Dongfang Tuahai said, Sister Seaman, you're welcome. I didn't do anything. Unfortunately, my cultivation is limited, so I can't help you much. Then, Dongfang Tuahai glanced at Lin Feng and said with a smile, Brother, are you Sister Seaman's lover? Dongfang Tuahai knew Yu Simon more or less. She had no contact with male cultivators, but now she had come here with Lin Feng. Moreover, Yu Simon looked at Lin Feng affectionately, which naturally made Dongfang Tuahai speculate. Dongfang Tuahai clearly knew how arrogant Yu Simon was. She didn't like many young masters who were direct descendants of big forces. However, Yu Simon was now in love with Lin Feng. That made Dongfang Tuahai very curious about Lin Feng's identity. The young human cultivator in front of him looked very ordinary. What kind of charm did he have to be able to conquer Yu Simon? Dongfang Tuahai was a very straightforward person. After hearing Dongfang Tuahai's words, Yu Simon blushed slightly. Lin Feng said generously. Just as you guessed, Your Excellency. Yu Simon and I are lovers. I admire you. You managed to capture Sister Seaman's heart. My name is Dongfang Tuahai. I haven't asked for your name yet. Dongfang Tuahai didn't look down on Lin Feng because of his low cultivation level. He cupped his fists and asked. My surname is Lin. My name is Feng. Lin Feng replied. You are Lin Feng. Now, in the surrounding dozens of star fields, who didn't know Lin Feng's name? Who didn't know him? He killed 10,000 emperors. He destroyed the Morong family and the evil demon bandits. He forced the 4 emperors to bow their heads and beg for peace. Any one of these things was enough to shock everyone. But so many things were done by one person. And that person was Lin Feng. He was right in front of him. Countless forces and cultivators were talking about Lin Feng. Many people were guessing what kind of person Lin Feng was. However, in the vast star field, cultivators who had seen Lin Feng were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Everyone's understanding of Lin Feng was too limited. However, many people knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. He could kill emperors at such a young age. No one knew how far he would grow in the future. Besides, Lin Feng's decisive personality had become the topic of many people's conversations. Now, when people talked about Lin Feng, they all looked at him in awe. This was the majesty that Lin Feng had built up along the way. Countless people trembled in fear when they heard his name. Dongfang Tuahai had naturally heard of Lin Feng's name. Dongfang Tuahai had cultivated for 15,700 years. He was now at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. His talent was definitely top-notch. Among the geniuses of the starry sky world, Dongfang Tuahai was also one of the top geniuses. However, compared with Lin Feng, he was naturally far behind. However, Dongfang Tuahai had never been jealous of Lin Feng. Because when the gap between two people was too big, it was not jealousy but admiration. Generally, when someone who was inferior to him got something that he wanted but couldn't get, it would make people jealous. Now, the famous Lin Feng had appeared in their Dongfang family. How could Yuan Tuahai not be shocked? Now Yuan Tuahai finally knew why Yu Simon, the goddess of heaven who used to be very repulsive to men, loved the man in front of him so much. Perhaps, in this world, very few women could resist the charm of this man in front of him. So it's Brother Lin, my apologies, my apologies. Dongfang Tuahai hurriedly cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng said, Brother Dongfang, there's no need to be so polite. Brother Dongfang, please do not reveal my identity for the time being. Brother Lin, don't worry. Tuahai will definitely not reveal Brother Lin's identity. Dongfang Tuahai hurriedly promised. Lin Feng nodded. Dongfang Tuahai said, soon, there will be a gathering. At that time, many young masters of the direct line of descent from many star fields will come. Are Brother Lin and Sister Seaman interested in participating? Lin Feng wasn't very interested in this kind of gathering. Yu Simon had no interest in attending the party. Lin Feng was about to refuse. At this time, Dongfang Tuahai continued, it is said that someone saw the mysterious coffin carrier in the starry sky world. Pulling an ancient coffin and moving forward in the starry sky world, many people want to explore it. Oh? There was such a thing? Who is the coffin carrier? Lin Feng could not help but ask. It's a very ancient existence, and its identity is a mystery. Some old antiques seem to have been alarmed. It is said that the coffin that mysterious person is pulling hides a huge secret. When the time comes, people will discuss this matter, and perhaps we can obtain some information. Dongfang Tuahai said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the mysterious coffin carrier he had seen in the ice plains above the Tianwu continent. Coffin carrier in the ice plains. Even after experiencing the passage of time, it would not stop to rest. The coffin carrier's clothes were ragged. It was difficult to walk. In the world of ice and snow, it was barefoot. It was difficult to walk forward step by step. Lin Feng remembered that the mysterious coffin carrier seemed to be related to the fairy in Macho's cave. That peerless fairy had waited for her lover to return. Silently guarded. Until her youth was gone. Her fairy face had aged. She could not wait for her lover to return. It was filled with endless nostalgia, sadness, and longing. That fairy had left the world. Later, Lin Feng encountered danger in the ice plains. He activated the bronze artifact, but it was difficult to resist. The mysterious coffin carrier woke up from his muddle-headedness. It helped Lin Feng resolve the danger. Everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in Lin Feng's mind. Now, a mysterious coffin carrier had appeared in the starry sky world. He did not know why. Lin Feng would instantly think of the mysterious coffin carrier in the ice plains world. Okay. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said. Brother Lin, please follow me. Dongfang Tuahai said. He led the way in front, while Lin Feng and Yu Simon followed behind Dongfang Tuahai. Finally, everyone arrived at the villa where Dongfang Tuahai lived. There were rockery and strange stones, small bridges and flowing water, luxuriant grass, and hundreds of flowers in full bloom. It was very beautiful. Dongfang Tuahai was a person who knew how to enjoy the heat. Soon, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the hall. In the hall, there were already 30 to 40 young cultivators sitting. There were men and women, and these people were all extraordinary. Dongfang Tuahai brought Lin Feng and Yu Simon here. Hey! Isn't this Yu Simon? I heard that her father was killed and suppressed by an expert from an unknown force. Now, he is already in dire straits. Isn't there a saying that a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken? Does Yu Simon even have the qualifications to participate in this gathering? Someone immediately mocked. The Yu family and the Dongfang family have been friends for generations. It's normal for Dongfang Tuahai to invite Yu Simon here. Then someone said. Dongfang Tuahai invited Lin Feng and Yu Simon to sit in the first seat on the left. This was the most honorable seat. This made many people frown. They did not know what Dongfang Tuahai meant. What qualifications did Yu Simon have to sit in that seat, not to mention now, even when Supreme Venerable of Myriad Stars was still alive, Yu Simon was not qualified to sit in that seat. Many people thought that Yu Simon was qualified to sit there because of Lin Feng. However, when everyone sensed that Lin Feng was a cultivator who had not even broken through to the Emperor realm, they could not help but show contempt. Brother Dongfang seems to have arranged the wrong seat. The first seat on the left. Not everyone is qualified to sit there. Zhang Yufeng said with a fake smile. Obviously, he was targeting Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Dongfang Tuahai replied indifferently, Brother Zhang, you don't have to worry about that. Brother Lin and Sister Simon are qualified to sit there. Zhang Yufeng was extremely insidious. He pushed Lin Feng in front of everyone and made everyone hostile to Lin Feng. In fact, if Zhang Yufeng didn't point out Lin Feng and Yu Simon's seats, even if the others were a little dissatisfied, they were just guests after all, and the host could do whatever he wanted. No one else could control it, right? However, Zhang Yufeng pointed out Lin Feng's seat as an insult to everyone. At this time, many people couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. They were all affected by Zhang Yufeng. Humph. Zhang Yufeng. Don't sow discord. Everyone is my friend, and there is no distinction between high and low. As for where you sit, it doesn't matter. You're not looking down on everyone as you said. If you continue to sow discord, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Dongfang Tuahai couldn't help but say coldly. Although Zhang Yufeng was from the infinite world and his ancestors were also experts at the Holy Emperor level, the infinite world was extremely far away from here. Their sphere of influence couldn't reach the lone wolf star zone. Therefore, Dongfang Tuahai naturally wouldn't be afraid of Zhang Yufeng. Moreover, Dongfang Tuahai already knew Lin Feng's identity. How could a mere Zhang Yufeng be compared with Lin Feng? The difference was like heaven and earth. Seeing that Dongfang Tuahai actually fell out with him for Lin Feng, Zhang Yufeng's face became more and more unsightly. The rest of the people looked like they were watching a show. This made Zhang Yufeng feel humiliated. Not only did Zhang Yufeng hate Lin Feng and Yu Simon, but he also hated Dongfang Tuahai. Zhang Yufeng said with a fake smile, "Brother Dongfang, there's no need to be angry. It was a slip of the tongue just now." Then, Zhang Yufeng sat down. He didn't continue to talk about this matter. Although Zhang Yufeng was extremely arrogant, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He also knew that this was Dongfang Tuahai's territory. As a foreign cultivator, he naturally couldn't offend Dongfang Tuahai here. It wouldn't do him any good. After Zhang Yufeng sat down, the rest of the people didn't mention anything about their seats. Cultivators had always been rather open-minded. They would usually laugh over such trivial matters. Only someone like Zhang Yufeng, who harbored evil intentions, would talk about such a trivial matter. "Brother Dongfang, you must have seen those treasures, right? I wonder if Brother Dongfang can give us some specific information?" Suddenly, a cultivator said. Many people looked at Zhang Yufeng. That ancient city in the starry sky was incomparably mysterious. There were many treasures that were passed down, which made people's hearts palpitate. He was targeted by many forces. The auction house in Lone Wolf City was the property of the Dongfang family. Since many treasures were stored in the auction house for trading, Dongfang Tuahai naturally had the opportunity to see those treasures. I can't say too much. After all, we need to maintain a sense of mystery before the trade fair. However, there are some things that I can tell you. Please prepare all kinds of treasures. The things that have spread out from that ancient starry sky city are very amazing. Many of those things will definitely make you excited. Of course, whether you can obtain those things will depend on your own means. That's right, I'm not sure whether you can obtain those things. Dongfang Tuahai couldn't help but say. Even though they didn't get any specific information from Dongfang Tuahai, they did get some definite answers. Everyone became even more excited about this small-scale trade fair. Dongfang Tuahai looked at a female cultivator in a red dress. This female cultivator in a red dress had a graceful figure. Her face was beautiful and her temperament was charming. Dongfang Tuahai smiled and said, "Fairy Hongyun, I heard that you personally witnessed a mysterious person carrying a coffin across the starry sky world?" Many people had heard of this incident. Therefore, when Dongfang Tuahai mentioned it, many people's eyes lit up. Many people were extremely curious about this incident. It was just that they didn't have the opportunity to know the ins and outs of this incident. Clearly, Fairy Hongyun had gotten hold of the entire story. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain some information from Fairy Hongyun. Back then, I followed the elders of the family and passed through the starry sky world. I saw the scene that Brother Dongfang described. A mysterious person carrying a coffin across the starry sky. The starry sky shook. It was an ancient stone coffin. It was surrounded by endless mysteries and emitted an ancient aura. It was definitely extraordinary. Fairy Hongyun said. Could it be that the cosmic coffin carriers have reappeared in this world? Someone said with a solemn expression. Cosmic coffin carriers? What kind of story is that? Lin Feng asked. This was the first time he had heard of such a term. Many people looked at the cultivator who spoke. Everyone was extremely curious about the term cosmic coffin carriers. That cultivator said, legend has it that after the beginning of an era, some unimaginably terrifying existences would be born. These existences would stand at the pinnacle of the great Tao. Just like Hongmeng, Taoist Luya and a few other terrifying existences in our era. After these existences fall, they would be buried in stone coffins. They would then be pulled by the cosmic coffin carriers to travel across the starry sky. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Some even found it hard to believe. If that was really the case, then the existences buried in the stone coffins were way too terrifying. Who buried these terrifying existences in the stone coffins? Are the cosmic coffin carriers cursed? If the cosmic coffin carriers were to pull the stone coffins across the starry sky, where would they end up? Lin Feng asked. That cultivator shook his head. He did not know either. He did not know much about the cosmic coffin carriers either. He had only read about it from a Tao scripture. Many top sects have wanted to head to that starry sky to explore. Fairy Hongyun said. Where is that starry sky? Lin Feng asked. Fairy Hongyun looked at Lin Feng. Given Lin Feng's low cultivation, there was no need for him to ask about that starry sky. He would only be courting death if he went. However, Fairy Hongyun did not reject Lin Feng's question. She said, that starry sky is called the Chaos God Starry Sky. It's located in the northwest of the Lone Wolf Starry Sky. Chaos God Starry Sky? Is there anything special about it? Lin Feng asked curiously. Of course. It's said that there's a terrifying energy lingering around that place. Many powerful beings who entered that place eventually lost their minds and their sense of self. Fairy Hongyun said. Lin Feng was shocked. This Chaos God Starry Sky seemed to be extraordinary as well. There were many secrets hidden within it. We have to wait for those top experts to make a move before we can attempt to enter that starry sky. Exploring that ancient star field was naturally not an easy task. One needed to be careful. Otherwise, it was very likely that one would die there. After the gathering was over, everyone got up and walked outside. What? You're also investigating the Chaos God Star field. Could it be that you also want to enter and explore it? It's really true that the ignorant are fearless. Zhang Yufeng looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but mock. Many people revealed a faint smile. Obviously, Zhang Yufeng was hostile to Lin Feng in his heart. He was deliberately targeting Lin Feng and wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Some people had also heard that Zhang Yufeng had failed to pursue Yu Simon in the past. Now that Yu Simon was close to Lin Feng, it was normal for Zhang Yufeng to be envious and jealous. Because Zhang Yufeng had never been a magnanimous person. And Lin Feng was targeted by Zhang Yufeng. It was Lin Feng's bad luck. Zhang Yufeng. Don't go too far. Yu Simon said coldly. Too far? How am I going too far? I'm just telling the truth. Zhang Yufeng said with an indifferent expression. The more Yu Simon protected Lin Feng, the more jealous Zhang Yufeng was of Lin Feng. He really wanted to humiliate Lin Feng in front of Yu Simon. He really wanted to humiliate Lin Feng in front of her. Dongfang Tuahai knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. If Lin Feng made a move, killing Zhang Yufeng would be too easy. Dongfang Tuahai didn't care about Zhang Yufeng's life or death. But there was one thing. Zhang Yufeng couldn't die in their Dongfang clan. Because this might make their Dongfang clan an enemy of the infinite world. Zhang Yufeng, don't make a mistake. Dongfang Tuahai said coldly. Many people looked at Dongfang Tuahai in confusion. No one understood why Dongfang Tuahai would protect Lin Feng, a human cultivator with a weak cultivation. Moreover, he even told Zhang Yufeng not to make a mistake. This was obviously a warning to Zhang Yufeng. He did not give Zhang Yufeng any face at all. For a mere Lin Feng, he had offended Zhang Yufeng. Was it worth it? At this time, everyone realized that they didn't even know Lin Feng's name or which force he came from. Brother Dongfang, what do you mean? Does Brother Dongfang think you can keep me here? Zhang Yufeng looked at Dongfang Tuahai indifferently. He felt that Dongfang Tuahai was protecting Lin Feng and deliberately making things difficult for him. Dongfang Tuahai said calmly, I'm doing this for your own good. There are some people you can't afford to offend. If Brother Zhang is smart, you should understand what I mean. Zhang Yufeng sneered and said, Who are you saying that I can't afford to offend? Are you Dongfang Tuahai? Or you Simon, whose family had been destroyed? Or is it this brat who hasn't even entered the great emperor realm? Dongfang Tuahai frowned. He cursed Zhang Yufeng in his heart. This person was really arrogant. In the Dongfang family, he dared to refute his master again and again. He really didn't give him any face. Dongfang Tuahai said coldly, "Leave at once. Our Dongfang family doesn't welcome you. It seems that brother Dongfang is willing to fall out with me because of this brat. He's just a human cultivator, a lowly race. Is he worthy of being treated like this by brother Dongfang? Brother Dongfang is really stupid. If Lord Lone Wolf comes out of seclusion and learns about this, I wonder what he'll think." Zhang Yufeng continued to sneer. Dongfang Tuahai was speechless. At this moment, he saw Lin Feng frowning and stopped talking. Zhang Yufeng had obviously provoked Lin Feng's displeasure. In Dongfang Tuahai's opinion, Zhang Yufeng was arrogant and ignorant. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhang Yufeng's cultivation had not reached the level where he could look down on other Skype rides. Yet, he was so arrogant. Wasn't he digging his own grave? Yu Simon said coldly, "Zhang Yufeng, you'd better watch your mouth." "What? Is your heart aching because of that pretty boy?" Zhang Yufeng looked at Yu Simon with a mocking gaze. Yu Simon was so angry that her pretty face turned ashen. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Feng patted Yu Simon's shoulder. Yu Simon understood tacitly and did not say anything else. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Yufeng and said indifferently, "I didn't argue with you before, not because I was afraid of you, but because I disdained you. However, you have just insulted the human race, which has crossed my bottom line. This is the Dongfang clan, and I'm a guest of the Dongfang clan, so it's not appropriate for me to kill people in the Dongfang clan. You should feel very lucky about this. Now, cripple one of your arms, and I'll let you go." Is this brat crazy? After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people could not help but be shocked. Lin Feng, a cultivator in the quasi-emperor realm, actually dared to say such words to Zhang Yufeng, an immortal emperor realm cultivator. Many people felt that Lin Feng was simply trying to kill Zhang Yufeng. Now, even Dongfang Tuahai would not be able to protect Lin Feng. The only people present who had confidence in Lin Feng were Yu Simon and Dongfang Tuahai. They knew Lin Feng's identity. They also knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with Zhang Yufeng? "Brat! Who do you think you are? How dare you say such words to me? Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yufeng directly stepped towards Lin Feng, wanting to attack Lin Feng. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. The moment that aura was released, the surrounding Skype rides felt as though they had turned into mere ants in an instant. Lin Feng was like a god, sacred and inviolable. "Oh my god, how is this possible? The aura in this person's body is too terrifying," many people exclaimed. The aura emitted from Lin Feng's body was too terrifying. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. "Get down on your knees." Lin Feng looked at Zhang Yufeng indifferently. When his voice died down, that terrifying aura directly enveloped Zhang Yufeng's body. Zhang Yufeng suddenly discovered in shock. His body was unable to move. Moreover, Zhang Yufeng felt that the aura emitted from Lin Feng's body was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting harder and harder for him to resist. Zhang Yufeng's legs trembled violently. He struggled hard. But it was difficult to resist the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. Everyone saw that. Bearing the oppression of Lin Feng's aura, Zhang Yufeng's legs trembled violently. Then, with a plop, Zhang Yufeng directly knelt on the ground. "No. This is absolutely impossible." Zhang Yufeng could not help but roar, his entire face distorted. He could not accept all this at all. Previously, he had all kinds of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Now, he was actually forced to kneel on the ground by the aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. This extreme contrast. "Get lost." Lin Feng waved his right hand, and Zhang Yufeng was instantly swept away. Barf! Zhang Yufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by Lin Feng, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Yufeng indifferently and said, "Don't let me see you again, because you won't be so lucky next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked outside. Yu Simon and Dongfang Tuahai followed Lin Feng and walked outside. The rest of the people started to talk about it. Lin Feng's cultivation was really terrifying. It was simply shocking. Many people were discussing Lin Feng's identity, trying to find out Lin Feng's identity. However, everyone was confused. Lin Feng's identity was really too mysterious. No one knew where Lin Feng came from. However, many people thought that Dongfang Tuahai might know Lin Feng's identity. Otherwise, Dongfang Tuahai wouldn't have warned Zhang Yufeng not to provoke Lin Feng. Now everyone knew that Dongfang Tuahai's warning to Zhang Yufeng was not to protect Lin Feng. It was for Zhang Yufeng's own good. It was just that Zhang Yufeng misunderstood Dongfang Tuahai. Now, there were already people who planned to ask Dongfang Tuahai about Lin Feng's specific identity later. As for whether Dongfang Tuahai would tell them, these cultivators were not sure. 3 days later, the small-scale trade fair officially began. There were not many cultivators who could participate in this small-scale trade fair. Either they were from a big family, or they were experts whose names could shake a region. Those who were able to participate in this small-scale trade fair were all people of status. Lin Feng and Yu Simon followed Dongfang Tuahai to the small-scale trade fair. After they arrived, many people pointed at Lin Feng and whispered to each other, discussing Lin Feng. Obviously, the news that Lin Feng injured Zhang Yufeng with only his powerful aura had spread out, and it attracted a lot of attention and discussion. Now, one of the main characters of the story, Lin Feng, had appeared. Everyone was naturally curious about Lin Feng's identity. "Brat. Who are you?" Suddenly, a middle-aged cultivator arrived at Lin Feng's residence. There was an indifferent look on his face as he regarded Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with a sinister light. "And who are you?" Lin Feng replied indifferently. "Zhang Qiangtian. People from the limitless world." The middle-aged cultivator said coldly. This was an Imperial Emperor-level expert, so he had a high and mighty appearance. This level of cultivation was already considered a powerhouse in the Emperor realm. Overlords of the universe usually referred to experts at the Imperial Emperor realm. Therefore, those who had cultivated to the Imperial Emperor realm were considered big shots by countless cultivators. "Are you here for Zhang Yufeng?" Lin Feng looked at Zhang Qiangtian indifferently. Zhang Qiangtian's cultivation was indeed powerful, but it was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Feng. "Since you know that I'm here for Zhang Yufeng, you should know the consequences of your actions." Zhang Qiangtian looked at Lin Feng condescendingly, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. After hearing Zhang Qiangtian's words, many cultivators who were watching the show could not help but smile. After all, this conflict had nothing to do with them. Therefore, the more intense this conflict was, the better. At this moment, Dongfang Tuahai said, "Senior, this is the place where the trade fair is held, not a place to settle personal grudges. If you want to settle personal grudges, you should find another place, not our Dongfang clan's auction house." Dongfang Tuahai spoke before Lin Feng could, so he naturally did not want to make a big deal out of it. Because once the matter was blown out of proportion, it would not benefit the Dongfang clan at all. That was the point. Lin Feng also understood. It was also because he understood Dongfang Tuahai's difficulties that Lin Feng did not say much after hearing Dongfang Tuahai's words. After all, he still had to discuss with Dongfang Tuahai's father about rescuing Yu Simon's father in the future. Therefore, he still had to give some face to the Dongfang clan. However, Zhang Qiangtian obviously did not understand Dongfang Tuahai's good intentions. He did not give any face to Dongfang Tuahai. After hearing Dongfang Tuahai's words, Zhang Qiangtian sneered and said, "You're just a junior of the Dongfang clan. How dare you say such rude words to me? If it weren't for the sake of your Dongfang clan's elders, I would have slapped you in the face for daring to say such rude words to me just now." There was naturally a reason why Zhang Qiangtian dared to act so high and mighty in the Dongfang clan's territory. First, he was an Emperor realm expert. No force was willing to offend an expert of this level. Second, Zhang Qiangtian had the infinite world as his backer, so he naturally had no scruples. Lin Feng could not help but shake his head slightly. Zhang Qiangtian simply did not know how to appreciate kindness. Dongfang Tuahai was helping him. Instead, he thought that Dongfang Tuahai was protecting him. And he did not give face to Dongfang Tuahai. Even if Dongfang Tuahai was a junior, he was also a cultivator at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. Dongfang Tuahai's talent was very powerful, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the emperor realm. Dongfang Tuahai was naturally a person who cared about his reputation. Zhang Qiongtian did not give face to Dongfang Tuahai. Now, Dongfang Tuahai also threw caution to the wind and no longer cared about Zhang Qiongtian. Zhang Qiongtian could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, Zhang Qiongtian would definitely not have a good ending after offending Lin Feng. Seeing that Dongfang Tuahai no longer intervened in this matter, Zhang Qiongtian's face suddenly showed a smug expression. Zhang Qiongtian thought that Dongfang Tuahai was afraid of him, so he did not continue to intervene in this matter. Zhang Qiongtian looked at Lin Feng arrogantly and said with an indifferent expression, "Those who offend our infinite world will not have a good ending, and you are no exception. However, we still have to give face to the Dongfang clan today. How about this, cripple your own Dantian, and I will spare your life today." When a cultivator crippled his own Dantian, he would completely become a cripple. For a cultivator who was once powerful, this was simply more uncomfortable than killing them. I wonder what that kid will choose. He probably won't submit. He will probably resist. Many cultivators could not help but whisper to each other. Almost no one was willing to cripple their own Dantian. Therefore, many cultivators felt that Lin Feng would definitely resist. However, Zhang Qiongtian's cultivation was very powerful. If Lin Feng resisted, he would probably die in the end. A clown actually dares to run in front of me. How ridiculous. I will say the same to you. Cripple your own Dantian now, and I will spare your life. This kid is too arrogant. I don't think he'll have a good ending if he offends an Emperor Realm expert like this. Some cultivators immediately said. They didn't understand why Lin Feng would offend an Emperor Realm expert without any scruples. One had to know that an expert of this level was a high and mighty existence. Offending such an existence would definitely be extremely miserable. Then, another cultivator said, "Actually, I don't think so. That kid might have some hidden methods, so he's not afraid of Zhang Qiongtian." This point of view was agreed by many cultivators. After all, cultivators with high realms were often knowledgeable. Which one of them wasn't extremely intelligent? No one would believe that he was completely brainless and arrogant. Therefore, some people felt that there was a reason for Lin Feng's arrogance. "Kid, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare to boast so shamelessly in front of me." Zhang Qiongtian looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from Zhang Qiongtian's body, directly suppressing Lin Feng. Zhang Qiongtian wanted to use his aura to intimidate Lin Feng. The aura of an Emperor Realm expert was extremely terrifying, causing many people's expressions to change. However, everyone soon realized that Lin Feng, who was enveloped by Zhang Qiongtian's aura, was completely fine. He wasn't affected at all. Look. Zhang Qiongtian's aura is so powerful, but that kid is completely fine. I already said that kid is not simple. How is it? I was right, wasn't I? A cultivator couldn't help but say. At this moment, Zhang Qiongtian's eyes were extremely gloomy and ugly. He was a cultivator of the 7th Imperial Emperor layer, and his chi was enough to oppress Lin Feng, a young cultivator. Lin Feng was completely fine. This made Zhang Qiongtian feel extremely humiliated. "Kid! Take this!" Zhang Qiongtian leaped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. The powerful force shook the void. It was as if it could shatter the void. Strong. He was simply too strong. Zhang Qiongtian was indeed worthy of being a sovereign emperor. His attack was truly terrifying. Many people couldn't help but gasp. They originally thought that Lin Feng had some special methods hidden on him. At this moment, they also changed their minds. Zhang Qiongtian's attack was simply too powerful. It was simply too despairing. Even if Lin Feng had some special methods hidden, he was probably not Zhang Qiongtian's opponent. Zhang Qiongtian's punch was about to reach Lin Feng, but at that moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng's punch. That punch didn't seem to have much power. However, when Lin Feng and Zhang Qiongtian's. However, Zhang Qiongtian's body seemed to be out of his control as he quickly flew backwards. TSSSSS. Zhang Qiongtian's face turned as pale as paper. TS. After seeing this scene, the entire hall became silent. Shock, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a deeply shocked expression. They simply couldn't believe what they had just seen. Lin Feng's combat strength was simply too terrifying. Zhang Qiongtian's attack was actually broken by Lin Feng in an instant, and he was even injured by Lin Feng. It was really hard to imagine how terrifying Lin Feng's cultivation was. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Qiongtian couldn't accept all this at all, so he roared. Lin Feng stepped towards Zhang Qiongtian and said indifferently, "I gave you face, but you didn't want it. An ant like you doesn't even have the qualifications to die in my hands. I won't kill you today because killing you would only dirty my own hands. Today, I will cripple your dantian and make you live in endless pain for the rest of your life." After saying that, Lin Feng sent a palm strike towards Zhang Qiongtian. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant and pretentious. However, everyone didn't think that Lin Feng was arrogant, nor did they think that Lin Feng was acting pretentious. Because Lin Feng's cultivation was strong enough. No matter what someone with a strong enough cultivation said, others would take it for granted. Lin Feng was like an immortal god, exuding the aura of a ruler. After sensing Lin Feng's aura, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a deeply shocked expression. The aura emitted from Lin Feng's body was simply too powerful and terrifying. It made every cultivator present feel as if they were facing an ancient god. There were even a few emperor-level experts present. Now, those emperor-level experts also felt a deep pressure from Lin Feng's body. They were incomparably shocked. Why was that young cultivator so terrifying? They couldn't figure this out because Lin Feng was really too young. So young, even if he cultivated in his mother's womb, he shouldn't be so strong, right? I'll fight it out with you. Zhang Qiongtian's face contorted, and a destructive force surged from his body. Zhang Qiongtian used a divine ability called Nine Heavens World Destruction Palm. Bang, Lin Feng and Zhang Qiongtian clashed. Crack crack. Zhang Qiongtian's divine ability was instantly broken, and his arms were directly broken. Many of Zhang Qiongtian's bones were also broken. His body flew backward. While still in midair, Lin Feng's right hand gently slashed across the void. Swoosh. A dazzling sword chi suddenly flew out, and that sword chi instantly pierced through Zhang Qiongtian's dantian. Ah! Zhang Qiongtian let out an incomparably shrill scream. His dantian was destroyed by Lin Feng. With a plop, Zhang Qiongtian fell to the ground. My dantian! My dantian! Little bastard, you actually destroyed my dantian. Our infinite world won't let you go. Zhang Qiongtian roared with hatred. The infinite world doesn't have the ability to kill me, but your dantian has been destroyed, and from now on, your status will fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Perhaps even your family will give up on you? After all, no major force would be willing to raise a piece of trash. Lin Feng said coldly. Killing the heart. Lin Feng's words directly stabbed the deepest fear in Zhang Qiongtian's heart. Therefore, after hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Qiongtian's eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Zhang Qiongtian roared. Then, anger attacked his heart. Zhang Qiongtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body directly collapsed to the ground, and all the bones in his body seemed to have fallen apart. Toss him out. Dongfang Tuahai ordered. Yes. Young master. Immediately, 2 guards from the auction house stepped forward and carried the paralyzed Zhang Qiongtian out. The hall quieted down. Lin Feng and Yu Simon found a place to sit down. Everyone was observing Lin Feng and whispering to each other, discussing Lin Feng's identity. He was so young, but he was so powerful. The starry sky world was vast and boundless. Therefore, there would always be some heaven-defying monsters. Some people thought that Lin Feng was such a monster. Many people arrived one after another. In the end, there were about 200 people in the hall. At this time an old man walked in. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and a powerful aura. He was an emperor-level expert. The old man's name was Dongfeng Yang. He was the president of the auction house and the great elder of the Dongfeng family. It was said that even the lone wolf supreme emperor had to call him uncle. It was obvious how high his status in the Dongfeng family was. Thank you for coming to this trade fair. This trade fair is very rare, so I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. This time, a total of 7 cultivators took out 12 treasures and asked our auction house to help deal with these treasures. These 12 treasures were passed down from the ancient Starry Sky City some time ago, so they are extremely precious. Dongfeng Yang said with a smile. Many people's interest was piqued. Someone said, then let's start the trade fair quickly. Okay. Bring out the first item. Dongfeng Yang said. Following that, a maidservant walked out with a tray and brought out the first item to be traded. It was a white jade box. No one knew what was inside for the time being. Dongfeng Yang opened the white jade box. Suddenly, the thing inside appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The thing inside was actually a small section of a root. What is this? Many people asked curiously. The immortal root of the ancient tree of enlightenment. Dongfeng Yang said. What? The immortal root of the ancient tree of enlightenment? Immediately, many cultivators stood up from their seats. Then they exclaimed. Immortal spiritual items were very rare. Some immortal herbs, immortal fruits, and so on were extremely rare spiritual items. In addition, they needed to grow for more than 1,000,000 years to transform into immortal spiritual items. Therefore, immortal spiritual items were incomparably precious. However, the most precious immortal spiritual items often had the word immortal in front. For example, the immortal herb and the immortal tree of immortal were born during the birth of an era. Were extremely rare. These immortal spiritual items of immortal spiritual items had unimaginable miraculous effects. And their lifespan was endless. Ordinary immortal herbs, and other immortal spiritual items had limited lifespans. It was already extremely difficult for them to live for more than 1,000,000 years. If they wanted to live longer, it would be even more difficult. At any time, they could be destroyed by the heavenly Tao. However, the immortal herbs, immortal grasses, and immortal trees of immortality could at least live from the beginning of an epoch to the end. If he was lucky. Who knows, they might even be able to live to the next epoch. This was not unheard of. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree was a famous undying immortal tree. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree was powerful in that it could allow one to comprehend the great Tao. It was said. Some people had been stuck in a certain realm for many years. If they used the Enlightenment Ancient Tea leaves to make tea, they would be able to break through. If they drank the tea, they would quickly gain enlightenment and break through their cultivation. In the past, there were peak emperor-level experts who used this method. In the end, they successfully broke through the shackles of the emperor realm and broke through to a higher realm. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree has disappeared for many years. No one knows where it is. Some say that it has undergone nirvana and is waiting for a chance to be reborn. If this root in my hand can be used to cultivate a sapling of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, then maybe a new Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree will be born. Dongfeng Yang said. Many people were tempted. Some branches even announced that such a treasure was too precious. It was enough to make people want to obtain it at any cost. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Between heaven and earth, 2 different immortal herbs, and immortal trees were not allowed to exist at the same time. The ancient tree of enlightenment had not undergone nirvana. It was just that it was now in the great world of exile. The starry sky surrounding the great world of exile was dark. There was a powerful magnetic field shrouding it. Basically, no one could enter it. The ancient tree of enlightenment was in the death zone of the great world of exile. People in the outside world naturally did not know about it. That was why they thought it had undergone nirvana. Since the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree was still alive and well, this small section of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree's roots naturally couldn't grow into a new Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Of course, Lin Feng would not say this out loud. That would offend many people. How do we trade? Someone asked impatiently. The other party needs all kinds of immortal herbs and immortal herbs. The highest bidder wins. Dong Fangyang said. Immortal herbs and immortal herbs were too precious. Even a big force might not be able to take out many of them. However, in order to get the root of the ancient tree of enlightenment, these big forces went all out. After a fierce competition. In the end, the root of the ancient tree of enlightenment was sold at the price of 64 immortal herbs. Bring up the second item. Dong Fangyang continued. A beautiful maidservant brought up the second precious treasure. It was a porcelain bottle. Dong Fangyang said, there is a pill in the bottle. This pill is called the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. Have any of you heard of this pill before? Heavens, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill? Such a pill actually exists? At this moment, the Demon Lord's shocked voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. The Demon Lord was very knowledgeable. There were very few treasures that could move the Demon Lord like this. However, this 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill could actually make the Demon Lord so excited. Lin Feng was very surprised. Clearly, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill must have some heaven-defying effect. Otherwise, the Demon Lord would lose his composure. Lin Feng could not help but ask. Demon Lord. What does the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill do? The Demon Lord said, it is said that the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill can bring someone back from the dead. What? Bring someone back from the dead? That's impossible, right? Even immortal herbs of immortality can only bring someone back to life. They can't bring someone back to life. Can the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill do that? Lin Feng said in shock. That's right. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill can bring the dead back to life, but it's only a legend. After all, I've never seen such a pill before. The Demon Lord said. Some things don't come out of nowhere. Since it's rumored that the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill can bring the dead back to life, maybe it really has such a miraculous effect? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill piqued his interest. Lin Feng planned to bid for the pill. Of course, there would be many people competing for it later. Lin Feng wasn't sure if he could successfully bid for the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. He needed to see what the other party wanted. If Lin Feng didn't have what the other party wanted, then he was destined to miss out on the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. What's the effect of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill? Someone couldn't help but ask. They had never heard of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. Dong Fangyang said, it's said that this pill can bring the dead back to life. Bring the dead back to life? No way. There's such a pill? I heard that even the most mysterious immortal medicine of immortality can't bring the dead back to life. It can only make a cultivator younger or bring the dead back to life. Could this 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill be more powerful than the immortal medicine of immortality? After the crash, a cultivator said, doubting the true effects of this medicinal pill. Bringing the dead back to life meant bringing the dead back to life. However, as everyone knew, there was no method to bring the dead back to life in the world of cultivators. Therefore, everyone found it hard to believe the effects of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. This is a legendary elixir. I don't know if it really has the effect of bringing the dead back to life for the time being. It's impossible to test this elixir. This elixir needs to be exchanged for 3 elixirs of the immortal level. Dong Fangyang said. The cultivator who took out the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir probably didn't believe in the effects of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, so he took it out to exchange. If they believed in the effects of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill, they definitely wouldn't take it out to exchange for it. The value of the 3 immortal pills was naturally extremely high, mainly because immortal pills were simply too rare. However, Lin Feng had collected more than a dozen celestial pills over the past few years. He had never used any of them before, and now he could take them out to exchange. I want this 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. While the others were still frowning and pondering, Lin Feng spoke. He took out 3 porcelain bottles containing immortal elixirs and handed them to Dong Fangyang. Dong Fangyang checked it carefully and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Then, he gave the bottle to Lin Feng. The others did not participate in the competition. They probably did not believe in the effects of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir. Swallow the 9 Revolutions Soul Return pill later and refine it. The Demon Lord said telepathically. Lin Feng said, swallow it? Wouldn't that be a complete waste of the pill? The Demon Lord said, no. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir is rather special. It is said that you need to swallow this elixir in advance when there is nothing wrong with your body. Then, the energy of this elixir will be stored in your body. When death comes, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir stored in your body will take effect. This, Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Everyone knew that once a pill was swallowed, its energy would be quickly absorbed by the body. It could not be stored. However, the Demon Lord said that the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir had to be swallowed, refined, and stored. Why did Lin Feng feel that he would lose everything by buying the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir this time? However, Lin Feng had always believed the Demon Lord's words. Since the Demon Lord said that he had to swallow the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, then he would swallow it. Of course, now was not the time to swallow the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir. After all, this was not the place to swallow and refine it. Lin Feng temporarily put the porcelain bottle with the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir into his mountain river ring. As for the trade fair, it continued. Precious treasures were taken out one after another. Many of them made Lin Feng's heart beat faster. However, Lin Feng did not have some of the treasures that the other party needed. Therefore, he could not participate in the trade fair. The cultivators who had the treasures that the other party needed started to fight fiercely. That ancient starry sky city is really extraordinary. There are so many treasures. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The treasures that appeared in the trade fair were only a part of the treasures. In fact, Lin Feng suspected that there was a heaven-defying treasure in that ancient starry sky city that had been taken away by others. However, no one would take out such a treasure for trade. That ancient starry sky city was very attractive. Unfortunately, there was no chance to explore it now. Next, the 10th treasure will be taken out, Dongfang Yang said. A servant girl walked up with a tray. There was a stone sword on the tray. Previously, there was a rumor that a mysterious stone sword would appear in this trade fair. And that mysterious stone sword was very likely to be one of the legendary 36 stone swords. However, when Lin Feng saw the stone sword that was taken out, he immediately showed a disappointed expression. The stone sword that was taken out now was not one of the 36 stone swords. Of course. The stone sword that was taken out now was also extremely extraordinary. But unfortunately, no matter how extraordinary the stone sword was, as long as it was not one of the 36 stone swords, it would be less attractive to Lin Feng. What Lin Feng needed were the 36 stone swords, not the other stone swords. He had only collected 3. Di Wudao, on the other hand, had 9. Of the 36 stone swords, 12 already had owners. The remaining 24 stone swords had no owners. However, the whereabouts of the 24 stone swords were a mystery. This stone sword is called the Green Mountain Sword. It was nurtured from the Green Mountain Stone at the beginning of time. Dongfang Yang explained, the various stone tools nurtured from the Green Mountain Stone are very powerful and have amazing attack power. This stone sword is definitely a treasure, a giant soldier god level treasure. It can be broken into pieces with just one strike. As Dongfang Yang spoke, he took out a giant soldier god. Then, he held the stone sword in his hand and slashed at the giant soldier god level stone sword. There was a puff. There was a tearing sound, and the giant soldier god was directly torn in half by the stone sword. Oh my god, the power of this stone sword is so terrifying. Many people could not help but exclaim. Originally, many people had guessed that the stone sword that appeared in the trade fair was one of the 36 stone swords. However, when they found out that it was not, they felt as disappointed as Lin Feng. However, now that they had seen the power of this stone sword, everyone's eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling light. This stone sword is not only powerful, but it is also said to be related to the orthodoxy of a peerless expert. At this time, Dongfang Yang continued speaking and threw out a piece of important news, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Feng could not help but be very surprised. He did not expect this stone sword to be related to the orthodoxy of a peerless expert. What's the name of this unparalleled expert? What's his background? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He was very interested in this matter. That peerless cultivator's identity was very important to Lin Feng's heart. Dongfang Yang said, this person is called Xianxia Daoist. He's a Xiantian life form. Xianxia Daoist? You said that the stone sword is called Xianxia sword. Is there any special connection between the stone sword and Xianxia Daoist? A cultivator asked. Dongfang Yang said, you've hit the nail on the head. This Xianxia Daoist's identity isn't ordinary. He was born together with the Xianxia sword. Born together with the stone sword, many people couldn't help but be shocked. This was too extraordinary. They couldn't believe it. A stone sword and a Xiantian being were unexpectedly born together. It looked like this Daoist priest of Green Mountain and this Green Mountain sword must have helped each other and grown together. There must have been a glorious history in the past. However, that was countless years ago. Countless years later, what happened in the past had become a mystery. Everyone, I'm sure all of you already know the value of the Sword of Green Mountain. I won't say more about the power of the Sword of Green Mountain, but the main point is that the inheritance of the Daoist priest of Green Mountain is too tempting. Dongfang Yang continued in a gentle and enticing manner. Many people couldn't help but look at him with fervent gazes. Many cultivation practitioners wanted to get their hands on the Sword of Green Mountain. What does he want in exchange? Lin Feng asked. 50 types of 3,000 great Daos. And an emperor weapon. Dongfang Yang said. This? Many people frowned. Many people frowned. The price of exchanging for the stone sword was too high. Many major forces could take out 50 types of 3,000 great Daos. However, it was very difficult for them to take out an emperor weapon to exchange for the stone sword. Because emperor weapons were too rare. They were the most precious treasures of all major forces. Therefore, no one would take out an emperor weapon to exchange for the stone sword. Unless the benefits of the exchange were much greater than the emperor weapon itself. As a stone artifact, the Xianxia sword's value was no less than an emperor weapon. However, although it was powerful, after countless years, the method to control it had probably been lost. Perhaps the true power of the Xianxia sword couldn't be unleashed. As for the legacy of Xianxia Daoist, although it was very tempting, whether or not they could find it was another matter. Therefore, exchanging an emperor weapon for the Xianxia sword. It was a huge risk. Not many cultivators dared to take this risk. The Xianxia sword. I want it, said someone at that moment. Everybody turned around and saw that it was Lin Feng. Lin Feng's with his finger. An emperor weapon lenses his hand. The emperor weapon. Lin Feng had killed many great emperors over the years, so he had obtained a few powerful great imperial weapons. Lin Lin's Emperor S. Lin 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 Tes. Emperor. Emperor. S. Tit was roughly equivalent to a monarch weapon of the god emperor level. These monarch weapons were also divided into different grades. Each grade of monarch weapon had a different level of power. The emperor weapon was only a beginner-level emperor weapon. Lin Feng didn't care about such a great imperial weapon, but to many cultivators, it was a precious treasure, even in their dreams. Apart from the emperor weapon, Lin Feng also took out a jade tube. There were 50 types of 3,000 great Daos imprinted in it. Senior Dongfeng, you can take a look at these 50 types of 3,000 great Daos. If there's no problem, let's make a deal. Lin Feng said. Dongfang Yang nodded and took the jade tube from Lin Feng. He checked it. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. There's no problem at all. The Xianxia sword belongs to you. Dongfang Yang handed the Xianxia sword to Lin Feng. This kid is really rich. He casually took out a monarch weapon and exchanged it with 50 types of 3,000 great Daos without even blinking. I really wonder how many treasures he has to be able to ignore a monarch weapon and 50 types of 3,000 great Daos. His identity is very mysterious. We still don't know who he is. However, he's so young and has such a powerful cultivation. He must have an extraordinary background. Apart from that, he must have great luck to be so powerful at such a young age. Since he has such great luck, it's normal for him to have many treasures on him. That's true. The only thing that's puzzling now is the origin of this young master. Lin Feng took out an emperor weapon and 50 types of 3,000 great daos to exchange for the Qing Shan sword. Immediately, many cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. Now, everyone was extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. However, no one knew Lin Feng's background. As for Dongfang Tuahai, Yu Simon wouldn't tell him about Lin Feng's background. Next, we're going to trade the 11th item. Bring out the 11th treasure. Dongfang Yang said. A maidservant brought out the 11th supreme treasure. He didn't know what the 11th supreme treasure was, but it was covered by a piece of brocade. Thump, thump, thump. 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 After hearing the thumping sounds, Li Yundong was stunned. Many people couldn't help but be startled. This sound was so strange, it was like the sound of a beating heart. What was the 11th item? Dongfang Yang didn't keep them in suspense. He lifted the silk cloth on the tray, and a fiery red rock appeared. A ball of flame gushed out from the rock. It was burning. It burned the void. The fiery red rock seemed to contain a heart. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, the noise became more and more intense, more and more urgent. Many people couldn't help but feel that their hearts were beating rapidly. Furthermore, his heart was in incomparable pain, as if it was about to split open. This feeling was incomparably terrible. Is this the legendary purgatory demon heart? At this time, a cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time Lin Feng had heard of the purgatory demon heart. However, from the name, it seemed that this item should be related to the boundless purgatory. As for the use of the purgatory demon heart, Lin Feng didn't know. Dongfang Yang nodded and said, "That's right, it's the purgatory demon heart. There really is such a thing." Several cultivators who knew the origin of the purgatory demon heart couldn't help but exclaim. What exactly is the purgatory demon heart? Someone asked curiously. Like Lin Feng, he had never heard of the purgatory demon heart before. The effect of the purgatory demon heart was so amazing that everyone was shocked. Even Lin Feng was shocked when he heard about the effects of the purgatory demon heart. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. However, Dongfang Yang obviously wasn't joking. The purgatory demon heart made everyone's heart pound. No one didn't want to obtain this supreme treasure. If they could refine it, it would play an extremely important role in their cultivation. What do you need to exchange for the purgatory demon heart? Someone couldn't wait to ask. They wanted to know how to exchange for the purgatory demon heart. Almost everyone's attention was on the purgatory demon heart. No one could resist the temptation of this supreme treasure. Of course, the purgatory demon heart was also very attractive to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also wanted to know what kind of treasure was needed to exchange for the purgatory demon heart. Dongfang Yang said, Sun Moon Divine Essence. Who among them had something like this? The other party needed the Sun and Moon Divine Essence. If anyone can take out the Sun Moon Divine Essence, the purgatory demon heart will belong to that person. Lin Feng was a knowledgeable person, but this was the first time he had heard of the Sun Moon Divine Essence. Just from the name, one could tell that the Sun Moon Divine Essence was a very rare and precious item. When the rest of the cultivators heard the words Sun Moon Divine Essence, they were all puzzled. They didn't know what the Sun Moon Divine Essence was. Someone asked, Sun Moon Divine Essence? What kind of treasure is that? Dongfang Yang said, it's said that the Sun and Moon Divine Essence is a kind of energy essence formed when the Sun and the Moon merge together. But I don't know what it's used for. I only heard about it from the client. That's right. It seems that the Sun Moon Divine Essence is definitely a supreme treasure. However, I've never heard of it before, let alone take it out. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven. A cultivator said at this time. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Just as the cultivator said, he had never heard of the Sun Moon Divine Essence before. Moreover, it was too difficult to take out something like the Sun Moon Divine Essence. Although they couldn't take out the Sun Moon Divine Essence, many people were very interested in the purgatory demon heart. Therefore, someone asked, can we use other treasures to replace the Sun and Moon Divine Essence in exchange for that cultivator? Dongfang Yang said, no, that cultivator wants the Sun and Moon Divine Essence. As for other things, he is not interested in them. Therefore, if you want to get the purgatory demon heart, you have to exchange it with the sun and moon divine essence. Other than that, you can't get the sun and moon divine essence. Hearing this, many cultivators frowned. If the other party only wanted the sun moon divine essence, didn't that mean that no one would have a chance to obtain the purgatory demon heart? If someone possessed the sun moon divine essence, they would have taken it out long ago. It wouldn't have dragged on until now. I don't have the sun moon divine essence here, but I do have a piece of crystal formed by condensing the sun moon divine essence. Suddenly, a cultivator spoke up. Turning around, everyone saw that it was a young cultivator. This young cultivator was very handsome. He wore a long blue robe, which made him look very otherworldly. He spoke slowly and politely, and his eyes were gentle. He looked harmless, but no one dared to let their guard down. In the world of cultivators, the more harmless a cultivator looked, the more dangerous he was. The more dangerous he was, the more dangerous he was. For example, Lin Feng. He also looked harmless, handsome, sunny, and gentle, but in fact, Lin Feng's combat strength was terrifying and he killed decisively. However, the young cultivator in front of him gave Lin Feng a very dangerous feeling. The man held a purple crystal in his hand and handed it to Dongfang Yang. Dongfang Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the purple crystal. He said, "This kind of sun and moon divine essence is more precious. I'll take this crystal formed by the sun and moon divine essence. As for the purgatory demon heart, it's yours." Okay. The young cultivator nodded and put away the purgatory demon heart. The others shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that they had missed the opportunity to get the purgatory demon heart, so they were naturally disappointed. Where did this person come from? He can even take out a crystal formed by the sun and moon divine essence. He's quite extraordinary. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The others were also guessing the identity of that cultivator. However, no one knew where that young cultivator came from. There was only one last item left in the trade fair. Dongfang Yang asked someone to bring up the last item. This item was actually a mysterious ore the size of a fist. That piece of ore was emitting a strange energy. When everyone looked at that piece of ore, a strange energy was emitted. The eyes of all the cultivators became confused. The ore was extremely strange. It seemed to have the power to make people fall into an illusion. The power to make people fall into an illusion was very terrifying. Once eroded by that power, the cultivator would be unable to extricate himself. Even a few emperor-level experts in the room fell into the illusion. They couldn't move their bodies and couldn't walk out of the illusion. This situation was extremely bad. If they couldn't walk out of the illusion, others could kill them at any time. Until they died. They might not even know how they died. Among everyone present, Lin Feng was the first cultivator to walk out of the illusion. Lin Feng's mind power was strong, his will was firm, and he also had the protection of the primal chaos ancient lamp. Therefore, Lin Feng's soul quickly broke through the illusion and successfully walked out. After Lin Feng woke up, the cultivator who exchanged for the purgatory demon heart also walked out of the illusion. Seeing that Lin Feng was the first cultivator to walk out of the illusion, the cultivator couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Several Emperor sect level experts also walked out of the illusory realm. Then, the Emperor level, Immortal Emperor, and God Emperor level cultivators walked out of the illusion. As for the Boundary Emperor level cultivators, they didn't show any signs of walking out of the illusion. "Wake up!" Dongfang Yang shouted in a low voice. Only then did the Quasi-Emperor realm cultivators wake up from the illusion. What is this stone? Why is it so strange? An Emperor-level expert couldn't help but ask. He thought of how the stone instantly made him fall into the illusion. It's said to be a treasure passed down from the Western universe. It's called the Reaper's Fantasy Stone. It's said that when this stone is used, it can form a powerful illusion. When this illusion is formed, it means that the god of death is about to arrive. The Reaper's Fantasy Stone has a wide range of applications. For example, it can be used to refine a powerful magic treasure, or it can be polished into the shape of a crystal core and embedded in one's own magic treasure. Dongfang Yang explained. Everyone was shocked when they heard about the Reaper's Fantasy Stone. The Reaper's Fantasy Stone was too extraordinary. Moreover, everyone had only taken a glance at the Reaper's fantasy stone, and they had been mesmerized to varying degrees. It was difficult for them to extricate themselves from the illusion. This showed how terrifying the Reaper's fantasy stone was. One had to know that no one had activated the Reaper's fantasy stone earlier, but it had already displayed such a terrifying effect. What if someone had activated the Reaper's fantasy stone? What can I use to exchange for this treasure? Someone asked. The Dragon Origin Core. Who has it? Dongfang Yang said. Clearly, the other party wanted a treasure like the Dragon Origin Core. What's the Dragon Origin Core? Many cultivators revealed puzzled expressions. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He had heard of the Dragon Origin Core before. The Origin Core referred to the origin. The Dragon Origin Core referred to the origin of dragons. The Dragon Origin Core was said to be a crystal born from the Dragon Origin Core. It was also called the Dragon Crystal. However, Lin Feng wasn't very clear about the Dragon Origin Core's specific use. He had only read about it in a Taoist scripture. But the Taoist scriptures had very limited information about the core of the dragon origin, so Lin Feng hadn't been able to read too much about the core of the dragon origin in the scriptures. Although he had a certain understanding of the heart of the dragon origin from the Tao scripture, it was only a very superficial understanding. On a deeper level, everything was a mystery. More and more cultivators asked Dongfang Yang about the Dragon Origin Core. Dongfang Yang explained, the Dragon Origin Core is a mysterious crystal born from the Dragon Origin Core. It said that this crystal can only be born from the Dragon Origin Core before the death of an extremely powerful Dragon Origin Core. Lin Feng was very surprised. The scripture he had read didn't have such an introduction. Dragons with extremely powerful bloodlines were extremely rare. If the Dragon Origin Core, it would be even more difficult to find a suitable Dragon Origin Core. Therefore, the Dragon Origin Core was extremely precious. What a pity. I can't take it out. Lin Feng frowned. If he had the Dragon Origin Core, he would have been able to obtain the Reaper's Dragon Origin Core. However, the Reaper's Reaper-S therefore. Lin Feng didn't have any illusions about the Death God's Illusion Stone anymore. Even though Lin Feng was interested in the Death God's Illusion Stone, he didn't really need it. The effect of the Death God Fantasy Stone was terrifying. However, if he kept borrowing the power of the Reaper's Fantasy Stone, he would easily become dependent on it. If the Reaper's Fantasy Stone was damaged or stolen in the future, his body would become heavily dependent on the Reaper's Fantasy Stone. If he couldn't use the Reaper's Fantasy Stone to fight, he would easily have a mental breakdown. Wouldn't it be a dead end then? Therefore, it might not be a bad thing if he couldn't get the Reaper's Fantasy Stone. I have the Dragon Origin Core. Reaper's Fantasy Stone. I want it. An Emperor-level expert said aloud. Then he took out a porcelain bottle. Groan. A high-pitched dragon roar came from the porcelain bottle. A small dragon could be vaguely seen twisting its body in the porcelain bottle. That small dragon should be transformed from the Dragon Origin Core. The transaction for the last supreme treasure was completed. Dongfang Yang said with a smile, everyone, it's getting late. Our auction house has prepared the best spiritual food banquet. Please follow this old man. Everyone nodded and followed Dongfang Yang to participate in the spiritual food banquet. After the banquet, Lin Feng, Dongfang Tuahai, and Yu Simon returned to the Dongfang family. Lin Feng was still waiting for Emperor Lone Wolf to come out of seclusion. However, when Emperor Lone Wolf would come out was not something Lin Feng could decide. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been cultivating in seclusion. On the fourth day, Dongfang Tuahai came to see Lin Feng in person. Emperor Lone Wolf had come out of seclusion. Lin Feng and Yu Simon followed Dongfang Tuahai to see Emperor Lone Wolf. Emperor Lone Wolf looked to be in his 40s and was thin. However, his eyes were brimming with vigor and were incomparably breathtaking. Few people dared to look him in the eyes. Simon greets Emperor Lone Wolf. When Yu Simon saw Emperor Lone Wolf, she bowed to him. Little Sea-man, there's no need to be so courteous with your uncle. I've already heard about your father. Your father and I were friends of life and death back then, so I won't ignore your father's matters. However, rescuing your father isn't a trivial matter. It involves many things, so you need to wait calmly for a period of time. We also need to make a good plan, Emperor Lone Wolf said. Lin Feng was surprised. It was said that the wolf clan was sinister and cunning. However, Emperor Lone Wolf did not seem to be such a person. He looked very sincere. Lin Feng did not doubt Emperor Lone Wolf's words. If he did not want to agree to help a powerhouse like Emperor Lone Wolf, he would directly say it. He would definitely say it directly. There was no need to lie to you, Simon. Thank you for your help, uncle. You Simon hurriedly looked at Sovereign Lone Wolf. Previously, she had been rejected everywhere and suffered humiliation. Now, she had finally found a senior powerhouse who was willing to rescue her father. Therefore, Yu Simon was very excited. Lin Feng could now display the battle prowess of an Emperor Realm Master. In addition, Emperor Lone Wolf, who was an Emperor Realm Master, was very likely to rescue her father. Yu Simon was very clear about this. She really wanted to rescue her father now. However, Yu Simon knew that at this time, she needed to listen to Lin Feng and Emperor Lone Wolf. Are you Lin Feng, the one who caused a lot of commotion? You're really a young hero. Emperor Lone Wolf looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Feng could not help but cup his fists. Emperor Lone Wolf said, I'm not being polite, but I'm just expressing my feelings. It's finally reassuring that Simon can find a home like you. Lin Feng smiled slightly and did not say anything more on this topic. Emperor Lone Wolf continued, we might not be able to save Supreme Myriad Star by ourselves. We still need to find a few helpers. You guys rest for a while. I'll personally go and visit some old friends. Hearing this, Yu Simon was overjoyed. Originally, Yu Simon still had a few people to visit. However, those people were not only friends of Yu Simon's father, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star. They were also friends of Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf. Therefore, it was naturally much better for Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf to visit those powerhouses than for Yu Simon to visit those powerhouses. In the following period of time, Lin Feng had been in seclusion. He was cultivating the 3,000 great Daos he had obtained, hoping to complete the cultivation of the 3,000 great Daos as soon as possible. Every time he cultivated one of the 3,000 great Daos, his combat strength would increase greatly. Because the starry sky was vast and boundless, even an expert like Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf would need to spend a lot of time visiting his old friends in different star domains. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Lin Feng had not successfully cultivated the Great Wish technique of the 3,000 great Daos he had obtained previously. Lin Feng had successfully cultivated the rest of the divine abilities. The Great Wish technique was an unparalleled ultimate technique. Lin Feng had tried to comprehend the Great Wish technique many times, but he had not succeeded. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the Great Wish technique. Lin Feng had already obtained 2,510 types of 3,000 great Daos. Now, apart from the Great Wish technique, he had not successfully cultivated it. Lin Feng had successfully cultivated the remaining 2,509 types of 3,000 great Daos. Now, Lin Feng's comprehension of the Tao had reached an unimaginable level. He let out a soft cry. It was like the sound of the Tao shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, Lin Feng could already start his own sect. He was recruiting disciples. In this world, there were probably not many people who had cultivated more of the 3,000 great Daos than Lin Feng. At present, Lin Feng only knew of the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng did not know about the rest for the time being. However, the Red World Fairy was a very special example. There was a reason why she had been able to obtain 3,000 types of 3,000 great Daos in the past. Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's 3,000 great Daos were obtained by relying on his own ideas. It was unknown how much effort he had gone through. It was unknown how many times he had experienced life and death situations. In the end, he collected 2,510 types of 3,000 great Daos. Right now, there were only 490 types of the 3,000 great Daos left to collect. The day after Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Emperor Lone Wolf returned. Along with Venerable Lone Wolf, there were 3 other masters, all of whom were venerable emperors. The first expert was a sage-like old man. He wore a Taoist robe and had a smile on his face. This Taoist was called the Holy Ground Old Man. The second expert was a beautiful woman in a purple dress. This beautiful woman had an enchanting figure, an enchanting face, and a charming temperament. There was a boundless charm in her eyes. Just a casual glance was enough to captivate a person's soul. Vixen. This was the best way to describe this beautiful woman. This beautiful woman was the incarnation of a demon race cultivator from the starry skies, and her ancestor was of the fox bloodline. However, in her generation, she was already in human form when she was born. Only a portion of her clan members who had returned to their ancestral roots could transform. This female cultivator was called Thousand Twists. This name was extremely strange. Of course, this name was just a code name. Lin Feng had also heard of an even stranger name. He had also seen it before. The third expert was a child who looked to be 8 or 9 years old. He had 2 pigtails and his body was always surrounded by flames. He held a red tasseled spear in his hand. This person was not to be underestimated. He was called the Flame Emperor. The reason why his body did not grow up was said to be because he was robbed when he was young. His entire family was killed, and he was also hit. Fortunately, he was rescued. However, his body suffered extremely serious injuries, so from then on, his body could no longer grow up. However, the injuries to his body did not affect his cultivation. Seniors. Lin Feng and Yu Simon both bowed to the 3 of them. When the 3 of them looked at Yu Simon, they more or less revealed a smile. Yu Simon should have met them before. After all, these 3 were not only friends of the Lone Wolf Emperor, but also friends of the Myriad Star Emperor. However, when they looked at Lin Feng, their gazes could not help but become somewhat indifferent. These emperors were all high and mighty existences. In the face of a young human cultivator like Lin Feng who they had never met before, it was naturally impossible for them to show a particularly warm expression. This is the Holy Ground Elder. This is Empress Thousand Twists. This is the Flame Emperor. This is Lin Feng. I believe everyone has heard of the name Lin Feng, right? The Lone Wolf Emperor introduced the 2 sides. After hearing the 2 words Lin Feng, the 3 people, who were originally quite indifferent, revealed extremely surprised expressions. They did not expect that this seemingly ordinary cultivator in front of them was actually Lin Feng, who had been the talk of the town during this period of time. Killing the emperors of myriad countries. Destroying the Morone clan and the evil demon bandits. Forcing the 4 emperors to take the initiative to ask for peace. One thing after another, who knew how many people were shocked. The 3 emperors naturally heard of the name Lin Feng like thunder. It was just that they had never seen him before. Now, they finally saw him. Is this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The 3 emperors could not help but secretly curse. If they had known that this young cultivator in front of them was Lin Feng. Naturally, everyone would be polite to him. They would not be as rude as before. The world of cultivators had always been so realistic. This was a world where strength was respected. Strength. Others would value you. Strength was weak. Others would look down on you. Since they lived under such rules, then they had to have the ability to adapt to these rules. So it's little friend Lin Feng. Sorry for the disrespect. The 3 emperors cupped their fists in greeting. 3 seniors are too polite, said Lin Feng while smiling. He looked as carefree as before. At this time, the 3 emperors were extremely surprised. They realized that Lin Feng's mental fortitude was incredible. Even when he was facing Zundi cultivators like them, he didn't care. He always had this kind of indifferent expression. No wonder. Lin Feng was so powerful at such a young age. All of this seemed to be a sign. Let's discuss the rescue of Supreme Emperor Myriad Star now, Emperor Lone Wolf said. He felt that at this moment, it had reached a point where there was no time to delay. After all, the longer Supreme Emperor Myriad Star was imprisoned, the more dangerous it would be for him. Okay. Everyone nodded and had no objections. 6 hours later, Lin Feng, Emperor Lone Wolf, the Holy Ground Old Man, Qian Baoran, and the Flame Emperor set off together. They flew quickly towards the Myriad Immortals planet where Supreme Emperor Myriad Star was imprisoned. 3 months later. A huge planet came into sight, and it was none other than Myriad Immortal's planet. We've arrived at Myriad Immortal's planet. Emperor Lone Wolf took a deep breath and said. Everyone looked at Myriad Immortal's planet with solemn expressions. The only thing they knew now was that the force that attacked was from the Undying Realm. They knew nothing about other things, such as how many experts there were on Myriad Immortal's planet. Then we'll act according to the original plan. The four of us will feign an attack. We'll lure the experts on Myriad Immortal's planet, and Lin Feng will sneak into Myriad Immortal's city to rescue Supreme Myriad Immortals. Emperor Lone Wolf said. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly said. Does little friend Lin have a different opinion? Old Man Holy Ground asked. I've recently cultivated a powerful secret technique. Perhaps it can come in handy at this time. Lin Feng said. Oh? A powerful secret technique? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. They had heard of Lin Feng's means. It was said that Lin Feng had mastered many extraordinary means. Therefore, it attracted many people's attention. Therefore, many major forces besieged Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he took out the Book of the Dead. During his trip to Myriad Immortal's planet, Lin Feng had been comprehending the summoning technique in the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead. It could summon the terrifying dead spirits of the netherworld. The level of the dead spirits that could be summoned and the cultivation base of the cultivator who performed the summoning technique had a lot to do with the summoning technique in the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead was extremely strange. Back then, Yan's realm was unfathomable. However, when he cultivated the 19th technique, he encountered a tribulation. After his physical body was destroyed, his soul had to enter the Book of the Dead to ensure his soul was not destroyed. After countless years, Yan gradually merged with the Book of the Dead and became the weapon spirit of the Book of the Dead. When Lin Feng cultivated the summoning technique in the Book of the Dead, he communicated with Yan a lot. As long as there was something he did not understand, Lin Feng would ask Yan for advice. Therefore, with Yan's help, Lin Feng quickly and safely cultivated the 18 summoning techniques. As for the 19th summoning technique, Lin Feng did not cultivate it. Firstly, there was no time for him to practice the 19th summoning technique. The second reason was because Yan was so powerful back then, but he still suffered a backlash and died when he cultivated the 19th summoning technique. Lin Feng was naturally very fearful. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to wait until he had enough time to study the 19th summoning technique. When everyone saw the Book of the Undead, their pupils violently shrank. They did not recognize the Book of the Dead. However, they sensed a sinister and terrifying aura from the Book of the Dead. That aura. It made everyone feel suffocated. The origin of the Book of the Dead was definitely extraordinary, and incomparably evil. This guy's cultivation method is so heterogeneous. He even has such an evil treasure. I wonder if this evil treasure will take control of my body in the future. In the end, he became a slave to the evil treasure. The four great emperors couldn't help but think to themselves. From their point of view, gains and losses were proportional. Therefore, they felt that it was not necessarily a good thing for Lin Feng to have such an evil treasure. However, the four great emperors' vision was still much smaller. Lin Feng's ambition was to become the new human emperor and lead the human race to seek a chance to survive in this chaotic world. Even, Lin Feng hoped that the human race's bloodline could live to the next era. Therefore, a mere Book of the Dead could not affect Lin Feng at all. Of course, others would not be able to understand this point. Undead creatures sleeping in the undead world, quickly wake up. I will bring you into the world of living creatures and let you feel the aura of the world of living creatures again. Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. This incantation was chanted in an extremely ancient undead language. Only those terrifying undead creatures. No one could understand the content of Lin Feng's incantation. The current Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an immortal lord of the undead. His voice was mysterious, ancient, and immortal. The Book of the Dead played an extremely crucial role at this time. The Book of the Dead not only recorded these summoning techniques. In addition to the summoning techniques, the Book of the Dead. It was also a medium for cultivators to communicate with the undead world. In other words, even if they mastered those summoning techniques, if they did not have a treasure like the Book of the Dead, When the time came, cultivators would still be unable to communicate with the undead in the undead world. Through the Book of the Dead, Lin Feng seemed to see a vast and boundless world. That world was filled with the aura of death everywhere. That world was the world of the undead. That world was eerie, terrifying, and terrifying. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the ground cracked open. Skeletal palms stretched out from the cracked ground. Then, skeletal creatures crawled out from the cracked ground. Who is summoning us? Those undead creatures looked up and asked. The great emperor of the human race is summoning you. Return to the world of the living and fight for the emperor of the human race. In the future, this emperor will erect a monument and build a tomb for you, and open the 6 paths of reincarnation for you so that one day, you can escape the calamity and return. Lin Feng's voice resounded above the undead world. Humph! What emperor of the human race? Do you think we are easy to deceive? One of the undead could not help but snort coldly. These undead were very powerful. Therefore, they could sense some of Lin Feng's real situation. Therefore, they knew. Lin Feng was not the emperor of the human race. After being exposed, Lin Feng did not feel embarrassed. He said, although I am not the emperor of the human race now. But I will definitely be the emperor of the human race in the future. Now, as the future emperor of the human race, the owner of the Book of the Dead, I am officially summoning you to serve me. Are you willing? The group of undead looked at each other. Next, the most powerful undead half knelt on the ground and then said, we are willing to serve the future emperor of the human race. The rest of the undead also knelt on the ground and shouted together, we are willing to serve the future emperor of the human race. Swish! There was a flash of light. These undead disappeared from the undead world without a trace. In the real world, boundless power of death began to churn in the void. In the power of death, terrifying undead creatures appeared one after another. When they saw those terrifying undead creatures, the expressions of the 4 emperors could not help but change drastically. The aura of each undead creature made them somewhat fearful. And those undead creatures were densely packed and innumerable. The summoning technique that Lin Feng used was really too terrifying. Greetings, Lord. Get up. Lin Feng waved his hand. All of a sudden, the densely packed undead stood up. At all costs. Attack this planet. Lin Feng pointed at Myriad Immortal's planet. Myriad Immortal's planet had completely fallen. The people inside had basically been slaughtered. Only Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star and the cultivators who imprisoned Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star were left. The origin of those cultivators was mysterious. The only thing that was known was that they came from the Undying Realm. Lin Feng even guessed that those people were likely to be a force formed by several forces in the Undying Realm. Those people's cultivation bases were very powerful, but so what? No matter how powerful they were, Lin Feng had summoned an undead army. This undead army was enough to hold the attention of countless forces in the Undying Realm. Kill! The undead leader growled and took the lead to rush toward Myriad Immortal's planet. Then, the densely packed undead rushed toward Myriad Immortal's planet. An endless aura of death filled the world. That terrifying aura was enough to make one's countenance change. Young friend Lin's means are really amazing. I admire you. The 4 Supreme Sovereigns all cupped their fists and said. They admired Lin Feng's means from the bottom of their hearts. Anyone who saw Lin Feng summon an undead army would be shocked. They would be the same as them. They would be deeply shocked. Haha, seniors, you are too polite. Let's enter Myriad Immortal's planet with the undead army. Lin Feng said with a smile. That's good. Let's enter Myriad Immortal's planet together and act according to the circumstances. Flame Supreme Sovereign said. Everyone nodded and quickly flew toward Myriad Immortal's planet. Myriad Immortal's planet used to be a prosperous planet. Now, Myriad Immortal's planet was full of destruction and death. Along the way, white bones could be seen. Myriad Immortal's planet had completely changed from a dazzling, lively, and prosperous planet to a withered, dead planet. Looking at the dilapidated Myriad Immortal's planet, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. He had heard some of the situation of Myriad Immortal's planet from you, Simon. There were about 6 to 7 billion permanent residents on Myriad Immortal's planet. Together with the floating population, there were about 8 to 9 billion people. However, when the Great Battle came, only a small number of people managed to escape. At that time, Lin Feng did not understand at all, even though the people from the undead realm were extremely powerful. After all, they were few in number. There was no way they could have massacred so many people. It was only later that Lin Feng found out. It turned out that the people of the Undying Realm had directly used the sacrificial technique. Those people from the Undying Realm had treated all the people on Myriad Immortal's planet as sacrificial offerings. As a result, countless people were sacrificed alive. There were simply too few people who managed to escape. Just like that, Myriad Immortal's planet was destroyed. So many living beings had been sacrificed alive. It was simply too tragic. However, in the eyes of those in the Undying Realm, sacrificing billions of people was like killing a group of ants. In their eyes, the weak were all ants. So what if he killed him? It couldn't even cause any ripples in their hearts. These people from the Undying Realm were too heartless. However, they were powerful enough to treat all living beings mercilessly. The undead army finally arrived at the Myriad Star City guarded by the experts of the Undying Realm. The Myriad Star City was heavily guarded. Looking from afar, one could see that the Myriad Star City was like a giant primeval beast that resided on the ground. It was majestic and heavy. It gave people a sense of suffocation. Above the Myriad Star City, there were many cultivators patrolling back and forth. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to sneak into the Myriad Star City quietly. Of course, Lin Feng and the others didn't think of sneaking into the city. They came openly. The aura of death rolled and quickly surrounded the huge Myriad Star City. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Those guards immediately shouted. At this moment, the undead army rushed over and fought with those guards. Puff! Puff! Bone knives pierced through the bodies of those guards. The flesh, blood, and soul essence of those guards were instantly devoured by those undead creatures. After devouring the flesh, blood, and soul essence of those guards, there were streaks of blood on the surface of those undead creatures. Those undead creatures seemed to want to grow new flesh and blood. Their methods were really amazing. Of course, there were also many undead creatures that were destroyed by those powerful guards. However, what was shocking was that those undead creatures didn't die after their bodies were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, their bodies recombined and returned to their original state. Undead creatures. The 4 Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't help but be shocked. Undead creatures were the most mysterious existence among the undead creatures. Why did those undead creatures have undead bodies? No one knew. Perhaps some people in the undead world knew. But in the world of the living, this was a big secret. Undead creatures meant that you couldn't kill them. This kind of undead creature was extremely terrifying and was the most suitable army for large-scale battles. Just like everything that was happening now. After the guards of the undead world destroyed the bodies of the undead creatures could quickly recombine and couldn't be killed at all. However, the damage caused by those undead creatures was extremely serious. If they were careless, they might be killed by those undead creatures. Kill all these people. Don't leave a single one alive. The leader of the undead creatures shouted loudly. The densely packed undead creatures charged into the depths of the Myriad Star City. The cultivators of the undead world in the depths of the Myriad Star City were also alarmed and quickly rushed out. Among them, there were even 6 Emperor-level powerhouses. Now, the densely packed cultivators and the undead creatures were engaged in a fierce battle. Let's go to the heavenly prison, Lin Feng said. The heavenly prison was a place where prisoners were imprisoned. Previously, Simon told Lin Feng that the heavenly prison was made of forbidden magic stone. It imprisoned all magic power. Therefore, the Supreme Master of Myriad Star was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Soon, Lin Feng and the other 4 arrived at the heavenly prison. There were many experts here. There were several Emperor-level experts guarding the heavenly prison. However, these people were no match for Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the other four started a massacre and killed everyone. Then, they broke open the heavenly prison and entered it. In the depths of the heavenly prison, a cultivator was imprisoned here. His shoulder blades were pierced by chains. "Brother Yu! We're here to save you!" Supreme Master Lone Wolf shouted loudly. Obviously, the cultivator whose shoulder blades were pierced by chains was Yu Simon's father, Supreme Master of Myriad Star. At this time, Supreme Master of Myriad Star, whose eyes had been closed and whose aura was weak, opened his eyes. A sage emperor was stronger than an emperor. It was simply unimaginable how powerful a sage emperor was. An emperor was an invincible figure who dominated a star field. And a sage emperor was the master of the sea of stars. Only when many star fields were combined together could they form the starry sea. And a sage emperor controlled such a huge sea of stars. High and mighty. Looking down at billions of living beings. Such a powerhouse was not someone an emperor realm cultivator could contend against. Therefore, when he heard Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star say that there was a sage emperor guarding this place, he was shocked. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This place was a trap. It was to lure the person who rescued Supreme Emperor Myriad Star here. Then, they would be wiped out in one fell swoop. "You can't leave. Since you're here. You can't leave." An icy voice could be heard all of a sudden. Then, a middle-aged cultivator walked towards the crowd. This middle-aged cultivator blocked the way out. This middle-aged cultivator should be the Sage Emperor cultivator that Supreme Emperor Myriad Star had mentioned. Although he did not exude any powerful aura. However, when everyone faced this middle-aged cultivator, they still felt an aura of despair from this middle-aged cultivator. How powerful this middle-aged cultivator was had completely exceeded the understanding of Lin Feng and the others. A sage emperor. Standing at the top of the starry sky. Looking down on all living beings. Who could contend with a sage emperor cultivator, at the very least? It was absolutely impossible for an emperor cultivator to do this. 5 great experts. They looked at this sage emperor cultivator with a solemn expression. What a bunch of idiots. Why don't you think about which force is from? In our eyes, your wishful thinking is simply stupid. This sage emperor cultivator was extremely arrogant and mocked. I've implicated everyone. Supreme Emperor Myriad Star blamed himself. Brother Yu, please don't say that. When we decided to take action, we had already expected all kinds of possible outcomes. Supreme Emperor Lone Wolf licked his lips and said. Reminiscing about the past. I really miss the 1,000 years when we trained together in the starry sky world. No matter what the outcome is today, we will never regret it. The Flame Emperor said. This is a forbidden space. Our magic power is restricted. If we work together, we might be able to deal with this person. The old man couldn't help but ask. Little friend Lin, we'll stop this person first. You go and save Brother Yu. No problem. Please be careful. Lin Feng said. He leaped out and arrived in front of the prison door. Then, he punched the door. A loud bang was heard. Lin Feng punched the cell door. Surprisingly, the prison door was still intact. The Xingdi cultivator looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Even if a great emperor doesn't have a treasure, it would be difficult for him to break through the door. You, a tiny little insect, think you can break through the door? Wishful thinking. The Saint Emperor did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. Lin Feng pursed his lips and ignored this person. This prison door was indeed incomparably hard, but so what, he might not necessarily be unable to break open this prison door. Open for me. Lin Feng grabbed the chain wrapped around the prison door. Then, with a loud shout, all the strength in his body suddenly burst out. Crack, crack. The chain wrapped around the prison door was directly broken by Lin Feng. The prison door was opened by Lin Feng. You, the Sage Emperor's face could not help but suddenly sink. He did not expect Lin Feng to actually break open the prison door. What kind of broken door is this? It's not difficult to open it at all. If you can't open it, it can only mean that you're too useless. Lin Feng looked at the Sage Emperor and could not help but mock. Hearing this, The Sage Emperor's mouth twitched violently. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Little bastard, I won't let you die so easily later. I'll let you taste endless torture before taking your life. The Sage Emperor said coldly. Then he leaped out. He charged toward the four sovereigns. He needed to deal with the four sovereigns first, then deal with Lin Feng. Attack! The four sovereigns could not help but shout coldly. They joined forces to attack the Sage Emperor. At this time, Lin Feng had already entered the prison. These chains are made of profound and extreme cold iron. There's no way to break them with physical strength. You need magic power to destroy them. Don't bother with me anymore. Quickly leave this place. As soon as he finished speaking, Sovereign Myriad Star revealed a dumbfounded expression. Because he saw. The young human cultivator grabbed a chain with both hands and suddenly exerted force. The chain directly shattered. 4 times in a row. All 4 chains were broken by Lin Feng. Sovereign Myriad Star's expression was full of shock. He could not believe his eyes. Such a hard chain was actually broken by the young human cultivator in front of him. Who was this kid? Why did he come to rescue him? After breaking 4 chains, Lin Feng grabbed Sovereign Myriad Star, who was almost unable to stand steadily. Then, he carried Sovereign Myriad Star on his back and quickly rushed out of the prison. At this time, the 4 sovereigns had blocked 2 attacks from the Sage Emperor. The 4 sovereigns could no longer resist the 3rd attack and were directly sent flying by the Sage Emperor. Barf, the 4 sovereigns. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces became as pale as paper. The Sage Emperor was about to rush forward and kill the 4 sovereigns. With a punch, 4 fist shadows instantly enveloped the 4 sovereigns. The 4 sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. They were no longer able to resist the attack of the Sage Emperor. Die. The Saint Emperor had an indifferent look on his face. His voice was cold. The 4 sovereigns were about to be killed by him. At this moment, Lin Feng rushed over and swept a punch at the Sage Emperor. The fist momentum condensed. In an instant, it broke the 4 fist shadows. Then. Boom. 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 Boom, bang, accompanied by the violent sound of collision. The ground shook violently. Then. Dang dang dang, the 2 of them each took 3 steps back. They were actually evenly matched. Oh my god, little friend Lin's physical body is so strong? The 4 sovereigns were extremely shocked after being defeated by Lin Feng. Each of them was so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, Lin Feng had managed to block the Saint Emperor's attack. Otherwise, the 4 of them, just now, they would have been killed. I'll stop this person. You guys take Sovereign Myriad Star and leave. Lin Feng said. Little friend Lin, be careful. Sovereign Lone Wolf and the others supported Sovereign Myriad Star and then said. Then. The 4 of them quickly left with Sovereign Myriad Star. A Saint Emperor level expert was indeed extremely terrifying. However, right now, everyone was deep within the cage that imprisoned their mana. Therefore, Lin Feng was not worried about his own safety at all. Lin Feng felt that with his ability, he should be able to kill the Saint Emperor level expert here. Brat, do you think that just because you let them out first, they can escape? Now that the Great Array outside has been activated, they won't be able to escape even if they have wings. After I deal with you, I will go and kill those guys. The Saint Emperor level expert sneered. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. This Saint Emperor level expert naturally did not put Lin Feng in his eyes. In his opinion, although Lin Feng's methods were a bit strange, he had even blocked his attack. However, he had only used 1/3 of his strength just now. If he used his full strength, Lin Feng had no choice but to die. Lin Feng sneered and said, "What a conceited fellow. Since I stopped you, I have the strength to kill you. Brat, are you boasting shamelessly? You really overestimate yourself." The Saint Emperor level expert's expression was indifferent. A young cultivator like Lin Feng actually dared to say such words to him. Wasn't this looking down on him? Therefore, the Saint Emperor level cultivator was extremely angry. I'm just saying what I feel, and you will soon know that your little bit of strength is not worth mentioning in front of me. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Saint Emperor-level cultivator's eyes immediately revealed killing intent. His body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Then, the Saint Emperor-level expert rushed towards Lin Feng. A palm struck towards Lin Feng. The power of this palm strike was much stronger than before. It could be said that it could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was truly shocking. The sound of a sonic boom could be heard in the air. As expected of a Saint Emperor-level expert. An attack. It was really too terrifying. Facing the attack of a Saint Emperor, Yi Zichen was shocked. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He threw a punch at the Sage Emperor cultivator. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was another sound. Lin Feng and the Saint Emperor clashed once again. This was a collision. Lin Feng was still safe and sound. The Saint Emperor had been forced back by Lin Feng's punch. No. That's impossible. The Saint Emperor immediately roared hysterically. He simply couldn't believe that he would be repelled by Lin Feng. That punch. This Sage Emperor had unleashed 70% of his battle prowess. Such powerful combat strength. In his opinion, wouldn't killing Lin Feng be a piece of cake? However, reality and ideal formed an extreme contrast and contrast. Lin Feng was completely fine. Instead, he was the one who was repelled. Lin Feng walked towards the Saint Emperor cultivator with an indifferent expression. He sneered and said, "Nothing is impossible. Even if your physical body is stronger than mine, your strength is far inferior to mine. You should have heard of the phrase 1 man can defeat 10 men, right? With my strength, not to mention a mere Saint Emperor cultivator like you, even if an Emperor cultivator came, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from me." Lin Feng's words sounded extremely arrogant. But in reality, his words were not arrogant at all. The power of the draconic elephant arm would continuously increase as Lin Feng's battle prowess increased. During this period of time, Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly increased because he had refined too many of the 3,000 great daos. Therefore, the power of his draconic elephant arm had also greatly increased. Moreover, Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had transformed from 5 to 6. The draconic elephant arm was related to the devouring martial spirit. When Lin Feng's 6 devouring martial spirits were completely activated, Lin Feng could at most display 6 times the power of the draconic elephant arm. Lin Feng had never displayed 6 times the power of the draconic elephant arm. Therefore, even he didn't know how powerful 6 times the power of the draconic elephant arm was. Just now, Lin Feng had used 3 draconic elephant arms to repel the Saint Emperor cultivator. 3 times the draconic elephant arm was naturally far from being comparable to Lin Feng's 6 times the draconic elephant arm. Lin Feng knew that Supreme Emperor Myriad Star and the others outside might not be in a good situation. Therefore, now, he had to end the battle quickly. Therefore, after Lin Feng forced that Saint Emperor to retreat, Lin Feng had to be careful. There was no stopping at all. He quickly rushed towards the Saint Emperor-level expert. Lin Feng wanted to kill the Saint Emperor-level cultivator as quickly as possible. 6 times the draconic elephant arm was activated. Lin Feng's strength instantly rose to the peak level. The power of 6 times the draconic elephant arm was completely unleashed. It was simply shocking. That terrifying power instantly erupted with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Although it was only the power of the physical body, it gave people a feeling that it could shatter the void. This was the terrifying power of 6 times the draconic elephant arm. The perception ability of a Saint Emperor-level cultivator was extremely powerful. When Lin Feng's fist was about to reach him, this Saint Emperor-level cultivator immediately felt an unprecedented sense of danger sweep through his entire body. That feeling, it made the Saint Emperor-level expert's hands and feet instantly turn cold. This Saint Emperor-level expert's expression suddenly changed. He knew how terrifying Lin Feng's punch was. This Saint Emperor-level cultivator wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. But he was shocked to find out that he was actually unable to dodge Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Therefore, this Saint Emperor-level expert had no choice but to resist Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The two sides collided again. This time, the collision It was even more violent. It was also even more violent. The power of Lin Feng's 6 times the draconic elephant arm was simply too powerful. Therefore, after this collision, this Saint Emperor level cultivator directly suffered a calamity. Kacha. One after another, it spread out. This Saint Emperor level cultivator's arm was actually directly broken by Lin Feng. Ah! This Saint Emperor level cultivator couldn't help but scream. After injuring this Saint Emperor level cultivator, Lin Feng's morale was greatly boosted. He sped up and rushed towards this Saint Emperor level cultivator. He wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kill this Saint Emperor level cultivator. At this moment, this Saint Emperor level cultivator waved his hand. Swish, a cold light flashed. Instantly, densely packed silver needles flew out. The tip of each silver needle flickered with a green luster. It was obvious that it was highly toxic. This Sage Emperor level cultivator was truly sinister to the extreme. He actually hid such a vicious method. When the densely packed silver needles pierced towards him, powerful aura energy surged out of Lin Feng's body. The aura energy formed a shield of aura energy. It blocked the densely packed silver needles. And Lin Feng rushed forward. A palm strike towards this Saint Emperor level expert. This palm strike killed the Saint Emperor level cultivator on the head. This Saint Emperor level cultivator's head directly exploded. In the outside world, the battle was fierce. Although they had the help of the undead army, the cultivators of the undead realm had already set up layers of ambushes. The undead army was blocked in the courtyard outside the heavenly prison. They could not enter. The courtyard where the heavenly prison was located was formed by various killing arrays. Under the urging of a large number of experts, waves of destructive power suddenly erupted. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. The 4 emperors had been injured by the Saint Emperor level powerhouse. They were now escorting Supreme Myriad Star to break out of the encirclement. However, they were fiercely attacked by the cultivators of the undead realm, so their injuries were getting worse and worse. There were a total of 5 Emperor-level experts presiding over the array. These 5 Emperor-level experts stood in the core of the array in the position of the 5 elements. They cooperated with each other very well. In addition, the array and the help of many experts, killing Supreme Myriad Star and the other 4. It seemed to be only a matter of time. Just as Supreme Lone Wolf, Supreme Myriad Star, and the other 4 were gradually unable to hold on. Suddenly, thud, 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 thud. Thud, this sudden sound that sounded like footsteps attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the heavenly prison. They immediately saw a cultivator holding a human head in his hand stepped out of the heavenly prison. Oh my God, how is this possible? When they saw the cultivator who stepped out, everyone exclaimed. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They could not believe their eyes. The cultivator who stepped out was Lin Feng. And in his hand was the head of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor. What kind of terrifying existence was that, the endless sea of stars? Standing at the peak. A terrifying existence that could become the Lord of the Sea of Stars. Such a powerful existence. His strength was naturally earth-shattering. However, such a powerful existence was killed by Lin Feng. Everyone thought that this was a dream. However, this was not a dream, but something that really happened. How did he do it? Supreme Myriad Star, Supreme Lone Wolf, Supreme Thousand Circles, the Holy Ground Old Man, and Supreme Flame could not help but tremble slightly. Sir has fallen. Sir has actually fallen. How is this possible? How is that possible? Meanwhile, the experts of the Undying Realm were mumbling to themselves. Although they didn't want to believe what they were seeing, everyone knew that everything they saw was real. One of their Saint Emperors had fallen. If this matter were to spread back to the Undying Realm, it would cause quite a stir in the Undying Realm. A Saint Emperor-level expert. Even in the Undying world where experts were as common as clouds, he was still a high and mighty figure. But now, he actually died in the lower realm. Who was that kid? How did he do it? The cultivators from the Undying Realm couldn't help but feel puzzled. They thought of a possibility. The heavenly prison was a restricted space, unable to circulate his magic power. Could it be that the Saint Emperor had lost in a contest of physical strength? Was he killed in the end? However, that human cultivator seemed to only be a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor could kill a sage emperor with his physical body. Wasn't that just daydreaming, however? Except for this explanation, the cultivators of the Undying Realm could not think of any other reason. Let's go. Lin Feng flew toward Supreme Venerable Myriad Star and the others. He waved his hand. An endless amount of magical power surged out. That powerful magic power engulfed Supreme Venerable Myriad Star and the others. Before the experts of the Undying Realm could react, Lin Feng directly used the formation splitting technique. The formation was instantly torn apart. Whoosh! Then, Lin Feng and the others rushed out of the great deployment spell. Now, the 5 Supreme Venerables were injured, and Lin Feng alone was unable to save the situation. The Undying Realm was full of experts. Naturally, it was best to leave. Anyway, he had already saved the people he wanted to save. There was no benefit in continuing to fight with these people. Lin Feng was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. People who didn't know when to advance and retreat often died miserably. Chase, don't let them escape. When Lin Feng tore apart the formation and left with the 5 Supreme Venerables, the experts of the Undying Realm finally reacted and roared one by one. They chased after Lin Feng and the others. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He instantly disappeared without a trace with the 5 Supreme Venerables. This little brother is simply like an ancient Saint Emperor descending to the mortal world. I admire him. I haven't asked how I should address you, little brother. Supreme Venerable Myriad Star looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but ask curiously. The 5 people who came to rescue him. Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf, Supreme Venerable Qianbao, Holy Ground Old Man, and Supreme Venerable Flame were all his old friends. In the past, they were life and death friends. They took the risk to rescue him. It was understandable. But what about Lin Feng? He was a stranger to Supreme Venerable Myriad Star. Therefore, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star didn't understand why a stranger like Lin Feng would risk offending the major forces of the Undying Realm to rescue him. At this moment, the 4 Supreme Venerables couldn't help but smile. Supreme Venerable Myriad Star looked at the 4 of them in confusion and then asked, "What are the 4 of you smiling about?" Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf said, "It seems that Girl Sea-Man did a good job of keeping it a secret." "What do you mean?" Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was puzzled. Supreme Venerable Qianbao said, "This little friend is called Lin Feng. Brother you must have heard of him, right?" Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was slightly stunned. Then, he said, "Lin Feng? Lin Feng, the rising star of the 9 states?" Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "That's me." Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was extremely shocked. Lin Feng of the 9 states. He had naturally heard of him, but Supreme Venerable Myriad Star didn't take Lin Feng seriously. After all, Lin Feng was just a cultivator of the younger generation. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? Naturally, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star didn't take him seriously. But today, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star realized how wrong he was. Lin Feng was simply too heaven-defying. He had even killed a Supreme Venerable Divine Emperor. Supreme Venerable Qianbao smiled and said, "Little friend Lin and that girl Sea-Man have been running around, helping to contact experts to rescue brother you. Everyone here was a scheming and astute person." Therefore, although the Supreme Venerable Qianbao didn't mention the whole story, everyone could understand the Supreme Venerable Qianbao's meaning. Supreme Venerable Myriad Star naturally understood what the Supreme Venerable Qianbao meant. He had never expected this. His daughter had actually found such an outstanding man without saying a word. Therefore, at this moment, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star looked at Lin Feng's gaze. He couldn't help but feel a little special. He seemed to be relieved. He seemed to be admiring him. He seemed to be relieved. His daughter had been able to find such an outstanding man like Lin Feng. As a father, he was naturally very satisfied. Everyone chatted as they flew toward the Lone Wolf Star Zone. 3 months later, they successfully returned to the Lone Wolf Star Zone. Everyone arrived at the Lone Wolf Star Zone. the father and daughter met. They could not help but be filled with emotions. Especially at this moment. There were simply countless words in his heart that he wanted to say. The death of his family. The destruction of his family. All of this. It would never be forgotten. This was a blood feud. Even the water of the 5 lakes and 4 seas could not wash it clean. However, the father and daughter also knew how terrifying their enemy was. Therefore, at this stage, they could only swallow their anger for the time being. Then, they would look for an opportunity to take revenge. Especially when Supreme Venerable Myriad Star had just escaped. He needed to recuperate. Or else, his body might suffer injuries that could never be healed. If such a situation happened, it would be a fatal blow to Supreme Venerable Myriad Star. Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf arranged a place for Supreme Venerable Myriad Star to enter seclusion. It could allow Supreme Venerable Myriad Star to recuperate. Before Supreme Venerable Myriad Star entered seclusion to recuperate, he spent a few hours alone with Yu Simon. Lin Feng guessed. This time, they were alone. Supreme Venerable Myriad Star would probably ask a lot about him. After all, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star only had one daughter. Naturally, he hoped that his daughter's man would love and protect her well. And not simply play with her feelings. After some time, he would abandon his daughter. Lin Feng naturally did not know the specific content of Supreme Venerable Myriad Star and Yu Simon's conversation. After Yu Simon came out, Lin Feng did not ask in detail. The cultivators of the Undying World seemed to have given up. They had lost a cultivator at the Holy Emperor level. The cultivators of the Undying World would not let this matter rest. As for when the cultivators of the Undying World would take revenge on everyone. How to take revenge on everyone? Lin Feng did not know. However, he would deal with whatever came his way. Lin Feng was fearless. As for Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf and the others, they had also expected that they might suffer the revenge of the Undying World. Therefore, Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf and the others joined forces. They formed an offensive and defensive alliance. As long as there was any sign of trouble, the major forces would then join forces to fight against the enemy. In addition, they also had the resources of several major forces. Even if the Holy Emperor came, he could also deal with it calmly. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the revenge of the Undying Realm. Lin Feng planned to seclude himself in the Lone Wolf Star for a period of time. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the room, behind the Cloud Rain Magus Mountain, Yu Simon snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace and said, "Father already knows that you took the ruler's armor." Lin Feng replied, "Your father has extraordinary means, so it's not strange for him to know about this," said Yu Simon. "Since the ruler's armor has accepted you, it's your destiny. However, the ruler's armor is a strange treasure, and it's even stranger than what you've seen. Therefore, you have to be careful when dealing with the ruler's armor. At the same time, you have to be on guard." Lin Feng frowned slightly. What did Supreme Venerable Myriad Star mean? Lin Feng felt that Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was implying something. However, some words Supreme Venerable Myriad Star could not point it out. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He knew that Supreme Venerable Myriad Star wanted to remind him to be wary of the ruler's armor through Yu Simon. It seemed that this ruler's armor was indeed much more terrifying than he had imagined. However, his understanding of the ruler's armor was still too little. This treasure was filled with a mysterious aura. The next day, Lin Feng began his seclusion. During this seclusion, Lin Feng wanted to complete the creation of the time-space. The key to creating the time-space was naturally the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time. It could change the flow of time. Lin Feng had previously comprehended a trace of the mysteries of the Stone of Time. Therefore, he knew how to use the Stone of Time to create the time-space. Lin Feng first created an illusory space in his dantian. That illusory space emitted astonishing fluctuations. Then, Lin Feng used the power of the Emperor Law in his body. The Emperor Law in Lin Feng's body evolved into runes. Those runes emitted a powerful aura and fluctuations. The runes merged into the space condensed by Lin Feng. The space condensed by Lin Feng began to gradually stabilize. Swoosh. A light flashed. Lin Feng appeared in this space. Because the space had just been condensed. Therefore, it was lifeless inside. Lin Feng planned to modify the space he had condensed. He wanted to make this space full of vitality. In the next few days, Lin Feng moved the mountains and forests outside. Rivers and lakes. Insects, fish, birds, beasts. And so on and so forth. They were all moved into this space. Suddenly, the originally lifeless space suddenly became full of vitality. Lin Feng also moved the 9 half-immortal stone veins in the mountain river ring into the space he created. After the 9 half-immortal stone veins were moved into the space created by Lin Feng, they were full of vitality. That kind of vitality was really shocking. 9 half-immortal stone veins. They began to subtly change the space created by Lin Feng. As time went by, Lin Feng believed the space he created would definitely become an extremely extraordinary small world. At that time, it could even give birth to new life. Of course, this would take some time. At the current stage, the time was not ripe yet. Lin Feng's magic power continuously poured into the Stone of Time. At the same time, the other part of his magic power poured into the space created by Lin Feng. These two parts of magic power were connected together. Kacha 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 sounds came from inside the Stone of Time. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Because the Stone of Time actually began to crack. A treasure like the Stone of Time. It shouldn't crack. Therefore, when he saw the Stone of Time crack, Lin Feng felt very strange. He felt that the cracks of the Stone of Time were very likely related to this space. Crack, crack. The Stone of Time cracked more and more. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. If his guess was wrong, doesn't that mean that the Stone of Time will be destroyed? Fortunately, Lin Feng's guess was correct. The Stone of Time cracked. It had a lot to do with the space he created. The Stone of Time cracked into pieces of gravel. Swish. Light flickered. Swish, swish, swish. Then, densely packed fragments of the Stone of Time. They shot out in all directions. Those broken stones of time. They were all embedded into the surrounding space wall. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. It seemed that the Stone of Time was going to completely merge with the space he created. Create time and space, change the flow of time, the law of time is born from nothingness. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice resonated in the space created by Lin Feng. When he heard that voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. In the space created by Lin Feng, a law began to condense. That law. It contained a mysterious power. That power. It was the power of time. That law. The law of time is the most mysterious and noble law. The law of time represents immortality, power, mystery, and greatness. Time is the existence that controls everything. Everything in this world, whether it has life or not, will gradually be destroyed under the erosion of time. The power of time is the most difficult power to control, and also the most difficult power to comprehend. Rumor has it, only after breaking through the shackles of the Emperor realm and becoming a higher-level expert, will there be a certain chance to comprehend the power of the law of time. The chances mentioned here were not 100%, but an extremely small probability. Crossing the Emperor realm. How difficult is that? And among those great existences who cross the Emperor realm, only a very small number can control the power of the law of time. From this, it can be seen. Comprehending the law of time. How difficult is that, just like breaking through the Emperor realm to master the power of the law of space. In fact, not everyone can do it. Among the cultivators who break through the Emperor realm, cultivators who can smoothly master the power of the law of space are also rare. It is really too rare. But whenever such an existence appears, they are all talented figures in the Emperor realm. Now, Lin Feng has begun to master the power of the law of time. Of course, the way Lin Feng masters the power of the law of time is different from the way those experts who cross the Emperor realm master the power of the law of time. Lin Feng masters the power of the law of time through the independent space he created and the stone of time as a medium. If he did not have this independent space and the stone of time as a medium, then Lin Feng wants to master the power of the law of time can be described as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In addition, there is one point that is not the same as the cultivators who cross the Emperor realm. The cultivators who cross the Emperor realm master the power of the law of time can launch attacks on others, even depriving the other party of life force. And Lin Feng masters the power of the law of time. At the current stage, it is to change the flow of time inside the space he created. For the time being, he can't attack others. As for whether he can attack others in the future, that is after all a matter of the future. It is still hard to say. When the first law of time was formed, endless information flooded Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to explode. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul was strong enough to successfully accept this information. He read the information carefully. This information was basically about the use of the law of time. Now that the first law of time had been successfully condensed, Lin Feng's timespace had formed a 5-to-1 time flow law with the outside world. In other words, a year passed in the outside world. In this timespace, 5 years had already passed. Lin Feng was shocked. After all, this time and space had just been built, and yet, it could make time flow 5 times faster than the outside world. It was truly inconceivable. Through the additional information in his mind, it could be seen that Lin Feng's comprehension of the stone of time and his control over time and space gradually deepened. As Lin Feng's cultivation continued to rise, more and more time laws would condense within the time-space. As for the laws of time, it could greatly increase the speed of time and space. Lin Feng planned to cultivate in the time-space for a period of time to adapt to the time-space. Lin Feng comprehended the Great Wish technique in the time-space. The Great Aspiration technique was an extremely difficult skill to learn. Lin Feng had tried time and time again to learn the Great Aspiration technique, but in the end, he had failed every time. This time, it was no exception. Lin Feng also failed. However, Lin Feng kept failing again and again, which made him gain even more experience. Lin Feng believed in one principle. No matter how difficult it was to cultivate the Great Tao, as long as he persevered, don't give up. Sooner or later, he could cultivate it successfully. The Great Wish technique. It was no exception. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng learned of a piece of news. It was said that the coffin carrier walked out of the Chaos God star field and pulled the ancient stone coffin across the sea of stars. It shocked the world. This news was simply too shocking. The coffin carrier. Just what level of existence was this? He, or they, pulled the ancient stone coffin across the starry sky. What was it for? Just who was the expert buried in the ancient stone coffin? Many experts in the star field were discussing this matter. This was because the coffin carrier was simply too extraordinary. It was a terrifying existence that only appeared in myths and legends. Now, it had actually appeared in the real world. It was simply too shocking. Rumor has it that the first-generation ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan, Hong Meng, Daoist Luya, Hong Jun, and ancestor Hunqing were buried in the ancient stone coffin. Soon, the news spread out. In fact, Lin Feng had already heard of this rumor. However, no one was able to prove this point. This was only everyone's guess. They were unable to confirm what level of creature was buried in the ancient stone coffin that the coffin carrier was pulling. They were also unable to confirm who those creatures were. It's different this time. It's said that someone found an extremely ancient scripture in an ancient tomb. That scripture recorded the secrets of the coffin carrier and the ancient stone coffin. A shocking piece of news spread throughout the star field. The appearance of an ancient scripture meant that the secrets of the coffin carrier and the ancient stone coffin would be unraveled. This was truly earth-shattering news, shocking the entire world. When Lin Feng heard this news, he couldn't remain calm. This was because it had something to do with his ancestor. The first-generation ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan had mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Even the descendants of the sovereign clan had lost track of their progenitor. But now, Lin Feng heard about this ancestor. He was buried in an ancient stone coffin. Was this true? If Lin Feng had a choice, Lin Feng would hope that this rumor was false. He didn't want the first-generation ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan to be buried in an ancient stone coffin. To the Sovereign Emperor clan, that would be a nightmare. Then where is the scripture? Go and find it. Lin Feng ordered the Su brothers to investigate the scripture's whereabouts. He wanted to borrow the ancient Taoist scripture and see what was recorded in it. After receiving the order, the Su brothers mobilized the forces under their control to investigate. But soon, news spread. A mysterious expert. In the blink of an eye, he destroyed the primordial clan that controlled the Tao scripture and snatched it away. Reportedly, the primordial clan that controlled the Tao scripture had 2 saint emperors overseeing it. But they were still destroyed. This matter. When Lin Feng heard this news, he couldn't help but frown. He originally wanted to borrow that Tao scripture. But now it seemed that there was no chance to borrow the Tao scripture. Since the person who attacked had destroyed that ancient force, it could be seen how extraordinary that Tao scripture was. There must be some shocking secrets hidden in it. Rumor has it that the person who attacked was withered like a corpse. But his strength was so powerful that it made the world pale in comparison. I wonder what extraordinary origin that existence has. At this moment, the news came out. Lin Feng had been paying attention to the news of the outside world, so he knew a lot of the news circulating in the outside world like the back of his hand. Now that he heard this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Because he thought of a person. A mummy-like old man. The person that was rumored to be a mummy-like old man. However, that existence's style of doing things seemed to be different from the mummy-like old man. The mummy-like old man from back then broke out of the wooden coffin. All the living beings in the underworld were so shocked that they fled. From this, it could be seen how powerful the mummy-like old man was. Later on, Lin Feng had a few encounters with the mummy-like old man. However, Lin Feng discovered that although the mummy-like old man was decisive, he wasn't a cruel and bloodthirsty person. Unless someone provoked him, he wouldn't do anything to them. I wonder if it's that senior? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He couldn't be sure if the one who attacked was the mummy-like old man. From a personal point of view, Lin Feng didn't hope that it was that senior. Because he didn't want that senior to be a bloodthirsty person. However, Lin Feng also knew. In the eyes of countless experts, those ordinary cultivators were probably just ants. So what if they killed them? There wouldn't be any psychological burden at all. Lin Feng continued to ask people to pay attention to the news of the outside world. Soon, another piece of news came out that an elder from the ancient clan had luckily escaped. That elder had once read the Tao scripture. He saw a portion of the contents of the Tao scripture. Therefore, he had some understanding of the contents of the Tao scripture. After this news spread, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Many people went to look for that elder. He wanted to get information about the Tao scripture from that elder. As for the old man who snatched the Tao scripture, no one dared to find trouble with him. An organization with 2 saint emperors had been annihilated with a flick of a finger by that terrifying existence. What more the other forces, Lin Feng decided to explore the Chaos God star field. That incomparably dangerous star field hid a shocking secret. He just did not know if he would be able to see the starry sky coffin carrier. If he could see the cosmic coffin carrier, perhaps he would be able to uncover some secrets. Or perhaps, they would be able to find out if the first-generation primogenitor of the Sovereign clan was really buried in the coffin. Lin Feng left the Lone Wolf Star Zone. He went to the Chaos God star field alone, which was a very dangerous place. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't bring Simon along. As for the Su brothers, Lin Feng had them recruit troops in the starry sky world. Perhaps one day, the Su brothers would be of use. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. It was as fast as lightning. On this day, Lin Feng saw some terrifying gluttonous god demons. Those gluttonous god demons had heaven-defying cultivation bases. There were several sovereigns leading them. I'm so envious. I really want to kill those gluttonous god demons, refine them into gluttonous god fruits, and then eat them. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The gluttonous god demons' cultivation bases were too terrifying. Therefore, one had to be careful when facing such terrifying creatures. Otherwise, one might very well become food for those gluttonous god demons. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Although he really wanted to kill those gluttonous god demons, Lin Feng knew that his cultivation base wasn't enough to deal with so many terrifying gluttonous god demons. Therefore, he went far away from those gluttonous god demons. Wherever the gluttonous god demons passed by, it was simply a bloody scene. Those cultivators who encountered the gluttonous god demons all met with calamity and became food for those gluttonous god demons. Those gluttonous god demons weren't just incomparably powerful. They were also incomparably vicious. They liked to eat cultivators to increase their cultivation bases. On this day, Lin Feng saw a few dozen cultivators besieging an old man from afar. That old man was covered in blood. But he was very strong. He blocked the attacks of the few dozen cultivators. The old man's counterattacks were also very strong, occasionally killing the cultivators besieging him. Swish! All of a sudden, the space cracked open as a creature with a scorpion tail appeared. It was a space scorpion tail cultivator. An extremely terrifying race in the starry sky world, one that very few forces dared to provoke. This race had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Furthermore, it was said that they ruled over several large galaxies. This showed just how powerful this force was. The space scorpion tail cultivator's attack was very sudden. He was wielding a blood-red blade. In an instant, one of the old man's arms was cut off. Ah! The old man screamed in pain. His body then exploded into a mist of blood and fled into the distance. The old man was heavily injured, so he had no choice but to flee. This kind of battle in the starry sky world was actually quite common. Along the way, Lin Feng had seen quite a few of these battles. These battles were either to kill and steal, or to kill between forces. In the world of cultivators, this was a very common thing. There was no need to be surprised. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that 3 days later, he would see that old man again. The old man was covered in blood, one of his arms was broken, and there was also a wound on his abdomen that went through his entire body. His dantian was almost destroyed, and he suffered an extremely serious Dao injury. The old man fell from the starry sky world. His body was obviously reaching its limit. After Lin Feng saw the old man, he couldn't help but frown. It was better to avoid trouble. He shouldn't have cared about the old man's life or death. But even though Lin Feng had been in the cruel world of cultivation for many years, he had seen all kinds of deceit. But deep in his heart, he still retained the kindness and innocence of his youth. So, seeing that the old man was heavily injured and dying, Lin Feng couldn't help but help him. Lin Feng waved his hand. Powerful magic power surged out. It swept towards the old man. The old man was swept up by the magic power. Then, it landed on the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. At this time, the old man's life aura was extremely weak. Lin Feng took out a life-prolonging pill and fed it to the old man. The old man's aura stabilized a lot. "Thank you for your help, little friend," the old man said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "You're welcome. Rest well." The old man sighed and said, "My injuries are difficult to heal, and I know that I don't have long to live. Perhaps it's fate that we met, little friend. There's something I want to give you, little friend." "Oh? What is it?" Lin Feng looked at the old man in surprise. But at this time, dozens of cultivators flew in from outside. The person in the lead was the space scorpion tail race expert that Lin Feng had seen before. "Kid, hand over that old thing and kill yourself. That way, you can die a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." This space scorpion tail race cultivator was a peak Emperor realm expert. Moreover, the space scorpion tail race was a race with terrifying talent. Therefore, the space scorpion tail race's battle prowess was one of the best among cultivators of the same level. This race's cultivator was extremely powerful and terrifying. Although he was only a peak Emperor realm expert, perhaps the space scorpion tail race cultivator wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he fought against some low-level Emperor realm experts. A young human cultivator like Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be taken seriously by the space scorpion tail race cultivator. In the eyes of this terrifying existence, Lin Feng was like an ant. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. It happened in the blink of an eye. Young friend. I've implicated you. When the old man saw the space scorpion tail race cultivators, his expression became extremely unsightly. He said, later, take advantage of the chaos to escape. Remember, you must be fast. Don't let these people catch up. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man wanted to forcefully circulate his magic power to fight the space scorpion tail race cultivators. He wanted to escape for Lin Feng. He wanted to win precious time. This old man was rather kind-hearted. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and gently patted the old man's body. The magic power condensed on the old man's body dissipated on its own. The old man looked at Lin Feng in shock. Although his injuries were severe, his cultivation level was still there for all to see. The magic power he condensed was actually dissipated by Lin Feng so easily. It was truly inconceivable. It was hard to believe that this was real. However, this was indeed real. Who is this person? How strong is he? The old man couldn't help but think in shock. Such a young human cultivator was so tyrannical. This made the old man suddenly think of the human cultivator who had been in an uproar in the starry sky world recently. Could he be that person? The old man couldn't help but think. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the space scorpion tail race cultivator. Reckless fool, how dare you be so rude to me? Do you know that you have already committed a capital offense? After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was stunned. Then, everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng, a cultivator with such a low cultivation, actually dared to say such presumptuous words to an expert of the space scorpion tail race. Was he tired of living? Brat, you're good. You're good. Just you wait, you'll be kneeling on the ground like a dog and begging me to let you die quickly. A ferocious expression appeared on the face of the space scorpion tail race expert. A young human cultivator dared to be so rude to him. He had completely disregarded him. This caused the space scorpion tail race cultivator's killing intent to soar. The space scorpion tail race cultivator only had one thought in his mind. He had to kill Lin Feng. However, before he killed Lin Feng, he wanted to torture Lin Feng. He wanted to torture Lin Feng until he wished he was dead. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. The space scorpion tail race expert waved his hand. The cultivators around him understood tacitly and rushed towards the ancient starship Xianxia. A great power like the space scorpion tail race naturally had countless followers. These cultivators were all experts who had pledged allegiance to the space scorpion tail race. Of course. Most of them were boundary emperors who wanted to use the space scorpion tail race's resources to break through to the great emperor realm. There were also a few great emperors among them. However, their cultivation levels weren't particularly high. 3 of them were god emperors, while 1 was an immortal emperor. The 4 great emperors didn't make a move. They stood together with the space scorpion tail race expert and watched indifferently as the boundary emperors charged at Lin Feng. In the eyes of the space scorpion tail race cultivators, there were dozens of quasi-emperor level cultivators. There were also dozens of peak boundary emperors. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to deal with Lin Feng? As for the severely injured and dying old man, he was targeted by the space scorpion tail race cultivators. If the old man made any strange movements, the space scorpion tail race cultivators would immediately make a move and launch a thunderous attack on the old man. Kid, have you thought about how you're going to die after offending our Lord? A large group of cultivators surrounded and attacked, each of them wearing a menacing expression. They naturally felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape death today. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his right hand and gently swept it through the void. Swoosh. Suddenly, a terrifying scene took place. Dense sword chi swept across heaven and earth. It swept out horizontally. It slashed toward the group of cultivators who were charging at him. The sword chi was so powerful that it naturally wasn't something a group of boundary emperors could contend against. Pft. 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 Suddenly, a series of tearing sounds were heard. The cultivators' bodies were directly torn apart and they died tragically on the spot. After seeing those dead cultivators, Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably cold expression. The world of cultivators was so cruel. If you didn't kill others, you would be killed by others. Lin Feng didn't want to die. Therefore, he would kill these people who wanted to take his life. Huh? My eyes were blind. I didn't see that you had such strength. Capture him alive. I'll torture this kid to death later. Otherwise, I won't be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart. The space scorpion tail race cultivator said in a cold voice. Yes. Lord. The 4 great emperor-level experts replied. After receiving the order, the 4 great emperors quickly flew toward the ancient starship, wanting to suppress Lin Feng who was on the ancient starship. Boom. Boom. Boom, as waves of destructive energy surged out, the 4 great emperors all made their moves. Rushing Thunder Hand. Thousand Demon Palm. 9 Strikes of the Universe. Thunder Thousand Slaughter Dao. The 4 great emperors' divine abilities were very powerful. In an instant, they attacked. However, Lin Feng gently pointed at the void. A divine light flew out. It immediately shattered the 4 great emperors' attacks. What? The expressions of the 4 great emperors changed drastically. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. Believe in me as if you believe in a god. All living beings in the world worship me. Lin Feng murmured. He opened his hand and a powerful purification power surged out. It directly enveloped the 4 great emperors. The powerful purification power directly poured into the 4 great emperors' bodies. The 4 great emperors couldn't resist Lin Feng's great purification technique. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had converted them. Thank you for guiding us, fellow Taoist. Let us let go of the sins of the past. The 4 great emperors put their palms together and looked very pious. They looked at Lin Feng like the most loyal believers looking at their god. Even if Lin Feng wanted them to die now. You've actually purified 4 of my subordinates. Who the hell are you, kid? The cultivator from the space scorpion tail race was an experienced and knowledgeable person, so he immediately recognized the great purification art that Lin Feng had just used. The great purification technique was definitely a peerless technique. Its might was so strong that it was unbelievable. Now that Lin Feng had used the great purification art, it immediately displayed boundless power. He purified 4 great emperors in the blink of an eye. This infuriated the space scorpion tail race cultivator so much that he wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng immediately. However, he knew that Lin Feng's identity wasn't to be taken lightly. Moreover, the combat strength that Lin Feng had displayed wasn't something that a quasi-emperor cultivator could display. Was this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Lin Feng said indifferently, if you want to know who I am, you can go to hell and ask the king of hell. Lin Feng took a step forward and threw a punch at the space scorpion tail race cultivator. This person was different from the 4 great emperors that Lin Feng had purified. The 4 great emperors that Lin Feng had purified didn't belong to the space scorpion tail race. They were only temporary subordinates of the space scorpion tail race. They could choose to leave at any time. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with Lin Feng purifying the 4 of them. However, the space scorpion tail race cultivator was different. He was from the space scorpion tail race and had the support of this colossus. If Lin Feng purified this person, then, the space scorpion tail race would definitely send many experts to surround and kill Lin Feng. It was better to end things once and for all. He'd directly kill the space scorpion tail race cultivator. Perhaps he'd be able to completely conceal what had happened today. Of course, if he couldn't conceal what had happened today, Lin Feng would still suffer the space scorpion tail race's revenge. If that really happened, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid. If that happened, when the time came, he would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Lin Feng's path of supremacy. Fearless. This was destined to be a supreme great Tao that would defeat countless people who stood in its way. Lin Feng's attack was naturally incomparably tyrannical. Sensing Lin Feng's formidable attack, the space scorpion clan cultivator's face involuntarily sank. He punched out and collided with Lin Feng's fist. He was immediately swept away by Lin Feng. Swish! The space scorpion tail race cultivator took out his blood-red saber. Bloodblade 36 slashes. The Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator could not help but shout coldly. Next, he unleashed a violent attack on Lin Feng. He swung the blood-red saber 36 times in a row. The blood-red long saber slashed out 36 blood-red saber lights. Every blade light. It was as if they had the power to destroy the world. That terrifying power was simply shocking to the extreme. 36 saber lights merged together in an instant, erupting into a terrifying attack that could shake one's heart. The fused saber gleam. It locked onto Lin Feng. It directly slashed down. The situation was extremely dangerous. It seemed that Lin Feng was about to be torn apart by the blade light. Right at this moment, Lin Feng waved his right hand. 3 stone swords flew out. Each stone sword contained a peerless sharpness. The 3 stone swords gently shook the void. Instantly, they completely destroyed the opponent's blade light. After that, the 3 stone swords slashed at the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator as fast as lightning. Break! The Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator's expression was cold. His eyes were flashing with dense killing intent. Holding the blood-red long saber in his hand, he stepped forward and waved it. In an instant, there were layers of blood-red light. The blade light surged between heaven and earth. Billions of blood-red light. Billions of blade light. They blended together. Heaven and earth seemed to have become a world of blade light and blood-red light. The Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator's attack was truly terrifying and shocking. Clang clang clang. A series of collisions rang out, accompanied by the earth-shaking sounds of collisions. Even the void was shattered. Lin Feng's 3 stone swords were actually blocked by the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator. Strong. It was really too strong. The Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator was actually able to block the power of Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. It was really unbelievable. Of course, Lin Feng had yet to use the troops mantra. Because, Lin Feng felt that there was no need for that at all. This Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator was indeed very powerful, but so what? Lin Feng was not afraid of cultivators of his level now. The 3 stone swords once again attacked the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator. The Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator directly used a sweeping move. It swept towards Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. Clang! 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 The sound of collision rang out again. The Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator swept away Lin Feng's 3 stone swords again. He couldn't help but feel very proud. He felt that he could break Lin Feng's stone swords after a few more rounds of battle. At that time, Lin Feng would definitely die. But at this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived behind the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator. He held the Black Dragon sword in his hand and directly slashed at the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator. The power of that sword was really too tyrannical. It directly split the void. Then, the terrifying sword chi instantly arrived in front of the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator. The Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator's expression was indifferent. He waved the blood-colored long saber in his hand to block Lin Feng's attack. The scorpion's tail stood upright. Then, it quickly stabbed towards Lin Feng's body. The barb at the end of the scorpion tail flickered with a blue luster. It obviously contained a strong poison. However, the poisonous barb at the end of the scorpion tail couldn't pierce Lin Feng's body. Therefore, Lin Feng's 3 stone swords flew over and directly cut off the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator's scorpion tail. Ah! The Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator's scorpion tail was extremely important to him. Therefore, when his scorpion tail was cut off by Lin Feng's stone swords, the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator's scorpion tail was injured. It was equivalent to being heavily injured, so the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator let out a painful cry. He wanted to quickly withdraw and retreat, but it was too late. Lin Feng's 3 stone swords quickly slashed over. Meanwhile, the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator's mind was tied down by Lin Feng. Therefore, he couldn't block the attack of the 3 stone swords. Poochie! 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 3 consecutive ripping sounds suddenly came out. The 3 stone swords directly pierced through the Space Scorpion Tail Race Cultivator's body. How can this be? The space scorpion tail race cultivator looked at the 3 stone swords that pierced through his body in disbelief. The next moment, he felt a pain in his head. Then, he saw his head fly into the air. A pillar of blood spurted out from his severed neck. Then, endless darkness engulfed him. The space scorpion tail race cultivator lost all consciousness. Although the space scorpion tail race cultivator was powerful, he was still killed by Lin Feng in the end. Lin Feng destroyed the space scorpion tail race cultivator's body and took his origin. Then, he took the space scorpion tail race cultivator's storage ring. He returned to the Xianxia ancient starship. The 4 great emperors also arrived one after another. Lin Feng planned to lead the 4 on the Xianxia ancient starship. Currently, the various attacks of the ancient starship Xianxia were driven by puppet cultivators transformed from puppet cultivators using the art of puppetry. Therefore, they couldn't fully display the Xianxia ancient starship strength. With the 4 great emperors overseeing the Xianxia ancient starship, they should be able to fully display the Xianxia ancient starship's power. Young friend, are you Lin Feng, a human prodigy? The old man looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Yes. The old man said, young friend, you're truly a heaven-defying prodigy that only appears once in a trillion years. After sighing with emotion, the old man's right hand flashed, and an item suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a jade tube. There was nothing special about it. It was probably just a memory jade tube that recorded some scenes. The old man said, I can't hold on any longer. This jade tube records some things that many people want to know. Young friend, take it. Once you're done, destroy it. Don't leave any evidence behind. All right. Lin Feng took the jade tube and nodded. The old man looked at the boundless starry world and couldn't help but feel extremely sad. This starry world buried my clansmen. Now, I plan to bury myself in the boundless starry sky. I hope to reunite with my clansmen on the road to the Yellow Springs. The old man said. His voice was filled with sorrow. He didn't stop. Instead, he soared into the sky and left Lin Feng's ancient starship. Lin Feng didn't stop him. There was no one who could heal the old man. Being buried in the starry sky was his final wish. What reason did Lin Feng have to stop the old man? When the old man's figure was completely out of sight, the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng returned to the cabin. Then, he sat down cross-legged. His divine sense entered the jade tube. Suddenly, some memories flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Those memories. They were all memories about a Taoist scripture. He's from that clan, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The primordial clan from before had obtained the Tao scripture. This caused quite a stir. But in the end, they were killed. The old man should be the only cultivator from that clan who managed to escape. He was the elder that was widely rumored to be in the outside world. The memories in the jade tube were what the old man had seen from the Taoist scripture. The Taoist scripture was very mysterious. Although the contents recorded in it were very shocking, not everyone could see the contents of the Taoist scripture. According to the contents of the jade tube, it was clear that the contents of the Tao scripture were not something that could be read just because one wanted to. The Tao scripture was very mysterious, and it was surrounded by the power of restrictions. If anyone wanted to see the contents, they would have to personally break the restrictions on the Tao scripture. Moreover, it was said that the restrictions on the Tao scripture would be different for each person who saw it. When the old man had first read the Tao scripture, he had only managed to break 3 or 4 restrictions. Therefore, the contents he saw were very limited. However, Lin Feng still managed to learn some shocking things from the limited contents. This part of the Tao scripture was related to the ancient stone coffin. There were indeed some terrifying beings buried in the ancient stone coffin. However, because Lin Feng's information was limited, Lin Feng didn't know who was buried in the ancient stone coffin. An existence buried in the ancient stone coffin. Could it be the Sovereign Emperor clan's first-generation primogenitor or someone like Primordial Chaos? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Even now, he still couldn't determine who was buried in the ancient stone coffin. The complete Taoist scripture might have records of it. However, the information he had was too limited. Therefore, he couldn't determine the exact situation inside the ancient stone coffin. Only if Lin Feng personally opened the coffin would he be able to find out who was buried inside. The ancient ship Xianyuan continued to fly in the direction of the Chaos God Starfield. In the Space Scorpion Tail clan, news of the death of the Space Scorpion Tail clan's cultivator by Lin Feng had spread. The patriarch of the Space Scorpion Tail clan had personally issued an order to find out who had killed their cultivator. Lin Feng didn't know about this. Of course, even if Lin Feng knew, he probably wouldn't care. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge starfield. It was surrounded by an endless aura of death. Some cultivators arrived one after another, but they all avoided the starfield. Lin Feng summoned the immortal emperor cultivator. The cultivator's name was Chumabai. Lin Feng asked, "Do you know where that starfield is? Why are so many cultivators avoiding that star region?" "Young master, that starfield is called the Demon Fall Starfield. It used to be a prosperous place, but for some unknown reason, the Demon Fall Starfield was destroyed overnight. Countless living beings disappeared, and the Demon Fall Starfield was shrouded in the power of death. The power of time and the power of death fused together, and it could devour the lives of cultivators at any time. It's an extremely dangerous place, and no one is willing to take the risk," Chumabai said. A huge starfield was destroyed overnight? Moreover, countless living beings in that star field had disappeared? What the hell happened? How could it be so strange? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. "I'm not sure. However, it said that cultivators who entered the Demon Fall Starfield to explore didn't have a good ending. As time passed, no one dared to enter the Demon Fall Starfield anymore," Chumabai said. Lin Feng nodded. The Demon Fall Starfield was very strange, but it wasn't enough to scare Lin Feng away. He planned to explore the Demon Fall Starfield and perhaps find something. Lin Feng entered the Demon Fall Starfield. Many stars had turned into stars of death. This place was very terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Feng had grasped the law of time. Otherwise, his lifespan would be greatly reduced. In fact, it was possible that his lifespan would be completely stripped away. In the end, Lin Feng landed on a gigantic planet. On that planet, there was a gigantic godly temple, which was in perfect condition. Lin Feng had just arrived outside the temple when he encountered a calamity. An unknown power had struck Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to resist the terrible feeling of his head splitting apart. When the archaic dragonesque elephant art was activated, Lin Feng's terrible feeling of his head splitting apart finally dissipated. "This place is very strange." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The temple was strange, perhaps hiding some unknown danger. Lin Feng carefully walked inside. When he entered the temple, he saw that there was a huge python enshrined on the altar, which shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't understand why such a gigantic snake was worshipped in the godly temple. Lin Feng didn't understand why such a gigantic snake would be worshipped in the temple. What was the origin of the temple? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. In addition to the huge python, the pillars of the temple were also densely covered with murals of all shapes and sizes. However, Lin Feng saw many pictures of sacrifices. And the god being sacrificed was a huge python. This is? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The sacrifice of the totem era? The ancient totem culture belonged to the early period of this era. At that time, a huge beast, a person, a tree, a stone, a cauldron, and so on could all become an immortal totem. This was the extraordinary part of the totem culture. The totem culture represented the beliefs of the various great eras. Or rather, it was a kind of spiritual pillar. However, the totem culture was eventually eliminated by time. Until now, no one mentioned the totem culture. After all, it had disappeared for too long. Many things that happened back then had already become a mystery. No one knew what kind of environment gave birth to the totem culture at that time. Lin Feng had come into contact with the totem culture in the past. However, his knowledge was limited. The totem culture originated from the absolute beginning era. To be able to become a totem, one must have extraordinary abilities. Look at this python, it actually became the totem of so many factions and tribes. From this, you can see how extraordinary that python is. You must know that in the era of the totem culture, the major factions had just begun to develop. There was very little communication with the outside world, so those tribes and factions all had their own totems that they believed in. It's very rare for many tribes and factions to believe in a single totem. But the fact that something like this has happened is enough to explain a lot of problems. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect the Demon Lord to know about the distant totem culture. However, the Demon Lord was becoming more and more mysterious recently. Lin Feng felt that the current Demon Lord was not the same as the Demon Lord of the past. Lin Feng guessed that it might have something to do with the awakening of the memories. Because as time passed, the Demon Lord's memories gradually. And as the memories that the Yao Lord awakened naturally increased as well. Lin Feng said, in that case, this huge temple should have been built in the era of the totem culture? At this point, Lin Feng felt that it was very inconceivable. Because, in the era of the totem culture, many factions still existed in the form of tribes. Basically, there were no big cities. Not to mention all kinds of temples. And those factions also worshipped totems in an open environment. The Demon Lord said, there is indeed such a possibility. Although the era of the totem culture gives people a feeling of being very backward. However, in every era, there are some factions that grasp methods that the factions of the same era can't grasp. Therefore, it's not strange that someone built such a temple. Lin Feng said, this python, I wonder what kind of existence it was in the past. He carefully searched the temple, hoping to find something special. However, Lin Feng didn't find anything. Although this place was very old, there were no ancient treasures. However, there were no ancient treasures that had been passed down. Of course, it was also possible that some things had been passed down. But it had long been taken away by others. Rumble, at this moment. An earth-shaking sound came from outside. After hearing the sound, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. What was that sound? It caused the void to tremble. Lin Feng rushed out of the temple and immediately revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He saw an old man pulling an ancient coffin toward him from the distance. The old man's clothes were ragged, and his hair was disheveled. 4 chains were wrapped around his body. The 4 chains were connected to the ancient sarcophagus. Every step he took seemed to be very difficult. The mysterious ancient stone coffin was densely covered with runes. It suppressed the heavens and made it difficult to approach. A cosmic coffin carrier, Lin Feng was shocked. That old man must be a cosmic coffin carrier. Lin Feng really didn't expect to encounter a cosmic coffin carrier here. It was rumored. There was more than one cosmic coffin carrier. Someone had once seen 2 different cosmic coffin carriers. Every cosmic coffin carrier was incomparably powerful and mysterious, just like the one Lin Feng saw. Ancient stone coffin, did you really bury those mighty existences? Lin Feng's gaze could no longer shift away from the ancient stone coffin. The cosmic coffin carrier pulled the ancient stone coffin across the starry world. Between heaven and earth, Tao sounds could be heard, shaking the starry world for hundreds of thousands of miles. In the end, the cosmic coffin carrier landed on the planet Lin Feng was on. Lin Feng left the temple and walked toward the cosmic coffin carrier. Lin Feng finally saw the cosmic coffin carrier clearly. It was actually a human expert. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Which human expert was this in the past? He's definitely not a nobody, but now he's in such a miserable state. Lin Feng sighed, feeling very sad as he looked at such a sage of the human race. He lost himself. He became a cosmic coffin carrier. This made him feel very sorrowful. In the past, he was once invincible in the universe, but now he was in such a miserable state. The cosmic coffin carrier should really be cursed. Otherwise, why would he keep pulling the ancient stone coffin forward? Lin Feng murmured. The Demon Lord said, this seems like a punishment. Lin Feng nodded. Just as Yao Jun had said, this was indeed like a form of punishment. However, this sort of punishment was a little too cruel. No one could endure such a punishment. It would make the person who suffered such a punishment suffer a fate worse than death. Suddenly, the body of the star sky coffin carrier trembled violently. Ah! He let out an incomparably shrill cry as monstrous demonic chi surged out of his body. The demonic chi emitted a trace of pressure that almost killed Lin Feng. Lin Feng retreated more than 1,000 meters before the terrifying pressure dissipated. He looked at the terrifying cosmic coffin carrier with a solemn expression. He didn't know why the coffin carrier had suddenly emitted such a terrifying aura. The demonic aura churned violently, enveloping the coffin carrier within it. From time to time, he would let out low, miserable cries. Could it be that he still has a trace of consciousness that he hasn't completely lost? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Now, that starry sky coffin carrier was trying his best to regain his consciousness. However, it was very difficult for him to do so. In the end, he restrained his demonic aura. The coffin carrier pulled the ancient sarcophagus into the sky and quickly rushed into the distance. Lin Feng chased after it. He wanted to open the ancient sarcophagus and see what kind of terrifying existence was buried inside. However, Lin Feng couldn't catch up to the coffin carrier. The coffin carrier was simply too fast. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. Lin Feng stood in the starry sky world in silence. He had seen the coffin carrier, but he hadn't been able to find out the secrets of the coffin carrier and the ancient sarcophagus. Perhaps he would only be able to find out after reaching the Chaos God Starfield. After all, it was said that the coffin carrier had come from the Chaos God Starfield. That place hid the secrets of the coffin carrier. Lin Feng planned to leave the Demon Fall Starfield. He felt that this place was filled with a power that made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng flew into the distance. In the end, he successfully left the Demon Fall Starfield. However, Lin Feng had the feeling that something was wrong. He had the feeling that something was following him. Lin Feng looked behind him, but he couldn't find anything. 3 months later, Lin Feng arrived at the Chaos God Starfield. A large number of cultivators had gathered outside the Chaos God Starfield. Several coffin carriers have already entered the Chaos God Starfield. There must be a great secret hidden here. What kind of living being is buried in the ancient sarcophagus? Whether or not the first progenitor of the sovereign clan, primordial chaos, and the other powerful experts will soon be revealed. Rumor has it that there will be emperor-level experts descending to personally explore the secrets of the coffin carriers and the ancient stone coffins. Many pieces of news were spreading rapidly. Lin Feng had been looking for all sorts of information because one of the creatures buried in the stone coffins might be one of his ancestors. Lin Feng's heart was pounding at that moment. The first primogenitor of the sovereign imperial clan was simply too important to them. He had created the glory of the sovereign emperor clan. In fact, some of the most ancient orthodoxies of the sovereign emperor clan had disappeared along with their progenitor. The descendants of the sovereign race hoped that their primogenitor was still alive. Given the progenitor's strength, he should have been able to survive until now. Lin Feng also hoped that the primogenitor was still alive. He didn't want the primogenitor to be buried in a coffin. More and more cultivators gathered outside the Chaos God Star region. But so far, very few people had entered the Chaos God Star region. This was because the Chaos God Star region was simply too dangerous. It was densely covered with terrifying restrictions that had yet to dissipate. Recklessly entering could lead to disaster. Woo, the sound of a bugle horn came from the depths of the Chaos God Star region. Not long after, everyone heard an earth-shattering sound. Many cultivators looked toward the depths of the Chaos God Star region and frowned. This was because they saw an army crushing through the sky in the depths of the Chaos God Star region. Then, they quickly disappeared. Rumor has it that the Chaos God Star region is connected to the Netherworld. That's why the Netherworld's army has appeared. A cultivator said. This news had spread out a long time ago and many people had discussed this matter before. However, not many cultivators believed in this rumor. But now that everyone had seen that terrifying army, many people couldn't help but believe it without a doubt. The Chaos God Star region was far more terrifying and complex than one could imagine. Not long after, another piece of news broke out. This star region seemed to be connected to the wasteland in spacetime. This rumor caused a huge uproar. The wasteland. A place that no one was willing to talk about. A place so terrifying that it made countless living beings tremble. The wasteland was very mysterious. It was located in an unknown spacetime. It was connected to the heaven realm, the underworld, the chaos Xianhuang realm, and the foreign realms. However, this didn't mean that the wasteland wasn't connected to other worlds. In fact, the wasteland was connected to some worlds and some special star regions. However, this connection was just a spatial rift. Such a place was incomparably dangerous. If one wanted to enter the wasteland through a spatial rift, 100 lives. It wasn't enough to fill in. There were more and more rumors about the Chaos God Star region. Some top forces also arrived one after another. For example, the Myriad Race's Sacred God Clan, Ancient God Clan, and other forces sent experts. Although 5 Emperor Lords of the Myriad Race had fallen, the Myriad Race was still incomparably powerful. This was because the Myriad Race still had sacred emperors, and there was more than one. Especially recently, there were rumors that several sacred emperors of the Myriad Race wanted to use the Heavenly Sage Great World's world origin to break through to the Emperor Lord realm. This matter caused quite a stir. Ordinary sacred emperors wouldn't try to break through to the Emperor Lord realm if they weren't competent. Because, once they failed, they would be doomed. Those sage emperors who had cultivated to their level were all extremely powerful. No one knew how many hardships they had gone through. Therefore, they would definitely cherish their lives. They wouldn't casually break through to the Emperor Lord realm. However, since those sacred emperors of the Myriad Race planned to break through to the Emperor Lord realm, those sacred emperors might really be able to break through successfully. The Myriad Race was still a giant force in the vast starry sky. Lin Feng also saw the experts of the Heavenly Devil clan. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a tall and imposing figure. He was powerful and intimidating. There are many branches of the Heavenly Devil clan, but this person is the patriarch of the main branch of the Heavenly Devil clan. He's called the Heavenly Devil Cultivator. A cultivator said. He recognized the cultivator's identity. When Lin Feng heard this name, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Heavenly Devil Cultivator. This name was too familiar. Wasn't this the father of Gong Xianxia and Gong Ziyu? Lin Feng and Gong Ziyu had a close relationship. That was why he had heard Gong Ziyu mention some of his past. Gong Ziyu's father, the Heavenly Devil Cultivator, was the person with the most terrifying talent in the history of the Heavenly Devil clan. However, Gong Ziyu didn't have any good impression of the Heavenly Devil Cultivator, even if the Heavenly Devil Cultivator was Gong Ziyu's father. Of course, Gong Ziyu's background, Gong Ziyu's past, and everything that had happened to Gong Ziyu. It was all too complicated. Many things couldn't be explained in a few words. Gong Xianxia. Lin Feng frowned as he saw Gong Xianxia beside the Heavenly Devil Cultivator. Gong Xianxia had become even stronger. His aura was very terrifying. This person was not simple. Although no one in the younger generation of the Myriad Races considered Gong Xianxia to be the strongest. But in reality, Lin Feng felt that Gong Xianxia was definitely not inferior to the young paragons of the Myriad Races. Of course. Those young paragons had never appeared, so Lin Feng didn't know how strong they were. However, Gong Xianxia gave Lin Feng an extremely dangerous feeling. There were very few young cultivators who could make Lin Feng feel this way. Lin Feng combined his own cultivation with the feeling of danger that Gong Ziyu gave him. In the end, he deduced Gong Xianxia's position in the younger generation of the Myriad Races. At this moment, Gong Xianxia was whispering something to his father, the Heavenly Devil Cultivator. Although Gong Xianxia and Gong Ziyu were blood brothers, but they were distant. There was still a difference. It was said that the support of Gong Xianxia's mother's family was inseparable from the Heavenly Devil Cultivator's position. And Gong Ziyu was ostracized because of his poor background. His mother was only a maidservant. The Heavenly Devil Imperial family viewed Gong Ziyu as a lowly person. They viewed him as a disgrace to the Heavenly Devil Imperial family. This was also the fundamental reason why the Heavenly Devil Imperial family turned a blind eye to the experts on Gong Xianxia's side repeatedly trying to kill Gong Ziyu. I wonder where Gong Ziyu is now. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He and Gong Ziyu went from enemies to friends. Then, they experienced life and death together and became close friends. Too many things had happened in between. Lin Feng actually admired Gong Ziyu a lot. However, everyone had different destinies and missions. No matter how close they were. It was impossible for them to be together forever. Sooner or later, they would have to part. Lin Feng left the area to avoid being discovered by the Heaven Devil race. If he was really discovered, how could the Heaven Devil race let him go? Not far away, there were also experts from the Xianxia clan, Ancient God clan, and other forces. These myriad races hated Lin Feng to the bone. Lin Feng wandered around the outskirts of the Chaos God star field. He went to several places and saw many powerful forces. Lin Feng also saw the Angel race, the Fallen Angel race, the Blood Wolf race, the Golden Saint Lion race, the Nine-Headed Bug race, and other races experts. These were all forces of the myriad races. He even saw Nalan Monli. Nalan Monli was the saintess of the Fallen Angel race. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Back then, she formed an alliance with many geniuses of the myriad races to kill Lin Feng. But they failed several times. Later, Nalan Monli, Yu Simon, and the others went to find the Purple Flame Gold Lotus. After finding the Purple Flame Gold Lotus, Yu Simon ambushed Nalan Monli and the other 12 people. The other 12 people were killed by Yu Simon. And Nalan Monli was injured. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly appeared and captured Yu Simon and Nalan Monli. Nalan Monli was as beautiful as ever. Compared to before, the current Nalan Monli had an additional charm. Perhaps it was because she had lost her chastity. Perhaps it was because she had become a married woman. Such a charming temperament. It made Nalan Monli even more charming. However, Lin Feng did not greet Nalan Monli. He did not want to have any more interactions with Nalan Monli. Moreover, if Nalan Monli saw him, Lin Feng believed that Nalan Monli would kill him without hesitation. In another area, Lin Feng saw a group of extremely terrifying existences. Many cultivators were discussing in low voices. That group of experts came from the Undying Realm. The cultivators of the Undying Realm had begun to move around. Lin Feng did not know if the group of people in the distance had anything to do with the cultivators of the Undying Realm who had dealt with Supreme Emperor Myriad Star back then. Immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng was shocked. He saw an old acquaintance dressed in a Taoist robe sneakily. Who else could it be but Immeasurable Taoist? It had been a long time since Lin Feng had seen Immeasurable Taoist. Unexpectedly, he would see Immeasurable Taoist here. Didn't this damned Taoist go to the myriad races' lair to steal the ancient tombs left behind by the ancestors of the myriad races? Why would he appear here? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Immeasurable Taoist had a shifty-eyed look. This guy belonged to the type of cultivator who was wretched and developed. Usually, he was extremely shameless and wretched, but in reality, his methods were extremely shocking. Even Lin Feng could not see through Immeasurable Taoist. Immeasurable Taoist was very fast. He disappeared quickly. Lin Feng followed behind Immeasurable Taoist and left together. Damned Taoist. Wait for me. In an empty starry sky world. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Immeasurable Taoist acted as if he did not hear Lin Feng's shout and ignored Lin Feng. Swoosh, Immeasurable Taoist crushed a jade talisman and instantly teleported through the void, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng could not help but have black lines on his forehead. Could it be that this damned Taoist has discovered some treasure again and is unwilling to share it with me, so he chose not to acknowledge me? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. This was Immeasurable Taoist's usual style. When this damned Taoist found some treasures, this damned Taoist would not choose to acknowledge Lin Feng. Because this damned Taoist wanted to take the treasures for himself. Lin Feng had seen this situation before. Ever since Lin Feng cultivated the Tao of Space passed down by the God of Space. His use of space had already reached a rather profound level. Therefore, Immeasurable Taoist wanted to get rid of him. This was not an easy task. After Lin Feng locked onto Immeasurable Taoist's aura, he also teleported through the void and left. The Chaos God starfield was incomparably huge. If one looked from afar in the starry sky world, one could see, the Chaos God starfield was like a huge, oval-shaped starfield. Around the Chaos God starfield, there was a terrifying power that distorted space and time. Immeasurable Taoist flew around the Chaos God starfield. This guy seemed to be looking for something. In a place where a space-time storm was raging. Immeasurable Taoist stopped. Is it here? Immeasurable Taoist could not help but mutter. Then, he looked around furtively and found that there was no one around. This damned Taoist entered the space-time storm. After Immeasurable Taoist entered the space-time storm, Lin Feng stepped out of the void. This damned Taoist's methods are getting more and more powerful. The space-time storm has no effect on him. The Hurricane Pearl froze all the storms. Under the protection of the Hurricane Pearl, Lin Feng shuttled through the space-time storm. This was the space-time storm outside the Chaos God starfield. Further in. This was the Chaos God starfield. Immeasurable Taoist searched for a long time before finding this place. Lin Feng did not know what Immeasurable Taoist was looking for. However, every time this damned Taoist made a move, it was extremely extraordinary. It was not a peerless soul treasure. It was difficult for Immeasurable Taoist to place so much importance on it. Thus, Lin Feng guessed that what Immeasurable Taoist was looking for must be extremely extraordinary. Since Immeasurable Taoist did not want to share it with him, then he would follow this damned Taoist. Once he discovered the treasure, then, he would snatch the treasure away and anger this damned Taoist to death. Soon, Lin Feng saw Immeasurable Taoist in front of him. This fellow also had extremely powerful methods, allowing him to freely travel through the space-time storm. From beginning to end, Lin Feng had never been able to figure out Immeasurable Taoist's background. This fellow was definitely not as simple as being a descendant of the moving mountain Taoist. He must have an extremely extraordinary identity, but Lin Feng still did not know what this identity was. But Lin Feng believed it. As time passed, Immeasurable Taoist's identity would definitely be exposed. Immeasurable Taoist arrived at the outer region of the Chaos God starfield. He shrunk his head and looked inside. Then, this fellow squatted in the starry sky, his right hand constantly gesturing something in the air. Immeasurable Taoist was deducing. This fellow had obtained a portion of the innate 8 trigrams. Previously, Lin Feng wanted to use other sacred arts to exchange for the innate 8 trigrams. But he was rejected by this damned Taoist. Now, Lin Feng had obtained the complete innate 8 trigrams. Lin Feng really wanted to know what kind of expression Immeasurable Taoist would have when he found out. After Immeasurable Taoist deduced for a while, he decided to take action. His gaze looked towards the Chaos God starfield. Immeasurable Taoist muttered, "Wealth comes from danger. If you don't take risks, how can you get good things?" After muttering for a while, this fellow entered the Chaos God starfield. Lin Feng also entered the Chaos God starfield after the Immeasurable Taoist. The Chaos God starfield was extremely dangerous. All kinds of terrifying restrictions swept over. There were many restrictions that couldn't be avoided. Lin Feng was an array grandmaster. There was no way to avoid it. He had no choice but to resist those restrictions. Not to mention the others. Against those restrictions, it would definitely be difficult to deal with. The Immeasurable Taoist's methods were very powerful. He was able to move freely through the restrictions. Lin Feng's methods were also very powerful. He was also able to freely shuttle through the restrictions. For Lin Feng, the successor of the Celestial Master Path, although these restrictions were extremely terrifying, they could not hurt him. But not long after, a terrifying power swept over. They were beams of light. It contained the power of death. That kind of beam. It was the aurora of death, which could be described as apocalyptic. The aurora of death locked onto Immeasurable Taoist and Lin Feng. They were all sent flying by the death aurora. Lin Feng's millions of years of lifespan were instantly devoured. He was shocked. This aurora of death was too terrifying. It could actually devour his lifespan. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The Immeasurable Taoist took out a mysterious supreme treasure. It was a small golden bell. The small golden bell rapidly expanded. Endless golden light poured down, protecting the Immeasurable Taoist. When the aurora of death swept over again, it was immediately blocked by the golden light. Lin Feng took out the ruler's armor. The ruler's armor protected Lin Feng. The aurora of death swept over Lin Feng's ruler's armor. All the power was neutralized by the ruler's armor. The supreme treasure, the ruler's armor, was indeed too powerful. And its effect was extremely obvious. It helped Lin Feng resolve the danger before him. This aurora of death is too terrifying. How many people will be killed by it? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He seemed to have seen countless people aging and dying under the aurora of death. This aurora of death was magic power. It was a power that divine ability couldn't resist. It contained the terrifying power to take away one's life. Only powerful magic treasures could resist the power of the aurora of death. Of course, not all supreme treasures could resist the aurora of death. Only those extremely high-grade treasures would be able to do so. Lin Feng felt that even his defensive magic treasure, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda, couldn't resist the attack of the aurora of death. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the aurora of death was. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper. The aurora of death swept over from time to time. But it couldn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist maintained a distance of several thousand meters. So even when the aurora of death swept him away, Lin Feng wasn't discovered by the immeasurable Taoist. Now, Lin Feng was following closely behind the immeasurable Taoist all the way into the Chaos God Starfield. Now, there were very few cultivators who entered the Chaos God Starfield, because the Chaos God Starfield was simply too dangerous. Many cultivators from various forces were still waiting for the restrictions of the Chaos God Starfield to disperse. So, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist didn't see any other cultivators along the way. However, they did encounter a few powerful beasts. Those beasts were very terrifying. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist didn't fight with those cultivators. Instead, they hid far away from those beasts. Finally, the immeasurable Taoist entered a mountain range. Dragon Vein. And it's a place where 27 dragon veins gather. This is too heaven-defying. When Lin Feng saw the mountain range, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That mountain range was very special. It was made up of 9 mountain ridges gathered together. The 9 mountain ridges were like the bodies of 9 giant dragons, emitting a terrifying pressure. And underground, there were still 18 dragon veins hidden. Ordinary people might not be able to see the 18 dragon veins hidden underground, but Lin Feng had an extremely deep understanding of array formations, so he was naturally able to see it with a single glance. And the immeasurable Taoist was proficient in feng shui secret arts. The immeasurable Taoist should have a deeper understanding of the 27 dragon veins here. Lin Feng entered the mountain range. Within the mountain range, purple dragon chi rose, emitting waves of astonishing dragon aura fluctuations. Dragon God Grass. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a plant. It was completely golden in color and shaped like a dragon's body. It was bent together, vigorous and powerful. When he saw the plant, Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. The dragon god grass was a very rare heaven and earth treasure. Rumor had it that only in the place where the divine dragon had fallen would a heaven and earth treasure like the dragon god grass grow. And now, the dragon god grass actually appeared here. Could it be this place? Divine dragon. Of course, it referred to powerful creatures like the Eastern Divine Dragon. Among the dragons, the bloodline of the Eastern Divine Dragon was noble. And the Eastern Divine Dragon was extremely rare. It was said that in the heyday of the past, there were only 7 or 8 Eastern Divine Dragons. Moreover, pure-blooded Eastern Divine Dragons were even rarer. Human cultivators were different from demon cultivators and beast cultivators. Human cultivators paid attention to the unity of man and nature and the cycle of yin and yang. Therefore, human cultivators pursued a kind of balance. For example, there was the yin-yang realm. It was to strengthen one's foundation. And there were 2 types of bloodlines, the cycle of yin and yang. But for beast cultivators, demon cultivators, and even some cultivators of other races, because their physical bodies were incomparably powerful. Therefore, they regarded their physical bodies and their bloodlines as a kind of balance. And at this moment, having one bloodline was far more beneficial to one's cultivation than having 2 bloodlines. This was the origin of the pure-blooded bloodline. Pure-blooded phoenixes, pure-blooded cheilants, pure-blooded divine dragons, etc. These creatures with pure-blooded bloodlines represented power. Of course, Lin Feng did not know whether the divine dragon that died here was pure-blooded or not. But even if it was not a pure-blooded Eastern divine dragon, it was shocking enough. For so many years, Lin Feng had seen too few Eastern divine dragons. The only living Eastern dragon god he had come into contact with was Long Outyin. Long Outyin was sealed in the stone ball and broke out after countless years. But in the end, the mysterious woman in the demonic bead devoured the divine power in his body. Now, Lin Feng did not know where the ruffian Eastern divine dragon, Long Outyin, had run off to. Perhaps he was looking for a place to recover his divine power. Buzz. At this moment, a violent wave came from the mountain river ring. Lin Feng was shocked. It was the wave from the dragon egg. The dragon egg was only one step away from hatching. But the last step was often the most difficult. Lin Feng had been looking for a treasure that could hatch the dragon egg. But unfortunately, he had not found it. Now the dragon egg was actively emitting a powerful wave. Was it because of the dragon god grass? Could it be that the dragon god grass could help the dragon eggs hatch? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face suddenly lit up with joy. It would be great if the dragon god grass could really help the dragon eggs hatch. Lin Feng had always wanted to know what race the baby dragon was from. That was because this little dragon was too heaven-defying. It hadn't even hatched yet, but it already possessed extremely high intelligence. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the little dragon born from the dragon egg would not be an ordinary dragon. Lin Feng quickly plucked the dragon god grass and placed it beside the dragon egg in his mountain river ring. However, the dragon egg didn't seem to be interested in the dragon god grass. Is the dragon god grass useless to you? Lin Feng asked. Xiaolong's voice came from the dragon egg. The little fellow's voice was childish as he said, "This thing is indeed of no use to me. The reason why I woke up was because I sensed the aura of the divine dragon's inner core." Lin Feng was very surprised. There was actually a divine dragon's inner core here. That meant, there was really a powerful divine dragon that had fallen here. Can you sense its exact location? Lin Feng asked. Xiaolong sighed and said, "There seems to be a strange force blocking my senses. I can only sense the general aura, but I can't sense its exact location." Lin Feng was puzzled. What was blocking Xiaolong's senses? This mountain range was extraordinary to begin with. Perhaps it was hiding some shocking secrets. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted immeasurable Daoist. Is the divine dragon's inner core useful to you? Lin Feng asked. Xiaolong said, "Then I'll have to see what grade it is. Only then will I be able to determine if it's effective." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He said, "Wait patiently for a while. I'll help you find the divine dragon's inner core as soon as possible." "Thank you, big brother." Xiaolong immediately became excited. He thanked Lin Feng in his childish voice with a hint of coquettishness. Xiaolong was very smart and had wisdom that he shouldn't have at his age. However, Xiaolong was still young after all. Therefore, Xiaolong would occasionally act coquettishly and say some irrelevant things. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper into the mountain range. In order not to attract immeasurable Daoist's attention, he kept a distance from him. However, Lin Feng had always locked onto immeasurable Daoist's position, so he wasn't afraid of being shaken off. Not long after, Lin Feng saw immeasurable Daoist. This guy had come to a valley deep in the mountain range. In the valley, there was a huge cave. The cave was like the bloody maw of a prehistoric beast. It emitted endless ferocious aura. Immeasurable Daoist had been pacing outside the cave, hesitating. This should be the place where the dragon veins gather. Logically speaking, this place should be water, but such a cave appeared. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. According to the contents of the feng shui theory, this place, indeed, it shouldn't be a cave. This place, to be precise, it should be a lake. Because the land of the dragon veins was a place of fortune, and such a place must have water. The dragon wanted to soar into the sky from the water. Now that a cave appeared, it had the intention of trapping the dragon. Lin Feng's research on feng shui theory wasn't particularly profound. Therefore, there were some in-depth contents he also couldn't understand. And immeasurable Daoist had an extremely deep understanding of feng shui theory. He should be able to see more clearly. In the end, Immeasurable Taoist entered the cave. The dragon veins gather. Although it's very dangerous here, any place where a treasure is buried is extremely dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He rushed towards the cave, intending to enter the cave and explore it carefully. He wanted to see what was buried in the cave. That eastern dragon. Was it also buried here, however? Just as Lin Feng was about to enter the cave, a figure dashed outside at high speed. Immeasurable heavenly venerate my ass. You scared me to death. You scared me to death. Immeasurable Taoist shouted as he ran. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. No one knew what shocking thing he saw inside to scare this damned Taoist. Behind Immeasurable Taoist, there was a black fog rolling. In the black fog, there was a faint terrifying aura. That aura made Lin Feng feel suffocated. What kind of creature is that? Lin Feng looked carefully at the black fog. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a creature. The creature's body was shaped like an elk, but it had half a human body and arms. Moreover, there were horns on its head. It held a black war spear in its hand. The black war spear swept gently. It was as if the void was about to collapse. It was really shocking. It was shocking and moving. Wu Liang Taoist had extraordinary means, but he was still chased by the unknown creature. He couldn't block the attack of the unknown creature at all. The unknown creature was indeed incomparably powerful. Its cultivation was heaven-defying. The black war spear in its hand swept towards Wu Liang Taoist. Rays of light that contained destructive power swept towards Wu Liang Taoist. Wu Liang Taoist had the mysterious cauldron to protect him, but he was still swept away. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The bones in his body also made cracking sounds. It was unknown how many bones were broken. Save me! Save me! Wu Liang Taoist looked at Lin Feng and shouted for help. Ha 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 ha, you deserve it, said Lin Feng laughing in the distance. He was taking joy in other people's misfortune. The worst friend. He was talking about Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't really leave him in the lurch. He took out 3 stone swords and slashed at the terrifying creature that was chasing after Immeasurable Taoist. Clang clang clang, the terrifying creature waved the war spear in its hand. It collided with Lin Feng's stone swords 3 times in a row. The 3 stone swords were sent flying by the terrifying creature. Taoist Wu Liang took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to escape. Lin Feng kept the stone swords and quickly rushed into the distance with Wu Liang Taoist. The terrifying creature floated in the black fog and coldly looked at Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist. It didn't chase after Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist. Instead, it returned to the cave. The valley became calm again. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang stopped in the distance. Lin Feng scolded, "Damned Taoist, you clearly heard me calling you earlier, but you pretended not to hear me. Now, you still have the nerve to ask me for help? Do you have any shame?" The boundless Taoist looked at Lin Feng in confusion as he said, "Brother, this is the boundless Taoist. What did you say? When did you call me? I really didn't hear you. Based on our relationship, do you think I would pretend not to hear you if I heard you calling me?" There was a saying that went, "Shameless people are invincible in the world." There was also a saying that a person who was shameless was invincible. Lin Feng felt that these 2 sentences were simply tailor-made for the Immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng could not be bothered to bicker with Taoist Wu Liang. He asked, "What is buried under this mountain?" Taoist Wu Liang knew that he couldn't hide this matter anymore. He might as well tell Taoist Wu Liang. Moreover, Lin Feng had extraordinary means. If he joined forces with Lin Feng, their chances of successfully exploring the tomb would be much higher. Taoist Wu Liang said, "It's an ancient tomb. Rumor has it that the tomb is related to a powerful existence from the era of totems." "It's that old?" Lin Feng was shocked. Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, "It is indeed very old. The era of totems should be traced back to the absolute beginning era, right? The era of totems was not a single era, but several consecutive eras. Tribes would search for totems that belonged to their tribe and worship them. The era of totems was when the creatures of the previous era were the most active. Is the creature buried here from the previous era? Lin Feng asked. Daoist Wuliang nodded and said, based on the clues I obtained, it is indeed possible that it was a creature from the previous era that died during the era of totems. The creatures of the previous era were extremely evil after crossing over. They unscrupulously took all the opportunities of this era. They wanted to destroy the various races that had been born in this era. However, in the end, they did not succeed. First, it was because of the rise of the Xianxia lifeforms. Second, it was because of the powerful vitality that had erupted during the beginning of this era. Although many races had been killed by the beings of the previous epoch, even more races had survived. Moreover, as the strength of the Xianxia lifeforms continued to increase, many experts began to emerge from the various great powers of this era. The creatures of the previous era had also been met with stubborn resistance. There had been several great battles during the era of totems. The creatures of the previous era had suffered heavy losses. This was especially true after the tribes had begun to develop into cities. Saint Emperor Fushi's innate 8 trigrams had been popularized. Countless great formations had been formed from the innate 8 trigrams. The evolution of these great formations had dealt an even greater blow to the creatures of the previous era. Therefore, the creatures of the previous era had begun to decline towards the end of the era of totems. Their combat strength was far from being comparable to when the world had first been created. However, this was not to say that the creatures of the previous era had not been strong enough. In fact, it was the opposite. The creatures of the previous era had been incomparably terrifying. Because, there were very few creatures of the previous era. With such a small number, they had been able to contend against all the great powers of this era. In the few great eras after the absolute beginning era, they had still been able to suppress all the great powers of this era to the point where they could not raise their heads. If it had not been for the cities and the innate 8 trigrams, the outcome of the great battle would have been uncertain. Now, a powerful creature from the previous era was buried here. This made Lin Feng very curious. Perhaps he could obtain some inheritance from the previous era from this creature. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained the supreme technique 9 heavens and 10 earths, the unique and righteous. This divine ability was from the previous era. It was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in the supreme technique from the previous era. That creature is very terrifying, but I have never seen or heard of it. Could it be a creature from the previous era? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Daoist Wu Liang shook his head and said, it's not a creature from the previous era. If I'm not mistaken, that creature should be the legendary odd beasts. Odd beasts? What kind of creature is that? Lin Feng was surprised. He had never heard of the odd beasts before. Legend has it that a strange beast was born at the beginning of the world. That strange beast had the body of a deer and the head of a human. Moreover, it had half a human torso, arms, dragon horns on its head, and a tail like a tiger's. That was the odd beasts. It was a kind of creature with an incomparably powerful bloodline. The first generation of the David's deer was a Xiantian creature. Later on, this Xiantian creature and other creatures gave birth to a descendant. Gradually, this bloodline spread out. However, as time went by, this bloodline was exterminated. From the middle to the late period of the absolute beginning era, it had never appeared again. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. This damned Taoist seemed to know a lot about these ancient secrets. If that's the case, does that mean that David's deer isn't actually a living creature but a puppet? Lin Feng said. He felt that there was a high probability that the odd duck was a puppet. Of course. Those were all Lin Feng's conjectures, he didn't know the exact truth. Lin Feng wasn't sure. Maybe it's a puppet, maybe it's a cursed creature, or maybe it's something else. Who knows if it's real or fake? Immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that this damned Taoist priest was implying something. What do you think of this place? Lin Feng asked. It's strange. The place where the 27 dragon veins converge. This kind of terrain is too rare. This kind of terrain should be the best place to be buried. However, this place isn't like that. Although there is a tomb here, it doesn't feel like a real tomb. Daoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng asked, could it be the Yin Yang tomb? The Yin Yang tomb was an extremely terrifying burial technique. The person who built the tomb was worried that the tomb would be visited by others, so he would build a Yin tomb and a Yang tomb. The Yang tomb was a tomb that was presented in front of everyone. This kind of tomb. It was often very dangerous. It was filled with endless killing intent. Just a little carelessness. Then, he might suffer a calamity. In the past, Lin Feng had once followed Taoist Wu Liang to search for a heavenly devil tomb. At that time, they had met the Grave Tomb Commandant. The cultivators of the Grave Tomb Commandant's lineage were also searching for the heavenly devil tomb. The first thing they found was a Yang tomb that was fraught with danger. Although Lin Feng was not a tomb raider, he had come into contact with Taoist Wu Liang many times. He had a deep understanding of the feng shui and layout of tombs. Boundless Taoist replied, it shouldn't be the Yin Yang tomb. I just took a look and found that this tomb is much more complicated than the Yin Yang tomb. If I'm not mistaken, this tomb could very well be the tomb of the three talents. Oh? Sankai's tomb? Lin Feng frowned. This was the first time he had heard of such a tomb. The feng shui theory required a certain amount of attention to be paid to the arrangement of tombs, and it was extremely complicated. Taoist Wu Liang said, 1 origin, 2 polarities, 3 essences, 4 symbols, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 luminaries, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, 10 directions. Yuan, it can be called the origin of the Tao. It is invisible, colorless, and soundless. It cannot be measured by perceiving things. This is also what the cultivators call the origin of the Tao. In modern language, it is a kind of state before the formation of the universe, chaos, origin, etc. Yin and Yang, also known as heaven and earth. They were two relative concepts derived from the previous state. They could be understood as the gap between time and space, and between matter and matter, which was the formation of the universe. Of course, this involved the interaction and comparison between Yin and Yang. I won't give you a detailed explanation here, because you should have some understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang. Sankai, Yin and Yang converged again, creating all things in the world with Yin and Yang. Among all things in the world, the human race was the center of heaven and earth, and together with heaven and earth, they were known as the three talents of heaven, earth, and man. Of course, this was only one of the theories, because the cultivator who created this theory was the ancestor of the human race, Sage Emperor Fuxi. Therefore, the center of the celestial emperor mentioned here might not necessarily be the human race. It could also be another race. For symbols, the 4 symbols, due to the different composition of Yin and Yang, are divided into Yang, Xiaoyang, Taiyin, and Xiaoyin. They are also known as the 4 symbols, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. There are 5 types of relationships, which were summarized by the predecessors as the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of course, the 5 elements contain endless mysteries. They are the foundation of all things in the world. You should have some understanding of the specifics, so I won't say more here. 6 directions. First, we have to study the 6 characters. The most primitive 6 is the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. Heaven and man are divided into the combination of Yin and Yang, thus becoming 6. The most basic description is the 6 lines. The upper 2 lines are heaven, the middle is man, and the lower is earth. 7 luminaries, a general name for the sun, moon, and 5 stars. 7 is evil spirit, the main suppression. 7 in the middle of the heavenly stem is the suppression of the same sex. 8 trigrams, add another line to the 4 symbols to form the 8 trigrams. Fusing Yin and Yang, the 4 symbols evolved into a supreme formation. 9 palaces, related to He-Tu and Luo-Shu, they are, Main Palace, Middle Lu Palace, South Lu Palace, Immortal Lu Palace, Yellow Bell Palace, Big Face Tone, Double Tone, Shang Tone, and Yu Tone. 9 palaces in Qi Man Dun Jia represented Earth. Earth was the foundation of Qi Man Dun Jia, it was unmoving. Qi Man Dun Jia was divided into heaven, earth, man, and spirit. Among the 4 plates, only the earth plate was unmoving. 10 directions, heaven, earth, east, west, south, north, life, death, past, and future were the 10 directions. After explaining to Lin Feng 1 yuan, 2 forms, 3 talents, 4 symbols, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 luminaries, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions, Taoist Wu Liang continued, what I said is the content recorded in the 9 volumes of Yin and Yang Feng Shui theory. The most popular method used by people to build tombs is the method recorded in the way of Yin and Yang. Because it can form the cycle of Yin and Yang, the real tomb is the Yin tomb and the Yang tomb is the place of death. Of course, there are also people who build tombs as the 3 talents tombs. However, it is more difficult to build 3 talents tombs. The place we are in should be the first main tomb of 3 talents tombs. However, this tomb is also the most dangerous one. Lin Feng was very surprised. He had always been curious about Taoist Wu Liang's 9 volumes of Yin and Yang Feng Shui theory, but Taoist Wu Liang's 9 volumes of Yin and Yang Feng Shui theory was not leaked to outsiders. Now Taoist Wu Liang actually took the initiative to talk about the 9 volumes of Yin and Yang Feng Shui theory, which made Lin Feng very surprised. However, the content of the 9 volumes of Yin and Yang Feng Shui theory really made Lin Feng feel very shocked. The content was very profound, but it was extremely useful. Lin Feng had hoped that Taoist Wu Liang would talk more about the contents of the 9 volumes of Yin and Yang Feng Shui theory. However, Taoist Wu Liang did not talk about the contents of the 9 volumes of Yin and Yang Feng Shui theory, which disappointed Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was wondering if he should find an opportunity to get more information from Taoist Wu Liang. Of course, this was a matter for the future. Right now, Lin Feng only wanted to find the tomb that buried the treasure as soon as possible. Lin Feng said, according to what you said, this first tomb should be a fake tomb? Then which tomb should the real tomb be? The second and third tombs could be real tombs. We need to find those 2 tombs and then enter them to take a look. Taoist Wu Liang said. Next, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang confirmed the location of the second and third tombs. Their methods were extraordinary. If they could find the first tomb, they could naturally find the second and third tombs as well. Not long after, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang found the entrance to the second tomb. The entrance to this tomb was in a pool of water more than 10 miles away. The pool was very clear, but it was extremely deep. The terrain of a divine dragon spitting out a pearl, could this be the real tomb? Lin Feng said. He and Taoist Wu Liang dove into the bottom of the pool. Not long after, dong 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 sounds came from the depths. Following that, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang rushed out of the pool with pale faces. Behind them, endless evil aura spread out. And amidst the churning evil aura, 9 terrifying creatures surrounded by endless evil aura chased after them. The 9 creatures all had a scorpion body and a dragon head. Their bodies were more than 10 meters long, and it was unknown what kind of creature they were. The 9 creatures were too powerful. When their auras fused together, they directly collapsed the void. The 9 terrifying creatures charged over. Their attacks were extremely terrifying. Each of them held a war drum in their hands. Dong 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 dong, they beat the war drums, and instantly, the 9 war drums erupted with a power that could destroy the world. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was dumbstruck. The war drums shook the 9 heavens and shattered the world. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist were sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. Barf, both of them spat out blood. The attacks of the 9 terrifying creatures with the war drums were too terrifying. Even Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist found it difficult to resist. The 9 terrifying spirits wanted to kill Lin Feng and the Taoist priest of the immeasurable continent, these 2 uninvited guests. Therefore, their attacks were even more powerful. The speed of the war drums became faster and faster. The power was extremely strong. It was even more shocking. Damn it! This is too abnormal. Wu Liang Daoist screamed. Lin Feng grabbed Wu Liang Daoist. When the attack came, he used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swish, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist disappeared without a trace and dodged the terrifying attack. When they reappeared, they were already hundreds of meters away. Then, the 2 of them rushed into the distance like crazy. The 9 terrifying creatures seemed to be unable to leave the pool too far. Therefore, when Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist rushed into the distance, the two terrifying creatures stopped. Their eyes were extremely cold as they stared coldly at Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. Their eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Are these creatures from the other domain? Wu Liang Daoist said with an ugly expression. Lin Feng nodded and said, they look like creatures from the other domain. Their auras are very similar, but I feel that something is wrong. Wu Liang Daoist bared his teeth. He looked at the war drums in the hands of the 9 terrifying creatures and said, this is the 9 Heavens war drum, a legendary treasure. It's even older than your sky drum. No wonder it's so powerful. Wu Liang Daoist began to pace back and forth. That was because the 9 Heavens war drum was too extraordinary. And it was incomparably precious. If one could obtain the 9 Heavens war drum, it would be a great help to anyone. Naturally, Daoist Wu Liang wanted to get his hands on the 9 Heavens war drum as well. But, those 9 living beings were way too scary. They held the 9 Heavens war drum in their hands. No one could contend against them. Lin Feng said, let's go and find the 3rd tomb. Trying to snatch the 9 Heavens war drum from the hands of the 9 Supremes is too unrealistic. Hearing this, Daoist Wu Liang nodded. Although the immeasurable Daoist was very unwilling. However, he was unable to contend against the 9 terrifying beings, let alone snatch the 9 Heavens war drum from their hands. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang left. They began to search for the location of the 3rd tomb. However, he still couldn't find it. The real tomb is the hardest to find. Daoist Wu Liang frowned. Lin Feng nodded. Fake tombs were relatively easy to find because they were filled with danger. Just a little carelessness. They would die and their Tao would vanish. Lin Feng didn't enter the first fake tomb, so he didn't know what was going on inside. However, Lin Feng had entered the second fake tomb. He and Daoist Wu Liang had almost died inside. If not for their extraordinary methods, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the second fake tomb. Night fell. The Chaos God Star domain in the darkness was extremely terrifying. The same was true for the planet that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had descended on. Eerie and terrifying. At night, some terrifying sounds could be heard. Those sounds made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang started a bonfire. The two of them killed a beast. Then, they cut open the beast's stomach. They set it up on the bonfire and started to roast meat. The tempting aroma of roasted meat filled the air, greatly increasing one's appetite. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang drank wine and ate meat. I keep feeling that something is wrong recently. Lin Feng said. He had always felt as if there was a shadow shrouding his heart. It was a very strange feeling. Since Lin Feng had come out of the Demon Fall Star region, he had been feeling uncomfortable, but he didn't know why he felt that way. Oh? What's wrong? Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but ask. At their level of cultivation, some premonitions were often very accurate. Moreover, Daoist Wu Liang knew Lin Feng very well and knew how extraordinary Lin Feng's methods were. Lin Feng had a premonition of some dangers. It was even more accurate. Lin Feng said, I keep feeling as if something is watching me in the dark, making me feel uneasy. However, when I carefully searched, I didn't find anything. This? Daoist Wu Liang frowned. The boundless Taoist priest frowned. What Lin Feng had just said was too shocking. If he was really targeted by some unknown and terrifying creature, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. He had to be on guard. Do you still feel that way? Daoist Wu Liang asked. Yes. However, after meeting you, this feeling has lessened slightly. Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang said, there are always some things in this world that can't be explained. You've been doing archaeological work all year round, so you should know about my experience, right? Have you encountered a similar situation before? Lin Feng asked. Daoist Wu Liang nodded. He didn't say anything. Instead, he wrote a few words on Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he understood what those words meant. What should we do now? Lin Feng asked. Daoist Wu Liang said, I still have a treasure here. Perhaps we can give it a try. In the next 2 days, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang continued to search for the third ancient tomb. Their methods were astonishing. Although the third ancient tomb was hidden very deeply, in the end, it was still found by Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. The third ancient tomb was located in a surging river. There was an abyss at the bottom of the river. That abyss was extremely huge. The entrance to the ancient tomb was in that abyss. Waves of gloomy and cold aura spread out. In that abyss, there was a group of Abyss River demons guarding the entrance to the ancient tomb. The Abyss River demons had the body of a crocodile and the head of a Tao Tai. They were extremely ferocious. There were more than 100 Abyss River demons, and they surrounded Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang together. Taoist Wu Liang waved his hand and scattered beans to form soldiers. A dense group of golden armored soldiers rushed out and fought with the group of Abyss River demons. This damned Taoist's methods were unexpectedly powerful. Every time Lin Feng felt that he understood Taoist Wu Liang quite well, this damned Taoist Wu Liang would display some powerful methods that Lin Feng had never seen before. It was the same this time. Swish! Swish! While Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were traveling through the tunnel, 2 terrifying beams of light shot toward them. The power of the 2 beams of light was incomparably powerful. They directly tore through the void and slashed over, causing people's expressions to change. Careful! Lin Feng cried out. He could sense the aura of death from the 2 beams of light. He had no idea what had unleashed them. Lin Feng hurriedly took out his ruler's armor. The ruler's armor quickly appeared and wrapped around Lin Feng. At this moment, a beam of light slammed into Lin Feng's body. Then, Lin Feng was sent flying. Wah! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. A moment before, Lin Feng had been severely injured by that terrifying attack. Fortunately, the ruler's armor was strong enough to block that fatal attack. If it weren't for the ruler's armor, he might have been killed by that beam of light. As for Taoist Wu Liang, he took out another defensive treasure. It was a Xianxia. The Xianxia was embedded with countless gemstones. It was beautiful. The Xianxia's defensive power was shocking. It had blocked that terrifying beam of light. Of course, Taoist Wu Liang was sent flying as well. He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. At the very least, several of his bones had been broken. Fortunately, after the 2 beams of light disappeared, no other attacks came. Lin Feng circulated his undying bloodline to heal his injuries. Didn't they say that the real tomb was relatively safe? That attack was too sudden. I couldn't tell which part of the real tomb was safe. Taoist Wu Liang swallowed a healing pill before smiling bitterly and saying, "It was indeed extremely dangerous. Fortunately, we managed to neutralize the killing intent earlier. Let's be careful from now on. I wonder if there are any other dangers?" Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang became even more careful. However, they didn't encounter any other dangers during the rest of their journey. The 2 of them couldn't help but sigh in relief. Not long after, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang arrived at a huge cave. A sinister and terrifying aura was emitted from the cave abode. A huge skeleton appeared in front of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. As for the skeleton, it was coiled together and was hundreds of meters long. It was the skeleton of an Eastern dragon. Don't tell me that the being that transcended epochs that was buried in the past is this Eastern divine dragon? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. No. It shouldn't be. The clues I've obtained tell me that the being buried in the past is not the Eastern dragon god. Taoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the Eastern godly dragon. The Eastern godly dragon's core was probably in its body. Lin Feng needed the godly dragon's inner core to hatch the dragon egg. Found it. When Lin Feng arrived beside the Eastern dragon's skeleton, he saw the fist-sized dragon's core. The fist-sized dragon's core was emitting a shocking fluctuation. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the fist-sized dragon's core. But at this moment, the fist-sized divine dragon's inner core vibrated with a strange force. That power instantly spread out and enveloped the entire cave. Then, Lin Feng felt the scene before him change. A desolate and immortal aura swept over him. He was still in the cave. In the deeper part of the cave, a huge battle had broken out. A man in a purple robe was engaged in a fierce battle with a terrifying being. The terrifying creature was silver-white in color. It had 3 heads and a thick crocodile tail. Its body was human-like but not human-like. This was a creature that Lin Feng had never seen before. He wondered if it was the creature that transcended eras. There were 9 stone nails nailed to the body of the terrifying creature. He was originally nailed in a sarcophagus, but this terrifying creature was incomparably powerful and actually broke out of the sarcophagus. No one can kill me. Back then, when the 9 of you fought, I exhausted 8 of you to death. You were the only one who managed to survive until now. Now that I've escaped, I'll kill you and send you to hell to meet the other 8 sages. The terrifying creature's voice was cold and his eyes shone with a sinister light. Lin Feng had a rough idea of what had happened from what he had said. Back then, there were 8 other experts who fought with the Eastern Dragon God. In order to suppress the creature that transcended eras, the other 8 died in the battle. In the end, the creature that transcended eras was suppressed. The only survivor, the Eastern Dragon God, was in an extremely bad situation. You're no longer who you used to be, the purple-robed cultivator said. He was the transformation of the Eastern Dragon God. Now, he was fighting the terrifying creature with all his might. However, he was no match for the terrifying creature. Poof. Poof. Poof, the terrifying creature left bloody holes on the purple-robed cultivator's body. Blood immediately flowed out. It's really hard to understand what you so-called totems are thinking. Is it worth sacrificing yourself for a bunch of ants? That terrifying being said with a sneer. The purple-robed cultivator that the Eastern Dragon God transformed into was a totem that countless tribes believed in. Fight for my people who believe in me. The purple-robed cultivator that the Eastern Dragon God transformed into said coldly. Fool. Ridiculous. Ignorant. The terrifying creature revealed a mocking expression. His attacks were getting stronger. Poof. Poof. Poof, once again, he left 3 bloody holes on the purple-robed cultivator that the Eastern Dragon God transformed into. You used stone nails to nail my body. Today, I'll let you have a taste of your body being penetrated. You won't die so easily. The blood in your body will drain away bit by bit. The terrifying creature said in a cold voice. His eyes emitted a sinister light. In his opinion, the purple-robed cultivator that the Eastern Dragon God transformed into would definitely die today. There was no way he could turn the situation around. Divine Dragon 9 Transformations. The purple-robed cultivator that the Eastern Dragon God transformed into could not help but let out a low growl. Then, he leaped up. His body transformed into the body of the Eastern Dragon God. His body began to burn fiercely. The Eastern Dragon God was burning his life force. He planned to fight to the death. It's useless. An ant will always be an ant. No matter what means the ant uses to resist, the only outcome is death. The terrifying creature said coldly. He slammed his palm toward the Eastern Dragon God that was burning his life force and transforming into a dragon body. Bang, the 2 sides collided. The earth shook. The Eastern Dragon God was sent flying. The powerful force slammed into his body. The Eastern Dragon God's body exploded. Blood was dripping. It was extremely miserable. The Eastern Dragon God was severely injured and looked like he could not hold on any longer. In the end, death seemed to be his only fate. However, at this moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. My physical body is crumbling. Strike of the heavens. The Eastern Dragon God roared and his body started to crumble. That body of flesh and blood. It exploded instantly. The Eastern Dragon God's body was only left with a skeleton. He destroyed his own body of flesh and blood just to unleash a peerless attack. This attack was called Strike of the Heavens. Originally, with the Eastern Dragon God's cultivation, he could not unleash such a terrifying attack. However, in order to unleash this superpower, the Eastern Dragon God did not hesitate to sacrifice his life. After his physical body was destroyed, the Eastern Dragon God unleashed a powerful attack. A dazzling beam of light slashed towards the terrifying creature. That attack combined all of the Eastern Dragon God's spirit, will, magic power, and so on. That terrifying attack was raised to its peak and was so powerful that it was shocking. After the terrifying creature felt the power of this attack, his expression changed. He quickly dodged. He wanted to avoid this terrifying attack but realized that this attack had completely locked onto his body. Hence, he could not avoid it at all. Hence, he had no choice but to face the Eastern Dragon God's final attack head-on. Break! The terrifying creature let out a low roar. He condensed the 100,000 worlds and suppressed the Eastern Dragon God's final attack. However, the 100,000 worlds. They were all torn apart. Then, suddenly, a tearing sound could be heard. The Eastern Dragon God's final attack displayed an astonishing combat power. It directly pierced through the body of the terrifying creature. Why did it turn out like this? That terrifying existence roared unwillingly. His dantian had been split open, and he had suffered an injury so severe that it could not be healed. All these years, in order to kill you, I have been cultivating this superpower. Today, I have finally unleashed it. The Eastern Dragon God's voice echoed in the cave. Then, boom! A loud, muffled sound rang out. The Eastern Dragon God's huge skeleton fell to the ground. The Eastern Dragon God had completely lost all his vitality. Meanwhile, the terrifying existence struggled and rushed deeper into the cave. I want to bury myself so that I can reincarnate, the terrifying creature's voice could be heard from the dark cave. Then, all the images disappeared. Lin Feng once again, he returned to the real world. Was that what happened in the past? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Did the Eastern Dragon God succeed in killing the divine spirit that had transcended eras with a desperate strike? All of this was still unknown. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest had to wait until they entered the depths of the cave. Lin Feng grabbed the godly dragon's internal pellet and looked at it. Lin Feng sighed. Lin Feng admired the Eastern godly dragon. He muttered to himself, Senior's death is truly a pity. Since Senior left behind the divine dragon's inner core, you must have wanted to leave it for a fated person, right? Since this junior has obtained Senior's divine dragon inner core, this junior is the fated one. Don't worry, Senior, this junior will definitely make good use of this divine dragon inner core. Lin elixir IR. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he sent the divine dragon's inner core into his mountain river ring. Xiaolong seemed very excited. The little guy said, this divine dragon inner core is really powerful. I feel like my blood is starting to burn. This divine dragon inner core is really useful to me. Thank you, Senior, for leaving this divine dragon inner core behind. Xiaolong was very smart. Xiaolong's IQ could even be described as precocious. After the little guy expressed his respect for the Eastern Dragon God who had passed away, he began to refine the divine dragon's inner core. The divine dragon inner core is yours, but this divine dragon's sacred bone is mine. The immeasurable Taoist found a sacred bone that contained pure energy and terrifying fluctuations. Then, he wanted to take it for himself. After Lin Feng obtained the divine dragon's inner core, he no longer planned to compete with Taoist Wu Liang for other treasures. Good. Just take it. Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang grinned. The two of them then looked into the depths. That passageway was extremely deep. It led to a deeper location. The terrifying creature that had been severely injured by the Eastern Dragon God had entered it. He wanted to reverse fate. He wanted to reincarnate. Did this terrifying creature manage to do it? Lin Feng thought. It was not easy for this terrifying creature to do this when it was so severely injured. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang carefully passed through the deep passageway. They came to the belly of another mountain. There was a stone coffin in the belly of the mountain. The stone coffin was not completely closed. That terrifying creature was nailed into the stone coffin by the 9 saints in the past. I wonder what's the situation now? Lin Feng said. Open it and you'll know everything. Taoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were both skilled and bold. They came to the front of the stone coffin and opened the lid. In a flash, Lin Feng's corpse appeared in their field of vision. Time passed. The corpse turned into bones. However, the 9 stone nails were still embedded in the bones. These are demon sealing nails, born from heaven and earth, the demon lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. He had thought that the 9 stone nails were made by the 9 saints through a special method. Only now did he know that he had underestimated the origin of the 9 stone nails. If the 9 demon sealing nails were born from heaven and earth, then they belonged to the category of stone tools. Perhaps the 9 demon sealing nails did not have much destructive power, but they could help to seal all living creatures. In the past, the reason why the existence that had transcended all living creatures was unable to withstand the Eastern Dragon God's desperate attack. It was because his body was sealed by the 9 demon sealing nails. Or else, with his combat strength, it would not be too difficult to kill the Eastern Dragon God. You must not be interested in these 9 stupid nails. I'll take them then, Taoist Wu Liang said with a grin. He reached out to grab the 9 stone nails. This guy was very knowledgeable. He probably knew the extraordinary origin of the 9 stone nails. Moreover, this guy thought that Lin Feng did not know the origin of the 9 stone nails. Therefore, he wanted to take them for himself. If the demon lord had not told Lin Feng the origin of the 9 stone nails, Lin Feng might have been fooled by Taoist Wu Liang. But now, Lin Feng obviously would not let Taoist Wu Liang have his way so easily. He grabbed Taoist Wu Liang's wrist. Taoist Wu Liang said, "What are you doing?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I have a use for these 9 stone nails. We've known each other for a long time. If I want them, you won't refuse, right? Wu Liang, your whole family is a celestial venerable. You took the 9 stone spikes when I wasn't paying attention. How despicable. Take them out and we'll split them equally." Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but cry out gloomily. Lin Feng said, "Don't be so stingy. It's just 9 broken stone spikes. Don't hurt our relationship because of these broken things." Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but roll his eyes. He felt that he was a shameless person. However, after meeting Lin Feng, he knew what it meant to be shameless. In fact, Lin Feng felt like he had only understood the meaning of the phrase "the most despicable person is invincible" after meeting the Taoist priest. These two fellows could become best friends. It wasn't without reason. Their temperaments and personalities were more or less similar. Taoist Wu Liang knew that it was unrealistic to ask for the item back after it was taken by Lin Feng. Therefore, Taoist Wu Liang didn't ask for it again. This guy began to rummage for other things. However, at this moment, the eyes of the skeleton left behind by the living being that had transcended an era opened. Those eyes were shining with a sinister and terrifying light. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the skeleton's body. That aura made Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang feel suffocated. Crack! Crack! Then, the skeleton grabbed Taoist Wu Liang's neck. It wanted to strangle Taoist Wu Liang to death. "Help!" Taoist Wu Liang screamed. Lin Feng was shocked. They were all dead. It was unbelievable that they could still be revived. Just as the skeleton wanted to strangle Taoist Wu Liang to death, Lin Feng punched the skull of the skeleton. Bang! The tyrannical fist smashed into the skull of the skeleton. Crack! Crack! Then, the skull of the skeleton directly shattered. The hands that were grabbing Taoist Wu Liang's neck no longer exerted force. Immeasurable Taoist quickly pried open the skeletal claw that was grabbing his neck. He said, "This guy was extremely unwilling before he died, and his resentment has not dissipated. Being entangled by this guy's resentment is definitely an extremely tragic thing. Later, I will do a spell to dispel the resentment." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Then, he nodded and said, "Okay, I also want to see if the methods of Taoism are really so mysterious." Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang then looked at the storage rings on the skeleton's hand. This living being that had transcended epochs had worn 4 storage rings when he was alive. The two of them hurriedly took off the 4 storage rings. Then, he used his divine will to invade it. Then, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's expressions turned ugly. This was because all 4 storage rings had been destroyed. Time was enough to destroy everything. As for the 4 storage rings, they were all destroyed by the power of time. However, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were not without any gains. They found more than 20 origin bones on the skeleton's body. This kind of origin bone was very similar to the sacred bone left behind by the Eastern divine dragon. It must have recorded some shocking things. Perhaps it was some memories, some inheritance, or these bones themselves contained extremely powerful magic power. After fusing with the body, it could increase a cultivator's combat strength. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang each took more than 10 origin bones. Then, Daoist Wu Liang began to take out some tools because he wanted to do a spell to dispel the resentment left behind by this living being that had transcended epochs. Of course, this was just what Daoist Wu Liang wanted to do on the surface. The actual purpose was to make the unknown existence that was following Lin Feng appear. Daoist Wu Liang held a peachwood sword in his hand. This was a green lightning peachwood sword. It was said that the peachwood sword was made of lightning wood and was specially used to exorcise evil. Daoist Wu Liang chanted an incantation while taking out all kinds of talismans. The peachwood sword touched those talismans. The talismans burned one after another. Then, a very special power surged out from the burning talismans. Then, it merged into the void. It is difficult to expiate evil after death. This poor Daoist has expiated billions of resentful spirits in the world. Today, I will expiate you. I hope you can reincarnate and become a human again. After Daoist Wu Liang circled around, he came to Lin Feng's side. The peachwood sword in his hand pointed at the skeleton's corpse 3 times in a row. 3 beams of light quickly flew toward the skeleton. Then, all 3 beams of light merged into the skeleton. Retreat! Daoist Wu Liang suddenly shouted. Lin Feng's mind understood. He quickly retreated with Daoist Wu Liang. They instantly retreated from the belly of the mountain. Then, Daoist Wu Liang flicked his finger. Buzz! An 8 trigrams light barrier directly sealed the entrance to the belly of the mountain. Hellfire! Then, Daoist Wu Liang shouted and chanted an incantation. Boom! The entire belly of the mountain actually burned fiercely. Hellfire ignited the belly of the mountain. Even the void was ignited. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry suddenly rang out. A black shadow appeared in the hellfire. The black shadow wanted to rush out. When Lin Feng saw the black shadow, he could not help but be shocked. Previously, he had felt that he was being targeted by something. Now, it seemed that it was true. Bang! Bang! The black shadow attacked the barrier that Daoist Wu Liang had condensed. It wanted to break the barrier that Daoist Wu Liang had condensed. It attacked continuously many times. However, it did not succeed. However, at this time, Lin Feng could clearly see the shadow of the black shadow. It was a terrifying creature with a human body and a python's head. It lingered in the darkness, emitting an endless evil aura. Isn't this the huge python that was worshipped in the temple in Demon Fall Starfield? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The existence worshipped in the temple in Demon Fall Starfield was actually the image of the huge python. However, on the murals, Lin Feng saw that the huge python had once transformed into a terrifying creature with a human body and a python's head. It was exactly the same as the creature in front of him. This thing most likely followed you out of Demon Fall Starfield. I just don't know what this thing is planning. It hasn't made a move yet. Perhaps it hasn't found a suitable time to make a move. Daoist Wu Liang said. He wanted to use the hellfire to burn this creature to death, but he failed in the end. The 8 trigram seal that Daoist Wu Liang had condensed was cracking under the attacks of the terrifying creature. No, this guy is too strong. We can't kill him at all. Hurry up and run! Daoist Wu Liang shouted. Go, 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 Lin Feng said. He did not dare to stay and quickly rushed out with Daoist Wu Liang. Before leaving, the 2 of them each took out hundreds of jade talismans. Boom! Boom! The jade talismans exploded, causing the tomb to collapse. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang hoped to bury that terrifying creature. However, the terrifying creature still managed to rush out of the graveyard. However, at this time, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had already disappeared without a trace. Getting rid of the python totem. Lin Feng suddenly felt relaxed. The great python totem was currently in a very strange state. It didn't look like a complete cultivator. Instead, it was like a spirit body. The so-called spirit body referred to the body dominated by soul power, including the Yin god and other terrifying existences. They could all be called spirit bodies. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know what kind of existence the python totem was now. But there was one thing that Lin Feng was very clear about. That was, the python totem was now targeting him. It definitely did not have any good intentions. So, he had to be on guard against the python totem. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be schemed against by the python totem. At that time, he would not even know how he died. This guy should not be willing to give up. Now that we meet this guy, we have to avoid this guy as much as possible, unless our cultivation is better than his. Taoist Wu Liang took a deep breath and said. The python totem was indeed too terrifying. Its battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying. It made people feel a sense of horror. Therefore, Lin Feng should not confront the python totem head-on. Facing such a terrifying existence like the python totem, he had to deal with it carefully. Lin Feng said, "Isn't your peachwood sword specialized in killing evil spirits? I feel that the python totem is actually this kind of creature." Taoist Wu Liang said, "Although that's the case, the python totem is too powerful. Even if we have the supreme treasure in our hands that can restrain the python totem, when the python totem's strength surpasses us by too much, even if we have the supreme treasure that can restrain the python totem, it is almost impossible to defeat the python totem." This was indeed as Taoist Wu Liang had said. Lin Feng could also understand. He frowned slightly. He felt that the python totem was a great threat, which made him feel a little uneasy. He had to find some powerful methods to kill the python totem. The mountain forest was not a place to talk. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang did not stop. They quickly found a place to rest. It was now night. The mountain forest was full of danger. They had to be careful. Or else. It was very likely that he would die a tragic death. The two of them found a rather secluded cave. Then, Lin Feng set up a concealment restriction to seal the cave. Taoist Wu Liang sat on the ground and panted heavily. Lin Feng asked, "How was your harvest in the heavenly sage great world? You must have dug up quite a few tombs, right?" At the mention of the heavenly sage great world, Taoist Wu Liang immediately perked up. That was the lair of the myriad races. This was a place filled with danger. But that place. It was also full of opportunities. Taoist Wu Liang said, "Indeed, I've dug up quite a number of tombs and obtained quite a few items. However, the myriad tribe cemetery is heavily guarded. I've tried to enter multiple times but failed. If I can enter the myriad tribe cemetery, I'll definitely be able to dig out a lot of treasures." Myriad races cemetery? What is this place? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Taoist Wu Liang said, "The myriad tribe cemetery is the place where the top experts of the myriad tribes are buried. It is said that the weakest cultivators buried in the myriad tribe cemetery are Emperor Realm experts. There are even true immortal realm existences." Hiss, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This myriad tribe cemetery was truly shocking. The living beings buried here were simply too powerful. One could only imagine how many shocking items were buried in the cemetery. There were even many Taoist inheritances. At the very least, the sacred bones of many experts would be left behind. When human emperors and above died, they would suffer a calamity after death. It was very likely that they would be summoned to the underworld and enslaved by some unknown terrifying existence. Therefore, when human experts died, they would often choose to disperse into a rainbow, unwilling to leave their remains behind. Of course, there were also some extremely powerful human cultivators. After they died, even the underworld didn't dare to touch their corpses. Perhaps these people's remains would be left behind. As for the cultivators of the other races, even if they died, they wouldn't have to worry about their remains being enslaved by the underworld. Therefore, the corpses of the other races' experts were usually better preserved. The myriad tribe cemetery could indeed be considered a huge treasure trove. If they could excavate the tombs one by one, when the time came, they would definitely be able to obtain many extraordinary items. Lin Feng said, "Could it be that there's a supreme expert guarding the myriad tribe cemetery?" Taoist Wu Liang said, "That's right. There's an expert guarding it. It's hard to get close. However, after the matter in the starry sky world is over, perhaps we can head to the Myriad Tribe's cemetery together. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to enter the Myriad Tribe's cemetery. Alright. When the time comes, we'll work together and dig up all the tombs of the ancestors of the Myriad Tribes. Lin Feng instantly grinned. At that moment, waves of intense fluctuations came from Lin Feng's mountain river ring. The fluctuations were too shocking. Even through the mountain river ring, Taoist Wuliang was alarmed. Whoosh, there was a flash of light, and the dragon egg flew out of the mountain river ring. Rays of sacred light shot out from the dragon egg. Between heaven and earth, the sound of the great Tao could be heard. This is a dragon egg? Taoist Wuliang was shocked. Lin Feng nodded, that's right. It's a dragon egg. I brought it out from a mysterious world that appeared in the demon race's sacred ground. This dragon egg is too extraordinary. Taoist Wuliang said. He looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. How he wished that he could obtain such a dragon egg. The dragon egg was indeed extraordinary. Endless runes surrounded it. Roar, suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. One by one, small dragons appeared and surrounded the dragon egg. They let out a dragon roar. There were too many of those small dragons. They were densely packed. No one knew how many there were. Perhaps there were 10,000 of them. Perhaps there were more. It was truly shocking to the extreme. It's really heaven-defying. What kind of dragon race is the small dragon in this dragon egg? Taoist Wuliang looked at the dragon egg in disbelief. He was very knowledgeable. He had seen all kinds of dragon eggs. He had even seen the divine dragon pill. However, it was far from being as extraordinary as the dragon egg in front of him. Because the phenomenon of heaven and earth when the dragon egg hatched was too shocking. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, all of this was real. Lin Feng said, I don't know which clan this little fellow belongs to either. When he comes into being, we'll know. At this moment, kacha 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 sounds were heard. It's finally going to hatch. Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Xiaolong was very heaven-defying. Lin Feng had been waiting for Xiaolong to hatch successfully, and then see which clan it belonged to. However, the conditions for Xiaolong to hatch were extremely harsh. Lin Feng waited for a long time, but he did not see Xiaolong hatch successfully. However, after a long wait, now, there were finally signs of hatching. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng had been waiting for this day for too long. Roar, the roar of 10,000 dragons shook the 9 heavens and 10 earth. It resounded in all directions. It shocked the world. Every little dragon was so lifelike. They surrounded the dragon egg. Then, they spat out dragon breath. The powerful dragon breath surged into the dragon egg. After absorbing the dragon breath of the 10,000 dragons, the little dragon in the dragon egg was extremely excited. It constantly let out a long roar. Kacha, 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 the cracks on the dragon egg became denser and denser. Not long after, the cracks on the dragon egg covered the entire dragon egg. Outside, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were alarmed. Xiaolong rushed out. Then, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang also quickly rushed out. When they arrived outside, they were shocked. They saw endless lightning lingering in the void outside. The sea of lightning covered the sky. Dark clouds pressed down. There was a feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city. In the sea of lightning, thunder dragons and lightning snakes swam quickly. Those thunder dragons and lightning snakes, with a long roar, seemed to be able to collapse 100,000 starry skies. Thunder tribulation. Lin Feng looked at the sea of lightning in the sky in shock. Xiaolong was born. The lightning tribulation actually came down. That was too inconceivable. Damn, how did it attract the thunder tribulation? What's going on? Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but exclaim. He was also shocked by the situation in front of him. Usually, the thunder tribulation would only be attracted when a cultivator broke through. This was the first time Lin Feng heard of the birth of some young beasts. He was actually able to draw down the lightning tribulation. Unless these young beasts were so powerful that even the heavenly Tao was shocked and aghast. Or else there would be no lightning tribulation at all. Of course. For the time being, Lin Feng didn't know what the specific situation was. But he felt it. Now, the lightning tribulation should be related to Xiaolong's race. What kind of race's descendant was born to be able to cause the heavenly Tao to send down a lightning tribulation to kill him, soon after? Perhaps she would be able to find out. The dragon egg floated in the air. Anytime, anywhere. The dragon egg would crack completely, and then the baby dragon would be born. But there was one last step. Xiaolong tried many times, but to no avail. The little fellow cried out anxiously. But Lin Feng couldn't help much. Regardless of whether it was the hatching of the little dragon or the lightning tribulations that descended, the little dragon had to face them all by itself. If an outsider helped, it would only backfire. Not only would it not help Xiaolong, it would even harm Xiaolong. Boom! At this moment, the first lightning tribulation descended. Bolts of lightning as thick as mountains came crashing down. Every bolt of lightning seemed to be able to easily split open heaven and earth. The first lightning tribulation actually contained 99 bolts of tribulation light. It was truly a peerless terror. 99 bolts of tribulation light. All of them bombarded the dragon egg. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Xiaolong hadn't been able to hatch yet, so Lin Feng was very worried about Xiaolong's safety. But something that Lin Feng didn't expect happened at this time. Facing the attack of the 99 bolts of tribulation light, Xiaolong directly swallowed the 99 bolts of tribulation light. And the 99 bolts of tribulation light actually turned into 99 lightning runes. The 99 lightning runes merged into the dragon egg. Crack, crack. Those lightning runes were actually destroying the structure of the dragon egg. This shocked Lin Feng. Xiaolong swallowed the tribulation light. He was borrowing the power of the lightning tribulation to help him break out of the dragon egg. This little fellow was really too heaven-defying. He hadn't been born yet. He actually knew how to borrow power to fight. Taoist Wuliang couldn't help but cry out, "Monster! What a monster! It's really too heaven-defying. When this little fellow is born in the future, he will definitely achieve incredible achievements." Towards Taoist Wuliang's exclamation, Lin Feng naturally believed it without a doubt. Xiaolong's future was completely limitless. It was simply unimaginable what kind of achievements this little fellow would achieve. The first lightning tribulation couldn't destroy Xiaolong. Then the second, third, and fourth lightning tribulation continued to bombard. Each lightning tribulation was terrifying, but Xiaolong's ability was really too extraordinary. Facing those lightning tribulation attacks, Xiaolong handled it with ease. After absorbing the power of 72 bolts of tribulation lightning, the dragon egg finally cracked completely. At this time, Lin Feng also saw Xiaolong's appearance clearly. It was a fleshy creature. It looked a little strange. Its round body was not like the slender body of the Eastern Dragon Clan. But it also didn't look like the Western Dragon Clan with a pair of wings and a lizard-like body. This Xiaolong in front of him was the size of a fist. Its entire body was golden, and it had 2 horns. Its hind limbs were relatively thicker, and its forelimbs were relatively shorter. It looked a little like an earth dragon. Many dragons were unwilling to treat the earth dragons as part of the dragon clan, because those dragons felt that the bloodline of earth dragons was very lowly. The more powerful races of earth dragons included Tyrannosaurus rex, saber-toothed dragon, velociraptor, and other races. Lin Feng had seen Tyrannosaurus rex among the earth dragons. If Xiaolong was a branch of the earth dragons, Lin Feng would never believe it. Earth dragons couldn't cause such a terrifying scene. And earth dragons basically didn't grow dragon horns. Even if some earth dragons grew dragon horns, it was only one dragon horn. There had never been an earth dragon that could grow 2 dragon horns. If it grew 2 dragon horns, it would be a sky dragon. And the Western Dragon Clan basically didn't grow dragon horns. Dragon horns were generally the symbol of the Eastern Dragon Clan. This Xiaolong is very strange. It looks like an earth dragon, but it has 2 dragon horns. But if you look at it carefully, it's very different from an earth dragon. An earth dragon doesn't have such a noble aura. Moreover, the scales of an earth dragon are dimmer, but this Xiaolong's scales are completely golden, and they are surrounded by holy light. What race is this strange Xiaolong? Daoist Wuliang couldn't help but feel puzzled. This fellow had done a lot of research on the dragon clan. In the past, he had even wanted to capture a sky dragon as a mount. But he hadn't succeeded. But despite his deep understanding of the dragon clan, Daoist Wuliang knew nothing about Xiaolong's origins. It shouldn't exist in this world. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the endless lightning. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang were shocked. This existence was clearly targeting Xiaolong. When that voice faded away, an illusory shadow stepped out from the endless sea of lightning. That illusory shadow, like an immortal holy sage. Powerful, ancient, terrifying. A pair of cold eyes swept over. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this existence's cultivation was. This was not a real person, but just a mark that appeared. However, what puzzled Lin Feng was that he did not know who the owner of this mark was. Or was it a mark that appeared from the heavenly axiom? Die. This terrifying creature looked at Xiaolong with a cold voice. Then he descended from the sky, bringing with him 100,000 lightning bolts. At that moment, it was as if he had transformed into an immortal holy spirit. A dazzling light shone between heaven and earth. The beam of light formed by that terrifying existence locked onto Xiaolong. Xiaolong could not avoid it. Lin Feng could not help but change his expression after feeling the powerful power contained in that terrifying beam of light. That existence was simply too powerful. The power he possessed made one's hair stand on end. It was a feeling of disbelief. It was hard to imagine how terrifying his combat strength had reached. Xiaolong had previously displayed extraordinary abilities. However, even so, Lin Feng could not help but worry about Xiaolong. Because this existence was simply too terrifying. No matter how strong Xiaolong was. But he was still young. Whether he could withstand the attack of this terrifying existence was all unknown. Roar! Xiaolong sensed danger and let out a dragon roar. He had just hatched not long ago. The dragon roar that came out was also a childish voice. But even so, Xiaolong's dragon roar still shook heaven and earth. It resounded through the clouds. A large amount of holy light gushed out from Xiaolong's body. Then, Xiaolong opened his mouth. In his mouth, there was a divine dragon inner core. That divine dragon inner core was the divine dragon inner core left behind by the dead Eastern divine dragon. It was refined by Xiaolong. Xiaolong held the divine dragon inner core in his mouth and took the initiative to charge towards the terrifying beam of light formed by that mysterious existence. Bang! It was accompanied by an earth-shaking collision sound. The two sides collided. Xiaolong was sent flying. His chest was torn open, and dragon blood flowed out. On the other hand, the terrifying existence was beaten back to its original form, and its body became even more illusory. And the most shocking thing was, the illusory body of the terrifying existence began to crack. Xiaolong's attack was too powerful, and it did not match his age. Anyone who saw Xiaolong's battle prowess would never believe that Xiaolong was a creature that had just hatched. It was truly inconceivable. It was unbelievable. Immortal slaying, god slaying, devil slaying. Suddenly, that terrifying existence attacked again. He cast 3 divine abilities in succession. These 3 divine abilities seemed to be linked together. It was very mysterious. When the 3 divine abilities were fused together, they could form an incomparably powerful attack. So, the terrifying existence's speed was pushed to the limit as it charged towards Xiaolong. Wow! At this moment, the little dragon opened its mouth. It roared out a mysterious and unfathomable dragon sound. This was a special sound. It was a sound wave attack. It was many times stronger than the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, which was also a sound wave attack. It was just that Xiaolong was still young. Therefore, when he roared out this kind of sound wave attack, it sounded like a baby's voice. But even so, this sound wave attack was still incomparably powerful. Bang! Xiaolong's sound wave attack collided with that terrifying existence's attack. Both sides were evenly matched. The destructive power flipped Xiaolong over. Another 4 to 5 wounds appeared on Xiaolong's body. Blood flowed out of each wound. Of course, the mysterious existence that wanted to destroy Xiaolong was not in a good condition either. His body had completely cracked open. It would shatter into pieces at any time. You should not exist in this world. You will be punished by the heavens. His voice was still cold, and it contained endless killing intent. Roar. Xiaolong stepped forward and let out a furious roar at the being. Xiaolong was indeed angry. He was just born. Who did he offend? He was struck by lightning for so long. He was even attacked by this terrifying existence and almost died in the hands of this terrifying existence. Xiaolong also had a temper. When Xiaolong's roar fell, a huge monster suddenly appeared behind Xiaolong. It was the shadow of a huge dragon. But the huge dragon coiled in the clouds and only stretched out a claw. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know what the huge dragon looked like. The huge dragon's claw directly slapped toward that terrifying creature. A bang was heard. The terrifying creature's body directly exploded. At this time, the sea of lightning that condensed in the sky gradually dissipated. Xiaolong's breath was relatively weak. Lin Feng hurriedly flew over and hugged Xiaolong in his arms. Xiaolong stretched out his head and rubbed Lin Feng's chest. Then he closed his eyes. He fell asleep. He needed to sleep to recover his injured body. This little guy is really heaven-defying. Wuliang Taoist looked at Xiaolong with a green light in his eyes. This guy was having a bad idea about Xiaolong. Lin Feng naturally would not let Wuliang Taoist have his way. He hurriedly sent Xiaolong back into the mountain river ring and let Xiaolong recover. Wuliang Taoist's eyes darted around. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng said, "The commotion just now was too big. We can't stay here for long. Let's hurry and leave." Wuliang Taoist nodded and quickly left with Lin Feng. In the next few days, Lin Feng and Wuliang Taoist discovered traces of cultivator groups one after another. It seems that the restrictions in the outer regions of the Chaos God Starfield have disappeared. Cultivators are coming in one after another. Wuliang Taoist said. Lin Feng said, "They all want to find out the secrets of the coffin carriers and the ancient stone coffins." Yes, this is a shocking secret. If the ancient stone coffins really do contain the corpses of the first ancestor of the sovereign imperial clan, Hong Meng, Daoist Luya, and the others, not to mention the Starfield realm, even the Celestial realm, the Netherworld, the Chaos Xianhuang realm, and the Otherworld and the Wasteland would be alarmed. Wuliang Taoist said. Lin Feng and Wuliang Taoist left the star they were on because it was not the main star of the Chaos God Starfield. Roar. On this day, an earth-shaking roar resounded through the world. Soon, shocking news spread. Someone saw a dragon elephant pulling an ancient stone coffin through the Starfield realm and into the depths of the Chaos God Starfield. The dragonesque elephant clan was mysterious and powerful. This clan had a deep relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng learned the Archean dragonesque elephant skill from the dragonesque elephant sovereign. It was also because of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill Lin Feng completed his counterattack. This was how Lin Feng achieved his current achievements. Today, there was a dragonesque elephant pulling a stone coffin across the starry sky. This news was really shocking. Lin Feng could not believe his ears. Lin Feng did not know if this dragonesque elephant was related to the dragonesque elephant sovereign. But the dragonesque elephant clan had always been rare. Just like the sovereign emperor clan, each clan member had an extremely close relationship with each other. And Lin Feng had a destiny with the dragonesque elephant clan through the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Now Lin Feng's Archean dragonesque elephant skill had reached the 5th level. The first 5 levels were Dragonesque Elephant Shadow, Dragonesque Elephant Saint Power, Dragonesque Elephant Original Spirit, Dragonesque Elephant Fighting Spirit, Dragonesque Elephant Arm, Dragonesque Elephant Battle God. Lin Feng liked to use the Dragonesque Elephant Arm the most. According to his devouring martial soul, he could use the Dragonesque Elephant Arm several times its power. For example, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. The Dragonesque Elephant Battle God was a unique skill recorded in the 5th level of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. Once the Dragonesque Elephant Battle God was activated. At that time, the Dragonesque Elephant Battle God would be activated. Lin Feng's battle strength would be greatly enhanced. The Dragonesque Elephant Battle God was very powerful. At the current stage, Lin Feng was still having a hard time activating it. Therefore, Lin Feng had never used this unique skill. With Lin Feng's battle strength, it was very difficult to activate the Dragonesque Elephant Battle God. One could imagine how powerful this unique skill was. Now that a Dragonesque Elephant had appeared, Lin Feng did not know if he could get some opportunities with the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill and the Dragonesque Elephant clan. It would be great if he could get some opportunities. Soon, more news came out. The dragon elephant pulled the sarcophagus into a star shrouded in endless darkness. A large number of cultivators flew towards the star. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang also arrived at that place. With that star as the center, everything within a radius of several million miles was pitch black. Even though cultivators had night vision. But in this place, his vision was still severely suppressed. This was because there seemed to be a special kind of law power in this place. And this was the power of the laws. It could suppress the various abilities of cultivators. It wasn't just his vision that was affected. Even his divine telekinesis perception, hearing, and so on were greatly suppressed. However, this dark starry sky world wasn't safe because this starry sky world was inhabited by terrifying dark shadow demons. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were attacked by the Umbra Evil Devils. These Umbra Evil Devils were extremely sinister and terrifying. Their bodies emitted terrifying fluctuations. Each of the dark shadow demons contained destructive power within their bodies. These Umbra Evil Devils were able to hide in the void. Their bodies were as black as ink. Darkness was the best cover for these Umbra Evil Devils. More than a dozen Umbra Evil Devils attacked Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were powerful enough to repel those Umbra Evil Devils. But they weren't able to kill those Umbra Evil Devils. Those Umbra Evil Devils had astonishing means. Even though they weren't a match for Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, they were still able to retreat safely. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were powerful, but they still couldn't kill a single Umbra Evil Devil. From this, it could be seen how terrifying those Umbra Evil Devils were. So, the other cultivators suffered from the Umbra Evil Devils' attacks and suffered heavy losses. Some cultivator groups were even directly wiped out. A large number of cultivators died in that dark starry sky world. In the end, they became the undead of the dark starry sky world. Of course, there were also many cultivators with powerful means. Like Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, they repelled the Umbra Evil Devils' attacks. In the end, they arrived at a star in the dark starry sky world. No one knew what this star was called. But the surrounding starry sky world was pitch black. Therefore, someone gave this star a name. This star was called the Dark Star. Waves of destructive power surged out from inside the Dark Star. The Dark Star was the center of the dark starry sky, so it was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang landed on top of the Dark Star. When they arrived, they found that the Dark Star wasn't as dark as it looked from the outside. The interior of the Dark Star was light brown. It wasn't pitch black. The visibility had also increased a lot. Cultivators continued to descend. For example, the cultivators of the myriad races that Lin Feng saw. The Sacred God Clan, Ancient God Clan, Tianma Clan, Golden Saint Lion Clan, and other forces all descended. In addition, there were also some top forces of the Starry Sky World. There were also the cultivators from the Undying Realm. And this was only the forces that Lin Feng saw. There were also many forces that Lin Feng didn't see. The appearance of the cosmic coffin carriers and the fact that they were pulling the stone coffin across the starry sky world had too many implications, so it alarmed too many forces. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. Someone saw a second cosmic coffin carrier pulling a stone coffin over. It was a woman. She was very beautiful. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a fairy from the ninth heaven who was untainted by the mortal world. She was so delicate. But, now, she was pulling an ancient stone coffin and walking across the starry sky world. This was an extremely impactful scene. The extreme contrast caused countless people to be unable to shift their gazes away from her. Such a peerless beauty actually became a coffin carrier. Yi Futian murmured to himself. Many people couldn't help but take a deep breath and then exclaim. They seemed to feel pity for that peerless beauty. Such a woman should be a goddess in the hearts of countless people. But now, she had ended up in such a miserable state. It was really unbearable. To be able to become a cosmic coffin carrier, it is said that they are all powerful beyond our imagination. That woman must have been extremely powerful in the past. A cultivator said. No one refuted this point. That woman must have had extremely shocking battle strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been qualified to become a cosmic coffin carrier. But no matter how glorious the past was. Now, it had long become a thing of the past. Everything in the past was destined to never return. Many people chased that woman into the depths of the dark star. In the deepest location, there was a mountain that was 100,000 meters tall. It was really too huge. It was like a pillar that supported the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. Lin Feng had long heard of the rumor of a dragon elephant pulling a coffin, crossing the starry sky and arriving here. Now, he finally saw it. The dragon elephant's body wasn't particularly huge, but it stood between heaven and earth like an immortal god. Its might suppressed the heavens. Countless people felt as if they couldn't breathe after sensing the dragon elephant's aura. The dragon elephant's strength was unimaginable. It was definitely an unparalleled existence. The peerlessly beautiful woman was the second coffin carrier to arrive here. Why would these coffin carriers come here? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that this sacred mountain might be hiding some shocking secret. Or else, the coffin carriers wouldn't have come here first. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound came from afar. The third coffin carrier arrived. The third coffin carrier arrived. It was a man who looked like a sword immortal. He carried an immortal sword on his back and pulled an ancient stone coffin. Then, he stopped in front of the sacred mountain. Not long after, the fourth coffin carrier arrived. When Lin Feng saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. Because, that coffin carrier turned out to be the one Lin Feng saw in front of the temple enshrining the python totem in the Demon Fall starfield. Lin Feng still remembered the mournful cry of this coffin carrier. He seemed to still have a trace of intelligence. That was why he was struggling. He wanted to regain his freedom. But in the end, he failed. Although he was very old, he could still feel the majestic life force in his body. He was definitely a terrifying existence. That's a coffin carrier of the human race. Who was he in the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Being able to become a coffin carrier meant that his identity was shocking. However, Lin Feng was puzzled because he didn't know the identity of this mysterious expert. The fifth coffin carrier arrived. It was a cultivator who looked very young. His arrival once again caused quite a stir. The sixth figure soon arrived as well. The sixth figure was an ox demon. He was about 10 meters tall and had bronze skin. His body was that of a human, but his head was that of an ox. This was an expert from the Bronze Bull Demon clan. This clan had left behind countless legends in the starry sky world in the past. It was a very powerful clan. It was said that there had been a few immortals. At its peak, no one dared to provoke it. But after countless years, this clan declined. In the end, they were no longer seen in the starry sky world. In the history of the New Age, too many powerful races had appeared before. They had once flourished for a period of time, looking down on the heavens. But in the end, it declined. There were too many such races. The seventh supervoid coffin carrier arrived. This was a cultivator transformed from a golden-winged great rock. Although it had taken human form, it still had a pair of huge golden wings. The pair of golden wings flapped gently. It was as if the starry sky world within 100,000 miles was about to collapse. A pure-blooded golden-winged rock. A cultivator exclaimed in shock. The history of the golden-winged great rocks was very ancient. This clan was incomparably powerful, but there were very few successors in this clan. Back then, the Great Rock King and Little Rock King of the Demon Clan in the Tianwu continent were the only two descendants left. They were close relatives with the Tian Rock clan. But the Tian Rock clan was not the Great Rock clan. They could not be compared to the Great Rock clan. A pure-blooded Great Rock is very rare. Moreover, it is said that a pure-blooded Great Rock has the potential to reach the immortal realm. What level was this Great Rock's cultivation in the past? Someone said, trying to guess the Great Rock's cultivation. This Great Rock's bloodline was too powerful, attracting the attention of too many people. Not long after, the 8th supervoid coffin carrier arrived. This supervoid coffin carrier was surrounded by an endless aura of death. People from the underworld, someone's expression changed. The 7th supervoid coffin carrier came from the mysterious underworld, which was filled with endless secrets. The aura of death around him made people feel as if he was the god of death. Roar. A loud dragon roar could be heard. Then, a huge creature rushed over from afar. The 9th supervoid coffin carrier arrived. However, this time around, it was actually a 9-headed evil dragon. The Evil Dragon Clan was a clan born from the union of the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Western Dragon Clan. It was like the Evil Dragon Clan was a clan born from the union of the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Flood Dragon Clan. The bloodline of these dragons was not pure. But this did not mean that they were not strong enough. For example, the Evil Dragon Clan. Legend had it that there were several unimaginably terrifying existences in the Evil Dragon Clan. Their bloodline had mutated. Their combat strength had increased to an unimaginable level. Even pure-blooded divine dragons could not compete with them. Of course. No matter which clan it was, bloodline was not the most important thing. What level could a cultivator reach in the end? It mainly depended on the cultivator's willpower and comprehension. Bloodline was also very important. But it was not the most important thing. The 9-headed evil dragon pulled the 9th ancient stone coffin over. After that, no more supervoid coffin carriers arrived. There should only be these 9 supervoid coffin carriers. 9 Supremes. Why is it 9 Supremes? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The word 9 was very special. It often had an extremely unusual meaning. But when it came to the word 9, they all needed special attention. The 9 supervoid coffin carriers arrived with the 9 ancient stone coffin carriers. They stood in the void in front of the sacred mountain and looked at it. Everyone stood in the distance and watched, not knowing what would happen. Many people came for the supervoid coffin carriers and the ancient stone coffin carriers. But now, no one dared to act rashly. The supervoid coffin carriers were too powerful. Who dared to act rashly? It was no different from courting death. The huge sacred mountain was shrouded in endless darkness. It was not very clear. When the 9 supervoid coffin carriers arrived with the 9 ancient stone coffin carriers, the black fog lingering around the sacred mountain was gradually dispersing. Oh my God! Look at this, someone pointed at the ancient and huge sacred mountain and could not help but exclaim. Everyone looked at the ancient and huge sacred mountain. They were all shocked and moved. Many palaces appeared on the ancient and huge sacred mountain. Those palaces were faintly discernible. It was like a celestial palace. It was full of mystery. Everyone was shocked. How could there be so many palaces on the sacred mountain? Could it be the legendary Mountain of Gods? An old man said. Mountain of Gods? What kind of place is that? The kingdom of myriad immortals, the Mountain of Gods, the ethereal immortal palace. These are all places that have appeared in history. They once represented a certain period of time and were the places where supreme cultivators gathered. The old man slowly explained. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Legend has it that the Mountain of Gods was created by a supreme expert during the era of conferred gods. Everyone should know that during each epoch, many stunning figures would appear. Thus, it's hard to say who is the strongest among those great existences. The factions established by those great existences were once incomparably glorious. The kingdom of myriad immortals was the same, and so was the mountain of gods. However, as time passed, those legendary places disappeared with the passage of time. Rumor has it that the mountain of gods was 100,000 meters tall and had a majestic aura. Many powerful existences from the era of conferred gods lived there. Those great existences opened up their own caves or built their own palaces on the mountain of gods, then cultivated there. It was a holy land that countless cultivators yearned for. And the mountain of the gods is so similar to this mountain of the gods. That's why I said that the mountain might very well be the mountain of gods. After hearing the old man's words, everyone was shocked. If what the old man said was true, then the origin of the mountain of gods was too great, right? It was simply too shocking. If one could enter the mountain of gods and obtain 1 or 2 fortunes, it would be heaven-defying enough. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sacred mountain. Everyone's emotions were burning hot. They wanted so badly to climb the mountain of gods right now. The mountain of gods. The mountain of gods. Lin Feng muttered the name. The mountain of gods was definitely a shocking place, enough to drive countless cultivators crazy. When Lin Feng heard the old man's explanation, he couldn't help but be astonished. That kind of place was really attractive. How many fortunes would there be inside? Just thinking about it made him feel extremely excited. At this time, someone asked, if the mountain of gods is so powerful, how did it fall in the past? Many people looked at the old man again. Many cultivators were puzzled by this point. Logically speaking, such a powerful force like Mount Pantheon should have been passed down for generations. However, the truth was that this power had been destroyed many years ago. Many things happened in the past, and they can't be explained with just a few words. I don't know much about Mount Pantheon either, but just think about it. Even a powerful race like the Sovereign Clan has disappeared in the river of time. What else is impossible in this world? Many people nodded. Time was indeed the most terrifying thing. It was enough to bury everything. In the long river of history, how many powerful forces had been born, but in the end, didn't they still walk towards destruction? For example, the sorcerer tribe, which had once flourished in the past. It had long since disappeared. There were too many examples like this. There were simply too many to mention. The sacred mountain is becoming clearer and clearer. The power of the seal is also gradually disappearing. Perhaps it won't be long before we can ascend the sacred mountain. A cultivator said excitedly. He couldn't wait to ascend the divine mountain. However, now that the seal on the sacred mountain had yet to disappear, no one dared to recklessly ascend the mountain. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang walked towards a less crowded area. The two of them planned to perform some divination. They each found a place to perform their divination. When Taoist Wuliang saw the divination technique Lin Feng used, he immediately cried out in shock. This is a divination technique derived from the innate 8 trigrams. And it's even more amazing than the divination technique this old man has mastered. Kid, when did you master the innate 8 trigrams? Back then, Lin Feng had wanted to exchange his divine ability for a portion of the innate 8 trigrams that Taoist Wuliang had obtained, but the damned Taoist had rejected him. After Lin Feng obtained the complete innate 8 trigrams, he had always wanted to show it off in front of Taoist Wuliang. But now, Lin Feng had finally found his chance. Lin Feng smiled and said, by chance, I was blessed by the goddess of luck and obtained the complete innate 8 trigrams cultivation method. What? The complete innate 8 trigrams cultivation method? Taoist Wuliang couldn't help but exclaim as his eyes emitted a green light. He looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. How about this? I'll use a powerful divine ability to exchange with you. How about it? Taoist Wuliang said with a grin. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Not interested. Taoist Wuliang really wanted to obtain the complete innate 8 trigrams cultivation method. Now that he was rejected by Lin Feng, it was as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. He really hoped that Lin Feng would change his mind now. What conditions do you want? Just say it. Lin Feng said, if you use a few of your secret scrolls of feng shui to exchange with me, I might consider it. Hearing this, Taoist Wuliang's expression immediately became uncertain. It seemed that this fellow did not want to use the 9 scrolls of feng shui to exchange with Lin Feng. However, if he missed this opportunity, Daoist Wuliang would be extremely unwilling. Therefore, Daoist Wuliang was currently struggling. After thinking for a while, Daoist Wuliang finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll take a loss and exchange with you." As his voice fell, Daoist Wuliang took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said speechlessly, "Take a loss, your sister." The inheritance of the innate 8 trigrams was passed down by sage Emperor Fuxi. "What loss are you taking?" "I think I'm the one who's taking a loss." He took the jade tube from Daoist Wuliang and used his divine sense to explore it. He found that there were indeed 9 scrolls of feng shui recorded in it. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a smile. He also took out a jade tube and handed it to Daoist Wuliang. The jade tube recorded the cultivation method of the innate 8 trigrams. The two sides made an exchange, which could be considered a win-win situation. Daoist Wuliang checked the jade tube that Lin Feng gave him and couldn't help but smile when he found that there was no problem. After putting away the jade tube, Daoist Wuliang asked, "What did you deduce just now?" "A place of great danger. However, there seems to be a lot of opportunities inside. You see, so many cultivators can't wait to enter. Once the restriction disappears and they enter, something unexpected will definitely happen. Only a few cultivators will be able to obtain the opportunity, and most of them will die inside." Lin Feng said. "That's right. We're not in a hurry. Once the restriction disappears, it won't be too late for us to enter after a large number of cultivators enter." Immeasurable Daoist had always been this cautious. Perhaps this had something to do with Immeasurable Daoist's profession. This guy was a grave robber that everyone hated. Therefore, before doing anything, he would consider everything thoroughly. He was also more meticulous. Moreover, Immeasurable Daoist had an advantage before doing anything, which Lin Feng admired very much. This advantage was that Immeasurable Daoist would often leave a way out for himself before doing anything. When the matter was exposed, or when something unexpected happened and he couldn't deal with it, Immeasurable Daoist was able to leave in time. This was also a reflection of Immeasurable Daoist's cautious personality. Lin Feng nodded and agreed to Immeasurable Daoist's suggestion. The Divine Mountain was getting clearer and clearer. The restrictions of the Divine Mountain were also constantly dissipating. About 7 days later, the restrictions of the Divine Mountain had completely disappeared. A large number of cultivators rushed towards the Divine Mountain. Rumble! Rumble! A loud sound shook heaven and earth. The 9 starry sky coffin carriers pulled the ancient stone coffin and walked towards the peak. When they reached an altitude of 90,000 meters, the movements of the 9 starry sky coffin carriers were greatly restricted. Although they were trying their best to move forward, but in the end they were suppressed too much. Every step he took seemed incomparably difficult. They want to reach the top of the mountain. What exactly is there at the top of the mountain? Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely puzzled. Immeasurable Daoist said, "It must be very amazing. Let's try to see if there's a chance to reach the top of the mountain later." However, when the 9 starry sky coffin carriers reached a height of 9,000 meters, it was already so difficult to reach the top of the mountain, let alone others. "If we don't try, the result will always be unknown," Lin Feng said. Then, he quickly rushed towards the Divine Mountain with Immeasurable Daoist. When they arrived at the range of the Divine Mountain, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that his mana was almost unable to circulate. Although the range of the Divine Mountain was not a forbidden space, however, there was an extremely terrifying pressure contained within. And that kind of pressure, the suppression on cultivators was extremely strong. Many cultivators couldn't even move an inch after entering the range of the Divine Mountain, let alone circulate their mana. Some of the weaker cultivators were sent flying by the shockwave. It was unknown how many of his bones had been broken, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He was seriously injured. How shocking! Lin Feng took a deep breath. He and the Immeasurable Daoist were also greatly suppressed, but fortunately, the two of them were very strong. As such, even though he was under great pressure, however, they were still able to move freely within the Divine Mountain. The two arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was a temple at the foot of the mountain, which attracted many people. Mountain God Temple. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang stood in front of the temple and looked at the 3 words written on the board. They couldn't help but read them aloud. This was an extremely ancient divine script. Ordinary people might not recognize them. However, Taoist Wu Liang was a grave robber who had plundered countless ancient tombs. He had a deep understanding of all kinds of ancient texts. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had learned this ancient divine language from the demon lord. The mountain god should be a low-level god, right? Therefore, the mountain god temple was built at the foot of the mountain. Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang shook his head and said, in our era, the mountain god is indeed a low-level god, but in the era of the conferred gods, the mountain god is not a low-level god. You have to know, in the era of the conferred gods, every title has a special meaning, and the era of the conferred gods is the most prosperous period of cultivation. There are many famous mountains and rivers, and those famous mountains and rivers will often give birth to their own mountain god, and the mountain god is the master of those famous mountains and rivers. And those famous mountains and rivers give birth to all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Naturally, the mountain god can take them and use them as he wants. Of course, the most important thing is that many cultivators who want to enter those famous mountains and rivers to cultivate need the permission of the mountain god. At this time, they will inevitably take out a lot of benefits and contribute them to the mountain god. Only then will the mountain god allow those cultivators to enter and cultivate. Therefore, the mountain god of the conferred god era is extremely powerful. As for why this mountain god temple was built at the foot of the mountain, I don't know. Maybe it's a special hobby of this mountain god. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked after hearing Taoist Wu Liang's words. Because of Taoist Wu Liang's words, it really gave Lin Feng a deeper understanding of the mountain god of the conferred god era. His previous understanding of the mountain god was too simple. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang entered the mountain god temple and found that it was very dilapidated. As for the statue of the mountain god, it had long been destroyed. Many cultivators were looking for treasures in the mountain god temple. But they found nothing. At this time, the fluctuations of a great battle came from above. Several groups of cultivators were fighting. Someone had obtained the mysterious source of the Tao in a temple. Therefore, it caused a big chaotic battle. After receiving the news, many cultivators rushed out of the mountain god temple and joined the fight. More and more cultivators left the mountain god temple and went to higher places. Because there were many caves and temples waiting for people to explore. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang searched for a while and didn't find anything, so they planned to leave. But at this time, the dragon rabbit suddenly squeaked. This little thing's treasure hunting ability was second to none. The dragon rabbit could sense treasures that many people couldn't. These years, the dragon rabbit helped Lin Feng find a lot of treasures. However, there were very few treasures that could make the dragon rabbit so excited. Little guy, what did you find? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the dragon rabbit. The dragon rabbit continued to squeak. Lin Feng could sense the change in the dragon rabbit's mood. He couldn't help but look at the shrine. That place originally worshipped the statue of the mountain god. But now that the statue was broken, many people went to check it, but they didn't find anything. But the place the dragon rabbit was talking about was the shrine. Lin Feng walked towards the shrine. The dragon rabbit transmitted its voice to Lin Feng. The treasure was not in the broken statue. It was in the shrine. The shrine was made of divine flame stone and was surrounded by divine light. Arriving in front of the shrine, Lin Feng punched at the shrine. Bang! That tyrannical attack landed on the shrine, but the shrine was not destroyed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. The material of the shrine was really hard. He punched out 12 times in a row. Crack, crack. Only then did the shrine break. The bronze box was very simple and unadorned. It was full of mystery. The runes on the bronze box seemed to contain an endless amount of divine power. Lin Feng was shocked, he really found something. The bronze box made the dragon rabbit so excited. What exactly was inside? Mine. Taoist Wu Liang yelled out as he pounced towards the bronze box. It was hard for this damned Taoist to change his nature. Whenever he saw a treasure, he would snatch it, regardless of whether the treasure was discovered by him or not. Lin Feng sent Daoist Wu Liang flying with a kick. Then, he arrived in front of the bronze box and picked it up. Many people were shocked. So many cultivators searched for the treasures in the mountain deity temple, but they found nothing. He was actually found by Lin Feng. In fact, there had been people who had the idea of breaking the altar before. But the altar was too hard. Because of this, the cultivators gave up. In the end, the mysterious treasure fell into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng didn't know what this treasure was. He needed to open it to find out. "Little friend, you must open the box." At this moment, a cultivator said. This was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. "What do you mean, old senior?" Lin Feng asked. The old man said, "According to the rules of the world of cultivators, when we encounter something special, as long as we don't open it, we can make a bid. No one knows what's inside. After the transaction is successful, if the value of the treasure inside exceeds the transaction price, the seller can't say anything. If the value of the item inside is far lower than the transaction price, the buyer has to bear the loss. I plan to use other treasures to exchange for this bronze box. Are you interested in it?" Lin Feng said, "I'm sorry, but I don't have that intention." The old man said unwillingly, "What if I use my sacred art to exchange with you? How about the 3,000 great Daos?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "If I need the 3,000 great Daos, I can find them myself. So, thank you for your kind intentions, senior." The old man shook his head and sighed when he saw Lin Feng's persistence. He didn't say anything else. Lin Feng opened the bronze box. "Eh? This is..." Lin Feng looked at the item in the bronze box in shock. There were actually 12 small flags inside the box. These small flags were of different colors. The 12 flags were made of different materials. However, they were about the same size. Each small flag had many mysterious runes drawn on it. Those runes seemed to possess boundless power. Array flags? If it's an array flag, then its value isn't that great. A cultivator said after seeing the small flags. Many people nodded. Array flags were related to the arrangement of large arrays. Many times, array flags could play an extraordinary role. However, after all, array flags could only be used when setting up large arrays. The limitations were too great. Therefore, its value naturally couldn't be compared to some top-tier true treasures. When the old man saw the small flags, he raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was relieved of a burden. Perhaps he was rejoicing that he didn't make a deal with Lin Feng. "I want these array flags." "Name your price," Wu Liang Daoist said. His eyes flickered with a green luster as he looked at the chess pieces in Lin Feng's hands. He couldn't wait to pounce on the small flags in Lin Feng's hands and snatch them away. It wasn't a peerless true treasure. It couldn't make Wu Liang Daoist reveal such a greedy gaze. Lin Feng was very familiar with the Taoist priest, the infinite Taoist priest. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw the greedy gaze in Wu Liang Daoist's eyes, he felt that the origin of those small flags was definitely not simple. It was definitely not as simple as array flags. Lin Feng said, "Damn Daoist. Don't think of tricking me. Otherwise, I'll throw you into outer space." Wu Liang Daoist couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wanted to deceive Lin Feng. It was really not an easy task. Lin Feng tried to inject his magic power into the array flags. However, those array flags actually blocked Lin Feng's magic power from entering the array flags. If I'm not wrong, this should be the legendary 12 Heavenly Stems flags. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. 12 Heavenly Stems flags? What's that? This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of this name. He couldn't help but ask curiously. The Demon Lord said, "The origin of the 12 Heavenly Stems flags is extremely great. It is said that during the first godhood, the 12 flags guarded the position of the 12 heavenly stems." "What exactly does the 12 heavenly stems refer to?" Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, "In the earliest days, the 12 heavenly stems were used to divide time. The 12 heavenly stems are Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, and Hai. A day is divided into day and night. A heavenly stem represents 2 hours. Thus, the 12 heavenly stems divide a day into 24 hours of equal time. In the past, during the first godhood, a suitable time had to be found before the godhood could be held. In order to determine the flow of time, the powerhouse presiding over the godhood ordered people to create the 12 heavenly stems flags. Later on, during the godhood of each godhood, the 12 heavenly stems flags would appear. Because the 12 heavenly stems flags themselves were made of extraordinary materials, and because they had absorbed the luck and divine power born during the godhood of each godhood, the 12 heavenly stems flags transformed into extremely powerful magic treasures. After hearing the demon lord's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. The godhood that the demon lord was talking about referred to the godhood ceremony during the godhood era. For example, fire god, water god, sky emperor, earth emperor, human emperor, and so on. They were all godhood titles that had been conferred during the godhood era. Then, they were passed down from generation to generation. Lin Feng hadn't thought that the 12 heavenly stems flags would be so powerful. He followed the demon lord's instructions and sacrificed blood to the 12 heavenly stems flags. After absorbing Lin Feng's blood, a powerful fluctuation suddenly spread out from the 12 heavenly stems flags. Then, the 12 heavenly stems flags soared into the sky and surrounded Lin Feng. Originally, each flag was only the size of a palm. However, after absorbing Lin Feng's blood, the flags began to rapidly grow in size. Soon, they became 4 to 5 meters long. Each flag began to sway in the air, making flapping sounds. Now, the 12 heavenly stems flags had already become a set of magic treasures. Its power was extremely shocking. This is the legendary 12 heavenly stems flags? Good stuff. Good stuff. At this time, a middle-aged cultivator walked in from outside the mountain god temple. This middle-aged man was extremely powerful. And he was very knowledgeable. He actually recognized the 12 heavenly stems flags. Xianxia, an expert from the sacred god clan. This person is an expert at the emperor sect level. After seeing the cultivator who attacked, someone immediately exclaimed. The identity of this cultivator was too extraordinary. He actually came from the sacred god clan. The number 1 clan of the myriad races. Lin Feng had a deep grudge with the myriad races. Back when the myriad races invaded the 9 provinces, it was Lin Feng who contacted the various forces. He stopped the myriad races. He caused the myriad races to suffer heavy losses. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, the 9 provinces might have already fallen. Therefore, all the clans hated Lin Feng to the core. Of course, this Xianxia might not know Lin Feng. After all, the Sacred God clan was very large. The Sacred God clan cultivators that descended on the 9 provinces were only a portion of them, and they were almost completely wiped out. There were probably not many Sacred God clan cultivators who had seen Lin Feng. This cultivator only wanted to snatch the 12 heavenly stems flags from Lin Feng's hands. Humph. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened, and a dense killing intent flashed in his eyes. He waved his right hand. The 12 heavenly stems flags immediately flew out. Then, the 12 heavenly stems flags swayed in the void. The 12 heavenly stems flags suddenly swept across the void. Instantly, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, water, fire, hail, and so on. All kinds of terrifying power swept out. All of them charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia frowned slightly. The power of the 12 heavenly stems flags made him feel a sense of danger. Of course, Xianxia was powerful and was extremely confident in himself. He believed that he could resolve the attack of the 12 heavenly stems flags. He struck out 3 times in a row. Bang! 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 3 consecutive strikes. His attack collided with the attack of the 12 heavenly stems flags. An earth-shaking sound of collision rang out. After Xianxia resolved the power of the 12 heavenly stems flags, he quickly retreated. As expected of the 12 heavenly stems flags, it has not even been activated, yet it is able to display such astonishing power. It is truly shocking. It is truly a waste for this treasure to fall into your hands. Brat, hand over the 12 heavenly flags and I will spare your life today. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was very arrogant and did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. After all, Lin Feng was only a quasi-emperor. But Xianxia was an emperor-level expert. He looked down on Lin Feng. It seemed to be an extremely normal thing. The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. Because Xianxia obviously wanted to bully Lin Feng because of his own strength. Snatch the treasure in Lin Feng's hands. This kind of thing often happened in the world of cultivators. This was a world where the strong were respected. If the weak were to obtain a treasure, they would not be able to protect it. They might even be killed because of the treasure. Now, everything Lin Feng had encountered proved that the world of cultivators was an eternal and unchanging principle. The weak had no dignity. The weak were destined to be bullied and humiliated. Therefore, in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers, it was a waste of words to live. There was only one way. That was to obediently hand over the 12 heavenly stems flags. Or else. It was a dead end. Although handing over the 12 heavenly stems flags would be extremely sullen and humiliated, it was better to live than to die, right? Said Lin Feng indifferently. You're just a tiny little insect and you dare act so arrogantly in front of me? Who gave you the courage to do that? Now, I will give you a chance to live. Kneel on the ground and repent to me. Then, break your arms and I will spare your worthless life. When Lin Feng said this, the entire mountain god temple fell silent. Everyone had an astonished expression on their faces. They could not believe what they were hearing. A quasi-emperor-level cultivator actually dared to say such words to an emperor-level expert. Was he courting death? Everyone only had one thought. That meant that this kid was crazy. If he was not crazy, he would definitely not say such words. However, when everyone looked at Lin Feng, they saw that Lin Feng had a calm expression. How did he look like he was crazy? Isn't this guy too arrogant? Arrogant, too arrogant. I have never seen such an arrogant person. Yeah. I have never seen such an arrogant person either. I don't know if this guy is really capable or if he is just putting on an act. It doesn't matter if this guy is really capable. He has completely offended Saint Ziheng today. This Saint Ziheng is not a kind person. Just wait and see. This kid is dead for sure. Many cultivators began to discuss. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Many cultivators felt that Lin Feng was so arrogant because Lin Feng had obtained the 12 heavenly stems flags. They felt that Lin Feng must have thought that he could contend against an expert like Saint Ziheng with the 12 heavenly stems flags. However, the surrounding cultivators did not think so. In their eyes, Lin Feng had not even broken through to the great emperor realm. Even if he had obtained a supreme treasure like the 12 heavenly stems flags, he would not be able to rely on the 12 heavenly stems flags to deal with an expert like Saint Ziheng. When the time came, it would be a dead end. There was no other possibility. I've seen a lot of arrogant people, but it's the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. I didn't even use 10% of my power just now. If I'm serious, I'll crush you like an ant. Saint Ziheng was also extremely arrogant. He looked at Lin Feng coldly, and his words were full of disdain and ridicule for Lin Feng. He really did not take Lin Feng seriously. This was a kind of disdain that came from his bones. Shameless boasting. With your cultivation, you don't even have the qualifications to make me attack. Kneel down and let me grant you death. Lin Feng was even more arrogant than Saint Ziheng. Many people could not help but pat their heads. They felt that Lin Feng was too arrogant. Many people felt that Lin Feng would definitely die miserably today. I don't usually want to kill human cultivators. Do you know why? It's because the bloodline of human cultivators is too lowly. Killing lowly human cultivators is simply a great insult to me. But today, I will make an exception and kill you, a lowly human cultivator who doesn't know what's good for him. Saint Ziheng looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The aura that surged out of his body was getting stronger and stronger. Boom, Saint Ziheng attacked. Across the void, he struck out with his palm. A huge energy hand suddenly condensed in the void. That huge energy hand descended from the sky. It enveloped Lin Feng. Xianxia's attack was very powerful. However, Lin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. Because Lin Feng now had the ruler's armor. If he used the ruler's armor, not to mention a mere Xianxia, even if it was an Emperor realm expert, Lin Feng was also not afraid of a battle. Of course. A supreme treasure like the ruler's armor was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. If he could use it, Lin Feng would try his best not to use the ruler's armor. Now, Lin Feng wanted to test the power of the 12 heavenly stems flags. Therefore, he planned to use the supreme treasure, the 12 heavenly stems flags. Under the operation of the Bing mantra, the 12 heavenly stems flags suddenly erupted with a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The Bing mantra was incomparably magical and could release the power of the 12 heavenly stems flags. At this moment, the power released by the 12 heavenly stems flags was many times stronger than before. Anyone who felt the terrifying fluctuations emitted by the 12 heavenly stems flags would be shocked. Lin Feng was also very surprised. The 12 heavenly stems flags was really powerful. The 12 heavenly stems flags swept out a powerful attack that could destroy the world and instantly blasted towards Xianxia. Bang! Accompanied by the violent collision sound, Lin Feng's 12 heavenly stems flags and Xianxia completed the second collision. And this time, Lin Feng's 12 heavenly stems flags directly broke Xianxia's magic. The powerful attack from the 12 heavenly stems flags blasted Xianxia's body and sent him flying. Wow! Xianxia couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became as pale as paper. Xianxia is injured. Oh my god, this is too unbelievable. Is the power of the 12 heavenly stems flags so terrifying? Many cultivators exclaimed. Xianxia was injured. This was something that no one had expected. Originally, many people thought that Lin Feng would definitely die. But in the end, it was completely different from what everyone had imagined. Instead, Xianxia, who everyone thought highly of, was seriously injured. Everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. No matter how powerful the 12 heavenly stems banners were, they were still very powerful. However, Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor realm after all. How could he possibly injure Xianxia? That brat's combat strength is far beyond the quasi-emperor realm. Otherwise, Saint Ziheng would not have been injured. At this moment, a cultivator spoke up. This cultivator's words received the approval of many cultivators. Many people felt that Lin Feng was hiding his strength. Is this your strength? You're much weaker than I expected. I'm so disappointed. Lin Feng looked at Holy Sunheng indifferently and walked towards him step by step. He was like an immortal god. Powerful and intimidating. His body emitted a suffocating aura. Brat, don't be complacent too early. It's not certain who will emerge victorious. Xianxiheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and a treasure flew out. It was actually a blood-red battle axe. This Dharma treasure of mine is called the Death God's Battle Axe. Today, I'll take your life with this treasure. Xianxiheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He rushed towards Lin Feng with the Death God's Battle Axe in hand. Behind him, a huge shadow of the Grim Reaper appeared and merged with the Saint Sunheng. At this moment, Xianxiheng seemed to have transformed into a death god that walked out of hell. Many people couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression when they looked at him. This was because Xianxiheng was really too powerful at this moment. His combat strength. It was so terrifying that people couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Xianxiheng and his Dharma treasure had combined very well. The terrifying attack shattered the void and swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. In the face of Xianxiheng's terrifying attack, he was not afraid at all. Lin Feng waved his hand. The 12 heavenly stems flags all flew towards Saint Ziheng and surrounded him in the center. The 12 heavenly stems flags suddenly shook in the void. In an instant, Xianxiheng's attack was broken by the 12 heavenly stems flags. At this moment, each of the 12 heavenly stems flags swept out a destructive light beam. The destructive light beam seemed to be able to shatter the sky. The 12 destructive light beams instantly shot towards Xianxiheng. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly took out a defensive Dharma treasure. The defensive Dharma treasure was an ancient bell. It floated above Xianxia, and rays of golden light fell down, protecting Xianxia's body. Xianxia wanted to use this defensive Dharma treasure to block the attack of the 12 heavenly stems flags, but his wishful thinking was destined to fail. The attack of the 12 heavenly stems flags bombarded the defensive golden light of the ancient bell. Crack! Crack! The defensive golden light of the ancient bell was instantly broken by the attack of the 12 heavenly stems flags. Then, the attack of the 12 heavenly stems flags instantly pierced through Xianxia's body. 12 bloody holes appeared on Xianxia's body. How could this be? Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the 12 bloody holes on his body. His face was as pale as paper. Xianxia did not want to believe what he saw. However, the pain that surged through his body could not deceive him. Xianxia did not want to die. However, death was devouring his will. I'm actually going to die in the hands of an ant. Is this sarcasm? Xianxia revealed a mocking expression. This was a sarcastic remark to himself before his death. Xianxia had been high and mighty before, and his words were filled with contempt and disdain for the human race. But now, he had fallen in the hands of Lin Feng. It was not only Xianxia who could not accept it. Many people had yet to recover from the shock. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia coldly. In the cultivation of a cultivator, bloodline is not the most important thing. The most important thing is one's character and will. However, in your life, until your death, you did not understand this principle. Moreover, that so-called noble bloodline of yours is not even worth mentioning in my eyes. In your next life, don't ever see me again. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng slammed his palm towards Xianxia. Bang! The attack landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia could not withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attack. His physical body exploded, leaving behind only a ball of origin energy. Lin Feng waved his hand and collected Xianxia's origin energy, Dharma treasures, and storage ring. Xianxia died just like that. Many people were deeply shocked by Lin Feng's combat strength. Although the 12 heavenly stems flags played a huge role in this battle, the key was that Lin Feng was strong enough to release the power of the 12 heavenly stems flags. Lin Feng was definitely an extremely terrifying expert. Otherwise, he would not have killed Xianxia so easily. Who was this person? He was so young, but he was so terrifying. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wu Liang and said. He didn't stop and walked out. Daoist Wu Liang followed closely behind. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang left, the mountain god temple, which had been so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, suddenly became as lively as a market. For such a young human cultivator to possess such a terrifying cultivation base, just who is he? I heard that there are indeed a few powerful figures in the human forces in the starry sky world. I wonder which force he is from. Other than those ancient human forces, don't forget that cultivator from the 9 prefectures called Lin Feng. He's young, but he's also very powerful. That's right. That Lin Feng is very terrifying. I just don't know if that person was him. These cultivators discussed, but they couldn't confirm Lin Feng's identity. At this time, a cultivator said, Xianxia is a member of the Sacred God clan, and he's an emperor-level expert. He has an extraordinary status in the Sacred God clan. Now that he's been killed, the Sacred God clan won't let this matter rest. Another cultivator said, the Sacred God clan suffered heavy losses in the Battle of the 9 Prefectures, and even their emperor-level ancestor fell. However, the Sacred God clan is still a force to be reckoned with. Although they lost many experts, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. Moreover, I heard that 2 experts from the Sacred God clan are about to break through to the Emperor realm. It seems that they have a high chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm. If they really break through, then the Sacred God clan will have another Emperor-level expert overseeing them. This force will still be a huge force in the starry sky world. There's going to be a good show to watch. The experts of the Sacred God clan will definitely tear that kid into pieces. Another cultivator said. Lin Feng didn't know what the cultivators in the Mountain God Temple were discussing. He wasn't interested in what they were discussing. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with the power of the 12 heavenly stems flags. This combined magic treasure would definitely be able to unleash a huge effect at a critical moment. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about the 12 heavenly stems flags was its use of the power of time. The power of time was the most terrifying kind of power. Once the power of time could be released, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. The 12 heavenly stems flags could release the power of time to fight against enemies. However, it wasn't easy to release the power of time. At this stage, Lin Feng was still unable to release the power of time contained within the 12 heavenly stem flags. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang continued to walk upwards. They discovered that many cultivators were unable to go any further after reaching the 1,000-meter mark. Mount Pantheon was a little special. It was separated by a kilometer. The pressure it contained was completely different. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Feng could still barely circulate his magic power. However, when the distance was more than 1,000 meters, even if he tried his best, it was almost impossible for him to circulate his own mana. 100,000-meter tall mountain. Right now, we've only reached 1,000 meters, and we're already close to being unable to circulate our own magic power. I really wonder how terrifying the pressure will be when we reach the peak. Will immortals be suppressed to the point where they can't use their magic power? Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He felt that there might really be such a possibility. Taoist Wu Liang said, "This place is very strange and terrifying. Let's go wherever we can." Lin Feng nodded. He had the same thoughts as Taoist Wu Liang. Many times, don't force yourself to do something that you can't do. He had to know how to act within his means. The higher they went, the more temples, palaces, and caves there were. However, not everyone's temples, palaces, and cave residences could be entered without a hitch. Some of the restrictions on the temples, palaces, and caves had already dispersed. Everyone could enter and leave freely. However, most of the restrictions on the temples, palaces, and caves were still very powerful. If one wanted to enter, they would first have to break those restrictions. Battles could be seen erupting everywhere. This was because there were many good things in those temples, palaces, and caves, causing the various major powers to fight over them. Dragon Rabbit stood on Lin Feng's shoulder. The little guy kept looking around. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang did not make a move. They were looking for a new target. Only a target that could cause Dragon Rabbit to move was worthy of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang making a move. Taoist Wu Liang had seen Dragon Rabbit a long time ago. The first time this guy saw Dragon Rabbit, his eyes were already glowing with green light. Now, Dragon Rabbit had completed its evolution. Its ability to hunt for treasures had greatly increased. The immeasurable Taoist coveted the Dragon Rabbit even more. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Lin Feng's cultivation, this damned Taoist would have already rushed up to snatch Dragon Rabbit from Lin Feng. "Bastard, I'll chop you up." A resentful voice sounded, followed by a flying sword flying over from behind. That flying sword slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He turned around and flicked his finger at the flying sword. Clang, accompanied by a sonorous collision sound, the flying sword was bounced away by Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked over. Immediately, he saw a beautiful figure. The person who attacked was this female cultivator. Lin Feng's old acquaintance, Nalan Monli. There were more than 20 cultivators beside Nalan Monli, both men and women. They were all experts of the younger generation of the myriad races. Who is this kid? How could he make Monli so angry? The geniuses of the myriad races were puzzled. They didn't know Lin Feng. The group of people looked at each other. TSK, isn't this little Lily? What's wrong? Isn't it too hurtful for an old lover to shout and kill when we meet? Lin Feng couldn't help but tease. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Immediately, a blue-clothed young master looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. That blue-clothed young master was most likely Nalan Monli's pursuer. A top-notch woman like Nalan Monli. There were too many pursuers around her. You can't speak carelessly. If you say the wrong thing, the consequences will be very serious. Another green-cloaked cultivator said coldly, looking at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm not speaking carelessly. Little Lily and I are really old lovers. If you don't believe me, you can ask Little Lily. Back then, Little Lily and I had a passionate relationship. Something wonderful happened. Now that I think about it, it's still unforgettable. Bastard. You're talking nonsense. Nayland Monley roared angrily, hurriedly interrupting Lin Feng. She was really worried that Lin Feng would mention the indescribable thing that happened that day with you, Simon, and the three of them. Lin Feng looked at Nayland Monley with a smile that was not a smile. She was glaring at him with gritted teeth. Lin Feng found that it was quite interesting to tease this woman. Peach blossom det, peach blossom det. Taoist Wu Liang muttered in a low voice. This damn Taoist had always been a shrewd character. He had more or less guessed the relationship between Lin Feng and Nayland Monley. Little Lily, the past has become a beautiful memory. Let this beautiful memory be branded in our hearts forever. Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Nayland Monley suddenly had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. What beautiful memory? How could there be a beautiful memory? Thinking of what happened at that time, Nayland Monley still had the urge to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Even if that incident had passed for a long time. But Nayland Monley still couldn't forget the scenes at that time. She didn't know how many nights Nayland Monley would dream of the scene at that time. The past was unbearable to look back on. But she had always remembered it in her heart. And she often thought about it. This made Nayland Monley feel like she was going crazy. In her heart, Lin Feng was a shameless person, a scum among men, and an unforgivable thief. It was just that Nayland Monley forgot that she had joined forces with young Master Nya and others to deal with Lin Feng. As the saying goes, karma is not good. If there was no incident at that time, the things that happened later would naturally not have happened. Chop him up for me. Nayland Monley said fiercely. She knew that she was no match for Lin Feng with her own strength, so she wanted everyone to attack together. There were many pursuers of Nayland Monley among the cultivators around her. Now that they heard the goddess's words, they naturally didn't hesitate. They wanted to rush up and chop Lin Feng up. Among these people, the blue-clothed young master and the cyan-clothed young master were the most active. These two people's cultivation bases were much higher than the rest of the people. Therefore, they were also in the lead in the competition. They felt that if they dealt with Lin Feng, they might be able to show their faces in front of Nayland Monley. At that time, it was very likely that they would get the beauty. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. But at this moment, a female cultivator in the crowd said, Lin Feng. He is Lin Feng. I recognize him. He's Lin Feng from the continent of the 9 provinces. What? He's Lin Feng of the 9 provinces? When the people who were originally rushing towards Lin Feng heard the female cultivator's words, they all changed their minds. All of them stopped in their tracks, and their faces began to darken. The 10,000 clans hated Lin Feng. They wanted to cut Lin's 1,000 pieces into pieces. But Lin Feng's cultivation was too powerful. It wasn't something that just anyone could contend against. Back in 9 regions, Lin Feng had killed several Emperor Realm experts of the 10,000 races. Now, so many years had passed. Lin Feng's cultivation must be even more terrifying. Although these cultivators were all geniuses among the younger generation of the 10,000 races, the strongest blue-clothed young master and the cyan-clothed young master had only just entered the Emperor Realm. Many years ago, Lin Feng was able to kill Emperor Realm experts, so they naturally didn't dare to fight with Lin Feng. Therefore, when these people heard that the person in front of them was Lin Feng, their expressions became extremely interesting. Although they were arrogant. But they also knew their own limits. They knew what kind of person they couldn't afford to offend. Now, even if these people were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to continue attacking Lin Feng. Many people were even cursing Nayland Monley in their hearts. How could she cheat them like this, although these people were pursuing Nayland Monley? But human nature was selfish. There was a saying that husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but when disaster struck, they flew separately. Moreover, they weren't even husband and wife with Nail and Monley. This concerned their lives. They were tricked by Nail and Monley into attacking Lin Feng. If someone hadn't recognized Lin Feng's identity, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother Lin. This is all a misunderstanding. Someone said with a sad face and looked at Lin Feng with an apologetic smile. He hoped that he could get Lin Feng's forgiveness. Get lost. Lin Feng spat out 3 words coldly. The group of people didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Seeing so many people scared away by Lin Feng, Nail and Monley was so angry that her face turned ashen. Her chest rose and fell, which was very beautiful. One had to say that Nail and Monley was indeed a woman with capital. Her figure, skin, and face were all 1 in a million. It seems that your flower protectors are a bunch of useless guys. When you really need them, you find that they can't be counted on. Lin Feng said with a smile. Nail and Monley gritted her teeth and said, just you wait. The previous matter won't end like this. Lin Feng said indifferently, do you believe that I won't catch you right now and directly do it 100 times? 100 times. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he felt like a hooligan. Nail and Monley suddenly felt her body go soft. She tried to calm herself down. After fiercely glaring at Lin Feng, she quickly rushed away. Taoist Wu Liang said, why did you let this little girl run away? Isn't she an old flame? Didn't you want to do it 100 times? Since a man said it, he should take action. But don't worry, when the time comes, this Taoist will hide far away and definitely won't disturb you. I couldn't tell that you were also a playboy Taoist. Lin Feng curled his lips. He continued to walk upwards. Nail and Monley's matter was just a small interlude. It was like a seasoning in life. When it was over, it was over. Lin Feng would not spend too much energy on this kind of thing. Along the way, he still saw many cultivators breaking the restrictions of those temples, palaces, and cave dwellings. Many people were counterattacked by the restrictions and eventually died. There were still many people fighting over some treasures. At this time, because of the terrifying pressure of Mount Pantheon, everyone's Fali was very suppressed. So it was very difficult to circulate Fali. Therefore, in the battle that broke out at this time, the cultivators with strong physical bodies or who had cultivated many martial arts moves were more advantageous. Not long after, the dragon rabbit standing on Lin Feng's shoulder let out a squeaking sound. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang could not help but reveal a look of joy. The dragon rabbit must have found some treasure, which was why it let out such an excited cry. Whoosh! The little guy directly rushed out and quickly ran forward. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang followed closely behind. In the end, the dragon rabbit brought Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang to a palace about 3,000 meters above the Mount Pantheon. In front of the palace stood a huge statue of a god. The statue was a 3-headed, 6-armed god-fiend. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were very shocked. Could it be that this palace in front of them? Was it built by this 3-headed, 6-armed god-fiend in the past? At this moment, many cultivators were standing in front of the palace. They were all looking at the palace. The palace was very large, taking up an area of several hundred acres. However, the palace was surrounded by restrictions, so they couldn't enter it. Thus, they had to wait patiently. There were many cultivators gathered in front of each palace. This was because there were too many cultivators entering Mount Pantheon. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang stood in the distance and watched. There was no need to be the first to stand out. A cultivator stepped out, wanting to break the restrictions around the palace. It's someone from the formation spirit race. A cultivator exclaimed, recognizing the cultivator who wanted to break the formation. In the vast starry sky world, there were so many different races that it was as if there were countless of them. There were a few special races that possessed some unimaginable abilities. Those few special races all had powerful array formations. They seemed to have an innate talent for all kinds of formations that others could not understand. And this talent, it allowed them to surpass the cultivators of other races in terms of understanding and cultivation of formations. This was an innate advantage of their race. An ability that others couldn't even be envious of. This person is Xianxia of the formation spirit race, right? I've heard of this person before. His attainments and formations are extremely profound. It's said that even many of the older experts of the formation spirit race admit defeat. Another cultivator continued. That's right. It's Wang Shanji. If this person were to break the formation, it is indeed possible to break the formation surrounding this palace. Another cultivator said. The formation spirit race? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This race's talent was quite shocking. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Wang Shanji. He also wanted to see if Wang Shanji could break the palace's restrictions. Wang Shanji arrived in front of the palace and flicked his finger. Lines of formation runes flew out. Those runes interweaved together, forming a dense net. It was like a huge fishing net. Wang Shanji directly used it. A huge array net enveloped the entire hall. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. What kind of method was this? Lin Feng had never seen such a method before. Taoist Wu Liang said, I heard that the spiritual formation race has the True Spirit 8 scrolls. The True Spirit 8 scrolls contain many secret techniques, and they're incomparably wondrous. Lin Feng said, could it be that Wang Shanji is using some of the techniques recorded in the True Spirit 8 scrolls? Immeasurable Taoist nodded and said, it's very possible. Buzz, suddenly, violent fluctuations spread out. The formation pattern net formed by Wang Shanji directly merged with the restriction that enveloped the entire palace. Kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. The array that enveloped the entire palace began to shatter. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Shanji's methods were truly extraordinary. The method he used just now was actually able to break the restriction that enveloped the palace. An hour later, the restriction that enveloped the palace was completely destroyed. Many people impatiently rushed forward and pushed open the door of the palace. Then, they rushed into the palace. There was a rotten smell coming out of the palace. Perhaps it was because no one had entered this place for too long. Thus, a lot of dust had accumulated in this place. Because this palace was extremely large, it was divided into layers and layers. There was a shrine in the first hall. And on top of the shrine was the three-headed, six-armed god devil. Some cultivators rushed towards the shrine. They shattered the statue of the three-headed, six-armed god devil. Then, they even shattered the shrine. But they still couldn't find anything. There was nothing in the first palace. Thus, many cultivators rushed towards the depths. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang also rushed towards the depths. Originally, they wanted the dragon rabbit to sense where the treasure was. But after entering the palace, the dragon rabbit was unable to sense the treasure. It seemed to have a special power. It isolated the aura of the treasure, so the dragon rabbit was unable to sense the treasure. Of course, it could also be because of other reasons. After crossing the first palace, they entered a long corridor. Messy footsteps could be heard from the corridor. The corridor had many branches. Every time they walked a certain distance, a branch would appear. And where did the new branch lead to? Lin Feng didn't know either. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang chose a direction and walked down. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others entered the second palace. This palace looked extremely eerie and terrifying. There were many bones on the ground. There seemed to have been a great battle here in the past. That is, suddenly. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly focused. There were 3 things on an offering table in the depths of the palace. A jade token. A scroll. A brocade box. Many cultivators rushed over. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were no exception. Bang, 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 one cultivator after another was sent flying by Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. They rushed to the front of the offering table and directly grabbed the treasures on the table. Apart from them, another cultivator arrived at this time. This cultivator was surrounded by endless divine light. He was very young, but he was incomparably tyrannical. He also reached for a treasure. In the end, Lin Feng obtained the jade token. Taoist Wu Liang obtained the scroll. As for the young cultivator shrouded in divine light, he obtained the brocade box. The 3 of you are courting death. At this time, the surrounding cultivators' eyes were filled with killing intent. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and the other 2. Everyone, don't attack the cultivator surrounded by divine light. He is one of the two supreme prodigies of the ancient god clan, evil of the divine path. Some cultivators recognized the young cultivator surrounded by endless divine light and couldn't help but cry out in horror. What? He is evil of the divine path? Many people cried out in alarm. Their eyes were filled with horror. Obviously, this name had caused a great shock to them. Many people were aghast. A prodigy of the ancient god clan? Is his aura so familiar? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his mind. Since this person was called evil of the divine path, he should be a cultivator of the same generation as Shen Dao Tian. In the ancient god clan, he belonged to the younger generation. But obviously, this cultivator was many times stronger than Shen Dao Tian. Give it to me. Evil of the divine path looked indifferently at Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Many people smiled bitterly when they saw evil god asking for the two items from Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Many cultivators knew evil god's identity, so they didn't dare to have any ideas about him. However, these cultivators still had their eyes on Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. They wanted to attack Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. But now, evil god also had his eyes on the items that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had obtained. This made the other cultivators very depressed. Because they knew they definitely had no hope of obtaining the two treasures that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had just obtained. Taoist Wu Liang curled his lips and said, "Who do you think you are? We'll give it to you just because you want it?" Evil god's eyes suddenly turned cold. He glanced sideways at Taoist Wu Liang and said indifferently, "Lowly thing, do you know that you don't even have the right to talk to me normally? Self-righteous. Do you really think you can look down on others just because you have some strength? Don't you know that the ancient god clan suffered heavy losses in the 9 states? In the end, they were beaten to a pulp by the cultivators of the 9 states human race and had to kneel and beg for mercy." Lin Feng mocked. In the past, the battle of the 9 states was a huge blow to the myriad races. It wasn't just because the cultivator army of the myriad races that invaded the 9 states was almost completely wiped out. It wasn't just because of the death of the 5 emperor-level ancestors. The biggest blow was actually a psychological one. The cultivators of the myriad races joined forces with some extraterritorial forces and cultivators from several great worlds to deal with the declining 9 states. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. This was simply a great humiliation to the myriad races. Many people couldn't accept it at all. Especially the royal family of the myriad races. They viewed the battle of the 9 states as a stain in their lives. Now that Lin Feng mentioned the 9 states in front of evil god's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. His gaze towards Lin Feng was also filled with dense killing intent. "Do you know that you've already committed a taboo?" Evil god looked indifferently at Lin Feng. A condescending gaze. His eyes flickered with killing intent. He was like an immortal fiend god. His body was surrounded by ripples of magic power. This person was indeed terrifying. He was actually able to circulate his magic power in this place. It was truly inconceivable. A terrifying aura spread out. It directly enveloped Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. From the beginning to the end, he did not put Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang in his eyes. In the eyes of evil divinity, killing Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist was simply too easy. The matters of the 9 prefectures are taboo to the myriad races. That brat mentioned the matters of the 9 prefectures in front of the evil Dao divinity, which has completely infuriated the evil Dao divinity. That brat is probably dead for sure. 5,732 years ago, 4,000 years ago, when he had just broken through to the Great Emperor realm, he had jumped 2 big realms and defeated a monarch realm expert. Now that 4,000 years have passed, no one knows how strong Divinity Xia has become. Yes. Divinity Xia is one of the supreme geniuses of the myriad races, an existence that many old antiques fear. That brat and that Taoist priest's cultivation is also extremely extraordinary, but compared to Divinity Xia, there is still a huge gap. They are not people of the same world at all. Many cultivators could not help but discuss spiritedly. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. Divinity Xia's cultivation was simply too strong. "Do you really think we are afraid of you?" The immeasurable Taoist sneered. He was not affected by the powerful aura emitted from Divinity Xia's body. There are too many people who think they are infallible, especially among the myriad races. Some people are very arrogant and think that they are invincible, but when they really fight, they know how much they are worth. The difference is too great. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he continued to mock. Divinity Xia was powerful. Although he could circulate his magic power, Lin Feng's methods were also very powerful. He believed that with the six-fold dragon elephant arm, he could break through all techniques with brute force. He was not afraid of this person at all. Do you know? For lowly human cultivators like you, this young master can't be bothered to kill you, because that would dirty my hands. But today, this young master will make an exception and take the lives of the two of you. Divinity Xia sneered. A pair of cold eyes looked at Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. His eyes revealed naked contempt and disdain. Anyone could see it. Divinity Xia's contempt and disdain for Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. It was emitted from his bones. Let's fight. I want to see who will be the final victor. Lin Feng sneered. Boom. As his voice fell, a powerful aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. The immeasurable Taoist was also preparing to attack. Although they could not circulate their magic power now, for experts of their level, it was not difficult to mobilize their aura to suppress the other party. It looked like the two sides were about to fight. Just at this moment, a sharp ear-piercing scream suddenly came from above. Many people let out shrill screams. At the top of the palace, huge bats were hanging upside down from the ceiling. Each bat was 3 to 4 meters long. Those bats were blood-red in color, but they had human faces. When he saw those huge bats, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those bats were the rumored human-faced vampire bats. This was an extremely terrifying type of bat that could vibrate with a terrifying sound wave attack that could affect the soul of a cultivator. Their claws were extremely sharp. They could easily pierce through a cultivator's skull. Whoosh! Whoosh! The swarms of human-faced vampire bats spread their wings. Then they quickly charged towards the cultivators below. Crack crack! The sharp claws of those vampire bats directly pierced through the heads of the cultivators. I'll spare your worthless lives today, but if I see you two again in the future, I'll definitely kill you. Divinity Xia looked at Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist with an indifferent expression. Then he quickly rushed outside. It's not certain who will be the one to kill who. Lin Feng retaliated, not to be outdone. 100-step divine fist, then, he used his martial arts technique. His 100-step divine fist could form a powerful fist shadow with each punch. This was the manifestation of the martial arts technique after it was cultivated to the pinnacle. There was no need to use magic power at all. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions were heard. The human-faced vampire bats were directly sent flying. The immeasurable Taoist also sent the human-faced vampire bats that surrounded him flying. The two of them quickly rushed outside. The entire palace was filled with vampire bats. A large number of cultivators were killed by those human-faced vampire bats. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist finally rushed out. In the end, not many cultivators rushed out. Most of them died in the palace. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. It's a martial talisman. When Lin Feng inspected the talisman with his godly awareness, he was astonished. The jade token was a martial talisman. It was called a mysterious martial talisman. It was extremely mysterious, and it was surrounded by strands of Tao source energy. What? It's a martial talisman? He's so lucky? Wuliang Taoist exclaimed. He looked at the martial talisman in Lin Feng's hand, his eyes shining. The martial talisman might not be so useful to other races, but to human cultivators, the martial talisman could be very useful. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had evolved from 1 devouring black hole to 6 devouring black holes. It had evolved because it had devoured the martial talisman's energy. In theory, Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit could still evolve. But it was not realistic to evolve the devouring martial spirit by relying on his own means. He still needed to rely on some external forces. The martial talisman. It was something Lin Feng could rely on. Lin Feng could not help but smile. Not bad, not bad. The harvest this time is quite good. He put the martial talisman away. It was one of the 3 martial talismans. He needed to gather the 3 split martial talismans. Only then could he combine the 2 martial talismans into one. Only then could the martial talisman be useful to his martial spirit. Lin Feng and Wuliang Daoist explored a few more palaces, temples, and caves. But they did not find any treasures that satisfied them. Night fell. The mountain of gods turned pitch black. Rumble, rumble, the mountain of gods started to shake violently. What's going on? Many people were shocked. They did not know what was going on. Why was the mountain of gods shaking violently? What's that? Someone pointed up. About 70 to 80,000 meters high, a huge shadow appeared in everyone's sight. It was unknown what kind of creature had manifested that huge shadow. Roar, the huge shadow let out an earth-shattering roar. Next, at a height of 70 to 80,000 meters, a huge demonic gate appeared. He didn't know where the demon gate was connected to. He didn't even know how the demon gate had appeared. Kacha 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 sounds of intense friction could be heard. Next. Rumble. Loud rumbling noises could not help but be heard. The demon gate. It was actually gradually opening. After seeing this scene, Yi Zichen was shocked. Everyone couldn't help but turn pale. What's up with that demonic gate? How did that demonic gate appear? Many cultivators were confused. He didn't understand how the demon gate had appeared. Suddenly, the demonic door opened a crack, and an incomparably evil aura spread out from the crack. Oh no, what lies behind that demonic gate must be incomparably terrifying. We must close that demonic gate. A cultivator said with a grim look on his face. However, none of them could reach the height of 70,000 to 80,000 meters to close the demon gate. The strength of the 9 starry sky coffin carriers was simply unimaginable. With their cultivation, they could only reach a height of 90,000 meters. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were now at a height of more than 3,000 meters, and they could feel the heavy pressure. Therefore, to reach a height of 70,000 to 80,000 meters. How powerful must one's cultivation be to be able to do this? Let's go, we can't stay in this place any longer. Let's leave Mount Pantheon first and observe the situation outside. Daoist Wu Liang said in a deep voice. As a veteran grave robber, Daoist Wu Liang's premonition of danger was incomparable to anyone else's. This ability of his. It was as if it had become a conditioned reflex. As long as danger came, Daoist Wu Liang would be able to sense it in advance. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang quickly rushed down Mount Pantheon. They wanted to leave Mount Pantheon as soon as possible. There were many cultivators who had the same idea as Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Many cultivators rushed towards the foot of the mountain. However, they realized that the distance of a few thousand meters seemed to be endless. No matter how far they ran out, they were still on Mount Pantheon. We're in trouble, we're trapped here. A cultivator said with a trembling voice. Why is it like this? Many cultivators didn't understand why they couldn't leave Mount Pantheon. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. Is it an illusion? Or is there something that has affected our souls? A cultivator voiced his opinion. But no matter what the reason was, it was an indisputable fact that everyone couldn't leave Mount Pantheon. The situation was extremely bad. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eyes, wanting to see through the real scene here. He saw a small path. In the endless darkness, it emitted a bright light. Follow me, Lin Feng said as he rushed forward. Daoist Wu Liang followed closely behind Lin Feng. Hurry up and follow. Many cultivators said as they followed Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang into the distance. They passed through the darkness. Vaguely. Some of the scenes outside could be vaguely seen. It's coming out soon, that's great, many cultivators were overjoyed. At this moment, Mount Pantheon made them feel uneasy. However, following behind Lin Feng, they were finally about to leave Mount Pantheon. As long as they could leave Mount Pantheon, At that time, they would be free. Suddenly, a blood-red eyeball appeared in the darkness. Lin Feng's eyes saw the blood-red eyeball. Puff, suddenly. Lin Feng's heavenly demon snake eyes were directly pierced by an invisible force. It was as if the blood-red eyeball had attacked Lin Feng. Blood flowed out from his heavenly demon snake eyes. Ah, Lin Feng screamed, feeling as if his soul had been split open by a peerless immortal sword. That feeling was too painful. Lin Feng's body flew out. Then, he fell to the ground. He hugged his head. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if his soul no longer belonged to him. Shua, as the blood-red eyeball opened and closed, a blood-red beam of light swept out. That blood-red beam of light directly enveloped Lin Feng's body. It was unknown what kind of existence the blood-red eyeball was. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, your entire family. Taoist Wu Liang leaped out and blocked in front of Lin Feng. He held a palm leaf fan-like treasure and swept it towards the blood-red beam of light. Puff. That treasure was pierced by the blood-red beam of light. Taoist Wu Liang was sent flying. Wow. Although this damned Taoist usually didn't seem to be very reliable, at critical moments, he was still a trustworthy partner. At the critical moment, immeasurable Taoist saved Lin Feng's life. And at this moment, Lin Feng finally felt a little better, as if his soul had returned to its place. I'll destroy you. Lin Feng rushed forward. He pulled out the black dragon sword on his back. He directly wielded the black dragon sword and slashed towards the blood-red eyeball. Lin Feng knew that the mountain of God's suppression of his Fa Li was extremely strong. Therefore, once he ascended the mountain of gods, he couldn't summon many of the magic treasure on him. Thus, before climbing the mountain, Lin Feng summoned the black dragon sword and carried it on his back. Now, it came in handy. The blood-red eyeball once again shot out a blood-red light, aiming to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword horizontally in front of him. Clang, the blood-red eyeball's attack landed on the black dragon sword. Suddenly, a sonorous collision sound was heard. The attack from the blood-red eyeball was blocked by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Go to hell. Lin Feng increased his speed and rushed towards the blood-red eyeball. When he slashed down with his sword, the blood-red eyeball actually disappeared. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, your 18 generations of ancestors, it hurts so much. Immeasurable Taoist screamed again and again. Lin Feng hurriedly went over to help Immeasurable Taoist up. How is it? Lin Feng asked. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and take out that immortal medicine of immortality from your body for me to swallow, or else we will be separated forever. Immeasurable Taoist looked as if he was breathing in less and more. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, how did Immeasurable Taoist know that he had the immortal medicine of immortality on him? However, this damned Taoist's methods were extremely extraordinary. Therefore, this damned Taoist knew that he had the immortal medicine of immortality on him. It didn't seem to be something unbelievable. Lin Feng punched the Immeasurable Taoist and said, don't play dead. If you're really dead, I'll dig a hole in the mountain of the gods and bury you here. Green mountains and clear waters, what a good burial ground. The Immeasurable Taoist immediately rolled his eyes and howled, Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, I've truly made a bad friend. This Taoist has truly met the wrong person. Lin Feng was speechless. This damned Taoist actually had the nerve to say that he had met an unworthy person. There's no way out. We're trapped again. Many people's faces were pale. Originally, under the leadership of Lin Feng, everyone had already seen some of the scenes outside and was about to escape. However, just now, Lin Feng was attacked by that blood-red eyeball. The surroundings were also shrouded in darkness, and everyone was once again trapped in Mount Pantheon. Someone rushed forward. Because they felt that the way out of Mount Pantheon was just ahead. However, those cultivators were soon devoured by the darkness. Screams of agony could be heard. After the blood-curdling screams, everything returned to normal. Are they dead? Many cultivators said with trembling voices. They felt that those people might already be dead. Because the screams just now were simply too mournful. Little friend, hurry up and use your eye of origin to see where the way out is. A cultivator said as he looked at Lin Feng, hoping that Lin Feng would make a move. Lin Feng shook his head, and said, "My Eye of Origin, Heavenly Demon Snake's Eye is also known as the Eye of Origin, has been injured, so I won't be able to use it for a short period of time." Many people's faces turned pale when they heard Lin Feng's words. "If I tell you to use it, then use it." At this moment, a cultivator stepped out and looked at Lin Feng indifferently, forcing Lin Feng to use his Eye of Origin. This cultivator was extremely powerful, and his aura was terrifying. This was an expert from the space scorpion tail race. Previously, Lin Feng had once killed a direct descendant of the space scorpion tail race. This was a force that no one in the starry sky world dared to provoke. It had a sage emperor-level expert overseeing it. It was definitely a colossus with a powerful bloodline and terrifying combat strength. "This is Xia Wuyu, right?" someone said. "It really seems to be him." Then, someone confirmed that cultivator's words. "What? He's Xia Wuyu? Hasn't this person been dead for tens of thousands of years?" a cultivator said in surprise. The cultivators who had heard of Xia Wuyu's name couldn't help but change their expressions slightly at this moment. Xia Wuyu was definitely a terrifying existence. This person was extremely evil. Moreover, his methods were vicious. Tens of thousands of years ago, in order to cultivate a powerful evil technique, Xia Wuyu destroyed 7 or 8 vital planets in a row. Tens of billions of people were killed. This incident caused public anger. Even the space scorpion tail race behind Xia Wuyu didn't dare to protect him. Many experts went to besiege Xia Wuyu. It was said that in that battle, Xia Wuyu killed 4 or 5 experts in a row, and even killed an emperor-level expert. In the end, Xia Wuyu was sent into the famous immortal burial abyss in the starry sky world. Everyone thought that Xia Wuyu was dead for sure. But who would have thought that Xia Wuyu was still alive and was living a carefree life? Lin Feng glanced at Xia Wuyu indifferently and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around?" Xia Wuyu's face suddenly sank. Then, he looked coldly at Lin Feng and said with a sinister smile, "Brat. You've got guts to dare be so presumptuous in front of this seat. In this world, anyone who dares to jump around in front of this seat is already dead, however, you're still useful to this seat. Once we leave Mount Myriad Gods, this seat will take your puny life." As soon as Xia Wuyu finished speaking, he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. A terrifying aura surged out and suppressed Lin Feng. Seeing Xia Wuyu make a move, many people knew that Lin Feng's situation was extremely bad. However, many people supported Xia Wuyu to make a move. Sacrificing Lin Feng could save everyone's lives. They didn't care if Lin Feng had helped them before. Human nature was selfish. "A piece of trash like you dares to make a move against this young master? You really don't know how to write the word death." Lin Feng laughed coldly. This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He dares to be so arrogant in front of Xia Wuyu. Only death awaits him. That's right, that brat is dead. Xia Wuyu is not a merciful person. After hearing what Lin Feng said to Xia Wuyu, many people couldn't help but discuss. Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor, actually dared to say such words to a demon like Xia Wuyu. He was simply courting death. Many people even wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head to see what Lin Feng was thinking. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Boom! Xia Wuyu attacked coldly, sending a palm strike towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm strike contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was truly shocking. This person's combat strength was truly terrifying. Ordinary people could not match up to him. But Lin Feng was not afraid at all. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He took a step forwards and threw a punch at Xia Wuyu. Death is at hand, and this kid is still so arrogant? Many people could not help but mutter in their hearts. They did not know where Lin Feng's confidence came from. But no matter what it was, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng. Bang, at this moment. Accompanied by a violent collision, Lin Feng and Xia Wuyu collided. Everyone saw. Lin Feng did not move at all. Xia Wuyu was actually sent flying. Wow. In midair, Xia Wuyu spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Everyone cried out in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Xia Wuyu was so powerful, but under Lin Feng's attack, he only took one hit from Lin Feng. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. Wasn't this too unbelievable? But such an unbelievable thing was actually true. Lin Feng's combat strength deeply shocked everyone present. It was only now that everyone realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. Who is this guy? He's so young, but he's so strong. This is too shocking. Many cultivators could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Feng's combat strength had completely subverted their imaginations. Moreover, many people felt that Lin Feng did not seem to be using his full strength. Because a moment before, when Lin Feng had thrown that punch, he had been shocked. It could be described as a cloud in the wind. If Lin Feng went all out, how terrifying would his attack be? Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. Weak. Too weak. I really don't know what makes a weak cultivator like you so arrogant. Lin Feng looked at Xia Wuyu indifferently. His tone was filled with disdain for Xia Wuyu. Xia Wuyu was so angry that he almost went mad. He had dominated the star field for so many years, and the only time he had suffered a great loss was when he was besieged by dozens of Emperor Realm experts. Other than that, he had never suffered a loss again. Now, he had actually suffered such a huge loss at the hands of Lin Feng. This made Xia Wuyu extremely angry. Your life. I'll take it. Lin Feng looked indifferently at Xia Wuyu. He took a step forward and punched towards Xia Wuyu. Just now. Lin Feng only used the Dracophone arm. That was just a small test. Lin Feng roughly estimated the level of Xia Wuyu's strength. Now, Lin Feng had more or less estimated the level of Xia Wuyu's strength. So, Lin Feng was very confident in this battle. If it was a competition of magic power, it might be more troublesome. Because Xia Wuyu was indeed very strong. But now, Xia Wuyu's magic power was suppressed and it was difficult for him to circulate. If it was a competition of physical strength, Xia Wuyu was really too far away. In the second attack, Lin Feng directly used 6 times the power of the Dracophone arm. That terrifying power erupted, containing a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was simply shocking. Anyone who felt the terror of Lin Feng's attack would be shocked. Xia Wuyu was no exception. After feeling the power of Lin Feng's attack, his expression became extremely unsightly. Because Lin Feng's attack was indeed too powerful. He wanted to quickly dodge Lin Feng's attack. But Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Although Xia Wuyu's speed was also very fast, but compared to Lin Feng, the difference was too great. Xia Wuyu had no choice but to take Lin Feng's attack head-on. Bang! The two sides collided once again. This was a collision of fists and flesh. Every collision was a pure collision of flesh. Such a collision was mixed with the sound of flesh tearing through the void and the sound of violent collisions. The power that burst out from the flesh seemed to be able to shatter the void. At this moment, the sound of bones cracking suddenly resounded. Everyone's expression couldn't help but suddenly change. Because everyone saw that Xia Wuyu's arm was actually broken, and the white bone dregs were even exposed. Xia Wuyu's physical body was so strong, but it was still unable to withstand Lin Feng's attack. Everyone's heart seemed to have been set off by monstrous waves. Just how strong was Lin Feng's physical body, to be able to completely suppress Xia Wuyu in a crushing manner? At this moment, Lin Feng launched his third attack. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, causing many of the surrounding cultivators to almost suffocate. Everyone had the urge to kneel on the ground and worship Lin Feng. Lin Feng was simply too strong. He was like an immortal god, high and mighty. Lin Feng's attack came again. Xia Wuyu's expression changed greatly. He couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack in time. When Lin Feng attacked, he liked to use thunderous attacks the most. All kinds of attacks were endless, directly suppressing the opponent to the point that he couldn't even raise his head. And this time, Lin Feng fully displayed his characteristics. Bang! Lin Feng's third attack directly hit Xia Wuyu's body. Xia Wuyu's body instantly exploded. Only a ball of essence was left. Lin Feng put away Xia Wuyu's essence. Dead. Xia Wuyu is dead. Xia Wuyu couldn't even withstand 3 moves from this person and was killed. This person is too terrifying. Such a harmless young cultivator actually has such battle strength. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would dare to believe it? The spectating cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Feng's battle prowess had already astonished those people. Let's leave quickly. I have a premonition that danger is coming here. Wuliang Daoist whispered. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't stay and quickly left with Wuliang Daoist. Cultivators left one after another, but there were also cultivators wandering in that area. They still hadn't given up on finding a way out of that area. However, it was easier said than done to escape with their lives. What's this? I don't want to die. Shrill screams could be heard one after another. The cultivators in that area didn't know what had happened. They screamed in horror. Soon, the screams completely disappeared. That area became quiet. Are they all dead? Lin Feng and Wuliang Daoist stood in the distance and looked at that area. Their expressions became extremely solemn. At this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly swept over. It seems like something unclean is approaching us. Immeasurable Taoist priest's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng nodded. He felt it too. The two of them quickly flew into the distance. The sky was dark to begin with. However, behind Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist priest, darkness swept over. Endless darkness. It devoured the only trace of light between heaven and earth. Right now, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist priest were unable to take out their various treasures. As a result, their expressions were rather ugly. If they could take out the various treasures in their storage rings, they would be more confident. Immeasurable Taoist priest's speed could not keep up with Lin Feng. He was left far behind by Lin Feng. The darkness behind them was getting closer and closer to Immeasurable Taoist priest. Immeasurable Taoist priest even had the heart to cry. Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign, what the hell is approaching us? Hurry up and save me, or else we can only meet in our next life. Immeasurable Taoist priest wailed. Lin Feng said, if I eat you, maybe that unknown existence will fill its stomach. At that time, I can escape. Immeasurable Taoist priest wanted to cry but had no tears. He wailed, I've met a bad person. I've met a bad person. God damn it, don't say that I know you. Of course, Lin Feng was joking with Immeasurable Taoist priest. Immeasurable Taoist priest was his best friend. How could Lin Feng not save him? He turned back and grabbed Immeasurable Taoist priest. Then, he stepped on the small world and pushed his speed to the limit. He quickly rushed forward. Lin Feng's speed was incredible. The unknown terrifying existence that was chasing after them was also unable to catch up to Lin Feng. In the end, it was shaken off by Lin Feng. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of that guy. Immeasurable Taoist priest said, it's very likely that it's an existence that came out of that demon gate. Lin Feng looked at the demon gate that was hanging high in the sky. The origin of that demon gate was simply too mysterious. It was indeed incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng said, that blood-red eyeball probably flew out from the devil gate. Daoist Wuliang said, I knew that Mount Pantheon was strange, but I didn't expect it to be this strange. It's much more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Feng said, yeah, I wonder if everything will go back to normal tomorrow. Even so, we still have to get through tonight before we can think about tomorrow's matters. Daoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The immeasurable Daoist was not exaggerating. The current Mount Pantheon was indeed incomparably dangerous. At this moment, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang both heard the sound of footsteps. They looked into the distance. Immediately, a shocked expression appeared on his face. A cultivator clad in armor and emanating a foul stench was walking towards them. Is this existence also a creature from the demonic sex? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. What are you waiting for? Run! Daoist Wuliang shouted and took the lead to run into the distance. Lin Feng also ran. They did not want to fight with this terrifying existence, because even if they defeated this existence, they probably would not gain any benefits. What if they were defeated? They might be beheaded. There were no benefits. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang did not want to do that. Now, the two of them only wanted to get rid of that terrifying existence as soon as possible. However, that terrifying existence clearly did not want to let Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang go so easily. That terrifying existence leaped up and chased after Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. That terrifying existence was extremely fast and soon caught up to Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. He held a cold spear in his hand and directly swept it towards the two of them. It was a rusty weapon. It emitted a rotten aura. But even so, the power of that treasure was still very strong. It made Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang feel shocked and terrified. Let's work together to kill him. Seeing that they could not get rid of this terrifying existence, Taoist Wu Liang shouted loudly. The horsetail whisk in his hand directly swept towards that terrifying existence's cold spear. And Lin Feng pulled out the black dragon sword on his back. He held the black dragon sword in his hand. He slashed out with his sword. Clang! Clang! 2 consecutive clangs of collision were heard. The weapons of both sides collided. Lin Feng immediately felt that an earth-shattering power surged into the black dragon sword from the cold spear. Then, from the black dragon sword, it surged into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was directly sent flying by that terrifying power, and his face instantly became as pale as paper. Taoist Wu Liang's situation was not much better than Lin Feng's. He suffered that terrifying blow. He was also sent flying. What a pervert, Taoist Wu Liang wailed. The two of them quickly retreated. That terrifying existence charged over at high speed. It seems to be a dead spirit, Lin Feng said. He had a magic treasure that could restrain the dead spirit. But unfortunately, it was difficult for him to use his magic power now, so he could not use those magic treasures to deal with this terrifying existence. Taoist Wu Liang fumbled in his arms and then took out a bunch of talismans. Hee, these talismans just happen to restrain ghosts. Taoist Wu Liang grinned and said. Give me some. Lin Feng hurriedly said. He grabbed dozens of talismans from Taoist Wu Liang. At this moment, that terrifying existence had already charged over. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang hurriedly took out the talismans one after another. Those talismans directly burned. Every talisman. They all contained extremely terrifying power. The burning talismans slammed into the body of the terrifying existence. Dang 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 dang. That terrifying existence was shaken to the point of retreating. Although he was extremely powerful, he was suppressed by Taoist Wu Liang's talismans. Everything reinforced and countered each other. This terrifying dead spirit was not invincible. There were also things that could restrain him. Maybe we can use these talismans to directly kill this guy, Taoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng said, if the talismans can't kill him, let's go up and make up for it. Bang bang bang. One talisman after another bombarded the body of this terrifying existence. This terrifying existence suffered a calamity. It was simply unable to withstand this continuous attack. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang originally thought that they could smoothly kill this terrifying existence. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of danger swept through their hearts. Not good, let's go. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and quickly rushed into the distance. Taoist Wu Liang's expression also changed drastically. He quickly rushed away with Lin Feng, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. However, it was already too late for them to leave. From the void, a terrifying existence walked out. This existence was covered in scales and had wings. A pair of cold eyes were incomparably sinister and terrifying. When that supreme being appeared, Yi Zichen was stunned. The existence in armor knelt on the ground and bowed to this existence. This existence that had just appeared gently flapped its wings. From the looks of it, these terrifying beings had a strict hierarchy. The one wearing the armor was naturally very powerful. However, before the winged being, that being was nothing more than a subordinate. The existence with the wings on its back was simply too powerful. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang felt an aura of despair envelop them. They had no way of contending against this terrifying being. They weren't even on the same level. Who are you? After stabilizing his body, Lin Feng looked at the winged being with a gloomy expression. He was very curious as to where this being had come from. What kind of world was it connected to? After the demonic gate, the winged being wanted to continue attacking and kill Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. However, when he heard Lin Feng's question, he couldn't help but sneer. How interesting. You're about to die. Shouldn't you be thinking of a way to escape? You're actually asking me who I am? I really want to know what you're thinking. Lin Feng said. Since I'm about to die, why would I want to know? Before I die, I naturally want to solve the doubts in my heart. That makes sense. However, do you think a low-level cultivator like you is qualified to know who I am? The terrifying being said with a sneer. Lin Feng said indifferently. My cultivation might not be high enough. But my bloodline is powerful enough. As the successor of the Sovereign Emperor clan and the Undying clan, how could he not be qualified? When Lin Feng mentioned his bloodline, the winged being didn't seem surprised at all. It seemed, the winged being already knew Lin Feng's identity. Given his powerful cultivation, he was able to determine Lin Feng's identity. This seemed to be an extremely normal thing. If that's the case, then you do indeed have the right to know some things, the winged being said indifferently. Since I'm qualified to know, please tell me, Lin Feng said. The winged being said, we are from the Forbidden God world. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He had never imagined that these existences were actually from the Forbidden Divine Plane. Regarding the Forbidden God world, Lin Feng did not know much about it. However, more or less, he had some understanding of it. For example, the Yazi from before. It was Lin Feng who released it from the Forbidden God world. Forbidden God realm. It seemed to be a world where countless experts were imprisoned. Moreover, the Forbidden God world was a very strange place. All kinds of resources and things were incomparably scarce. As such, cultivators who were trapped in the Forbidden God realm often had very miserable endings. The lifespan of a cultivator was relatively long. However, if the cultivator was unable to replenish all kinds of energy and nutrients, at that time, he would definitely die in advance. If you want to survive in a place like the Forbidden God realm, you need to be extremely ruthless. There was no energy or nutrients to replenish his body. Thus, they could only kill off other cultivators and devour them to replenish their body's nutrients. Therefore, the Forbidden God world was a place where the natural law of strength was respected to the extreme. Back then, 4 of the 9 Yazi brothers had died in the Forbidden God world. How did those 4 Yazi brothers die? They were attacked by even more powerful creatures. In order to cover their brothers' escape. In the end, they died in the hands of those powerful creatures. Then, they became food for those powerful creatures. Forbidden God world. What kind of world is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng's understanding of the Forbidden God world was too little. Therefore, he wanted to know more about the Forbidden God world from this terrifying creature with wings on its back. This was definitely an extremely terrifying place. It was full of mysteries and unknowns. The Forbidden God world is a very special place. It has laws that outsiders can't imagine. Even if an immortal is trapped inside, they won't be able to come out. The terrifying existence with wings on its back said. Lin Feng was moved. The Forbidden God world was too terrifying, wasn't it? Then how did you guys get out? Lin Feng asked. The existence with wings on its back said, we were extremely lucky to be able to come out. That's because we found a mysterious demon gate. Then, we occupied the surroundings of the demon gate. Occasionally, the demon gate would open, and we could walk out of it and come to Mount Pantheon. At that time, we could eat to our heart's content. This is the only chance for us to replenish our energy. We need to eat as much as possible. Because in the long years to come, we would lose the chance to eat. Perhaps there is still a chance in the Forbidden God world, but it is more likely that you will become food for other terrifying creatures. The existence with wings on its back said. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, since you guys have already come out, you should be able to leave Mount Myriad Gods. With your powerful means, you should be able to do it, right? Do you see that demonic gate? The existence with wings on its back pointed at the demonic gate and said, that demonic gate is very strange. It controls everything here, and no one can leave Mount Myriad Gods. In the past, I once saw some powerful creatures trying to leave Mount Myriad Gods to regain their freedom, but they were killed by the demonic gate in the end. Lin Feng said in shock, "Why is that demonic gate so terrifying?" The existence with wings on its back shook its head. Then, it said, "I don't know. Perhaps no one knows." "Does that demonic gate have an extraordinary origin?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know. I only know that the demonic gate is called the Gate of Gods. Perhaps it is related to Mount Myriad Gods." The existence with wings on its back said, At that moment, a shocking fluctuation came from behind. Taoist Wuliang held a jade talisman in his hand and tried to mobilize the magical power in his body to activate the teleportation jade talisman. Because his magical power was severely suppressed here, Taoist Wuliang tried many times to no avail. However, after trying again and again, Yi Zichen tried again and again. Finally, Taoist Wuliang succeeded. He had successfully activated the teleportation talisman. Although Mount Myriad Gods was surrounded by restrictions, the teleportation talisman couldn't teleport Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang out of Mount Myriad Gods. However, they only needed to be teleported somewhere else. That way, they would be able to get rid of the terrifying existence with wings on its back. Lin Feng had asked the existence with wings so many questions because he had seen Taoist Wuliang give him a look. Therefore, Lin Feng had thought of ways to stall for time. Taoist Wuliang didn't let Lin Feng down. A powerful energy surged out of the teleportation talisman and enveloped Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang's bodies. Their bodies became more and more illusory. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang couldn't help but reveal joy on their faces. Because they were about to be teleported out. Finally, they could get rid of this terrifying existence with wings on his back. "Humph. I already knew what you guys were up to. Your tricks are simply not worth mentioning in front of me." The existence with wings on his back couldn't help but snort coldly. Obviously. He seemed to have already predicted Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's every move. And he didn't expose Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. This meant that the existence with wings on his back had a way to deal with Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. If there was no way to deal with Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, he would have already stopped Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's actions. Whoosh, the existence with wings on his back waved his hand. Instantly, streams of vigorous magic power surged out. The magic power transformed into mysterious runes in the void. Those mysterious runes actually had the ability to imprison the void. The suppression of the cultivator's mana by the Mountain of Gods was indeed very powerful. However, this also depended on the cultivator's own cultivation. This was not a forbidden space, so there was no such thing as mana being imprisoned. Here, the reason why mana was suppressed was because the laws here were too powerful. But if the cultivator was strong enough, he naturally didn't have to worry about being suppressed by the laws here. This existence with wings on his back was simply too powerful. He was indeed suppressed by the laws here. However, he was simply too tyrannical, so much so that even if he was suppressed by the local laws, this existence, he could still circulate his mana. Not good. When the existence with wings on his back took out the runes that imprisoned the void, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's expressions changed drastically. This scene was too sudden. It caught the two of them off guard. Originally, they were about to be teleported away by the teleportation talisman. But at this moment, they encountered a huge problem. After those runes imprisoned the mana, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang could no longer travel through the void and leave. The power of the teleportation talisman quickly dissipated when it came into contact with the runes that imprisoned the void. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang fell from the sky. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, my ass. Immeasurable Taoist couldn't help but curse in a low voice, his face turning green. Lin Feng's expression also became uncertain. This was really troublesome. Could it be? Was he really going to die in the hands of this winged being? Are you ready to die? I can't wait to eat all of you. Ning, the winged being, said with a smile. His body emitted a suffocating wave of terror. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions when they sensed the terrifying fluctuations emitted from his body. That fluctuation was simply too powerful and terrifying. It was simply appalling. Everyone felt the terrifying wave of energy. Most likely, they would involuntarily give birth to incomparable despair. Powerful magic power surged out from the body of the terrifying existence with the wings on its back. It directly suppressed Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. The two of them wanted to struggle, but found that their bodies were imprisoned. The difference in strength between the two sides was huge. Therefore, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang couldn't compete with the winged being at all. The situation was precarious. Just at this critical moment, a ray of holy light flew over from afar. That ray of holy light suddenly turned into an energy palm. The energy palm, which contained destructive fluctuations, blasted toward the winged being. The winged being suddenly frowned. Feeling the terror of this attack, he raised his right hand and slapped it. Bang! The two sides collided. They were evenly matched. In the distance, a young man stepped over. The young man had a few bells hanging on his body. As he walked, the bells tinkled. The young man was so handsome that it was unbelievable. If one looked carefully, one would find that it wasn't a young man. It was a woman, disguised as a man, who looked like a young man. The Red World Fairy. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The person who came was actually the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng didn't expect to see the Red World Fairy here. It seemed that the Red World Fairy had also left the 9 states. Now, she appeared at Mount Pantheon and saved him and Daoist Wu Liang at the same time. The Red World Fairy came just in time. Who are you? After seeing the Red World Fairy, the winged being's expression became extremely cold. Forbidden God Realm. 8 Desolation Falling Immortal Abyss. Do you know? The Red World Fairy looked at the winged being and asked. Hearing Forbidden God Realm. 8 Desolation Falling Immortal Abyss, the winged being's pupils contracted violently. What are you trying to do? The winged being asked. I asked a few creatures who came out of the Forbidden God Realm. They told me that you have been there. The Red World Fairy said. Venerable immortal red dust remained unperturbed even in the face of a winged being. Ever since the War of the 9 Regions Emperors, the Red World Fairy completed her transformation. They had become even more powerful, even more mysterious, and even more ethereal. Daoist Wu Liang whispered, this woman is really savage. She most likely got this information from those terrifying creatures who came out of the Forbidden God Realm. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. Indeed, it was as Daoist Wu Liang had said. Those creatures from the Forbidden God Realm were so savage that they naturally wouldn't tell the Red World Fairy the truth. Upon seeing the Red World Fairy, those creatures would definitely kill the Red World Fairy at all costs and then devour the Red World Fairy. However, the Red World Fairy was too powerful and defeated those creatures. Then, she forced out some information that she wanted to know. Forbidden God Realm. 8 Desolation Falling Immortal Abyss. Lin Feng couldn't help but silently recite this place, remembering it in his heart. He was very puzzled. Why was the Red World Fairy asking about this place? The Forbidden God Realm was a place where countless experts were imprisoned. It was also a place that no one wanted to talk about. That place was regarded as a terrifying forbidden area by countless people. Now, the Red World Fairy actually took the initiative to ask about the Forbidden God Realm and 8 Desolation Falling Immortal Abyss. Could it be, the Red World Fairy wanted to enter the Forbidden God Realm? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Once one entered a place like the Forbidden God Realm, would there be a chance to come out? The Red World Fairy couldn't really be planning to enter the Forbidden God Realm, right? Why are you asking about that place? That place. It's very important to me. The Red World Fairy said. The winged being sneered. What? Could it be that you want to enter the Forbidden God World? That's not something you should be concerned about. What you need to do is to tell me some information about the 8 Desolation Falling Immortal Abyss. The Red World Fairy said. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. The 8 Desolation Falling Immortal Abyss should be an extremely dangerous place. Therefore, even someone as powerful as the Red World Fairy needed to gather some information about the 8 Desolation Falling Immortal Abyss before entering it. You ask me, And I'll tell you? Based on what? Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to ask me? The winged being sneered, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Although the Red World Fairy had displayed powerful strength, however, this existence still looked down on immortal venerable Hong Chen. Because, he had only used 10% of his strength earlier. And the Red World Fairy was too young. More than 4,000 years old. Although she was powerful, but no matter how powerful she was, there was still a limit, right? If you don't speak, then I'll have to beat you until you speak. The Red World Fairy said casually. She had always been like this, controlling everything. The winged being revealed a cold glint. He sneered and said, if I were you, I'd run as far as I can right now. Instead of boasting shamelessly in front of me. Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, we'll know after we fight. The Red World Fairy took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the winged being. She then pointed her finger at the winged entity. Heaven's Hand. Immortal Breaking Strike. The Red World Fairy's voice resounded between heaven and earth. Her attack seemed very ordinary. It did not seem very powerful. But in reality, the power of his attack was so strong that it made people pale with fright. That terrifying attack was simply shocking to the core. After feeling the power of the Red World Fairy's attack, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but be shocked. The Red World Fairy was too powerful. As expected of an existence who had cultivated 3,000 types of great Daos to become an emperor. Moreover, the Red World Fairy, in addition to the 3,000 types of great Daos, had also cultivated countless peerless ultimate techniques, both ancient and modern. Originally, the winged being looked down upon the Red World Fairy. He had never taken the Red World Fairy seriously. But now, he had a pair of wings on his back. He finally knew how terrifying the Red World Fairy was. He quickly made his move and threw a punch at the Red World Fairy. Above his fist, countless stars were circling around it. This divine ability was called the heavens and the universe. Collapse with a thought. This was a powerful ability that would shock and awe others. Bang! Immortal venerable Hong Chen collided with the terrifying winged existence's attack. These two powerful existences were still evenly matched this time. However, the first time they attacked, the winged being only used 10% of his battle strength. But this time, he used 70% of his battle strength. However, even though he used 70% of his battle strength, he still couldn't cause any harm to the Red World Fairy. The winged being's heart couldn't help but sink. Although his cultivation had declined greatly because he had been trapped in the Forbidden God realm for too long. However, the winged being was still incomparably powerful. He was an existence that stood at the top of the starry sky world. With such a powerful cultivation, it was still difficult to defeat a cultivator who had only cultivated for more than 4,000 years. Of course, the winged being wouldn't underestimate the Red World Fairy's bloodline and talent just because the Red World Fairy was a human cultivator. These ancient existences. They all knew how terrifying the human race was. Only those ignorant existences thought that the human race's bloodline and talent couldn't compare to theirs. I'll give you one last chance. The Red World Fairy was incomparably powerful. Her voice was unquestionable. She looked so beautiful, even a little cute. But in fact, her appearance was completely different from her personality. Don't be deceived by the Red World Fairy's charming appearance. The Red World Fairy. She was an extremely decisive person. Humph, I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate move. The winged being snorted coldly. Then, he directly rushed towards the Red World Fairy. Ancient godly spirits appeared behind him. There were a total of 36 godly spirits. Every single deity. They were all incomparably terrifying. They seemed to be existences that stood at the peak of the era in the past. Those existences. They were all great existences in the era of the titled gods. 36 gods was the name of the supernatural power displayed by this terrifying winged being. It summoned the eternal primordial spirits left behind by the 36 experts of the era of the titled gods to fight against the enemy. This supernatural power was definitely an unprecedented level of supernatural power. It was incomparably terrifying. Return of the gods. Kill the gods and slay the immortals. The terrifying winged being couldn't help but shout coldly. Boom. Then, the eternal primordial spirits of the 36 titled gods emitted a terrifying power that distorted space and time. The eternal primordial spirits of the 36 titled gods directly charged towards the Red World Fairy. What an unparalleled and invincible unique skill! Immeasurable Taoist couldn't help but say. His eyes were shining. This unique skill made Immeasurable Taoist covet it. However, this technique was cultivated by the terrifying creature with the wings on its back. Immeasurable Taoist. He could only think about it. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The supernatural power cast by the winged being was indeed incomparably terrifying. He just didn't know if the Red World Fairy could deal with that terrifying supernatural power. At this moment, a destructive aura surged out from the Red World Fairy's body. The 3000 red dust is just a cloud of smoke. Facing the attack of the 36 titled gods' eternal primordial spirits, the Red World Fairy stretched out her right hand and gently pointed at them. Suddenly, a pink power pervaded the air. This was the power of the red dust. Everyone was immersed in the world of mortals. And the Red World Fairy was the immortal lord. She was an existence that controlled the path of the red dust. And the path of the red dust. It was the path that the Red World Fairy had created herself. When the eternal primordial spirits of the 36 titled gods were enveloped by the power of the red dust unleashed by the Red World Fairy, the eternal primordial spirits of the 36 titled gods were imprisoned in the void and couldn't move. In the end, the eternal primordial spirits of the 36 titled gods completely dissipated. And the Red World Fairy appeared in front of the winged being as if she had teleported. She slapped the chest of the winged being with her palm. It was as if the terrifying existence had been struck by lightning. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were both shocked. The Red World Fairy was truly too powerful. If this woman continued to grow like this, she definitely had the potential to become a top-notch expert in the myriad heavens. Perhaps her glorious name would be left behind in the history of this era. After the winged being was repelled by the Red World Fairy, it was unable to make a powerful counterattack. The Red World Fairy came to its side and used a powerful sealing technique to seal the winged being. Then, immortal venerable red dust gently tapped the winged creature's head. The winged being trembled violently and let out a low growl from time to time. Obviously, he must have been soul-searched by the Red World Fairy. The armored being charged towards the Red World Fairy, wanting to save the winged being. The Red World Fairy sent out a palm strike. A giant energy handprint was formed. The energy hand slammed into the armored being. That tyrannical existence was sent flying by immortal venerable Hong Chen. So that's how it is. The Red World Fairy seemed to have gotten everything she wanted. She couldn't help but squint her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. The winged being immediately roared, "You actually dared to soul-search me. Even if I die today, I will curse you to die a horrible death." Having one's soul searched was one of the greatest humiliations a cultivator could suffer. The winged being naturally couldn't endure such humiliation. His hatred towards the Red World Fairy was monstrous. "Humph. Your curse is useless against me. When we reach the Forbidden God realm, I still need you to lead the way, so you won't die for now." The Red World Fairy's expression was cold. She sent out a rune in the air. The runes directly entered the body of the terrifying creature with the wings on its back. The body of the winged creature began to shrink rapidly until it was the size of a thumb. The Red World Fairy put it into a porcelain bottle. The Red World Fairy also ignored Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. She walked up the mountain and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang did not dare to stay any longer. They quickly left this place. This woman is awesome. But from the looks of it, she seems to want to enter the Forbidden God realm. The Forbidden God realm was a place that caused everyone's expression to change. No one would take the initiative to enter the Forbidden God world, because it was easy to enter but difficult to come out. This woman actually wanted to enter the Forbidden God world. What do you think is inside the 8 Desolation Falling Immortal Abyss? He actually made the Red World Fairy risk her life to enter the Forbidden God realm. Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng said. That's hard to say. Logically speaking, there should be very few things in this world that can attract the attention of the Red World Fairy, unless it's some top-notch great Dao. Wu Liang said. That's right. This woman is very mysterious. No one knows what she's thinking. This night was extremely restless. Because the creatures of the Forbidden God realm walked out from the other side of the demon gate. Those creatures were simply too terrifying. It was unknown how many cultivators had died under the attacks of those terrifying creatures. This was a night of slaughter. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest found a cave and hid there. They saw with their own eyes that many cultivators were killed in the forest. But they did not go out. Because they could not even protect themselves. Naturally, they would not risk their lives to save others. That would be overestimating themselves. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Wu Liang were not discovered by those terrifying existences. They were on tenterhooks for the entire night. Finally, dawn appeared on the horizon. The darkness was dispersing. Rumble, rumble, the huge demonic gate began to shake violently, emitting an earth-shattering sound. The demon gate is going to disappear. Those terrifying existences from the Forbidden God realm are going to disappear too, right? Wu Liang could not help but mutter. Lin Feng said. They should disappear together. We've finally survived the crisis. In the end, the demon gate disappeared. All the creatures from the Forbidden God realm left. Calmness finally returned to Mount Pantheon. Many cultivators walked out of their hiding places. It felt great to be able to survive. Previously, many people felt that they might die here. But now, the crisis was finally over. This damn Mount Pantheon is too dangerous. Anyway, we've already obtained many opportunities. Let's leave this place quickly. I don't want to stay in this place for another quarter of an hour. A cultivator said. With the demon gate gone, there shouldn't be any danger later, right? We can take advantage of this opportunity to continue looking for opportunities. There were also some cultivators who had other views. Some cultivators left and some entered. Mount Pantheon was still very lively. There were not many changes because of the appearance of those creatures from the Forbidden God realm. This place still attracted countless cultivators to search for treasures. Countless cultivators could not help but go crazy. Look, someone is going to reach the peak. At this moment, a cultivator shouted in shock. Then, many people pointed up. Countless cultivators looked up and saw a cultivator stepping on the void, walking towards the peak step by step. No one knew what was at the peak of the 100,000-meter-tall Mount Pantheon. But they could imagine. That place was definitely extraordinary. The Red World Fairy. She didn't enter the Forbidden God realm from the Demon Gate? Lin Feng was very surprised. Because the cultivator who was quickly approaching the peak was the Red World Fairy. At this moment, the Red World Fairy was holding a scepter. No one knew what scepter it was. The scepter emitted endless holy light that enveloped the Red World Fairy. At that moment, the Red World Fairy seemed to have become one with the scepter. She's using that mysterious scepter to ascend the Mount Pantheon. Lin Feng could not help but say. Epic scepter. Immeasurable Taoist exclaimed. He actually recognized the scepter in the Red World Fairy's hand. Epic scepter? What kind of treasure is that? Lin Feng could not help but ask. That scepter was related to the word epic, so it was definitely not a small matter. Because any treasure that was related to the word opportunity was extremely heaven-defying. Naturally, the treasure in the Red World Fairy's hand was the same. Rumor has it that it's a supreme treasure in the hands of the previous epic lord. It represents supreme power. This is a treasure that transcends epics. It should be a supreme treasure on the same level as ancient weapons. Immeasurable Taoist said. His eyes were fixed on the epic scepter in the Red World Fairy's hand. He could not wait to take that supreme treasure for himself. Lin Feng was shocked that the scepter had such a great origin. It really gave people a feeling of incredulity. The Red World Fairy held the epic scepter in her hand and broke the terrifying pressure that was emitted from the Mount Pantheon. Soon, she reached the 80,000-meter position. There stood the 9-star coffin carriers. It was unimaginable how powerful the 9 cosmic coffin carriers were. They were unable to reach the peak of Mount Pantheon. As for the Red World Fairy, her wish to reach the peak of Mount Pantheon with the help of the epic scepter had failed. It was too difficult to reach the peak of Mount Pantheon. He didn't know which expert had built the mountain of myriad gods. The laws here were simply too terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. The power of destiny has brought us together. We will eventually create our own miracle. At this moment, Venerable Red Dust began to recite the incantation. Immortal Venerable Hongchen chanted one mysterious incantation after another. This was the spell to activate the Tao of Fate. The Red World Fairy was using the Tao of Fate. The formidable power of destiny surged and blessed the 9 starry sky coffin carriers. The eyes of the 9 cosmic coffin carriers were originally dazed. They seemed to have completely lost themselves. But now, when the power of fate, when it descended, their eyes became much clearer. At that moment, they seemed to have regained a bit of their consciousness. Fate can only be grasped in your own hands. Fight against the heavens. Even if you fail, you have no regrets. The Red World Fairy's faint voice could be heard. Roar! The 9 vicious dragons let out an earth-shaking dragon roar. Roar! The dragons and elephants roared at the sky, their roars shaking the entire starry sky world. At this moment, the 9 cosmic coffin carriers were recovering their power. Taoist Wu Liang said in shock, the 9 cosmic coffin carriers seem to have lost themselves. But now, the Red World Fairy is using the Tao of Fate to change their fates, allowing them to regain a bit of their consciousness. The Red World Fairy seems to want to join forces with the 9 cosmic coffin carriers to reach the peak of Mount Pantheon. The Red World Fairy's methods were simply too heaven-defying. It was truly shocking. Lin Feng said. That's right. If these experts join forces, they might be able to do it. But I wonder what's at the peak of Mount Pantheon? Not only did it attract the 9 cosmic coffin carriers, but even the Red World Fairy was drawn here. Taoist Wu Liang said. The most important thing is that the 9 cosmic coffin carriers have already lost themselves, yet they still came here. This is too unbelievable. Lin Feng said. Maybe it's their instinct, or the hidden meaning in their minds, that brought them here. At this moment, Honorable Immortal Red Dust and the 9 cosmic coffin carriers had already begun their ascent of Mount Myriad Deities. The auras of these experts were all connected together. So at this moment, it was as if they had become one. Rumble, 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 the mysterious ancient sarcophagus crushed the void. The ancient pantheon at coffin everywhere out of space. The 9 great starry sky coffin carriers and senior immortal Red Dust. Red together. Was closer pantheon they went from 80,000 meters to 90,000 meters. From a position of 90,000 meters to a position of only 1,000 meters away from 100,000 meters. We're really going to reach the peak of Mount Pantheon. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Many cultivators had a doubt in their hearts. What was at the top of Mount Pantheon that made so many terrifying existences want to climb to the top of Mount Pantheon so desperately? But for the cultivators below, this matter was destined to be a mystery. No one could explain it to them. The last kilometer was also the most difficult to traverse. The 9 cosmic coffin carriers and the Red World Fairy also had a hard time walking. Every step forward seemed to require a lot of effort. But in the end, they successfully crossed the 1,000-meter distance and reached the peak. We've really reached the peak of Mount Pantheon. The peak of Mount Pantheon, I really want to see the situation at the peak. A cultivator couldn't help but say. They yearned to reach the peak of Mount Pantheon, but this was destined to be an extravagant hope. The people present. There was no lack of experts. There were even sage emperor-level cultivators hiding in the dark. But except for the 9 cosmic coffin carriers and the Red World Fairy who held the epic scepter, no one could reach the peak of Mount Pantheon. It was an untouchable place. Wanting to reach it, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There must be something heaven-defying. Immeasurable Taoist was scratching his heart. He yearned to go up, but he didn't know how. The 9 cosmic coffin carriers and the Red World Fairy soon disappeared from everyone's sight. They probably went to the peak of Mount Pantheon to obtain the opportunity. Suddenly, at this moment, endless holy light surged out from the peak of Mount Pantheon. In the holy light, the faint sound of the great Tao could be heard. As time passed, the originally blurry and unclear sound of the Great Tao began to become clearer and clearer. The sound of the Great Tao that resounded between heaven and earth was extraordinary. Many cultivators couldn't help but sit on the ground. Then they began to comprehend the Tao. Why is my body getting hotter and hotter? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath because he felt his body getting hotter and hotter. It was getting hotter and hotter. Immeasurable Taoist looked at Lin Feng and was shocked. He asked, "Brother, are you all right?" At this moment, Lin Feng's body was completely red. It was as if he had been roasted in a furnace for 3 days and 3 nights. "I feel like my body is melting," Lin Feng said with a bitter smile. It was a terrible feeling. He felt like his body no longer belonged to him. This had never happened before. Tao, at this moment, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Next, Lin Feng's bloodline began to circulate on its own. Lin Feng's 2 bloodlines were circulating at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng felt that there seemed to be some power in his body that was about to awaken. Could it be? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lin Feng now knew his situation. He had inherited 2 bloodlines from his father. One was the Undying bloodline, and the other was the Destiny bloodline. The Destiny bloodline had nothing to do with the Undying clan. Lin Baitian's bloodline had evolved. The Destiny bloodline was Lin Baitian's own opportunity. As Lin Baitian's son, Lin Feng also inherited the Destiny bloodline that originated from Lin Baitian. In addition, Lin Feng also inherited the Sovereign Emperor clan that his mother, Ji Long had passed down. Apart from that, there seemed to be a 4th mysterious power. It seemed to be a kind of bloodline power. Some people were born with some inconceivable bloodlines. Lin Feng's 4th bloodline was very likely to be born in this way. These people were often favored by the heavens. Now, Lin Feng felt as if a bloodline was about to awaken. However, he didn't know if it was the Destiny bloodline. An illusory figure appeared in Lin Feng's dantian. It was blurry. Outsiders couldn't see it. But Lin Feng could sense it. "Father." When he sensed the illusory figure in his dantian, Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely shocked. It was actually the illusory figure of his father, Lin Baitian. Bloodline imprint. This was the illusory figure of Lin Baitian that was imprinted in his bloodline. At that moment, Lin Baitian's illusory figure completely merged with Lin Feng's body. And Lin Feng. He felt a terrifying power that he had never felt before. It surged in his body. That power was crazily increasing Lin Feng's battle strength. "Ascend the mountain of gods." Lin Baitian's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked. The bloodline imprint that his father left in his body actually allowed him to ascend the mountain of gods. Could he do it? Believe in yourself. Firm belief. Strong will. This is the guarantee of success. Lin Baitian's voice continued to resound in Lin Feng's mind. Every word. They were all encouraging Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, and his gaze became unprecedentedly firm. He stepped towards the peak. "What are you going to do?" Wu Liang Taoist asked. "Ascend the mountain of gods," Lin Feng said. Wu Liang Taoist knew that Lin Feng's body had changed, although he didn't know what caused Lin Feng's change. However, this change obviously made Lin Feng extremely powerful. Wu Liang Taoist felt that at this moment, Lin Feng's body seemed to have a power that didn't originally belong to him. Wu Liang Taoist was very clear about Lin Feng's background. The descendant of such an ancient and powerful family might have some terrifying means that outsiders could never imagine. So even though they knew that reaching the peak of the mountain of gods was almost impossible for them. However, when Lin Feng said those words, Lin Feng's expression changed. Immeasurable Taoist didn't have any doubts. He quickly said, "Take me with you." This damned Taoist had long been drooling at the thought of climbing to the top of the mountain of gods. Therefore, how could he miss this opportunity? Lin Feng, on the other hand, grabbed Wu Liang by the collar, and then stepped into the air, walking towards the peak. Because at this moment, Lin Feng had become extremely powerful after fusing with his father's bloodline. Therefore, he could once again circulate the magic power in his body. Therefore, Lin Feng could now walk on air. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, my ass. Do you still want my image? Taoist Wuliang shouted in dissatisfaction. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Lin Feng ignored the immeasurable Taoist. He was still holding on to Taoist Wuliang's collar. He held the damned Taoist in his hand like a little chick. Then, Lin Feng walked up step by step. Lin Feng's speed was very fast. Not long after, he arrived at a height of 70 to 80,000 meters. He was about to reach the top of the Mountain of Gods. He was getting closer and closer. Many people were alarmed and couldn't believe their eyes. The 9 great starry sky coffin carriers and the Red World Fairy worked together to reach the top of the Mountain of Gods. And Lin Feng was just a young cultivator, and he was even carrying a Taoist in his hand. How did he ignore the terrifying pressure of the Mountain of Gods, and then gradually reach the top of the Mountain of Gods? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Everyone racked their brains to think about this matter. They tried to guess the reason, but in the end they came up with nothing. No one knew how Lin Feng did it. But Lin Feng had indeed done it. Could it be that that kid has the token of the Mountain of Gods? So he wasn't suppressed by the laws of the Mountain of Gods? At this time, a cultivator said. Perhaps there is such a possibility. Many people nodded in agreement. Because other than this possibility, no one could think of any other reason. Something that allowed Lin Feng to ignore the laws of the Mountain of Gods and reach the top step by step, of course. Lin Feng wasn't without pressure. In truth, Lin Feng was also under great pressure. However, the current Lin Feng was simply too powerful. The powerful pressure didn't have much of an effect on him. Lin Feng was approaching the top of the Mountain of Gods. The closer he got to the top of the Mountain of Gods, the clearer the mysterious sound of the Great Tao became. The supreme Great Tao contained within the sound of the Great Tao made Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang feel as if they were in an extremely special environment. Here, they could comprehend the extraordinary Great Tao of heaven and earth at any time, anywhere. What a heaven-defying place. I can't wait to see what's at the top. At this moment, Taoist Wuliang didn't care that Lin Feng had grabbed him by the collar and dragged him all the way to the top of the Mountain of Gods. His thoughts were all on the top of the Mountain of Gods. Soon, perhaps he would be able to see what was at that place. The last 1,000 meters. The pressure on Lin Feng was also great. However, fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were too extraordinary. He successfully overcame the terrifying pressure. Then, step by step, he reached the top. 900 meters. 800 meters. 700 meters. 600 meters. 500 meters. As Lin Feng got closer and closer to the top, the cultivators below were in an uproar. It's him. Among the crowd, a cold gaze looked at Lin Feng. The supreme genius of the ancient god clan, Xianxia, had a cold expression. He'd had a conflict with Lin Feng before. He'd originally wanted to kill Lin Feng. However, because the human-faced vampire bat was willing, he hadn't done so. Now, Xianxia couldn't help but feel regret. If he'd killed Lin Feng back then, perhaps the token on Lin Feng would have belonged to him. If he had Lin Feng's token, then, all the fortuitous encounters would be his. This kid must die. It won't be too late to kill him after he obtains the opportunity. Killing intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes. There were many cultivators who had the same idea as Xianxia. Many of them wanted to wait until Lin Feng obtained the opportunity before killing Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng had already arrived at the top of the Mountain of Gods. The last 100 meters. The pressure was also the greatest. Lin Feng felt that his body was about to collapse. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Lin Feng grabbed Taoist Wuliang and crossed the last 100 meters and successfully reached the top of the Mountain of Gods. He really did it. Many people exclaimed. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of many experts. They were just waiting for Lin Feng to come down from the top of the Mountain of Gods to attack Lin Feng. That's, at this moment. Dazzling holy light lingered around. Looking carefully, an illusory world appeared in the holy light. In that illusory world, there was a stone door. That stone door was simply too big. Tall. How many tens of thousands of feet? Wide. How many tens of thousands of feet? Endless runes and pictures were drawn on the stone door. That stone door exuded an ancient aura. That aura seemed to have crossed the ages. Immortal. Now, the 9 coffin carriers and the Red World Fairy had entered the mysterious world that appeared in the holy light. They tried to get close to that ancient stone door. Lin Feng and the Taoist priest glanced at each other. The scene in front of them was something they had never thought of. Who would have thought? Such a scene would appear at the peak of Mount Pantheon. That stone door definitely had an extraordinary origin. But Lin Feng and Wu Liang didn't know the true origin of that stone door. Lin Feng wanted to communicate with the Demon Lord. Ask the Demon Lord if he knew about that stone door. After all, the Demon Lord was knowledgeable. However, when Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Demon Lord, he found that he couldn't contact the Demon Lord. This surprised Lin Feng. He didn't know why, but he couldn't contact the Demon Lord. Was it because of Mount Pantheon, or was it because of his father's bloodline imprint? Lin Feng didn't know the specific reason. But what was done couldn't be undone. Since he couldn't contact the Demon Lord, he naturally couldn't ask about that stone door. Let's go and take a look, said Lin Feng to the Taoist priest. He wanted to go and see what the stone gate was. Maybe he'd find something there. Wu Liang nodded. He couldn't wait to go to the stone door. The stone door that the 9 coffin carriers and the Red World Fairy were looking at must hide a great secret. As for what this secret was, after exploring, maybe they could find it. The two entered the illusory world that appeared in the holy light. Looking from the outside, this world was an illusory world. But when they entered this illusory world, they found that this world was so real. This was a starry sky world. That ancient stone door was in the depths of the starry sky world. It was infinitely high and infinitely wide. Lin Feng's heart was filled with deep shock. Because when he faced the stone door, he was shocked. She felt so small and insignificant. That stone gate was so majestic. Lin Feng didn't even know why he had such a feeling. There's actually such a stone gate in this world. How incredible! Immeasurable Taoist couldn't help but feel emotional. He was extremely shocked. Perhaps anyone who saw the stone door would be shocked, said Lin Feng. The Creator is the greatest and most mysterious being. There are always some things in the world that we can't understand. The boundless Taoist priest agreed with Lin Feng. Moreover, this damned Taoist had been active in the tomb-robbing world for many years and had excavated countless ancient tombs. In many tombs, Taoist Wu Liang had seen some incredible things. His knowledge, ordinary people couldn't compare with him. Lin Feng couldn't compare with the Taoist priest of the Wu Liang Taoist sect. Lin Feng and the Taoist priest were getting closer and closer to the gigantic gate. The 9 coffin carriers and the Red World Fairy had already arrived in front of the stone door. Not long after, Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest also arrived. The strong cultivators couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng and the Taoist priest. But they didn't say anything. Buzz. At this time, there was a shocking fluctuation between heaven and earth. The ripples shook the void world. This fluctuation came from that mysterious stone door. It resonated with heaven and earth. The 9 coffin carriers and the Red World Fairy were all sitting cross-legged in the void. They closed their eyes as if they were comprehending the great Tao. Lin Feng and Wu Liang also quickly sat cross-legged in the void to comprehend. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng felt that the aura around him seemed to have changed. He opened his eyes. He discovered that the 9 cosmic coffin carriers, Immortal Senior Red Dust, and Taoist Immeasurable had all disappeared without a trace. But that huge stone door was still here. In the distance, there was a figure standing there. It was a man. His figure was tall and handsome. One could vaguely see that the man was somewhat similar to Lin Feng. That man. It turned out to be Lin Baidian. He stood in front of the stone door and looked at it. No one knew what he was thinking. Father came here in the past. Lin Feng was surprised. He knew that everything he saw was not real, but some images imprinted in the past. Now he saw it. Lin Feng originally thought that he knew his father Lin Badian very well. But now, Lin Feng knew. He knew very little about his father. Too many things had happened to his father Lin Badian. Lin Feng did not know. Just like how his father came to this ancient stone door in the past. The secret of eternal life, suddenly. Lin Badian spoke. Just 5 words. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He was incomparably shocked, because he had heard 5 words that were enough to shake his heart. The secret of eternal life, his father, Lin Badian, said these words to the stone gate. He then thought of the rumored door of everlasting life. A thought appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This stone door in front of him. Could it be the legendary door of eternal life? Countless cultivators had paid a heavy price in order to find the door of eternal life. Even some cultivators who stood at the peak of cultivation spent their entire lives searching for the whereabouts of the door of eternal life. But they found nothing. In this world, there were too few people who had seen the door of eternal life. It was rumored that the door of eternal life hid the greatest secrets of heaven and earth. The 3,000 great Daos, the secret to becoming an immortal, the method to eternal life, and so on. Any of the secrets. They were enough to shock the world. And it was rumored that in the world inside the door of eternal life, there were countless treasures. The value of any one of the treasures was enough to cause a bloody storm in the cultivation world. So many cultivators searched for the door of eternal life but could not find it. But he found the door of eternal life. Was this true? Lin Feng felt very incredulous. If it was really the door of eternal life, then it was really too shocking. At this time, his father Lin Baitian's figure disappeared, leaving only Lin Feng facing the door of eternal life alone. I can comprehend the great Tao here. Rumor has it that only those who see the door of eternal life can obtain the cultivation method of the great fate technique. Do I have a chance to obtain this ability? The Tao of Destiny was the most difficult great Tao to comprehend. Moreover, you had to comprehend it yourself. Even if someone taught you this ability, you wouldn't be able to learn it. This was the extraordinary aspect of the Tao of Destiny. Now that Lin Feng saw the door of everlasting life, it was rumored that one could comprehend the Tao of Destiny in front of the door of everlasting life. In fact, it wasn't just the Tao of Destiny. It was rumored that one could even comprehend the method of eternal life in front of the door of everlasting life. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know if this rumor was true. However, nothing was groundless. Since there was such a rumor, that meant that it might be true. Lin Feng was immersed in the comprehension of the great Tao. However, how could the Tao of Destiny be so easy to comprehend? It could be that a day had passed. It could be that 10 days had passed. It could also be that a month had passed. Lin Feng could no longer determine the flow of time outside. Because at this moment, Lin Feng was completely immersed in the comprehension of the Tao. He was comprehending the door of everlasting life. This stone door was filled with endless mysteries. It's rumored that there's a world inside the door of everlasting life. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The value of the things inside the door of everlasting life was unimaginable. Any one of them. It was enough to cause a bloodbath in the world of cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally wanted to enter the world inside the door of everlasting life to see what kind of world it was. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to obtain some treasures. If that was the case, it would be even better. However, Lin Feng couldn't enter the world inside the door of everlasting life. At this stage, Lin Feng could only comprehend the Tao contained in the door of everlasting life. The door of everlasting life was densely covered with runes and pictures that contained endless Tao. If he could comprehend it, he would benefit greatly. Kill, suddenly. Lin Feng heard earth-shattering shouts. Then, he realized that the scene in front of him had changed. Lin Feng realized that he had come to another world. The door of everlasting life that he saw before had disappeared. This was a deep level of comprehension. Lin Feng felt that everything in front of him should be some of the past memories left behind by the door of everlasting life. Dark clouds rolled in the distance. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The torrential rain poured down. One cultivator after another charged into the dark clouds, not fearing death. But in the end, they all perished. Lin Feng had seen such a scene before. This was the result of the Great War that the creature that started the Armageddon War instigated. Lin Feng already had a certain understanding of the Doomsday Battle. The creatures of the wastelands, the foreign creatures, and the creatures that crossed epochs were all the main culprits behind the world-ending battle. However, Lin Feng had a feeling. These three forces seemed to be only forces on the surface. Behind the scenes, there was actually an invisible hand manipulating everything. Lin Feng didn't know why he had this feeling, but Lin Feng had always been very confident in his own feelings. If there really was a mastermind behind the scenes, then what kind of existence was the mastermind? Now, there was no way to know. The scene was changing rapidly, and countless experts had fallen. This great war engulfed all the worlds in the universe, and one great war after another broke out. Many battlefields appeared between heaven and earth, and those battlefields were called the battlefield of the gods by later generations. Those places were really too dangerous. They had long been turned into a land of death. Who knew how many creatures had been buried there? No one was willing to enter such a dangerous place. Lin Feng saw the scenes in the universe. Planets and worlds were destroyed. Many great worlds were also destroyed. This should be the Great War of the Xianxia lifeforms era. When Lin Feng saw the universe being destroyed, he couldn't help but be shocked. Many great wars had broken out in this epoch, and every era would have a great war. However, there were probably only a few truly tragic battles. The final Great War of the Xianxia lifeforms era was one of the most tragic and important wars of this epoch. This great war was so tragic that most of the Xianxia lifeforms perished. Countless forces were destroyed. And the cultivation system was on the verge of collapse. After this great war, the remaining forces and a small number of Xianxia lifeforms originally wanted to rest and recuperate. But later, some unknown things happened, causing the remaining forces and Xianxia lifeforms to fall one after another. At this point, the cultivation system had completely collapsed. After more than 10 or even dozens of eras, the world of cultivators had completely declined. And the fuse for all of this was the Great War of the late-stage Xianxia lifeforms. Lin Feng now witnessed the tragic situation of that Great War. This is the Doomsday Battle, but it failed. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Many forces participated in this Great War. This included the Otherworld, the Wasteland, and the beings from the other epochs. These three forces also suffered heavy losses. At that time, these forces wanted to stop the war, but it was already impossible. At this moment, Lin Feng saw endless evil clouds filling the heavens. Those evil clouds covered the sky and the sun. The Xianxia lifeforms of this epoch, the various forces, the beings from the wasteland, the beings from the other epochs, and the otherworld all suffered a calamity. What's in the evil clouds? Could it be the mastermind behind this? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He had always suspected that there was a mastermind behind the Doomsday Battle, and now it seemed that he was really close to the truth. Of course, there were also some other possibilities. For example, the beings from the wasteland, the otherworld, and the beings from the other epochs who participated in the war at the beginning were just the more ordinary forces among these three forces. And the existence that took action later. It also belonged to one of these three forces, but the existence that took action was a more mysterious and powerful force. And the existence that took action at the end was the ruler that controlled everything. Even the forces from the other world were not spared. Just like before, they were all killed cleanly. Because Lin Feng didn't experience what happened back then. So many things needed to be guessed. So Lin Feng made all kinds of guesses about the Doomsday Battle. However, all of these guesses were just guesses. The beings from the wasteland, the otherworld, the beings from the other epochs, the mysterious evil clouds, and so on. What kind of role they played in the Doomsday Battle, perhaps only they themselves knew. Others had no way of finding out. At this rate, the myriad worlds should have been destroyed. This epoch should have been destroyed as well, but this epoch continued. What happened later? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. I'm willing to sacrifice my life in exchange for a chance to live for billions of lives. At this moment, a sacred voice sounded from the depths of the starry world. A woman flew out from the depths of the starry sky world. She was so beautiful that she took one's breath away. However, in front of this woman, no one dared to have any thoughts of blasphemy. This woman was dignified, beautiful, and holy. Anyone who saw her would be shocked. Anyone who saw her would have the urge to worship her. Lady Nuwa, when he saw this woman, Lin Feng was shocked. This was Lady Nuwa. Lin Feng couldn't be mistaken. Her lower body was that of a snake, while her upper body was that of a human. It was the image of Lady Nuwa. Lady Nuwa was one of the first Xiantian life forms to awaken in this era, other than the 5 great leaders. Lady Nuwa's greatest contributions were 2. She was the mother of the earth and could create all living things. Under the guidance of the first ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan, she created all living things. The second major event was the legend of Lady Nuwa mending the heavens. Many people thought that Lady Nuwa mending the heavens was just a myth. They didn't treat it as real. In fact, these people didn't know that Lady Nuwa mending the heavens wasn't just a story. It was a real thing. After the beginning of the era, the myriad worlds evolved. However, at this time, because the new era was formed after the Big Bang. Therefore, the laws were extremely unstable. Things like the heavens collapsing and the earth collapsing often happened. Once the heavens collapsed and the earth collapsed, countless living things would die tragically. Therefore, disasters often happened in that era. Lady Nuwa sympathized with the billions of living things, so she personally searched for the heaven-mending stone. She began mending the heavens. The heavens that Lady Nuwa mended. It wasn't the heavens and the earth that split apart. It referred to the heavenly Tao laws. After the heavenly Tao laws of the myriad world stabilized. Naturally, the heavens wouldn't collapse and the earth would no longer happen. This was the origin of Lady Nuwa mending the heavens. However, after countless years, many people thought that Lady Nuwa mending the heavens was just a legend. It was even worse. Many cultivators thought that Lady Nuwa was just a mythical character and not a real person. After all, the long history of the era had passed. How many people still believed that mythical characters were real, perhaps? Only a very small number of people still believed that this was real. However, even more people didn't believe all of this. They thought this was just a story. When he saw Mother Nuwa, Lin Feng thought of the Empress. The Empress was a descendant of Goddess Nuwa. Ever since the Empress left, Lin Feng hadn't seen the Empress for many years and didn't know how she was doing now. In the past, Lin Feng had learned some things about Goddess Nuwa from the Empress. According to the Empress, Goddess Nuwa had mysteriously disappeared back then. The clansmen searched for a long time, but there were no clues. And now, Mother Nuwa had appeared before him. The time when he disappeared. Where did Mother Nuwa go? I am willing to use my body to continue the legacy of life. Mother Nuwa's voice continued to echo throughout the world. Next. Something terrible happened. Mother Nuwa's body actually began to spontaneously disintegrate. Her body turned into 7-colored holy light. The Grand Vow Art. Mother Nuwa is using the Grand Vow Art. He sacrificed himself. He wants to reverse the fate of the myriad worlds. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. There was no need to explain the greatness of the Grand Vow Art. Since ancient times, there were very few cultivators who had successfully cultivated the Grand Vow Art. The most recent cultivator who had successfully cultivated the Grand Vow Art should be the Red World Fairy. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the Grand Vow Art. One needed to have the courage to sacrifice themselves. It was simply too difficult to do so. Lin Feng had been cultivating the Grand Vow Art for many years after obtaining it. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he could rely on his own abilities. It was very likely that he could cultivate the Grand Vow Art. However, after such a long time, Lin Feng still hadn't managed to cultivate the Grand Vow Art. Lin Feng felt that the fundamental reason wasn't that he didn't have enough comprehension. It was that he couldn't sacrifice his own life for the myriad worlds. Lin Feng had too many responsibilities on his shoulders. He had to rescue his mother who was being suppressed. After his father Lin Baitian was plotted against, he was also under the demonic seed technique. The situation wasn't good. There were also the Lin family members who were kidnapped by the Undying family and sent to the main branch of the Undying family. Lin Feng needed to rescue these people. Lin Feng had so many responsibilities on his shoulders. He couldn't die. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't abandon himself for the sake of the world. The Red World Fairy could do it. She didn't seem to have any worries. Moving forward, Goddess Nuwa could also do it. Goddess Nuwa's body became dimmer and dimmer. Facing the situation of the myriad worlds being destroyed, Goddess Nuwa chose to sacrifice herself to activate the Grand Vow art, using this to save the myriad worlds. In the end, Goddess Nuwa's body completely turned into holy light. As for Mother Nuwa herself, she had completely vanished into thin air. The holy light that Goddess Nuwa turned into poured into the myriad worlds and endless spacetime. It collided with the evil cloud. The evil cloud was defeated. A small number of the evil cloud escaped. As for the holy light that Goddess Nuwa had turned into, it had almost completely dissipated. Life should continue, Goddess Nuwa's final voice resounded in the starry world. Then, there was no longer any trace of Goddess Nuwa in this world. Goddess Nuwa died just like that? Lin Feng stood in the starry world and saw everything that had happened. He couldn't help but feel an incomparable sorrow in his heart. The great existence who created the myriad worlds, Goddess Nuwa, had died just like that. It made one's heart feel endless reluctance. But everything had already become reality. It was hard to change. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. In the starry sky, he saw a ball of holy light. It seemed to be the holy light that Goddess Nuwa had turned into after her body dissipated. There was actually a ball of holy light that hadn't completely dissipated. However, the last ball of holy light was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it would completely vanish into thin air. Lin Feng quickly flew over. By the time he flew over, the ball of holy light had basically completely dissipated. The final ball of holy light flew into Lin Feng's mind. The ball of holy light transformed into a rune. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely shocked. What rune is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He hurriedly used his divine will to inspect the rune. When he sensed the rune, Lin Feng was instantly shocked. It was actually a divine ability rune. This divine ability rune should have dissipated, but after Lin Feng appeared, the rune sensed Lin Feng's aura. And then? This is the divine ability rune of the Grand Wish art? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It was actually the divine ability rune of the Grand Wish art. This divine ability rune was very special. The content contained within was not a cultivation technique. Instead, it was a grand formation formed by divine abilities. After successfully cultivating a divine ability, it would form a divine ability grand formation. For example, there were thousands of divine ability grand formations in Lin Feng's Dantian. Those divine power grand arrays would operate inside the body as a kind of divine power grand array condensed from a core great Tao. Once a cultivator died, these divine ability grand formations would dissipate in an extremely short period of time. This was the first time Lin Feng had obtained a divine ability rune formed by a divine ability grand formation. From the looks of it, the ball of holy light Lin Feng saw earlier was very likely a divine ability grand formation left behind by Goddess Nuwa after her death. However, the divine ability grand formation was dissipating at an extremely fast speed. By the time Lin Feng arrived beside the ball of holy light, only the divine ability rune formed by the Grand Wish art remained. These divine ability runes can be refined directly. Once I succeed, I'll be able to control the divine ability. In the past, I've been cultivating the Grand Great Wish art for so long, but I failed. I never thought I'd be able to obtain the divine ability runes of the Grand Great Wish art. Now that I've refined the divine ability runes, doesn't that mean I've successfully cultivated the Grand Great Wish art? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. When he thought of this, he became extremely excited. A hard-working person, he would always receive the blessings of the heavens. Lin Feng was an extremely hard-working person. That was why he had received the blessings of the heavens. He originally thought that it would be impossible for him to successfully cultivate the Grand Wish art. Now that he had obtained the divine ability rune formed by the Grand Wish art, it was a pleasant surprise. Lin Feng refined the divine ability rune formed by the Grand Wish art. In an instant, Lin Feng felt that he had a completely new understanding of the Grand Wish art. This was a deep level of comprehension. As time passed, Lin Feng seemed to hear a vast voice resounding in his mind. I'm willing to exchange my body for the chance to end this battle. I'm willing to trade my body for the peace of the universe. When he heard the laughter, Lin Feng felt his body tremble. At this moment, he discovered that the great array formed by the Great Wish Art had completely fused with his body. The Great Wish Art condensed into a Divine Ability Grand Array, together with the other Divine Ability Grand Arrays, revolved around Lin Feng's sovereign Great Tao. Lin Feng was certain that he had fully grasped the Great Vow Art. This was truly not easy. To be able to grasp such an ultimate art was simply unbelievable. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the Great Wish Art was. If this art was used properly, it would definitely be heaven-defying. Lin Feng tried his best to calm himself down. Even though the Great Wish technique was incredible, it wasn't. Although the Great Vow Art was heaven-defying, he couldn't be arrogant. He should be down to earth. Lin Feng continued to comprehend the Great Tao. He was trying to comprehend the mysterious Great Fate Art. He tried again and again. He failed again and again. It wasn't easy to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Fate Art. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He couldn't help but frown slightly. The Great Fate Art was truly too difficult to comprehend. He still didn't have a clue. Taoist Wuliang sat cross-legged not far away. Although that damned Taoist was in seclusion to comprehend the Great Tao, his mouth was so wide open that it could fit a radish. He reckoned that immeasurable Taoist must have obtained something amazing. Therefore, at this moment, was that why he was so excited? Further away, the 9 cosmic coffin carriers and the Red World Fairy were all comprehending the Great Tao. It was very quiet here. There was no one else but them. No one came to disturb them. Lin Feng closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the Great Fate Art. However, it still didn't work. He gained nothing. Since ancient times, there had been countless cultivators who wanted to comprehend the Great Fate Art. However, the number of cultivators who could truly comprehend the Great Fate Art could be counted on one hand. From this, it could be seen. How difficult was it to comprehend the Great Fate Art? Lin Feng frowned. Was he really destined to not be able to obtain the Great Fate Art? At this time, Lin Feng felt his body begin to heat up again. Smoke was coming out of his body. Lin Feng's skin turned charcoal-like. It was blood red. Lin Feng felt as if there was a power in his body that was about to awaken. He knew. It should be the fate bloodline that he inherited from his father or another mysterious bloodline. However, Lin Feng felt that there was a 70% chance that it was the fate bloodline that was about to awaken. Because, previously, Lin Feng's bloodline had shown the bloodline imprint of his father, Lin Beidian. All of this seemed to confirm that what was about to awaken in Lin Feng's body was actually the fate bloodline. Lin Feng tried his best to clear his mind. He didn't know if it was because the fate bloodline was about to awaken, but Lin Feng felt as if there was an extremely unfamiliar yet mysterious and great power flowing between heaven and earth. That power. It gave Lin Feng a very familiar feeling. The power of fate. It was the power of fate. Although Lin Feng had never cultivated the path of fate before. However, Lin Feng had seen the Red World Fairy use the Great Fate Art. And he had seen it more than once. Because of that, Lin Feng remembered what kind of power the power of fate was. Lin Feng tried his best to find where the power of fate came from. He carefully sensed the power of fate drifting between heaven and earth. Finally, Lin Feng found a long river. That long river stretched across the starry sky world. That long river flowed endlessly. That long river seemed to have flowed from the ancient times. The end of that long river seemed to have crossed into the future. That long river. It was the legendary river of fate. A long river that ran through the past, present, and future. The fates of countless living beings were displayed in that long river. That long river was so extraordinary. I've finally found the river of fate. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He flew toward the river of fate. Then he entered the river of fate. Rumor has it that people have past lives, present lives, and future lives. In the river of fate, one can see past lives and future lives. Is this true? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't know if this was true or not, but this saying had been circulating in the world of cultivators for a long time. Of course. Lin Feng didn't intend to see past lives and future lives. Because those rumors might not be true. So what if they were true? Lin Feng only looked at the present. He sat cross-legged in the river of fate, allowing the power of fate to wash over his body. There was no need to say more about the mysteries of the Great Fate technique. The number one magical ability of the 3000 Great Tao, if he could successfully cultivate it. It would definitely have an unimaginable effect on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was really envious when he saw the Red World Fairy use the Great Fate technique. Now, he also had the chance to comprehend the Great Fate technique. Time passed. Lin Feng felt like he had turned into a drop of water in the river of fate. He floated in the ancient starry sky world along with the river of fate. From the present to the future, from the future to the past, and from the past to the present. Just like that. It was a constant cycle. This was the power of fate. Everyone had a different fate. Lin Feng once again saw his own fate. Last time, he saw some things that were about to happen in his fate. Including his parents' calamity. Including his own fate, which was also incomparably miserable. Therefore, Lin Feng worked even harder. Only by grasping powerful strength could he change his fate. And this time, Lin Feng seemed to see some other possibilities. Everyone's fate wasn't set in stone. Because the future was full of changes. The same was true for people's fate. It was full of changes and there were many possibilities. And what Lin Feng needed to pursue was to control fate in his own hands. And not let fate control him. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it would be extremely difficult, but there was always a way to accomplish such a thing. So, at this time, what one needed to do was to work hard, and work harder. Only by working hard and surpassing oneself could one change their fate. Gradually, Lin Feng finally comprehended a rune. This was a rune related to the Great Fate technique. If there was one, there would be two. Not long after, Lin Feng comprehended the second rune. Then, there was the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth runes. Lin Feng comprehended more and more runes, and these runes combined to form a complete cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was the cultivation technique of the Great Fate technique. Lin Feng's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He had finally comprehended the cultivation method of the Great Fate technique. Now, all he needed to do was master the Great Destiny art. Then, he would be able to rank first among the 3000 Great Daos. It was also going to be controlled by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already cultivated 2,510 types of 3,000 Grand Dao. Now that he had obtained the Great Fate art, Lin Feng had obtained 2,511 types of 3,000 Grand Dao. There were still 489 types of the 3,000 Great Daos left, and the 3,000 Great Daos would be completely gathered. In the beginning, Lin Feng was already very satisfied with collecting 100 types of 3,000 Great Daos. Later, Lin Feng changed his target. He set a goal for himself to collect 300 types of 3,000 Great Daos before breaking through to the Emperor realm. Who would have thought that he had cultivated so many of the 3,000 Great Daos? It was as real as a dream. Back then, Lin Feng had never thought that such a day would come. Now, Lin Feng was more and more convinced that he could collect all 3,000 types of Great Dao. After cultivating 3,000 types of Great Dao and breaking through to the Emperor realm, he would definitely be incomparably heaven-defying. Lin Feng's bloodline was powerful. In addition, he had cultivated so many powerful abilities. If he broke through to the Emperor realm with 3,000 types of Great Dao as the foundation, then, Lin Feng's talent and potential might surpass the Red World Fairies. This was because Lin Feng had an advantage in terms of age. The Red World Fairy was already more than 4,000 years old when she broke through to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng was only more than 100 years old now. Breaking through under the same conditions, naturally, the younger one was, the greater their potential in the future. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds alarmed Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. It also alarmed the Red World Fairy and the 9 great coffin carriers in the distance. They opened their eyes and found that the door of eternal life was becoming more and more illusory. Could it be that the stone door isn't the real door of eternal life, but is actually just an imprint of the door of eternal life? Lin Feng looked at the increasingly illusory door of eternal life and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The real door of eternal life naturally couldn't be an illusory form. It was a real existence. However, the one in front of him was obviously an imprint. It was just that the previous one was too real. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel that the stone door was the real door of eternal life. Lin Feng's heart was like a monstrous wave that surged to the sky. Because, the imprint of the door of eternal life was so extraordinary that it helped him comprehend the great fate technique. Then, how extraordinary would the real door of eternal life be? This was simply unimaginable. Not long after, the illusory imprint of the door of eternal life disappeared without a trace. Why is it like this? The 9 evil dragons' roars shook the sky. They were extremely unwilling to accept this. But soon, the eyes of this starry sky coffin carrier became confused. This period of time was too short. Nothing could help him break the fate that enveloped him. The other coffin carriers' expressions were very ugly. Very soon, these people lost themselves again. How did they become coffin carriers? Lin Feng was very puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Such powerful existences had become coffin carriers. It was as if they had been cursed. Lin Feng was very puzzled. Taoist Wu Liang said, "There are too many unknowns and mysteries in this world." Lin Feng fell silent. It was indeed as Taoist Wu Liang said. There were too many things in this world that were destined to be a mystery to the people of the world. Lin Feng really wanted to open those ancient stone coffins to see if the first ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan and other terrifying existences were really buried in them. However, Lin Feng didn't rashly go forward. If he really dared to go forward, he would definitely be attacked by those coffin carriers. For now, Lin Feng couldn't fight against those coffin carriers. Moreover, Lin Feng still didn't quite believe that those great existences were buried in the stone coffins. Lin Feng had a strange feeling in his heart. He had a feeling. Perhaps, the first ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan seemed to still be alive in this world. This feeling was very strange. Lin Feng didn't know why such a thought would appear in his heart. However, the feeling was very strong. Perhaps subconsciously, Lin Feng didn't want to believe that the first ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan had perished. He also didn't want to believe that Hong Meng, Taoist Luya, and other existences had perished. Given their strength, was there anyone in this world who could kill them? Rumble, a loud sound shook the sky. The 9 coffin carriers who had lost themselves again pulled the ancient stone coffin and stepped out of Mount Pantheon. The ancient stone crushed the void. The 9 coffin carriers pulled the ancient coffin out of Mount Pantheon. Many cultivators saw this scene. "They're out! They're out!" The cultivators on Mount Pantheon and outside of Mount Pantheon cried out in alarm. Seeing the 9 coffin carriers come out of Mount Pantheon, those cultivators knew that if there was a heaven-defying opportunity on Mount Pantheon, it would have been taken by these existences who climbed up Mount Pantheon. Many experts' eyes flashed, considering whether or not to make a move against the 9 coffin carriers. When they thought of the terror of the 9 coffin carriers, they couldn't help but show a serious and fearful expression. The idea of making a move against the 9 coffin carriers also gradually faded away. Everyone knew just how powerful and terrifying the 9 great starry skies coffin carriers were. Who would dare to provoke these 9 existences? If one were to provoke the 9 supremes, only death would await them. At this time, many people thought of Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. The Red World Fairy was unfathomable, and they didn't dare to provoke her. But Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist weren't in the eyes of many forces. In their view, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist were nothing to fear. Dealing with Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist was a simple matter. Immortal Venerable Hong Chen stood in the void, pondering over something. He originally planned to ask Immortal Venerable Red Dust about the 9 cosmic coffin carriers. Lin Feng felt that the Red World Fairy should know about the 9 coffin carriers. He might even know who the living beings buried in the 9 stone coffins were. But when Lin Feng walked towards the Red World Fairy, the Red World Fairy's body became illusory. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng once felt that he was very close to the Red World Fairy. But now, he felt that the distance between him and the Red World Fairy seemed to be getting farther and farther. This woman should be going to the Forbidden God realm, right? What a perverted person. The immeasurable Taoist couldn't help but mutter. Bang! At this time, the immeasurable Taoist's body moved horizontally. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking was heard. Who knew how many bones in the immeasurable Taoist's body broke? The immeasurable Taoist's face was as white as paper. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. F*ck, the immeasurable Taoist and didn't continue attacking immeasurable Taoist. Furthermore, the other party clearly only wanted to teach the immeasurable Taoist a lesson. They didn't want to take his life. Or else. The immeasurable Taoist had probably already died without a proper burial ground. Lin Feng guessed that Hong Chen had done it. Although the Red World Fairy had already left, she had just left and shouldn't have gone too far. With the Red World Fairy's powerful cultivation, to be able to hear the words of the immeasurable Taoist didn't seem to be something inconceivable. Lin Feng said with a smile, "It's time to take care of your mouth. Trouble comes from the mouth." The immeasurable Taoist got up from the ground, then glared at Lin Feng fiercely and said, "Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign, your uncle. I'm already half dead, yet you're still laughing. You're really careless when it comes to making friends." Lin Feng said, "Aren't you still alive? You know what? I've always wanted to collect your corpse. In that case, all the treasures on your body will be mine. But don't worry, I'll definitely find a place with good feng shui for you. Then, every 1st and 15th day of the month, I'll burn some paper money for you." The immeasurable Taoist couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Don't worry, this Taoist is a cat. I have 9 lives. Even if you die, this Taoist won't die." Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist had a close friendship, but they were also a pair of bad friends. If there was a chance, they would make fun of each other. This could be considered a small love in life. It could add some fun to a tense and exciting life. Lin Feng didn't continue to bicker with the immeasurable Taoist. He said, "Although there are still many opportunities, I don't plan to stay here any longer. If I continue to stay here, I will inevitably encounter a great calamity." The reason why Lin Feng said this was because he knew that those powerful forces would definitely not let him and the immeasurable Taoist go. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that the powerful strength in his body was rapidly declining. The destiny bloodline seemed to be about to awaken, but unfortunately, it failed in the end. The terrifying power in his body might have originated from the destiny bloodline. Lin Feng knew that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Once the powerful force in his body completely disappeared, it would definitely be very dangerous. But now, it was different. Right now, the powerful force had only just begun to dissipate. Lin Feng could use the powerful force in his body to break out of the encirclement with the immeasurable Taoist. The immeasurable Taoist said, "All right, then let's leave this place quickly. Then, we'll go to the nest of the myriad races together." Lin Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, a powerful magic power surged out and directly wrapped around the immeasurable Taoist. Then, Lin Feng quickly flew out of Mount Pantheon. "Look! That human brat and that Taoist are flying out too." Many people were paying attention to the situation above. When they saw Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist flying out from the peak of Mount Pantheon, a cultivator immediately shouted, "Kill them!" Many experts' voices were indifferent. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one figure after another flew out. There were cultivators at the Sage Emperor level who attacked. And there was more than one of them. In a short period of time, the power in Lin Feng's body had been severely depleted. This made Lin Feng's heart sink. Once he was trapped, the situation would naturally be extremely bad. Therefore, Lin Feng did not plan to fight these experts head-on. He used the Tao of space. With Lin Feng as the center, the surrounding space actually started to distort. Looking carefully, layers upon layers of space began to appear in the distorted space. "Quickly seal the space!" An expert shouted. Cultivators who were proficient in formations all used the spatial sealing technique. They wanted to seal the space, but these people's attainments in the Tao of space could not be compared to Lin Feng, who had obtained the inheritance of the great god of space. The space around Lin Feng overlapped a total of 36 times. Then, it shattered the expert's sealing technique. When the void returned to normal, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist had already disappeared without a trace. These two must have obtained something heaven-defying from the peak of Mount Pantheon. Issue a cosmic bounty for these two. We must find them. Alright, then let us issue a cosmic bounty together. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist were cultivating inside the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Inside the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship were the 4 great emperors that Lin Feng had edified. They were more than enough to deal with many situations. At this moment, Lin Feng was comprehending the Great Fate technique. Although he had obtained the cultivation method of the Great Destiny skill, it was naturally not an easy task to successfully cultivate the Great Destiny skill. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. Of course, Lin Feng's perception was very high. In addition, he had seen the Red World Fairy use the Great Fate technique before. In addition, the Lin mantra could also help Lin Feng comprehend the Tao. Therefore, although the Great Fate technique was very difficult to cultivate, it didn't mean that it was impossible to successfully cultivate it. Under Lin Feng's unremitting efforts, he gradually comprehended the mysteries of the Great Fate technique. Of course, the journey wasn't peaceful. There were many big forces in the starry sky world searching for Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist. Therefore, many people had their eyes on Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Before Lin Feng went into seclusion, he had ordered the 4 great emperors to kill anyone who wanted to board the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng was just that overbearing. Therefore, many battles broke out along the way. Fortunately, the 4 great emperors had strong cultivation and the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship itself was powerful enough. Therefore, no one could stop Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. This time, the destination of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was the Heavenly Sage Great World. Heavenly Sage Great World. The headquarters of the myriad races. The cultivators of the myriad races couldn't believe that Lin Feng would actually go to their headquarters. Lin Feng intended to go to the myriad races cemetery with immeasurable Taoist to do some archaeological research. He wondered if there were any inheritances of the 3,000 grand Taoists in those ancient tombs. There were many forces in the myriad races. Lin Feng wanted to collect all 3,000 grand Taoists in the Heavenly Sage Great World. Then, he would break through to the Emperor realm in one go. This wasn't an extravagant hope. Maybe he could really do it. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 years had passed. Lin Feng was cultivating in the time and space that he had created. 1.5 years had passed in the outside world, but 7.5 years had passed in the time-space. Lin Feng spent 7.5 years comprehending the Great Fate technique. Finally, Lin Feng comprehended some of the mysteries of the Great Fate art. In Lin Feng's Dantian, the Great Fate art formed a God art array. The divine ability array formed by the Great Destiny art was about to become the center of all divine abilities. Even Lin Feng's path of supremacy was like this. As expected of the most powerful great Tao among the 3,000 great Taoists. To think that he would be so domineering. This was truly shocking. All of Lin Feng's Taoists revolved around his Tao of supremacy. The Tao of supremacy was Lin Feng's most important Tao. Even the Great Fate art wasn't as important to Lin Feng as the Tao of supremacy. Thus, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let the Great Fate art suppress the Tao of supremacy. He slightly suppressed the Great Destiny technique and placed the Great Destiny technique's formation next to the path of supremacy. He still let the Tao of supremacy become the core of all Taoists. After cultivating the Great Fate art, Lin Feng could finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. The immeasurable Taoist had come out half a month ago. Lin Feng didn't know if the damned Taoist had also comprehended the Great Fate art, but he didn't ask him. The immeasurable Taoist also didn't ask Lin Feng what divine ability he had comprehended. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. Cultivation was still dependent on oneself. Blindly relying on others. It would only harm oneself. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist both understood this principle. How much longer until we reach the Heavenly Sage Great World? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Based on the Xuanyuan speed, we should reach the Heavenly Sage Great World in about a month, said the immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng nodded and said, I'm very curious. What kind of world is the Heavenly Sage Great World? The Heavenly Sage Great World is boundless. In fact, the cultivators of the myriad races that invaded the 9 prefectures back then were only a portion of the forces in the Heavenly Sage Great World. There are simply too many races in the Heavenly Sage Great World. Not all of them like to cross the endless starry sky and conquer the 9 prefectures. The reason the invaders dared to do so was because they had the support of the 5 patriarchs. It was said that the 5 patriarchs' lifespans were about to reach the end, so they urgently needed to occupy the 9 prefectures and steal the power of the 9 prefectures to help them break through. However, in the end, the 5 patriarchs died prematurely, said the immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng asked, what's the current situation in the Heavenly Sage Great World? The immeasurable Taoist said, the Heavenly Sage Great World has never been peaceful. Wars break out frequently, and the various forces are at odds with each other. Moreover, ever since the 5 patriarchs died, the Heavenly Sage Great World has become even more chaotic. In the past, the 5 patriarchs belonged to several of the strongest forces in the Heavenly Sage Great World. These forces relied on the support of emperor-level experts to wantonly plunder territory. The other forces did not dare to voice their anger. Now that the 5 patriarchs have died, the situation has changed. The other forces no longer fear the 5 patriarchs, so wars break out frequently between them. Lin Feng chuckled. When dogs bite each other, all they get is a mouthful of fur, said the immeasurable Taoist. That's a very appropriate analogy. Lin Feng continued, there are so many races in the Heavenly Sage Great World. Shouldn't there be many alliances? The immeasurable Taoist nodded, that's right. There are indeed many alliances in the Heavenly Sage Great World. However, there are a total of 3 largest alliances. Oh? Which 3? Asked Lin Feng curiously. The immeasurable Taoist said, the first is the Holy War Alliance. Originally, it was the strongest force in the Heavenly Sage Great World because the 5 great emperor-level old ancestors were all experts in the Holy War Alliance. The Holy War Alliance also included many famous royal families of the myriad races. For example, the Sacred God Clan, Ancient God Clan, and Immortal God Clan all belonged to the Holy War Alliance. In addition, there were also the Heavenly Devil Clan, Golden Saint Lion Clan, Fallen Angel Clan, Nine-Headed Insect Clan, and other forces that belonged to the Holy War Alliance. Lin Feng could not help but frown. These forces seemed to be the main forces that invaded the 9 prefectures. The immeasurable Taoist said, that's right. These forces are indeed the main forces that invaded the 9 prefectures. Back when the 5 patriarchs were still alive, the Holy War Alliance was the strongest force. They even occupied more than half of the Heavenly Sage Great World's territory. From this, one can see how powerful the Holy War Alliance was. The forces that invaded the 9 prefectures were basically all under the Holy War Alliance. Taoist Wuliang said. There are 2 other alliances. One is the Fiendish Demon Alliance. The other is the Immortal Alliance. The Demon and Devil Alliance also has the royal families of the myriad races. For example, the Golden Dragon Tribe, Fire Dragon Tribe, Absolute Beginning Demon Tribe, Desolation Devil Tribe, and other forces are all royal families of the myriad races. They have Saint Emperors in their ranks. They aren't much weaker than the Saint God Clan, Ancient God Clan, and other royal families of the myriad races. Originally, they weren't as strong as the Saint God Clan, Ancient God Clan, and other royal families of the myriad races because they didn't have Emperor Realm experts in their ranks. Now that the Emperor Realm experts of the Sacred War Alliance have fallen, the royal families of the Demon and Devil Alliance naturally won't fear the Sacred War Alliance anymore. The Immortal Alliance is more complicated. It has the royal families of the myriad races as well as many powerful rogue cultivators. There are even some human factions. Human factions? Lin Feng was shocked. Taoist Wuliang said, there are quite a few humans in Heavenly Sage Great World, but their status is relatively low. However, there are still some human experts in Heavenly Sage Great World. Currently, the Immortal Alliance and Sacred War Alliance have been having conflicts and even wars. It is said that the human experts in the Immortal Alliance have played a key role. Lin Feng couldn't help but say, it seems that there are important human figures in the Immortal Alliance. Daoist Wuliang nodded. That's right. I heard that there are 3 human experts in the Immortal Alliance. Their strength is unfathomable. Moreover, the identities of these 3 people are very mysterious. Outsiders don't know their real names. They only know their titles. The first is called Daoist Wen Xian. It is said that he is a Daoist expert. The second is called Fairy Yu Ling. The third is called Celestial Sovereign Dao Sage. You have been in Heavenly Sage Great World for a while. Have you seen these 3? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Daoist Wuliang grinned and said, You don't say. I have indeed seen one of them. It is the woman called Fairy Yu Ling. She is so beautiful that she is like a painting. It is unforgettable. Lin Feng almost kicked the wretched Daoist Wu Liang when he saw him. Daoist Wu Liang patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, Brother, don't look at me like that. If you see that woman, you won't be able to forget her. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He asked, What's the situation with the Demon Alliance? Right now, the Immortal Gods Alliance and the Sacred War Alliance are at war with each other, while the Demon Alliance is just watching from the sidelines. Daoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. Are the other 2 factions just going to sit on the mountain and watch the 2 tigers fight? Taoist Wuliang said, The Sacred War Alliance doesn't want a war, but the Immortal Gods Alliance doesn't agree. The 3 human experts of the Immortal Gods Alliance seem to have a lot of say, so they want to inflict a heavy blow on the Sacred War Alliance at this moment. However, I reckon that the war is about to end. After all, the Immortal Gods Alliance is not a faction led by the 3 human experts. If the Sacred War Alliance is willing to take a few pieces of meat, the other leaders of the Immortal Gods Alliance will probably step forward to stop the war from continuing. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that the Immortal Gods Alliance doesn't want the Demon Alliance to reap the benefits without doing anything. Lin Feng said, That's true. The bigger the conflict, the better. That will be beneficial to our operation. Daoist Wu Liang grinned and said, The 3 alliances have also built 3 different cemeteries to bury the experts of the 3 factions. The Myriad Races Cemetery that we're going to visit is the Sacred War Alliance's Myriad Races Cemetery. Lin Feng said, When the time comes, we'll definitely dig up all those ancient tombs. It'll be best if we can anchor the cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance to death. Daoist Wu Liang seemed to have imagined this scene in his mind, and he could not help but reveal a wretched smile. Half a month later, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang witnessed a huge battle in the starry sky world. A fleet of merchant ships was besieged by space bandits. The fleet of merchant ships was obviously no match for the space bandits. The space bandits rushed into the merchant ships, killing and looting them. If they saw a beautiful female cultivator, they would directly capture her. Those beautiful female cultivators naturally did not have a good ending. This situation was all too common in the starry sky world. After being in the starry sky world for so long, Lin Feng had already gotten used to it. Lin Feng had no interest in that battle. As long as it doesn't affect him, it's fine. At this time, over a dozen cultivators rushed out of a merchant ship. These cultivators had decent cultivation and were holding precious treasures. After 7 to 8 of them died, they managed to break out of the encirclement. In the end, there were only 5 people left. A large number of space bandits chased after those 5 cultivators. Those 5 cultivators. A pair of twin female cultivators. They were tall and slender, with long, straight, jade-like legs. Their faces were exquisite and beautiful. It's just that their complexions were a bit pale. There was also a beautiful woman. Her voluptuous figure was extremely alluring. The 4th person was a female cultivator with an alluring figure. Lin Feng actually knew this female cultivator. This female cultivator was Yang Lan'er from the Yang family of the Destruction Great World, Shanming City. This Yang Lan'er's appearance was somewhat similar to Hui Han's. However, their personalities were too different. This Yang Lan'er was arrogant. Lin Feng didn't really like this woman. Of course, Lin Feng didn't really like the rest of the Yang family either. Because these people from the Yang family, from the patriarch Yang Tianwen to the juniors below, were all snobbish. Back then, they also looked down on Lin Feng. It's just that Lin Feng didn't take the contempt of such a small group of people to heart. Later on, the Yang family encountered a crisis and faced the danger of being exterminated. Yang Lan'er was almost captured by Ling Shuzi to become a cultivation vessel. Lin Feng only helped the Yang family because of Yang Kuan. If it wasn't for Yang Kuan, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with the Yang family. The fifth person was a male cultivator. He looked quite young. These people were in a very sorry state, being chased by a group of interstellar bandits. When they saw the Xianyuan ancient ship, they actually flew towards Lin Feng's ship. Daoist Wuliang said, "These guys are all selfish people. They don't even consider the feelings of others. If they want to board someone else's ancient ship, they might bring disaster to that person." Lin Feng said, "There are too many selfish people in the world of cultivators. But since the other party has 4 top-grade beauties, there's no harm in being a little selfish. Beauties should be forgiven if they do something wrong. This is the privilege of beauties." Daoist Wuliang rolled his eyes and said, "I finally know how you managed to get so many goddesses. This Daoist really admires you. From the looks of it, you seem to want to take these people in. Could it be that you're interested in those beauties?" "I'm just looking at them with admiration. Don't get the wrong idea," Lin Feng said. He removed the Xianyuan ancient ship's defensive restrictions and allowed the 5 people to fly in. Then, the ancient ship jumped into the void and instantly left the starry sky. "Thank you for saving us." The 5 of them stood outside the cabin and thanked him. "It's just a small matter. You can leave on your own later," Lin Feng said. He didn't show up to save these people because Lin Feng was a man who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. He didn't want to see the 4 great beauties fall into the hands of those space bandits. Lin Feng didn't have any other thoughts about the 4 great beauties, so he didn't need to show up to meet these people. However, Lin Feng didn't expect Yang Lan'er to recognize his voice. After Lin Feng said that, Yang Lan'er's eyes lit up and she said, "Lin Gongzi, is that you?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He wasn't familiar with Yang Lan'er. They hadn't seen each other for so long, but this woman could still recognize his voice. Yang Lan'er had a proud temperament and was a bit snobbish. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't want to have too much to do with her. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Daoist Wu Liang knew that Lin Feng didn't want to have too much contact with this female cultivator. Apart from being close friends, Daoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng were also bad friends. Therefore, Daoist Wu Liang naturally wanted to see Lin Feng's embarrassment. The starry sky world was too boring. This guy also wanted to add some fun. Before Lin Feng could speak, Daoist Wu Liang said, "That's right, little beauty. Your lover, Lin Feng, is here. Hurry up and come in to meet your lover." "Lover?" Yang Lan'er was stunned, then her pretty face turned slightly red. She knew how powerful Lin Feng was, so after hearing Daoist Wu Liang's words, she wasn't angry. Instead, she was happy. As for Yang Lan'er's 4 companions, they all had strange expressions. First, they didn't know that Yang Lan'er had a lover. Although there were many people pursuing Yang Lan'er, she didn't seem to have agreed to anyone. Could it be that she was too good at keeping it a secret, so they were also fooled by Yang Lan'er? Secondly, in the vast starry sky world, the person who saved them was someone Yang Lan'er knew. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It seemed like this was fate, right? Damned Daoist. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Feng couldn't help but kick immeasurable Daoist. He wanted to kick Daoist Wu Liang out of the cabin. This damned Daoist was already prepared. He jumped back and dodged Lin Feng's kick. And at this moment, Yang Lan'er, on the other hand, entered the cabin. The other 4. He followed Yang Lan'er into the cabin. "Lin Gongzi. I didn't expect that we would meet here." After seeing Lin Feng, Yang Lan'er was very happy. Lin Feng didn't like Yang Lan'er that much. But Yang Lan'er was a top-grade beauty after all. It was very pleasing to the eye. Don't hit a smiling person. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't not give Yang Lan'er face at this time. So he nodded at Yang Lan'er. "Lan'er, who is this young master?" The beautiful woman couldn't help but ask. "Reporting to senior sister. This young master is the Lin Feng that junior sister mentioned to senior sister before, Lin Gongzi," Yang Lan'er said. Everyone suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. They came from the destruction star field. Therefore, they knew very well what happened in the destruction star field. Lin Feng fought with Ling Shuzi. These people naturally knew very well. So when they found out about Lin Feng's identity, everyone was extremely shocked. The eyes of the beautiful woman and the twin sisters suddenly lit up. These three women were all top-grade beauties, no less than young Lan'er. They were really quite pleasing to the eye. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but take another look at the three beauties. He, so it's Lin Gongzi. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. Back then, Lin Gongzi solved the Yang family's crisis. I've heard about this matter. Thank you for helping back then, Lin Gongzi. Otherwise, my junior sister would have been in great trouble. The beautiful woman said. Her voice was very charming, soft. Hearing her voice, one's bones seemed to be about to melt. What a vixen! Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. The beautiful woman said with a sweet smile, Look, we've talked for so long, and I actually forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hua Shishir, Yang Lan'er's senior sister, and my master is Fairy Yuanfa. These two are my junior sisters. The one on the left is the elder sister, called Shang Wanning, and the one on the right is the younger sister, called Shang Wanling. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. The sisters hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, Fairies, you're too polite. The sisters were really beautiful up close. It was as if there were no flaws on their bodies. Moreover, they looked almost exactly the same. One couldn't help but sigh at the greatness of the Creator. He was actually able to create such a perfect pair. The beautiful woman continued, This is the disciple of my master's old friend, Emperor Yuanxiu. His name is Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling cupped his fists and greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Only then did Zhang Jiuling stand up. Lin Feng said, This place is extremely far from the starfield of destruction. How did you come here? The beautiful woman said, We received master's orders to follow the previous merchant fleet to Heavenly Sage Great World to pay a visit to an old friend of master's. I see. Lin Feng nodded. Yang Lan'er said, This is the starfield route to Heavenly Sage Great World. Is Lin Gongzi also heading to Heavenly Sage Great World? Lin Feng nodded and said, That's right. We're heading to Heavenly Sage Great World. Then, can we follow Lin Gongzi to Heavenly Sage Great World? Yang Lan'er asked nervously. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't have a good impression of Yang Lan'er, so he wasn't willing to bring them to Heavenly Sage Great World. At that moment, the beautiful woman said, Lin Gongzi. The starfield is filled with danger. If we don't have Lin Gongzi's protection, we'll definitely be in great danger. Can Lin Gongzi really bear to see us in danger in the starfield? The beautiful woman looked as if she was about to cry. Her charm was boundless. Lin Feng had always been a man who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. This was one of the flaws in Lin Feng's character. After hearing the beautiful woman's words, he couldn't help but soften. He nodded and said, All right. You can all stay here. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. The five of them were overjoyed. Lin Feng arranged accommodations for them. Then, everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. Lin Feng also returned to his room. Dong dong dong. Not long after, someone knocked on the door. Lin Feng opened the door and saw the beautiful woman standing outside. She was charming and had a peerless face. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It's Flower Fairy. May I know why Flower Fairy is here? Lin Feng was surprised. Hua Shishir was a beautiful woman with a hot body. Although these four beauties each had their own merits. Moreover, each of them was beautiful. One could not help but have a special thought. But in reality, Lin Feng's self-control was very strong. Facing the four beauties, Lin Feng's heart was calm. He did not have any other thoughts. Hua Shishir smiled and said, Why? Can't you come to Lin Gongzi's place if you have nothing to do? When Hua Shishir spoke, it was unknown if it was intentional or not. Her body deliberately leaned towards Lin Feng. A tempting fragrance. It floated over from Hua Shishir's body. It smelled really good. Even though Lin Feng had seen all kinds of beauties. Facing such a peerless beauty like Hua Shishir, he could not help but feel his heart stirring. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that he had overestimated his self-control. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fairy has misunderstood. I naturally welcome you here anytime. Everyone likes beautiful things and beautiful people. I am no exception. Fairy is as beautiful as a fairy. Even if you do nothing, just looking at your peerless face is also a pleasure in China." Hua Shishir looked at Lin Feng with a gaze full of emotions and said, "Then, does young master want to do something?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "That depends on what you want me to do. I am very happy to help. At the very least, you have to enter the room first before you can consider other things, right?" Hua Shishir said. "Fairy, please come in." Lin Feng stepped aside and let Hua Shishir enter his room. After that, Lin Feng closed the door. Lin Feng lived on the 6th floor of the ancient starship Xianyuan. Immeasurable Taoist lived on the 5th floor. The rest lived on the 3rd floor. At the corner of the 6th floor, a figure was hiding. It was Yang Lan'er. She witnessed with her own eyes that Hua Shi came to Lin Feng. A conversation with Lin Feng. Yang Lan'er's expression was obviously not good. His expression was gloomy. Perhaps in Yang Lan'er's opinion, her eldest senior sister was here to snatch her man, in the room. Hua Shi picked up her pace. He observed the room. Then he said, "I didn't expect young master's room to be so neat and tidy." Lin Feng asked calmly, "Could it be that you've been to another man's room?" Hua Shishir said, "My brother's. The room has always been a mess." "I see." Lin Feng smiled. "Young master, your relationship with the myriad races is so tense. Why did you go to the heavenly sage great world?" Hua Shishir asked curiously. Lin Feng said, "The tension with the other races is only with the forces of the Holy War Alliance. It has nothing to do with most of the forces of the other races. Therefore, I'm not worried about anything. As for going to the heavenly sage great world this time, it's because I have some personal matters to deal with." "Personal matters? Is it convenient for you to reveal some to me?" Hua Shishir came to Lin Feng's side, her body almost sticking to Lin Feng's body. Her breath was like an orchid. This woman is really passionate. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Hua Shishir's personality was indeed like this. Passionate like fire, charming and flirtatious. After seeing Lin Feng, Hua Shishir saw that Lin Feng was so handsome and confident. In addition, he was already so powerful at such a young age. She couldn't help but have some thoughts in her heart. This was because Hua Shishir knew that no matter how strong a woman was, she should still find a man to rely on. Moreover, she wasn't particularly strong herself. After experiencing the dangerous scene in the starry sky world, Hua Shishir felt that it was extremely important to find someone to rely on. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared in front of Hua Shishir. Hua Shishir felt that no matter how she looked at Lin Feng, he was the best candidate. Lin Feng reached out and hugged Hua Shishir's willowy waist. With a beauty in his arms, it was truly a great joy in life. "If Fairy wants to know, we can talk for a long time tonight," Lin Feng said with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Lin Gongzi. Are you there?" Yang Lan'er's voice came in. "It's Junior's sister. It seems that today is not the right time. Next time I will come and have a chat with you," Hua Shishir said softly. The words "chat with you all night" were used vividly at this moment. Lin Feng nodded. He let go of Hua Shishir. He said, "Fairy, is there something you need? I prepared some bejeweled nectar. I hope you like it." Yang Lan'er said. "Come in," Lin Feng said. Yang Lan'er pushed the door open and entered. After entering, seeing Hua Shishir, Yang Lan'er pretended to be surprised. She said, "I didn't expect senior sister to be here with Lin Gongzi." Hua Shishir said, "I came to ask Lin Gongzi for some advice. Now that I'm done, I won't disturb Lin Gongzi." Hua Shishir bowed to Lin Feng. "Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Feng said. Huaxi stood up, then threw a coquettish glance at Lin Feng before turning to leave. Vixen. Yang Lan'er couldn't help but snort coldly in her heart. After Huaxi left, Yang Lan'er placed the tray in her hand on the table and said, "Young master. This is what Lan'er obtained from a secret realm. It seems to be brewed and drunk by immortals." "Thank you, Fairy. Fairy is so considerate," Lin Feng said. Young master's great kindness to Lan'er is something that Lan'er can never repay in her lifetime. No matter what, Lan'er is willing to do it for young master, Yang Lan'er said. Now Yang Lan'er and the Yang Lan'er that Lin Feng met before seemed to be two completely different people. The original Yang Lan'er was arrogant. Now Yang Lan'er was as obedient as a kitten. It really made Lin Feng extremely surprised. He didn't know if Yang Lan'er's current personality was deliberately displayed in front of him, or had she really changed. "Fairy, don't take what happened back then to heart. It's all in the past," Lin Feng said. Yang Lan'er bit her lips. She could feel the alienation from Lin Feng. Yang Lan'er naturally knew the reason for this. She wanted to regain some position in Lin Feng's heart. Yang Lan'er said, "Young master. In the past, Lan'er obtained something, but I haven't been able to comprehend its secret. It seems that Lan'er and this thing are not destined to be together. This thing might be destined to be with young master. Please accept it." Her voice fell. Yang Lan'er took out an item. The thing that Yang Lan'er took out was a Swanee jade carving. There was actually a mysterious iron ball in the mouth of this Swanee jade carving. Lin Feng carefully observed the iron ball and immediately found that the iron ball was densely covered with runes. It was very mysterious, which surprised Lin Feng. Whether it was the mysterious jade carving or the mysterious iron ball, they both seemed to have an extraordinary origin. And when these two things were combined together, it was even more amazing. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to like this treasure, Yang Lan'er was immediately very happy. She said, "Young master, have a good rest. Lan'er won't disturb you any longer." "Good. Fairy, you should also go back and rest early," Lin Feng said, and his tone softened a lot. It didn't matter if Yang Lan'er's personality had really changed or if she was pretending. Now, this kind of kitten-like obedient personality was still quite likable. Lin Feng's perception of Yang Lan'er had also changed a little. In addition, the treasure that Yang Lan'er took out was really extraordinary. The principle of being soft-hearted after receiving a gift from others was eternal and unchanging. Therefore, Lin Feng's attitude towards Yang Lan'er also changed a little. "Then Lan'er will take her leave." Yang Lan'er bowed to Lin Feng. Then, she left Lin Feng's room. After Yang Lan'er left, Lin Feng carefully studied the Swanee jade carving and the mysterious iron ball. He tried to take the iron ball off. But he found it was impossible to take it off. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The iron ball seemed to have been completely connected with the Swanee jade carving. Could it be that this treasure is? At this time, the Demon Lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard the Demon Lord's voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the Demon Lord knew about this treasure? The current Demon Lord was becoming more and more mysterious. But the only thing that hadn't changed was that his relationship with Lin Feng hadn't changed. Lin Feng was still the same Lin Feng from when he first met the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was also the Demon Lord from back then. Lin Feng asked, "Demon Lord, do you recognize this item?" The Demon Lord said, "In the past, I heard that there was a mysterious Bayan jade carving circulating in the Undying Realm. It is said that the jade carving hides a great secret. However, I have never seen that jade carving at that time, so I don't know if this jade carving in front of me is the same jade carving as the one in the Undying Realm." Lin Feng continued to ask, "Do you know the secret hidden in the jade carving?" The Demon Lord shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. However, if it's really the same jade carving, then it's too extraordinary." Back then, the jade carving that appeared in the Undying Realm caused a huge uproar. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng became even more curious about the jade carving in front of him. Was it the same jade carving that appeared in the Undying Realm? What secret was hidden in this jade carving? Lin Feng carefully studied the jade carving. He first wanted to use his mana to refine the jade carving. However, after several attempts, he failed. Then, Lin Feng tried to use a drop of blood to refine it, but it still ended in failure. Unable to refine it? No wonder young Lanner said that she had this treasure for a long time but was unable to find out the secret hidden in it. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He didn't give up and continued to search for the secret of this treasure. This time, Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to invade this treasure and then search for the secret of this treasure. However, he still failed. The jade carving blocked Lin Feng's divine sense from entering it. It's really strange. Lin Feng frowned. In the next few days, Lin Feng was studying the jade carving, but he didn't find anything. Lin Feng simply put away the jade carving for the time being, waiting to explore the secret of this treasure in the future. On this day, waves of violent fluctuations were actually emitted from the mountain and river ring. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded the mountain and river ring and immediately discovered that the treasure that was emitting the fluctuations was the golden box that he had obtained in the Stone State ruins. That golden box was very mysterious, and Lin Feng didn't know the origin of the golden box. Even the demon lord didn't know the origin of the golden box. The golden box was densely packed with runes. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was locked. Previously, Lin Feng tried to open the small lock on the golden box. But after trying many times, he didn't succeed. Later, Lin Feng put away the golden box. He didn't expect that the golden box would actually emit fluctuations at this time. Lin Feng was very surprised. He took out the golden box and carefully observed it. He immediately discovered that the densely packed runes on the golden box seemed to have a life of their own. The runes were actually swimming around the golden box. Moreover, they were freely combining. It was really strange. When Lin Feng reached out to touch the runes, his hand was pushed away by an invisible force. What kind of mutation will happen to this golden box? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was very surprised and curious about the golden box's changes. He was looking forward to what would happen next. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, the golden box's fluctuations quickly disappeared. It returned to normal. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned. He had thought that the golden box would undergo some shocking changes. However, the reality disappointed Lin Feng. Lin Feng studied the golden box again, but he still couldn't find any clues. In the blink of an eye, the ancient starship Xianxia had arrived at the outer region of the heavenly sage Great World. Looking out from the starry sky world, one could even see an incomparably huge world. That world. It was boundless. Ancient, terrifying, mysterious, and ancient. That great world. It was the famous heavenly sage Great World. As the home of the myriad races, the heavenly sage Great World was one of the most lively places in the starry sky world. Although the heavenly sage Great World was in a state of chaos, however, there were still countless cultivators entering and leaving the heavenly sage Great World. Ancient starships flew over from all directions, heading towards the heavenly sage Great World. There were also many cultivators who didn't use the ancient starships. Instead, they relied on themselves to cross the starry sky world. Rumble, a loud sound shook the heavens. A huge ancient starship flew over, crushing the heavens. There was a flag hanging on the ancient starship. On the flag was an image of the gluttonous god demon bearing his fangs and brandishing his claws. Clearly, that ancient starship. It should be the ancient starship controlled by the gluttonous god demon. Many ancient starships saw the gluttonous god demon's ancient starship and hurriedly avoided it. The gluttonous god demon. Back then, the culinary god demons had caused a bloodbath in the starry sky world. Many factions had encircled the culinary god demons. However, the culinary god demons were simply too powerful. There was no way to eliminate them. Hence, the encirclement of the culinary god demons was left unsettled. These culinary god demons had all escaped from the forbidden god world. It seemed that when the 5 signs of decay appeared, the era was nearing its end. The forbidden god realm that imprisoned these terrifying beings also became more and more unstable. The fact that more and more terrifying creatures were escaping from the forbidden god world was a very obvious example. What are these culinary god demons doing in the heavenly sage Great World? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The culinary god demons were incomparably evil. They didn't have much interaction with other factions. However, now that they had come to the heavenly sage great world, people couldn't help but wonder what their goal was. The ancient starship that the culinary god demons were on quickly disappeared from sight. It was a very extraordinary ancient starry sky ship. Previously, Lin Feng had killed the culinary god demons and refined their origin into a culinary god fruit. This was because the culinary god fruit could produce emperor laws. Lin Feng's current battle prowess was related to the fact that he had refined many emperor laws. Now, Lin Feng was wondering if he should find a chance to kill a few culinary god demons. In the eyes of others, the culinary god demon was a heinous devil who could not be forgiven. But for Lin Feng, the divine culinary demon was a perfect tonic. Many factions began to discuss the culinary god demons. No cultivator dared to underestimate the culinary god demons. On this day, Hua Shishir came to Lin Feng's place again. Perhaps it was because she had just finished bathing. That was why her hair wasn't completely dry yet. She was as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng invited her in. We're about to reach the heavenly sage great world. After this farewell, I don't know when we'll meet again. Hua Shishir's voice was filled with reluctance. This woman was very good at stirring up others' emotions. After hearing Hua Shishir's words, Lin Feng actually felt somewhat reluctant. Hua Shishir was very passionate about this woman. Lin Feng knew why Hua Shishir had approached him. This kind of thing was too common in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng was already used to it. Fairy, how long will you stay in the heavenly sage great world? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I should be staying for a while. Because our master, Fairy Yuanfa, will be here soon. Hua Shishir said. Is the expert you went to visit a very powerful person? Asked Yi Futian. Lin Feng asked. He's the leader of a sect. An emperor-level expert. To us, they are naturally lofty existences. But to young master, perhaps they are just ordinary people. Hua Shishir said. Although the heavenly sage great world had been embroiled in war all these years, it was still a holy land for cultivation. This place was vast and rich in resources for cultivation. There were many races, and many of them had been glorious in the past. Therefore, there were many orthodoxies and legacies left behind by experts in the great sage world. Emperor Lord level experts were extremely rare in the age of chaos. Many great worlds combined might not even be able to produce an Emperor Lord level expert. Originally, the heavenly sage great world had 5 Emperor Lord level experts. This showed how extraordinary the heavenly sage great world was. Although the 5 Emperor Lord level experts had fallen, it did not change the fact that the heavenly sage great world was a holy land for cultivation. Therefore, there were too many factions in the heavenly sage great world. Lin Feng guessed. Fairy Yuanfa might have come to the heavenly sage great world to seek refuge with an old friend. Then, she might want to cultivate in the heavenly sage great world. Lin Feng looked at Hua Shishir and said, the heavenly sage great world is indeed a holy land for cultivation. Cultivate well. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. Actually, I think cultivating is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to find someone you can entrust your life to. In my opinion, no matter how powerful a woman is, she still needs to find a home. Only such a life can be considered a perfect life. Hua Shishir said coquettishly. When she said this, her breathing seemed to have quickened. Lin Feng smiled and said, Fairy Yuanfa, you are quite open-minded. Everything will be up to fate. If fate comes, Fairy Yuanfa will definitely be able to find your ideal husband. Lin Feng knew Hua Shishir's intention to come to him. Originally, with Lin Feng's character, how could he refuse a peerless beauty like Hua Shishir who had taken the initiative to come to him? But when the matter came, Lin Feng suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little different from before. If it was before, Lin Feng might really accept Hua Shishir. Because his impression of Hua Shishir was not bad. And this woman, Hua Shishir, was indeed of the highest quality. If he did not accept her, wouldn't it be easy for others? But now, Lin Feng seemed to have more considerations. It was very difficult for Lin Feng to be like before, where he had a good impression of the other party, and the other party was also beautiful, and then he would take her into his harem. Now, Lin Feng needed a feeling. This feeling might be a kind of spiritual connection, or a kind of fate. When he left, Hua Shishir looked at Lin Feng with some resentment. A pair of charming eyes were filled with grievances. If we are fated, maybe we can meet again in the heavenly sage great world, Lin Feng said. Hua Shishir was a very intelligent woman. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she understood the deeper meaning. She nodded and said, then this servant will wait for the reunion with young master. Then, Hua Shishir bid farewell and left. And 3 days later, the ancient starship Xianxia finally arrived at the periphery of the heavenly sage great world. Then, the ancient starship Xianxia descended towards the heavenly sage great world. Finally, the ancient starship Xianxia landed above a mountain forest. Lin Feng, Hua Shishir, and the others parted here. Seeing Lin Feng leave without any reluctance, Hua Shishir, Yang Lan'er felt a sense of loss in her heart. Shang Guaning and Shang Guanling, this pair of sisters, did not have much contact with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng, this extraordinary man, had left a deep impression on the sisters. They had even fantasized about what would happen if they were together with Lin Feng. But now, they were leaving. They were reluctant. Let's go as well, Hua Shishir said. Together with the others, they left. Immeasurable Taoist looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, leaving without any reluctance, I wonder how many people's hearts will be hurt. Brother, this is called passing through a field of flowers without a single leaf touching me, Lin Feng said. Forget it, do you think I don't know you? Immeasurable Taoist curled his lips and said. One day later, they saw an ancient city. This ancient city was called Metalstone City. The golden box's reaction was enough to explain many things. Could there be something in Goldstone City that caused the golden box to react? If that was the case, he might be able to unravel the secret of the golden box with the help of the item in Goldstone City. Lin Feng felt that if the secret of the golden box could be unraveled, it would definitely be a shocking secret. When Lin Feng wanted to examine the golden box in detail, he discovered that the ripples had disappeared. Finally, the golden box became quiet. Lin Feng calmly asked, what's the origin of Goldstone City? It's one of the 108 ancient cities in the Sacred War Alliance's territory. It's said that it can be traced back to before the primordial era. As for which era it can be traced back, it's not clear because it's too long ago. Currently, there are many factions of the Sacred War Alliance stationed here, Taoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng said, that means we're still in the Sacred War Alliance's territory. That's right. It'll take a long time to leave the Sacred War Alliance's territory. The Great Sage world is too big, much bigger than the 9 prefectures world. It'll take at least a few years to leave the Sacred War Alliance's territory, Taoist Wuliang said. Of course. The few years Taoist Wuliang was talking about was the time it would take to travel through a space-time wormhole. If they flew, who knew how long it would take to leave the Sacred War Alliance's territory? Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang entered Goldstone City. Goldstone City was bustling with people coming and going. The racial structure of the city was extremely complicated. There were myriad races, cosmic races, and foreign factions. Of course, there were also humans. It was just that the number of humans was relatively small. The ancient city was filled with an ancient aura. There's 100 fragrances house here. It's really full of beauties. It's one of the most high-end brothels. How about we go there for a drink? Taoist Wuliang said with a grin. This damn Taoist Wuliang was not a pedantic person. Eating meat, drinking wine, and teasing women. There was nothing this damn Taoist Wuliang wouldn't do. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right. Let's go to the 100 fragrances house. The two of them walked toward the 100 fragrances house. Not long after, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang arrived at the 100 fragrances house. This was a 7-story pavilion decorated with fresh flowers. From time to time, one could hear beautiful music coming from inside. Although the 100 fragrances house was a brothel, most of the women there sold their skills and not their bodies. Of course. If you have the ability to hook up with a woman inside, I'll give you a chance. At that time, he would naturally be able to get the beauty back, and he wouldn't have to spend a single cent. The prerequisite was that you had the ability to do so. Lin Feng and the Taoist walked towards the 100 Fragrances pavilion. At this time, a cold voice came from behind. "You two lowly things, get out of the way and make way for our young master." After hearing this voice, Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist's expression sank. The other party was clearly targeting them. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang turned around and saw a dozen or so human cultivators carrying a golden divine carriage. On top of the golden divine chariot, there was a golden spiritual cat. This golden civet was about 1 meter long. Its body exuded a cold and terrifying aura. This dragon cat came from the golden sacred heavenly cat clan. This was an extremely terrifying faction. They were the royal family of the myriad races. Their talents were incomparably powerful, and very few people dared to provoke them. The one who reprimanded Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang was a cultivator standing beside them. This cultivator was in human form, but he was clearly not human. No one knew what race he was from. He was actually an emperor cultivator. What bad luck. I didn't look at the almanac before I left. Now I hear a dog barking beside me. Taoist Wu Liang curled his lips and said, "How dare you insult me?" The guard's face instantly became extremely gloomy. The golden Saint Celestial cat opened its eyes. Its eyes were golden in color, making it look extremely strange. "Young master." After seeing the golden sacred heavenly cat open its eyes, the guard quickly bowed to the golden sacred heavenly cat. "No need for formalities," the golden sacred heavenly cat said. "Thank you, young master." The guard stood up. The golden sacred heavenly cat looked at Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, then said indifferently, "You have to look at the owner before beating a dog? Lowly thing, how dare you reprimand my guard? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? I'll give the two of you a chance to live. Break an arm each and get out of here. Don't let me see you again." The golden sacred heavenly cat obviously did not care about Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. It was full of contempt for the two of them. "Look, it's the 7th young master of the golden sacred heavenly cat clan, Xianxia." The two human cultivators seemed to have a conflict with Xianxia. They really did have a conflict. This is going to be a good show. Xianxia is not a kind person. Even if the two human cultivators break their arms, I'm afraid they won't be able to escape. Xianxia does like to tease others, especially the human race. At this moment, some of the cultivators who were watching the show began to discuss after seeing the conflict. Clearly, in the eyes of those cultivators, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were probably dead this time. "It's just a cat, how dare it boast shamelessly in front of us?" Lin Feng curled his lips and said. When Lin Feng's words were spread, all of a sudden, it was as if the surroundings had become completely silent. No one thought that Lin Feng would dare to say such words to Xianxia. Did he think that he wasn't dying fast enough? The air. It was as if it had frozen. "Kid. Do you know what you're talking about?" Xianxia's voice was cold. There was a murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Of course I know what I'm talking about. Lowly things. Normally, you humans are only fit to be my palanquin. But you're so reckless in front of me. Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Xianxia's voice was filled with murderous intent. "You think you can do it? You're just a cat and you want to kill me? Are you daydreaming?" Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. The golden sacred heavenly cat clan that Xianxia belonged to was a very noble clan. But now, from Lin Feng's words, Xianxia seemed to be an animal that hadn't developed a spiritual sense. This made Xianxia's killing intent monstrous. "Reckless thing, I have a lot of slaves, and most of them are human cultivators. As a lowly human cultivator, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Do you know that you have committed a capital crime? The times have really changed. Since when can a cat roar at a person?" Lin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. In front of him, Xianxia of the Golden Holy Heavenly Cat clan really seemed to be an ordinary cat. It was a pet that many women liked to keep. Many people felt that their heads couldn't seem to wrap around it. No one knew why Lin Feng would mock Xianxia like this. Now, many cultivators felt that something was wrong. Naturally, no one was a fool after cultivating to their current realm. Those two human cultivators naturally couldn't be fools. However, those two human cultivators were humiliating Xianxia. What did this mean? They weren't afraid of Xianxia. Could it be that they had some special means? This was what some cultivators thought. Of course, most cultivators still thought that Lin Feng was courting death. There was absolutely no good ending for humiliating Xianxia like this. There was only a path to death. At this moment, Taoist Wu Liang said, "Brother, I suddenly thought of a saying." "What saying?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Women don't keep dogs, men don't keep cats." Taoist Wu Liang grinned. "Oh? What do you mean?" Lin Feng asked in confusion. "You know, some of the bigger dogs are quite fierce." Taoist Wu Liang smiled very cheekily. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although Taoist Wu Liang didn't say it very clearly, everyone understood what this guy wanted to say. Many people couldn't help but curse Taoist Wu Liang secretly. This guy was simply the scum of the Taoist priests. It was really an insult to this incomparably sacred profession. "What do you mean by the second half of the sentence?" Lin Feng continued to ask. Taoist Wu Liang chuckled and said, "Men aren't very honest when they sleep. Who knows when they will become a pillar supporting the sky? A cat saw it. You should know what terrible consequences will happen, right?" Many people couldn't help but shiver, and their crotch couldn't help but feel a chill. No matter what kind of cat it was more active. Moreover, cats were more active animals at night. Their night vision was strong. Therefore, when they saw something that could move, they were likely to bite it. Lin Feng asked, "Are you saying that felines have a special liking for that, what?" "Pooh." After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people burst out laughing. The surrounding cultivators could tell what was going on. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang sang the same tune. Obviously, he was mocking Xianxia. This was because although Xianxia's golden holy heavenly cat clan was extremely noble, their clan had evolved from felines. "You are courting death." "Courting death? You two are courting death. Kill them all." Xianxia was already furious and full of killing intent. Being humiliated by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist had completely infuriated him. Therefore, he directly gave the order to kill Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. "Yes. Young master. Leave these two lowly humans to your subordinates. This subordinate will definitely satisfy you," the guard said. Next, the guard stepped forward and a terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. He struck out with his palm and directly attacked Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. He actually wanted to fight against two alone. Taoist Wu Liang curled his lips and said, "Brother, I'll deal with this trash. Just watch the show from the side." Lin Feng was happy to be idle, so he did not make a move. Hearing Taoist Wu Liang call him trash, the guard's face instantly turned gloomy and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Although he was only a Divine Lord level cultivator. However, Divine Lord level. That was still a great emperor. When a great emperor made a move, the momentum was naturally extremely shocking. This Divine Lord level cultivator's cultivation was incomparably terrifying. With a palm strike, it could destroy heaven and earth. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show all exclaimed. Even in the vast heavenly sage great world, a great emperor-level cultivator was in existence that stood at the peak. It was rare to see such an expert. Dog-beating stick technique. Taoist Wu Liang couldn't help but shout. Swoosh, with a flash of light, a big stick as thick as an arm appeared in his hand. Then, he held the big stick with both hands. With a swing of the stick, he threw it out. This powerful strike directly collided with the guard, and the guard's arm was directly smashed apart. Then, clang! A sound was heard. That powerful stick directly smashed into the guard's body, sending him flying. Wah! The guard couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. The sound of bones cracking could be heard continuously. After suffering Taoist Wu Liang's attack, who knew how many bones in his body were broken? With a plop, the guard fell to the ground and his body trembled violently. He wailed in pain. It was incomparably miserable. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Taoist Wu Liang was a guy who liked to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, so this guy suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, Taoist Wu Liang's cultivation technique was very mysterious. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see Taoist Wu Liang's true realm at all. Those cultivators would think that Taoist Wu Liang was really a cultivator of this realm. The only cultivators who could peek into the true realm of the immeasurable Taoist were perhaps those truly unparalleled experts. Anyone who saw Taoist Wu Liang, a cultivator of the early stage of the quasi-emperor realm, would probably not take him seriously. But in fact, Taoist Wu Liang was not a cultivator of this realm. This damned Taoist Wu Liang's methods were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng didn't know how terrifying Taoist Wu Liang was. The only thing he knew was that Taoist Wu Liang's cultivation was unfathomable. That Taoist Wu Liang should have hidden his cultivation, right? No wonder he didn't take Xianxia seriously. Those two human cultivators are definitely not simple. At this moment, a cultivator said. What's the use of not being simple? Unless their cultivation can reach the emperor realm. Although Xianxia is only a god-emperor realm cultivator, Xianxia has already defeated more than a dozen emperor realm experts. His realm is not high, but he can challenge people 2 realms above him. This is the most terrifying part. At this moment, a cultivator said. That's right. Xianxia is indeed terrifying. To be able to defeat opponents 2 realms above him, he can be called a peerless genius. Another person said, extremely praising Xianxia's talent. No wonder you dared to provoke this young master. So you have some cultivation. It seems a pity to kill you. Capturing the 2 of you and making you carry the palanquin for this young master is a good choice. Xianxia walked step by step towards Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang, his voice indifferent. End of chapter 3568. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.